from our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Purdy under center, use check. Now Elijah Mitchell is in. They give it to Mitchell off the right side, pushing for the goal line. Is he in? Touchdown! San Francisco!
Good morning, Metroplex. Monday edition of Sean, RJ, and we are treated to the early presence of Roberto Bobby Bell, fresh off conference championship weekend. Good morning to everyone. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and this messed up the end of my weekend and my night. Not as depressing, obviously, as Cowboys-Packers, but freaking San Francisco comes back, and we're going to have to deal with this for 2 weeks straight, including a week with them and others in Vegas at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because
Painful.
we're finally going to meet, what's their names? They'll be there, I'm sure. They'll finally meet them.
You think?
Oh, well, we only go there. Why would we go there? We're going to get it. If the Niners go to the Super Bowl, we'll go there.
Yeah, I don't know that they generate enough revenue for the budget for that, but I guess we'll see.
San Francisco.
It's a drive.
The San Fran radio team.
They could probably make the drive like we did in New Orleans that one year. They'll take a bus. It's going to be annoying. We're going to see them.
This felt like a 30 for 30 with the meltdown. It really, literally, like every play, every drive, you just felt like the ghost of Detroit failure hovering over the Niners comeback.
Yeah, like when Dallas lost to Green Bay, it was they were getting their asses kicked. And it was just like, they look unprepared. They're this, they're that. This was one of those rare instances that occur sometimes in big games where you like could almost see like Detroit getting shaken by all of it. But like when I was watching when they had those two back-to-back drops, which I think it was Laporta and Reynolds back-to-back on second and third down, I was like, oh, they're in trouble. Like they look rattled now. And so when you see a team just like look completely shaken, it's like, okay, this is done. This is a wrap. San Francisco's winning this.
Now the poll question is out. Let's start the argument early on the Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I retweeted it this morning at 1053SS. Why and who are you blaming for the Detroit Lions meltdown? So far, we have 3,100 Tolos that voted. The options are Dan Campbell's fault, way too aggressive, wide receiver and running back mistakes. You had Gibbs with the fumble, Reynolds with all these drops. San Francisco just took it. How would you vote, RJ Choppy, and how do you think the Tolos are voting?
I think that there's. I mean, I don't think you can put it on just one. I would probably put it on the mistakes of the players. I don't think San Fran took the game. I think that. I mean, they did things that won the game for them, like the Ayuk play. I don't consider that San Fran taking it. The ball off the helmet, the Ayuk play.
I mean, he literally took it off his helmet.
Yeah, he literally took it off his helmet. But like that was one of those David Tyree type plays. But I mean, look, you don't fumble, you win. You don't drop those passes. You know, you're not in positions to have to go for it on fourth down. So I think the players win and lose games, and that's who I gave it.
So you're not voting Dan Campbell?
No, I mean, what am I getting mad at Campbell for? I mean, like he played the same way that got them there, that he played all year. Like to me, if he had changed things up, that is a reason to be mad at him. Like if he had elected to go for a field goal and he misses, that to me is far more egregious because he's changing his philosophy. That's far more egregious than doing what he did.
But didn't he change his philosophy earlier in the game? He did it.
Yes, and I disagree with that one.
But I mean, it just shows inconsistency. Like I don't know why you change it at the end of the first half. You're up 2 touchdowns already.
Yeah.
Then in those critical moments where it feels like, hey, we need points right here, then you revert back to it.
Was that a fourth down? I couldn't remember. Was that a fourth down?
Fourth down on the kick.
No. On the before
at the end of the half, yeah.
Or was that,
it was 4th and 3 or whatever.
Yeah, I was like, is that fourth down or is that like there's 7 seconds and no time? I couldn't remember. And I disagree. I thought that was a mistake. I thought that was a mistake. If you want to complain about one of them, I think the second one's more egregious.
It's a tie.
Even still, you're giving them the ball back with 6 minutes. You hadn't stopped them all game. I mean, I get what he did.
Well, it stopped them early on.
Yeah, but I mean the second half.
Yeah.
The first one, I didn't have an issue with the first one. You're going for the jugular. They get that fourth down on the first one up 24-10. I mean, that game's over.
I thought the adjustments at halftime were really interesting, though, from them just to attack San Francisco's attack the way that they did. But no, to me, this is totally on Dan Campbell, because I think that you left too many points out on the board. And I understand there's all the different, like, you follow the chart. Does it say to go for 2? Does it say to go for it on fourth down? Whatever else. Like, I understand these all exist. At some point, your feel for the game has to come into play. And I don't think that there was anything about those two scenarios that said, well, you got to go for it. Like, I don't think that was the feel of the game at all. And I think that what you see there is...
Because Dan Campbell's getting annihilated by a lot of people, and he's going to get destroyed today on television.
Yeah, and look, I really respect Dan Campbell after the game going, like, basically saying, like, yeah, I'll eat it. Like, I mean, it's hindsight, whatever else, but, like, I'm not changing those calls. I go back and I do them again. Like, I respect that he's got a take on this and he believes in it and he's not waffling and he's saying, like, no, this is the way that I would coach it, blah, blah, blah. I just think it's wrong, and I think it cost them the football game, because here's the other thing that a lot of times those situations don't consider when you're just looking at it on paper and you're looking at it on a calculator. What it does not consider is, like, how deflating it is when your defense steps back out on the field. And I think both times, especially the second time, it was just catastrophic to their confidence.
And it can't factor in momentum, right? Like, I always feel like it is such a big hurdle when you make it a 3-score game. It's like, okay, we were two possessions away, and now we're 3 possessions away. And every time San Francisco gets back out there on the field, and going back and rewatching this and torturing myself, I wasn't as furious and ticked off with Dan Campbell as I thought. I actually thought that my bigger problem was the first one, in not making it a 3-score game, because I think that would have been a 48-yarder to go ahead and tie. And at that point, San Francisco was just rolling downhill. But let us know your vote on the chartwright.com text line, 877-881-1053. Lions head coach on all the fourth down controversy.
I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. They were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back. It's easy hindsight, and I get it, I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. It's hard because, we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out, but I don't. And I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man. We just didn't work out.
Mike Golick, folks, going to spend all day Monday destroying Dan Campbell, act like none of these drops and fumbles happened. Josh Reynolds.
That's a bad drop, because, I mean, that's the thing with that first.
He had 2 of them.
Yeah, that first one. And then he made that circus catch, too, like off the other guy's helmet. That was theirs. But, I mean, that ball is one that
he gets no props for to me, because he juggled that.
Yeah, he juggled it.
He juggled that, almost gave it back, and then took it.
Yeah, and then, I saw that first fourth down, like, that ball's there. Like, that's a play he's got to make. Maybe it was a little bit off. But that's one that he probably makes 7, 8 out of 10 times. And he missed it there. And that's the game. Like, that's part of it.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, if you look at the fourth down decisions to go for it, that's going to be a big discussion. But if you just talk about what the players did or what they didn't do, the Reynolds drops and then the Gibbs fumble. Like, the Gibbs fumble was so critical, because they get that touchdown. They've got this burst of momentum, and then it's the very next play or the second play, he fumbles and San Francisco's got the ball back. And it's like, as soon as San Francisco got the ball, it's like, you're not stopping them on this drive. They're scoring a touchdown now. There's massive wave of momentum for this football team right now.
27 unanswered on 5 straight possessions, the biggest comeback in NFC title game history, and I did not see them going back to the Lions Stadium in the second half.
No, I didn't either.
Of this one. 35.
Why not?
I don't know.
That's a good
They
question.
should have.
It
would have been great TV. Howie Long said there was 35,000 at Ford Field, each paying $20 a piece to watch it all together, and we didn't see those shots going back.
Nope, we didn't see any Eminem flipping off the crowd pictures on social media afterwards.
No.
It was, I do feel absolutely awful for that city, though, Detroit. Like, for all that they've been through, and you're sitting there in that first half, and you feel like, oh, here we go. You got, CJ Gardner-Johnson literally waving goodbye to San Francisco fans. Like, I don't feel bad for him, but for the city of Detroit, like, I mean, there was a note that like GM had canceled a shift.
Yeah, the third shift.
They canceled the third shift at their factory, which is not like a big company to do, to just say like, yeah, we'll lose some of our time. But they did that so that their workers could stay home and watch the game. Like, this was massively important to the city, and to just have the rug pulled out from under. I do feel terrible for people in Detroit.
All right, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Roberto in with us early, and now we have to get to the AFC Championship game and the moment that will make Bobby absolutely sick to start off a Monday. I thought it was going to break with this cold a little bit. I woke up this morning freezing. So go ahead and get ready for that, and get ready for the Monday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. lunges for the end zone. They're going to say the ball's out. They're going to say the ball is out in the end zone. The Chiefs think they have the ball. Zay Flowers caught the ball and fumbles the ball into the end zone.
The runner fumbled short of the goal line. Recovered in the end zone by
Kansas City has a touchback. Zay Flowers hit short of the end zone and fumbles the ball.
Chiefs radio with the call as the champs, the dynasty survives in Baltimore. Good morning, Metroplex. Monday edition of Sean RJ, and we got Bobby Belt in early here on DFW Sports Station. Peyton and Ryan in the back, live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. And your guy, Patrick Mahomes, and the Chiefs get it done in a championship effort. You know, I think it was a couple weeks ago you referenced something maybe Belichick said, or someone in that Patriots dynasty said that Belichick's strategy was, we're just going to let you lose the game.
Zolak said that to us.
Yeah.
Zolak said, he goes, like, we're going to, we just don't make, and, you know, you can put it all on Brady, Belichick, whatever. Like, what the Pats did then is, I mean, I didn't say they played mistake-free football, but they allowed you to
because they had
screw up.
Offensive, explosive years where they went out and kicked your ass, but that's what Zolak said, Patriots analyst, and that's what Kansas City did yesterday.
Yeah.
It was like, we're going to be more composed. We're not going to commit stupid penalties. We're not going to have killer turnovers, and we're going to wait this thing out to win the AFC Championship again, and that's exactly what happened.
I mean, shoot, dude, when that Deflategate happened, nobody knew at the point was like that the Patriots didn't fumble. Like, they hadn't fumbled in like 2 years at the time. And it was like, how? How does this team not fumble? They don't make mistakes. And that's kind of what, you know, the Chiefs are doing right now. Like, they're playing essentially mistake-free football. Mahomes isn't turning it over. He's not taking sacks. Yesterday was like the first sack he took in like 4 or 5 playoff games.
Yeah, I think it was 4 games.
And like they're just playing championship football. Like, they're playing great football right now, and that's exactly what you want. Like, you could line up your team, and you could have the number 1 ranked defense, or you could have the 22nd ranked defense, or that number 1 ranked defense in a single game elimination plays at the 22nd ranked, and the other one plays at the first. You're cooked, and that's. I mean, the Chiefs had another game this year where they didn't score in the second half. Happened all the time in the middle of the season, early in the middle of the season, where they were like, how is this team going halves without scoring?
Maybe it's
same thing.
Complimentary football, not great championship football.
I was not anticipating Baltimore blinking like that. Like where they didn't play their game at all. Like, I just was looking this up because I was curious
John
about
Harbaugh and that Ravens coaching staff is getting destroyed.
How many times do you think Baltimore ran the ball yesterday?
Was it 8?
16. I mean, there were also 5 scrambles in there, so it was 11 designed. But we don't have that stat for every single game. But 16 times they ran the ball. That is tied for the fewest rushing attempts by the Ravens in the entire time that Lamar Jackson has been there.
Oh my!
They went so outside their normal game plan over the course of, because Lamar Jackson got there in 2018. So you're talking about since 2018, that is tied for the fewest rushing attempts by that football team in 6 years or whatever. And it's like, why did you? Yeah. It's similar to like,
it was a 10-point game. They weren't getting blown out.
It was something that they very easily could have gotten things going that way. It felt like Lamar was really hesitant. It felt like he didn't want to run at times. It was honestly, that hesitancy looked like the same sort of hesitancy we saw at the beginning of the year with Justin Fields in Chicago, where it's like somebody had gotten in his head and he didn't want to run. But it was so bizarre in terms of how they changed their style. It was similar to when the Cowboys came out and it was against Green Bay. And you're like, why are they running the ball and why are they in zone? What are they doing? This is not how they got here.
I have a much bigger issue with their style than Detroit's, because Detroit was aggressive all year and Baltimore changes at that point. At this point, I mean, to me, that's.
I wonder if a couple different things happened.
I'm sure they did.
Well, let me lay them out for you.
What
do you think I'm going to say?
The game score, the fact that they maybe weren't running the ball as well, and they thought they could throw in Kansas City.
No, I was going to say, like, I feel like, right, going into these games, these coordinators maybe are like, okay, let's come up with a brilliant game plan, and it's like overthinking. Let's just do something that no one is anticipating, right? Like, Kansas City had the number 28 run defense. And so I wonder, right, with McCarthy and Dan Quinn being guilty of that against Green Bay. The other thing I wonder about in this is let's get this for Lamar. I wonder, this is just a theory. I'm not saying this with any hardcore certainty. Like, there's this morning, and I told my Baltimore buddies this, it is going to be Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, and Josh Allen listed and ranked as playoff chokers. That's what's happening today and the rest of this week, that Lamar Jackson cannot get it done. In 5 playoff games, he has thrown, I believe, for over 200 yards one time. In 5 playoff games. That's the reason, part of the reason I picked Kansas City. I was like, I'm still just going to hang on to this. Against Houston, it was Lamar running. It wasn't Lamar throwing the football. Right. It was Lamar running. And I wonder if a coordinator, I wonder if someone is like, all right, we're going to prove like Lamar Jackson is a different dude. We're going to have him throw, even though all the numbers say to run it against the Chiefs. Theories.
I don't get why they did it that way. I mean, look, he's a better thrower than he's given credit for, but he's an elite runner. Like, you have to take advantage of his running ability. But even going in
this year, right, that it felt like the Ravens were like, all right, we're going to make – he's not a running quarterback. Like, that is going to be our MO. That is going to be our new identity. It's not just going to be these triple option runs and, being a joke of a passing team. Lamar Jackson is going to be a true dual threat, and we're going to lean towards the pass quarterback. That's what it felt like the Ravens became this year.
I mean, look, maybe it's, and we talked about this before. When you pay a quarterback, there feels like this almost push internally for like, well, we've got to lean on the guy we're paying now. Like we've invested all this money. He's got to do it this way. I just looked this up because we were talking about how little they run. And I understand there's chicken and the egg. Sometimes you get down big, so you got to stop running. Yesterday was not one of those instances. But what do you think John Harbaugh's record is when the Ravens run the ball fewer than 20 times?
Oh, well.
How many games?
31.
6 and 25.
We're going back to like 06?
08.
08?
6 and 25.
0 and 31.
When what?
When they run the ball fewer than 20 times, the Ravens are 0 and 31 under Harbaugh.
Wow.
It's just, he was
off. He was bad. He was bad yesterday, in my opinion.
Harbs?
No, Lamar.
Lamar. Yeah, he was. He looked terrible.
Not early. Early, he breaks out of that sack. He throws that touchdown to Zay Flowers. It's like, oh my gosh, everybody's talking about like, oh, look at Lamar. This highlight reel performance, and then it fell apart.
That was a play that very few people make, and he can make that. And and I wonder how much of it. You remember that first scoring drive they had, or their only really scoring drive. They went for it on 4th down, right? That early in the game, that's and for a Baltimore team, that's, I guess, on the fairly conservative side. That told you that they thought they were going to have to keep pace with this team all day. They saw Kansas City march down the field like Swiss cheese, and then in just a couple of minutes, and then all of a sudden, bam, they had to go for it. And I wonder if that kind of played into their we need to throw the ball more. I don't know. It was very odd because that's not who they are. That's who Detroit was. What happened last night? That's not who Baltimore was.
Kansas City pushing Baltimore to go 3 and out on the first drive and then marching down the field and scoring. After the first drives, I was like, oh, this is a Kansas City game. Like I did feel like after the first drive on each side, I was like, Kansas City's winning. Baltimore did not look right from the jump yesterday.
It felt like Baltimore was hanging on for dear life at halftime. And it was like, if Kansas City gets one more touchdown, this thing is definitely over. Somehow we're gonna have to compare some of these things to a Cowboys game plan and see if it makes you feel at all better about Mike McCarthy and his staff. We'll do that later on, but we have to really break down the 4th down decisions from Dan Campbell, what the nerds and the calculators say, what your gut and your head was telling you, and who's most to blame for the freaking 49ers making it back to the Super Bowl. That's next with the 6 a.m. Club with Sean, RJ, and Bobby after this.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ayuk and Debo are stacked left, Kittle and Jennings right. McCaffrey runs a route, Purdy pressured, Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
Come on, you do have to love that, Sean. That's good. The Ayuk chant is great.
He just stole his own Raider chant. He ripped off his own Raider call and just changed it.
Ayuk is on fire!
34-31, the biggest comeback in NFC Championship game history. And now we have to deal with San Francisco for 2 straight weeks. And the sweetheart hallmark story of the Detroit Lions gets absolutely crushed. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Monday to you. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. 27 unanswered on 5 straight possessions. And it was just a free fall. It was an absolute free fall. Josh Reynolds with a drop. Ayuk with the BS catch that should have been an interception. Then you're down 7. Then Jahmyr Gibbs fumbles on the very next play. McCaffrey with the touchdown. You're tied. Kadarius Reynolds strikes again. Not Kadarius Toney, but Josh Reynolds with another humongous drop. Then the punt touchback. The booming punt that gave the Lions plenty of time to secure this inside the 2. They step into the end zone.
Totally forgot about that play.
Right?
Yeah.
They step inside the end zone, and it's just an absolute meltdown that has the Detroit Lion fan base and Eminem saying, yep, us again. And San Francisco ends up winning the NFC Championship game.
It's very Lions. It's a very Lions way to lose that thing. I mean, they did everything wrong in that. I mean, not everything, but they did a lot of things wrong in that second half. And I mean, their run defense stopped being great. Their tackling started being poor. They were making really good open field tackles in the first half. In the second half, those went away. Kittle got going in the second half. Kittle did nothing in the first half.
Purdy almost sacked, escapes, Juszczyk on the sideline.
What was that?
That ended up being their first lead on that drive.
Yeah, and then that catch by Jennings, the one-handed snag after Purdy rolls, then kind of heaves one Mahomes style up in the middle of the field. Like, what is he doing? Because Purdy was bad in the first half.
Jameson Williams had a golf dime go through his hands that would have been a touchdown. That was a dime of a throw. All these things took place, and it just over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it was they looked rattled. And it's wild how quickly they went from just looking completely confident. The start of that game, they took it to San Francisco in a way we haven't seen this season. Even when Baltimore beat them, Baltimore didn't just take it to them like that from the very start of the game. This was them getting
power football, 148 rushing yards in the first half. 148, 280 total in the first 2 quarters.
Yeah, they were, I think it was with 4 minutes left in the first half. Detroit had already put up the 5th most rushing yards anybody had put up against San Francisco this year. Like they were absolutely just running it down their throat. And they come out there in that second half, and it's just they didn't have that resilience. As soon as San Francisco locked in and put their head down, Detroit crumbled. But I aside from the collapse, I think it's just massively important for somebody like Brock Purdy to show, like, put this on his resume as like, hey, we were down, we were punched in the mouth, there was no reason we should have come back, and I got us back. And so, or Detroit let us back, but we took advantage of it.
And his legs were huge as well. But I've been a Brock Purdy believer. Yesterday, I know he had the Green Bay question mark, but I mean, yesterday, I'm not going to say like he is the hero, but yesterday you can't use to knock him, right?
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, he was second half was very good. The first half left a lot of questions.
I didn't even have that much of a problem with the way he played in the first half. I didn't think he was bad. He ended up for the game 20 of 31 for 267, a touchdown, an interception. The QBR was an 88.1. I was blaming San Francisco's run defense and their defense overall.
I thought he was I didn't think he was playing as steady as he normally does in the first half. Like, he sailed some throws. There were some other points where he had the interception. There was another one that should have been picked off when he threw it to the sideline. It felt like he was trying to do a little bit too much. I mean, in the first half, he was 7 of 15, 93 yards, no touchdown, 1 interception. And so there in the second half, I mean, look, he came to play in a big way. But, I mean, that was just, it was equal parts to me, it felt like.
And the interception, I think his hand got hit.
Yes, and he got rocked a little bit in that first half, but I mean he showed the resolve that you would want to see from him. I mean, he goes 13 to 16 in the second half for almost 200 yards, touchdown, no picks, and then he picks up those big plays on the ground. Like, I mean, he was absolutely fantastic in the second half. He is a big reason why.
All right, let's get to the controversy now and the back and forth and the debate.
Controversy.
Dan Campbell, Man Campbell, going for it nonstop. So, just so you remember, before the first half ended, they're on the San Fran 2-yard line with 7 seconds left. They kicked the field goal to make it 24-7. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they're up 17, but in that moment, from the 2, 7 minutes left, 24-7. I was fine with that. I love 3-score leads. If you go for it and you get it, you're an absolute hero, right? But if you don't, you're up 2 touchdowns, and San Francisco gets the ball coming out. Now we get to the second half decisions. You're up 24-10 with 7 minutes left in the third quarter. It's 4th and 2 from San Fran's 29. It would have been a 46-yarder to make it a 3-score game again. It would have made it 27-10. What's hard for me in this, and I know you can't do this, I'm just admitting, it's very difficult for me to get really mad at Dan Campbell here. It's almost impossible for me to forget Josh Reynolds on this play. Josh Reynolds dropping this football, it's like, okay, they had the right call, they had the right play. He was sitting there open. I know you can't really do that, but 24-10 remains a score, Choppy, versus 27-10 if you make the field goal from 46 yards with 7 minutes left. 27-10 versus 24-10, 4th and 2. Break it down.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the way it is the first one, if they had gone for it and they
halftime
converted,
or
the before halftime.
Okay.
Yeah, before halftime. That's the one that it's like, okay, if you go back, because that was the one that didn't make sense from their philosophy throughout the course of the year.
Yeah.
And I know that he said, like, he kept asking the ref, is it from the 2.5 or the 3? And it would look like it was kind of closer to the 3. The ref was like, yeah, it's 2.5, 3, kind of closer to 3. He's like, 3. All right, let's go for kick a field goal. I think it was at the 2.5 or the 2. They say go for it. And I don't know what his philosophy on the difference is between 2.5 and 3 or 2 and 3.
Yeah. Does that like eliminate the run in his mind? Is an option?
It might. It might eliminate. I mean, maybe it gives him too much. I have no idea. But that was the one that was like, all right, you're at that point, it's 21-7. It's house money either way. Like, that's the ones that, all right, you're so close here. When you get down that close, you've got to come away with a 7. The 3 doesn't work. The 3 works at the 25-yard line at that point. When you're there, when you're inside the 3-yard line, you have to come away with 7 points.
Bobby, that decision before half, you fell where?
I was fine with him kicking it because, like I said, I mean, you're just trying to go ahead, get the 3-score lead, kind of deplete them. You know, San Francisco's getting the ball out of the first half. If you go for it and you miss it, then San Francisco's like, okay, got momentum here, and we get a touchdown coming out of the half. We're just a score down. So I get trying to put that out of reach, and it's something where that was 4th and 3. This season, when it was 4th and 3 in the opposing side of the field, Detroit had 10 plays. And they had gone for it heading into this game. It's 10 now. It was 7 heading into the game. They had gone for it 3 times out of the 7 opportunities. They had either kicked or punted in 4 of them. And so that was actually trending something a little bit more towards the direction of what they normally do. Yesterday, they had 4th and 3 different times. They went for it twice, and they kicked it once.
Okay, 24-10 versus 27-10 with Josh Reynolds' drop. Like, it's hard for me to blame Dan Campbell there and not blame Josh Reynolds. Like, if I'm a Lions fan, I'm leaving that going, screw you, Josh. You effed us. I'm I'm not mad at Dan Campbell. Now, maybe if it's blanket coverage, maybe if Jared Goff gets sacked, maybe if something else happens, but I have to blame the receiver there for dropping a pass that he should have had. There's also something else we should probably examine before we really get into this. Their kicker. We should look at their kicker's numbers, okay?
So, career. Now, he only played 4 games for them this year.
He only played 4 games.
And so from 40 to 49 in his career, he's only 77%.
Yeah.
Which is not very good.
37 of 48 from 40 to 49 yards.
Yeah, so
the first kick would have been from 46.
Yeah, so for his career, 20 to 29, he's 27 of 28. So pretty much automatic. 30 to 39, 29 to 30. So again, almost automatic. 40 to 49, like you said, 37 to 48, and then 50 plus 5 of 13. So like you get, he's pretty accurate on on short kicks, and then you get him further out, and you're tempting fate. And that would have been, like you said, 45, 46 yards. He's 77%. Your chances of making that first down on 4th and 2 are about 60. And you're going for like the jugular. At first one, it's like, okay. I mean, you're in this position where you can afford to make that decision. The second one is the one that you really could question because you're tying the game.
Bobby, the first one in the second half.
Again, I think that you just got a score from San Francisco. You're moving the ball down the field pretty effectively throughout the game. I just go ahead and I take the points. That's what I'm doing there. And now, look, you want to talk about consistency? Again, I mentioned the 4th and 3 earlier. This is 4th and 2, 3 times.
Now, their score was just a field goal now.
Which was, I know. Yeah. But I mean that you wanted to get the 3-score lead going into half. It's now been trimmed down to a 2-score lead, and they moved the ball pretty effectively on that first drive. 4th and 2 situations in opposing territory this year, Dan Campbell went for it every time, and they had converted 3 of 3. This was the first one all year that they had missed.
Like they did this in against the Chargers. It was like 2 minutes to go, and it was a 4th and 2. And there was a tie game. And if they kicked the field goal, they were like a 25, basically the same field position. If they kicked the field goal, they go up 3. But he was like, no, I don't want to go up 3. I want to have them leave them no time. So he went for it. They bled the clock, and then they kicked the field goal and they win the game. And this one, in that situation, I mean, you're going literally for the jugular. There's 8 minutes to go in the third quarter, 7 minutes to go. You convert there.
Or you just bleed more clock.
Right,
even after the conversion.
If you convert there, you're now they don't get the ball back until 4 minutes left in the third quarter, and now you're at least getting another 3 points. Maybe you're getting 7. I thought that was a go,
but it is the risk reward.
Of course, absolutely. You've got it. Yeah.
And I don't know how much.
I mean, the reward is that you're going to go up 31-10.
It felt like tempting fate a little bit. Because it's one of those things where it's like, why give any life to this football team? Like you had completely drained them in the first half, and you had beaten them up and gotten them down. Why give them any chance to feel life? Because I think that field goal depletes them more than.
But would a miss not do the same thing?
No. Because I think what you're talking about is like Dan Campbell will get in the way of his team in the 4th down. Like that's how San Francisco comes away from. It's like, oh, they're going to shoot themselves in the foot. Whereas a miss is a miss, and it's like, oh, they just didn't execute.
I think both things. I think it's equal. I think you don't get it. You have a missed field goal. It's like, okay, like here we go. The crowd's going to get into it. You start to say this is possible, and the series of events has started.
Because the missed field goal against Green Bay.
Yeah.
The week before when Green Bay missed that field goal to go up 7.
And I'm getting 14 more yards of field position after the miss.
Yeah, so when Green Bay missed that field goal to go up 7 at the end, I mean, that crowd got life. I mean, I think it gets life either way.
I agree. And now 4th and 3 from the San Fran 30. Down 3 with 7:40 left. Okay? 4th and 3 from the San Fran 30. Down 3 with 7:40 left. And this play had no chance of being complete.
No, San Fran blew it up from up the middle.
Would have been a 46-yarder.
Yeah, this one would have given, if they went for it, if they converted it, it would have given them a 40% chance of winning the game. Just 40%. They were already, because San Fran was going to get the ball with like 5-6 minutes to go. I'd have probably tied it.
Wait, that might have been a 48-yarder. I'm sorry. It was from the 30.
Yeah, it was about 47, 48.
Yeah.
I probably would have tried to tie it. Again, you're tempted fate on whether you're going to make it or not. But that was a bad play. The first play worked.
Yep.
The first play worked. Reynolds just missed it. This play never had a chance at the start.
Yeah, I mean, I think that absolutely, like I said, on both these, I would have kicked the field goal. To me, it's you're talking about being able to put them away. You're giving them life. In that situation, I understand it's like, hey, let's go for the jugular. Let's try and score a touchdown, get up here. I understand all that, but you need points. This is a 3-point game at that point. Once you go for it and you fail, you're talking about you've left 6 points on the board in a game where you trailed by 3. It's just really difficult to justify any of that.
Pepe, who are you blaming for the Lions meltdown the most?
Running back, wide receiver mistakes. I mean, they're the ones on the field. I was just going into this game, I was hoping the meathead bit that Dan Campbell does, I was hoping that wasn't going to get in the way. I was hoping he actually believed in his team going for it on fourth down, not just, we're the manly mans, we're going to do what we do, and step on their throats and break their kneecaps off. But yeah, the players are the ones on the field. I don't blame Dan for this one.
All right, let's go inside the star as we have some Cowboys assistants maybe being picked off. Ron Rivera is starting to emerge as a name, and Kellen Moore has officially joined the enemy. What can Filthy expect with their new OC? And RJ says we finally have Bobby trapped at an Kellen, Jalen Hurts crossroads. That's next inside the Star.
Let's get you some help.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for joining us as part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you as we get you an NFC East and Dallas Cowboy update as Kellen Moore officially joins the Philadelphia Eagles. So already this offseason, Choppy, they have added Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore to Nick Sirianni's staff that got blown out.
Blown out. That's I think that's a pretty decent win for their offseason. I think if the Cowboys had a situation where they got those two guys, now obviously we had Kellen's a different story, but like let's say Kellen was never here and it was just you were looking at from afar, I think you'd be pretty happy with that. And that may have been an issue with Philadelphia last year. We'll see. We'll see what these two guys bring to the table, because when Sirianni's had really good assistants, he's done well.
Now you think we got Bobby trapped?
I think we have Bobby trapped here.
We don't even want to let him talk. We don't even want to let him speak.
No, I think we got Bobby trapped. Because I'll be honest with you, he's come to a crossroads in life. This is the nexus of the universe. He loves Kellen Moore. He hates Jalen Hurts. In order for Kellen to succeed, Jalen has to have a good year. And this is the corner, like I said, this corner of first and first. The welcome to the Anthropocene, or whatever the hell it's called. The Anthropocene.
Sure. Yeah.
That's what we are. You know, there was the Jurassic era. This is the Anthropocene or Anthropocene, whatever the hell it is.
Absolutely.
That's where we are.
Sure.
But what about this though? If Jalen Hurts succeeds and thrives, he'll give Kellen Moore the credit. He'll say Kellen Moore's a phenomenal coach. Look at what he did with Jalen Hurts. And if Jalen Hurts fails and stinks, he'll say Jalen Hurts sucks. No one could fix it.
Well, yeah. What was Kellen supposed to do?
Yep. He might. He might say that.
No, I will with certainty.
He will. He will.
Look.
But he didn't say it about Justin Herbert, did he?
We don't have. Well, I mean, Justin Herbert's guys couldn't catch the football.
Justin Herbert's
like having
never
a whole team
done.
of Josh Reynolds.
Hasn't had the career Jalen Hurts has.
Okay, so here's I mean, look, we can already look ahead to next year, and I can already tell you exactly how we'll be talking about this. It's what Sean just said. If they have a lot of success, Kellen Moore did a great job, and look what he brought out of Jalen Hurts, a total bum. This just speaks to how great Kellen Moore is. And if they struggle, it'll be, well, it's Jalen Hurts. What was he supposed to do? That guy sucks. He's not a quarterback.
It's still tough, because now there's the difference is if he's great, we're going to have to sit here and watch Philadelphia win a division again. And that's the problem.
Well, the numbers say they're going to already win it.
I know. That's fair.
20 straight
or Washington is.
I mean, jokes aside, I do think it's a nice hire. I have not. This is obviously going to be unique for him, Kellen Moore, because he's never designed an offense with a quarterback like this.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly how that all is going to work out for them. But they probably view it as, I would guess, that they want somebody to come in here and do more for Jalen as a passer. And they want somebody who's got, sustained success doing some of those things. Because you just look at the people they interviewed. Like, they talked to Cliff Kingsbury. Cliff Kingsbury's not a big, read option type of guy. He comes from the air raid offense. And so I think it's a good hire. There's a lot riding on this for both guys, for both Jalen Hurts and Kellen Moore. There's a lot, for their futures riding on this pairing.
Bobby and everyone on the TruckRack.com text line, 877-881-1053. If Filthy Radio called you and had you on today and said, tell us what we can expect with a Kellen Moore offense, what are some of his traits?
Curl routes.
What are some of his tendencies? What do you think he'll do for Jalen Hurts? You would say?
Look, they're gonna have a good offense. Like he's gonna throw the ball. They're gonna have a good offense. He's gonna be maddening sometimes. They're gonna have a lot of curl routes, and the tight end, whoever your tight end is this year, he's gonna have a great year, great year, because he's gonna be throwing at stationary targets all day.
So then there's the reality of it, which is you can expect a lot of deep crossers are gonna be in there.
Option routes.
There will be option routes. I think that what he does. Look, he is a good play designer. I know, I understand how this is memed and how people talk about it. He is one of the better play designers in the NFL. The question is not so much his play design, it's how does his play design come together in a coherent game plan rather than just, okay, that's lovely that you know how to draw this up. How do you put it all together to make a game plan?
As Michael Lombardi would say, how do you not try to score every drive? Sit us down and tell us, that's your goal. We want to hear something opposite. We want to hear you not scoring every drive.
So I'll say
Imagine saying that out loud.
Huh?
Imagine that's your goal. Imagine saying that out loud. Hey, we want to see you not score every drive.
That's what McCarthy said to him.
I know. Imagine that.
I mean, Kellen's very bright. He'll connect with Jalen Hurts. I think he is good for being a former player. He does a good job of communicating it to players, especially at the quarterback position. He does a good job of communicating concepts and ideas and things like that. It's just the question for him that he still has to prove is, like I said, that larger point of, do you know how to create a game plan? Do you know how to systematically attack a team and go all right, we're going to do step here, step here, step here. That's always been the big question with Kellen Moore. And so I think that he'll be good for Jalen Hurts as a passer. I think he'll be good for what Philadelphia is trying to do. I just don't know how he's going to step in and know how to use Jalen Hurts' legs and attack a defense that way. He may be great at it. We just don't know.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying that Eagles fans can expect with Kellen?
A lot of hate for Kellen Moore in the fan text.
You're kidding.
4-4-3, he can't work in that system with Jalen Hurts. 2-1-4, Kellen will be one and done in Philly. Can't handle the fan base in Philly. 8-1-7, Kellen sucks. So a lot of Kellen hate on the fan text.
Okay.
Do you know what I got on Twitter this week from several people, by the way? How could you, what kind of a man are you, Kellen Moore? What kind of a man would go work for the arch rival?
What?
Yeah, dead serious. There were several people suggesting that Kellen Moore taking a job with the Eagles just shows what a terrible man he must be. Because he had played for the Cowboys. If you were really a Cowboy at any point, you would never work for the Eagles.
Does this say anything about Kellen or the Chargers that Harbaugh goes in there and taking over with his own offensive either play calling, coordinator, philosophy? Whereas here, it's, Mike, you can be the head coach, but you're keeping the coordinator. Right. And the Chargers are like, all right, Jim, it's your show.
I don't know. I mean, Harbaugh is an offensive guy too. I don't think.
But he's not going to call the plays, right, Bob?
No, Moore called the plays.
Yeah, I don't believe that he's going to call plays. But I mean, his general philosophy doesn't necessarily mesh with Kellen. There is ball control to what he does. He has had, West Coast history throughout his career, and so in terms of his playing career and everything else. And so, I don't know. They're a very run-heavy offense. And I mean, Mike McCarthy's whole quote was, "I want to run the damn ball," and so Kellen Moore's gone.
I see what you're saying, but it's really weird to be a run-heavy offense with Justin Herbert. You would think. You complimentary football. You want that, but
dude. Coaches can be hard-headed. How often have we complained here in Dallas that they try to adjust personnel to scheme rather than scheme to personnel? And so, coaches can be that way. Harbaugh's probably no different. So, he may walk in there and the weapons may be a certain way, but if it doesn't fit his philosophy, he's going to change it.
Ian Rappaport says the Cowboys could have interest in making Ron Rivera their defensive coordinator if Dan Quinn leaves for a head coaching job. Bobby, you had mentioned this last week, and you had also, I think, tweeted or retweeted Dan Quinn met with Seattle late into the night.
He did. He met late into the night with the Seattle Brass. I believe it was on Friday night. He's got his meeting with the Commanders on Tuesday. So tomorrow he's supposed to meet with them in person. But Look, this Seattle thing does not have any clarity right now. It doesn't. It's not clear at all who they're going to go with, which direction they're leaning, what they want to do. They've been incredibly vague about this. I wonder if it's just they had somebody in mind. They're waiting for him to get bounced from the playoffs, or if it's just they're genuinely like
this one. You
split.
don't hear back from your dream job interview for 2 weeks, and you're like, I'm from there. We kind of know each other.
Yeah.
I have a great resume and history.
Still got a house there, maybe. Who knows?
Thought I blew away the interview, and they haven't called to give me the green light. What the heck is going on? Why is this dragging out?
Yeah.
Why is this taking so long? That's how I'd feel if I was Dan Quinn.
I do wonder if, we had talked last week. I think Raheem Morris is a really well-liked candidate from across. Like, he was one of their final in-person interviews, like to get a second round of interviews with the Seahawks. So when he got hired by the Falcons, I don't know, was Raheem Morris their favorite? And that kind of threw things off when he accepted a job. Did they anticipate there was chatter that they were going to get involved with Vrabel? And that just didn't really materialize. At least it hasn't yet, like the way that they thought it would. So
this Ron Rivera possibility feels and sounds old. Right now on the surface, I'm not interested.
I'm not
move along.
interested in that. Ooh. No. Yeah, I wouldn't want to bring Ron Rivera in at this point. Look, I mean, he was a large part of what they were doing defensively in Washington, and they were bad. Like, I mean, he scapegoated Jack Del Rio. We had the Josh Harris comment in the middle of last year when they
January 6th scapegoat.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
When they fired Jack Del Rio.
Very nice people. Very nice people.
Josh Harris put out the statement where he's like, yeah, this was Ron Rivera's recommendation. He wanted to get rid of him. He feels he needs to control the defense, and they were awful. And so I don't know how much of that is going to look. Was he a great defensive coordinator 18 years ago for the Bears? Yeah. Like, I don't see him as a guy that will bring you into the modern age any more than Dan Quinn already has.
I agree. All right, you talked about the Cowboys staff maybe getting picked off. We getting people hovering?
Yep, we did. We talked about how, last week the hiring that the Panthers did with Dave Canales, the fact that he's a first-time head coach and most of his career was spent with Dan Quinn, Brian Schottenheimer, these guys, that there's always a chance you could pick over Dallas's staff that way. And then Raheem Morris has a history working with a couple guys here in Dallas, including Adden Dirty, the defensive line coach. Sure enough, Adden Dirty gets the request from the Falcons for an interview. That's one of 3 that he got. He was also got a request from the Rams and the Packers for an interview. And then
I smell a song coming.
Dave Canales from Carolina requested an interview with Will Harriger, who they had hired last year as an offensive assistant. He had worked at USC previously, but he had been in Seattle. And so again, Canales, if he doesn't have deep coaching contacts, he hasn't had a job before, he's going to pick over guys that he knows, that he has some familiarity with. And that's what you're seeing now, is that Dallas's staff is getting a little bit potentially picked over. Which, I mean, if you're talking about the most disappointing playoff loss or end to a season for the Cowboys since losing to Arizona at Texas Stadium probably in '98, and you have no changeovers, you have no core changeovers, then I mean, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world to have some things picked over and you have no choice.
The Cowboys are on pace to literally run it all back now.
Run it back, man. 12-5. Run it back.
Run it all back right now. Wow. They're gonna splurge. They're gonna go crazy in free agency.
Yeah, that's the thing.
They are.
That, yeah.
That has to be. Like, it just has to be.
They're $20 million under the cap, but sure.
I was about to say, with what cap space.
Fair point. Okay. Back to the AFC Championship game. Did Tony Romo deserve all the criticism? We have the audio and why one person on the show is starting to believe in the NFL controversy and script. That's all next with Sean, RJ, and Robert right here on The Fan. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
A flip by Richie James Jr. That means this game is over, and you can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs being the AFC champions for the 4th time in 5 seasons. The Chiefs have the Lamar Hunt Trophy, and they're taking it to Vegas for Super Bowl 58.
Good gosh. Can we dislike your call, Mitch Holthus? Chiefs play-by-play. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby as Kansas City does it again. For the 4th time in 5 seasons, they are headed to the Super Bowl. They're 1 win away from becoming the NFL's first back-to-back since New England in 03 and 04. 6-0 in their last 6 playoff games, 5 of them one-score games. And Pat Mahomes, the first quarterback ever to start 4 Super Bowls before turning 30. 3rd quarterback to start 4 Super Bowls in a 5-season span, joining Tom Brady and Jim Kelly. His 14 playoff wins behind only Brady and Montana. 4th Super Bowl start, only Brady and Elway have more. That's all he did. Running down that list, courtesy of Rich Eisen. And 10-1-1 against the spread, 9-3 straight up as an underdog.
I think Rich is wrong. I think Manning has 4 Super Bowl starts. He does. Not think he does.
Hang on a sec. One for Indy, 2 Denver?
2 for Indy.
He lost to New Orleans. And he beat Chicago.
Lost to New Orleans, beat Chicago. Okay.
And lost to Seattle.
My God. Scary. Anyway.
That's not a big memory thing. Should know how many Super Bowls guys have gone to.
And then, of
Very
course,
disappointed in Mr. NFL Network, Rich Eisen.
after this game, we got the moment that the entire world was waiting for as Tay-Tay was down on the field to hug her man and give him a kiss.
And talk to Tony Romo. Talk to Tony Romo down there.
Yeah.
Surprised she even knew who Tony was. I had no idea.
What were they saying?
I love what you do. I love what you do. Well, I love what you do. Well, Jim. Taylor says you love what you do.
I mean, they are the 2 biggest stars in the world. Just ask them. They'll tell you. So.
Wow.
And what were you talking about? Unsearchable? Taylor was unsearchable?
Yes, you could not search her on Twitter yesterday. You put her name in Twitter, and it just came up with search not. It said it's like retry. Search not available.
Why?
Something happened. Either she contacted the people at Twitter. Can you change? I don't think you can change it yourself.
No, this is a response from Twitter to the end of last week when Taylor Swift. There was this just surge of Taylor Swift deep fake AI pornography.
If you search it right now, that's what it comes up at. You still can't search it.
And so they had put a block on the name search because of all the AI generated stuff that was coming up. And so the White House commented on it at the end of last week and said,
what? The White House?
Yeah, because they said legislators need to step in.
Rider.
They need to step in and start, basically putting some sort of legislation out there in regards to AI deep fake pornography and everything else.
This poor girl deals with so much
crap.
Does. You had that
poor thing.
It was some publication in New York saying that she was gay. I mean, just like going way.
Was it New York Times? Yeah, it was New York Times.
New York Times, recklessly throwing out, listen to her song lyrics. Look at what she's doing.
Insane.
That should get you canceled. You have fake AI generated
crazy
porn shots of her that are out there. I mean, this poor girl. She's just trying to just sit there and learn about football and watch and watch her man.
And because of that, I mean, that's why it's just a big controversy in terms of what should be allowed, what shouldn't. So they just basically put a block on, you can't search her name right now. Twitter's not going to allow you to have those images come up. And so that's where that came from.
And now you're believing in some type of conspiracy theory?
I just don't know. We already had the Taylor Swift Twitter blackout. And then last night, I was just kind of searching around. I'd seen on, there was a lot of Tony Romo criticism for the broadcast. And so I had gone to my YouTube TV DVR, found the Taylor Swift or found different points of the game where Romo had been criticized for being just saying obvious things or being ridiculous. And so I'd gone in there, made timestamp notes, and I was like, all right, when I get up in the morning and I'm in the studio, I'll record off of the YouTube TV archive. So I stepped up here and I logged into YouTube TV and it's gone. Like Kansas City, Baltimore is just not in existence on YouTube TV now. So the DVR broadcast is gone. The Lions 49ers is still up, but I can't get the other one. Probably has nothing to do with Taylor Swift. But this is twice now that things are just disappearing around her. So I'd like to blame her.
The script stuff is like starting to annoy me now. Like yesterday in the poll question, why did the Lions lose? Who are you blaming? I think you have legitimate nut jobs. Like it's legitimate belief. But the script got canceled with the Super Bowl colors. But they wanted Kansas City in. They wanted it in. The script got canceled. We didn't get purple versus red, you lunatics. Do I believe that there are conspiracies? Yes. Do I trust the government? Absolutely not. Do I think the stock market is rigged? Yes, I do. If that makes me a Looney Tune as well, fine. But
not everything's on the up and up. It's okay to believe that some things are a little bit askew.
Yeah. Do I believe that there are refs who have fixed games and altered them? Yes. But you're not going to tell me that, like, in the third quarter, this one thing happened because of the script.
No, there's no NFL script. They're not fixing before the season the games. Who's going to be there in the final? Do I believe that sometimes officials have money on the games?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, and yes, they can absolutely impact things. I absolutely buy that Dick Bavetta was there in Sacramento in 2000 or whatever it is.
Because wasn't there a road referee that you brought up this weekend?
Yeah,
was it the Chiefs game?
Sean Smith.
And people said that means the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl.
But, I mean, look, the officials were...
There was one bad call in that game.
Yeah,
at the end, 3rd and 5, should have been pass interference against Kansas City. But that's the only call that I really was alarmed by.
For the most part, the officials stayed out of those games.
Yeah,
Purdy got hit in the lip. That could have been.
Could have been. Yep, could have been. Could have been one.
I was surprised at one point that Bosa, I think it was his second sack, that he didn't get flagged for roughing because he kind of slung Jared Goff down, and they've thrown that a lot. And
the Clowney hit.
Yeah,
but Nance and Romo, they're like that's a penalty. That's a flag.
Yeah, it's a dumb rule. It's a ticky-tack rule, but I think by the way they flag it, that made sense that they did.
So what's the Romo heat?
So some of this, we'll see if this is legitimate or if some of this is just ridiculous and picking on Romo. There are a couple clips that I pulled from this. Like, for instance, yesterday, after the Zay Flowers fumble, at the very beginning of the fourth quarter, the Zay Flowers fumble, Dave Portnoy lit him up and just went, he was like, Romo just said, that's the game. It's over. Yeah. Like, said that at the beginning of the fourth quarter after a fumble.
Yeah.
That's a little ridiculous, but...
And he tried to cushion it. He's like, well, but still a lot of time left. He's so awkward. He's very obvious, generic, and awkward. And he gets caught in these moments where he's trying to say something declarative, like a finality to it, and then, like, he follows it up by softening it. And it's just weird. It's awkward.
Yeah, he ends up seeing a foot dangling and says that's a calf, a cramp or whatever else. So there's 3 clips here, and we'll take a look and see if these are legitimate complaints.
I'm telling you, this is close. I'm telling you, this could be a very tough call. Oh, it could be. We'll find out after the break.
These are 3 different clips that he got roundly criticized for on social media. Awful announcing, other people just going after him. So this is the first one. This is actually Romo 2, Peyton. The Lamar Jackson batted ball reception, which was a great play.
Yeah.
He did get a little criticized where people were like, okay, tone it back a little. You're kind of overselling how crazy this was.
Ball batted up into the air and caught by Jackson. He caught his own pass. That's one of the greatest plays I've ever seen. This is intercepted 100%. 100%. By the Chiefs' read. And Lamar uses the instincts, the God-given gifts, the awareness to go beat him to the punt and makes one of the greatest plays you'll ever see in a championship game.
So what is that fair criticism? Was he a little too over the top?
He's 50-50 there. That is one of the greatest plays you've ever seen. You never see that play.
In a championship game. I thought he softened it, made it more acceptable by saying in a championship game. Yeah, it was a really good play. Yeah. It's not one of the greatest plays ever.
If they had gone on, let's say they score that drive and they win the game. That's one of those plays that is in like NFL films, documentaries. But that's intercepted 100% of the time. Well, no, it's not. Batted balls are not intercepted 100% of the time. I can assure you that. The Lions had like 4 batted balls last night. They were not intercepted at all. Well, one of them was.
I don't have a major problem with that. A little bit of exaggeration. I don't have a major problem.
We had this is Romo clip 1. Lamar Jackson, you remember he had he got the strip sack. He fumbled. Kansas City recovers it. A lot of people had issues, specifically awful announcing, trying to figure out what exactly is Romo talking about here. Like what is this description that he's giving?
And that ball is out. Chiefs ball in games like this. The ball matters more than any game.
What? It does.
The ball matters more than any game. What?
Again.
You think that's nitpicky?
No, it's just he's just.
I just don't know what that means.
He's trying to come up with something. He's just so generic. The ball matters more than any game. Trying to like raise the importance of it. I roll my eyes at that. I have more of a problem with that than the first clip.
So when you had the 4th down attempt from Kansas City inside the red zone, in fact, I think it was off of that fumble. They have the 4th down attempt. They don't get it, and it's this big stop for Baltimore. Obviously, everybody's just like, wow, this is a huge turn of events here. So this is in the immediate aftermath. People felt like Romo was kind of being Captain Obvious about a 4th down stop in the red zone.
So the Ravens dodge it. They could have been down 2 touchdowns or 2 scores had they elected to kick a field goal instead of going for it. Here's Lamar. Keeps it, spins away. He got out of a tackle from Edwards and picks up about 4.
I think that's a huge stop right there for Baltimore, like you talked about.
And people are just like, yeah, it's like a huge game-changing play. Like, it's not like it doesn't take any analysis to go like, that was a pretty big play from Baltimore to stop them on 4th down. I think, personally, that was a huge stop there by Baltimore. I think we'll be talking about that later.
Not a major problem, just really Captain Obvious.
That's what he's more.
That's what he is. He's Captain Obvious. That's what he is. I think what this playoff showed is that Olsen is without question the best, and that is, we are going to miss him.
Probably his last game. Yeah,
it was his last game, and now because
last game on the one team.
On the one team, what's the only team that matters?
Yeah,
he was better than Burkhart yesterday. Watching the 1983 Detroit Lions 49ers highlights and going, you see Barry Sanders there. It's like, well, no, Barry Sanders was. I don't even know that he was at Oklahoma State by 83.
No,
the ball matters more than any game
in high school in 83.
And then I had to go, oh, that was Billy Sims. Sorry.
Yeah.
So power rank your color commentators now. NFL.
Olsen 1 easy.
Okay.
Aikman.
I'm gonna go Aikman 1.
Aikman's the best. I think it's Aikman, Olsen. Of the top ones, Aikman, Olsen, Romo, Collinsworth.
Olsen and the other 3 are garbage.
Oh,
I just don't.
Wow.
I mean, the other 3 have not taken time to learn how the game has changed. They just haven't. Like Olsen, whether you agree with Dan Campbell's calls or not, Olsen explained them. The other 2 wouldn't be able to explain them. The other 3 are too caught up in their own world to be able to explain what those things called.
Who is the early favorite to win it all in Vegas? We're going to be there in just 1 week. Were we responsible for Luka scoring 73 and my weekend of dealing with horns down and all you annoying burnt orange fans? Next on Sean and RJ. But are you dealing with that annoying job that you
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Purdy under center, use check. Now Elijah Mitchell is in. They give it to Mitchell off the right side, pushing for the goal line. Is he in? Touchdown! San Francisco!
49ers win the NFC Championship game, stunning Detroit. When did you say, okay, this is over? They're screwed. The Lions are about to go down in flames.
Around the second fourth down miss.
Yeah.
Prior to that, I was like, they still have. I mean, there's plenty of time left, and their offense has moved the ball fairly well all game. Like, they've got a chance here, but they've got to get that fourth down. After that, it was like, all right, now there's really no chance.
When they went 3 and out after San Francisco tied it at 24, I was like, okay, 49ers are winning this game.
And they had the third down. That ball was,
it was basically San Francisco scores, ties it, and then David Montgomery gets 1 yard. Sam Laporta drops a pass for a first down. Josh Reynolds drops a pass for a first down. And that's like, okay, you guys are shaken right now. Your confidence is gone. And so that's when, I mean, obviously that's not, game is totally put away, but just at that point, I was like, San Francisco is going to weather this one because Detroit just clearly does not look settled in and built for this moment.
It was the fumble. I mean, I know there was still 24-17 in Detroit, but I just knew all the momentum was going on the 49ers' way. They're already on Detroit's side of the ball. It was one play, one fumble, and it just seemed like the 49ers were going to have it their way, and they did.
Yeah, I thought it was over after the second fourth down ended up failing. And now we're going to have a rematch from a few years ago. Everyone's going to keep replaying the Jimmy Garoppolo overthrow.
Oh, my God, the Manny Sanders one. How different is his career if he hits that right?
I mean, I think that play gets overblown like a little bit. Like, guys miss deep throws.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like
they do.
one throw from, and I'm never been the biggest Garoppolo fan, but people act like, hey, that was like an all-time choke. That overthrow that he had.
Oh, I know. It's just like I mean, he was open. He had him beat, and they missed it. You know, it's like if he hits it again, low percentage pass. But if he hits it, I mean, like he's probably,
like, what's worse, that or Russ's pick against New England in terms of the throw?
I mean, Malcolm Butler just jumped that. Yeah. Like, I don't know how much you're going to be able to
play.
But I mean, also, like, that's also just Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, he's going to overthrow guys. He's going to just be completely off. He's not very accurate. That game, I had totally forgotten about it. I was looking at it last night. I had forgotten that Kansas City, they were down 10. I knew they were down 10, but I didn't realize how late it was. Like, it was inside of 7 minutes. They were still down 10, and they scored 21 in about 5 minutes.
It's crazy.
And now the line is out, and it's been moving.
It's been moving. It started at San Francisco minus 2.5. By about 10 o'clock, it was San Francisco minus 1.5. Now I think it's settled at 2 in some places. You can still might be able to find it at 1.5 at some places, but you're gonna have a situation where Patty's gonna get more points again. He's gonna get points again, and that's a dangerous situation for any team to be in. You want to be on the other side of Patrick Mahomes? Go right ahead, man.
Weren't we 2-0 this week? Who'd you pick in the AFC?
I picked Detroit.
Oh, okay.
But I had Kansas City.
Hey, who did you pick in the 2 games?
Well, I thought that what you had said during that segment was who was going to lose because I picked Detroit and Baltimore. So that's why I picked Detroit and Baltimore. I thought we were doing who was going to lose.
Yeah, I could see you doing that.
So I was the only one 2-0.
Because we all had a different combo.
I should have trusted my gut. I
would have, could have.
I should have trusted my gut on Kansas City. I said it on Friday.
Should have, would have, could have. Shut up. Not, I did. I thought no one cares.
It's fantastic. I feel great for you. You got above 500. You were 5-5 going into conference championship weekend, so it's good that you got to 7-5, Sean.
That's all you did was spend the night. That's probably why you were sleepless and came in here at 5:30 for once, because you're trying to figure out how to go ahead and cover up your 1-1 record.
By the way, Bovada has it at -1 still.
They do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Were we responsible for this on Friday night?
Don't stop now. Luka splits a double. Keeps the dribble alive. All the way to the hoop. Snoop to the hoop with a foul. Points 71 and 72.
Luka on Bally scoring a career-high 73 points. 73 points against the Atlanta Hawks. I was sitting there trying to take a little bit of a sports break, and I'm like, okay, I'm texting actually with Austin, Emerald Custom Pools.
Wow.
And he's saying, yo, man, Luka. And I was like, Luka, this early? They're playing they're playing in Atlanta, 55. And I switch on over, and my goodness, was this an absolute treat to watch. They still almost lost. The game, but Luka Doncic was 73.
Yep, Luka wouldn't let him lose. Okay, that's Devin Booker behavior to put up 60 plus and lose. Like
Same
he's done
night.
multiple times now. He has now twice put up. See, Devin Booker scored 70 and he lost by like 18 a couple years ago. But man, he was absolutely fantastic. Luka, if Tim
And
McMahon,
efficient.
Yes, he was. This is arguably the most efficient game we've ever seen of a high-scoring type game like that. We've seen he shot 76% from the field, 62% from deep. I'm rounding. If you look at other ones, Kobe had 8 more points on 13 more shots when he did 81. We've seen guys like Embiid shoot in the 59% from the field. Kobe shot 61%. And Luka shoots 76% from the field in this game.
And Luka did this on the day that Kobe tragically passed away. And Luka's profile pics are still Kobe. His background pic on X is him talking to Kobe, and then he has Kobe and his daughter as his profile pic.
Yeah, it was very cool that he was able to get that on the anniversary, and he talked about it post game that it was something that was meaningful to him, and he was happy that he could do it there on that point. But man, to me, this is a borderline Jordan DNA type of behavior. Like to get that kind of criticism and noise surrounding you and you jump back. Maybe it's just coincidental time. Maybe he goes out there and he does that against the Hawks regardless. But it sure seems like this is him leveling up and saying like, all right, you want to talk about me? Let's go.
And Tim McMahon is being given the credit.
Yeah, I mean, if Tim McMahon hit him more, like hit him with more stuff. As you tell him, Tim, I want you personally in the postgame to tell him to get on the treadmill, because then maybe we might get 100. He was absolutely fantastic. By the way, Bill Simmons is a genius, because Bill Simmons last Tuesday had tweeted out, he's like, Luka is 100% the next player to score 70, and he was.
The Stars have won 3 straight. They beat the Caps over the weekend 5-4. They've won 4 of their last 5. And Choppy, you are watching something else on the Stars schedule that we are going to experience in... Oh, I'm sorry. No, the Stars aren't going to be there. You're checking out something else with history.
Edmonton.
Yeah.
So Edmonton beats Nashville, and they have run their win streak to 16 straight. Well, the NHL All-Star Game is upon us. Okay? This is going to be the All-Star Game this coming week. Their next game, where they go for 17 straight and tying the record of the Pittsburgh Penguins from the early 90s at Lemieux teams, is going to be the Tuesday that we are at in Las Vegas.
Don't like that.
So we got to they're going to be rested. A very well-rested Edmonton Oriole team, and we've got a chance to go see history, kids.
Don't like what?
I don't like that there's history on the line now. Because I was thinking like, all right, we're going to go to this game. We'll probably hang around for a little bit, maybe leave in the second period because we got an early wake up. Nope. Not now. Chop's going to want to stay through till the very end, which means we're going to get about 2 hours sleep that night.
What time does that game start?
I think it's a 7 o'clock game.
But that's 9 o'clock West Coast time, though.
Leave whatever you want. I don't care. We can leave.
9 o'clock West Coast time.
Or Central time, 9 o'clock our time, given that it's 7 o'clock on the West.
Well,
so we'll be in bed by like 1 in the morning.
No.
You've never...
You're not doing math right. You're not mathing.
What makes you think? It'd be 9 o'clock Dallas time when that...
We're going to be operating on that time zone.
Yeah.
Right. So, but either way, I'm still saying that like 7 o'clock is 9 o'clock our time.
Oh,
so that's going to be a late night.
We don't have to stay at the whole game. Leave whatever you want.
What are you crying about?
You
never cried like
I'm not
this
going to cry.
I'm
not going to cry. I'm going to be...
Bobby, these seats have
great.
free drinks. Trust me, you'll be there the entire time.
I'm ready.
He's trying to leave because he's not bringing his wife to the game. He bailed on the team dinner, the big team dinner, which he's never done anything like that.
The big speech.
The big speech, and then he's trying to get out of this hockey game.
I'm not going to shoot the wheels off the segment. We'll dive into the whole dinner thing, as I had informed everybody a month ago I was not going to a buffet.
Oh, too good for a buffet.
A buffet.
I'm not going to buffet. I mean, the only buffet I'm going to is like China King down the street.
All right, let me deal with these Longhorn fans, man. Did they get triggered? as the Longhorns were taking on BYU. And I actually blame Bobby for this because he sent us this and he's like, "Oh my gosh, look what happened with Texas again." A front row of the BYU seating section wore horns down. Okay, so it was like 9 fans wearing horns down. Then we got word that they were asked to remove the shirts. So I called Texas soft, just like we did last week with their basketball coach, right? Mm-hmm. Who was
Rodney Terry,
who was going off on this. Turns out afterwards, it was BYU's program and head coach. Here's Mark Pope talking about what happened.
Hey, if I can, Ty's going to be mad at me here, but I don't know. You guys report on this horns down T-shirt. Are you guys hearing this? And just know from our student, they were taken off before the game started, right? And from the Rock and from our players and from our student body, that's just not us. That's not how we roll. And it was just a miscalculation on just a couple eager kids. Which we love the eagerness of these fans, but it's not what we do here. So we love all 18,000 people in this gym. They were incredible tonight, and just so you know, that's not something that we're supporting. Okay.
Too nice. Too nice. The people at BYU, they're going to be too nice.
This is the only website, Bernora Nation, that is taking that quote and making it sound like BYU, that he is telling the world that BYU asked them to take the shirts off. Nowhere in that quote did he say that we asked them to take the shirts off. He just said that we as BYU do not agree with the students wearing the shirts.
So what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say Texas is the one that asked them to take the shirts off. I never heard BYU. I never heard him say that. Did you hear him say that they said to take the shirts off? No, it's Rodney Terry.
Yeah, and I don't even care if Texas specifically requested it. I'm not going to let the Longhorns off.
The idea is already out there.
The idea is already out there.
They want it out.
The idea is already out there because you whine and you cry and you bitch and you moan as a fan base in a school. So you're already. It's like
Charmin.
It's like you just. You ever tell your friend or your family member, don't even. Bobby's a perfect example. He'll be like, I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to bring this up to start some trouble. And I'll be like, no, don't even. It's not worth it. I don't want to deal with the other person. I just don't want to deal with them whining and crying. That's what the Longhorns are.
Do the world a favor. Pull out now of the SEC.
Oh.
Okay? Pull out right now. You are not ready for the
another
SEC.
Mistake.
What? Yeah, it's another mistake. You're not ready.
What are you talking about? They're absolutely ready. Like this is
maybe on the field.
This is cult behavior from Texas to be like you can't even say horns down, and the SEC is the biggest cult in sports.
If you think that that when they go to Auburn, that they're not going to do the horns down, and that if you think that Greg Sankey is going to tell them to stop, you got another thing coming.
I'm trying to think of another thing in sports that is as softly triggering as this.
I know.
That I could ever think of. Again, BYU doesn't react that way if your whiny disposition doesn't already exist. If you actually didn't request it. But, oh, man, my whole day Saturday night at dinner. Did you actually do some reporting? I thought you were actually a legit reporter. You have no integrity. You have no journalistic integrity. It's BYU who did it. Why would BYU look at that and act like it was a bunch of swastikas? Right. That's the way. That's the way that Texas wants you to treat it.
Bobby and I, when it comes to the quarterbacks we are as easily triggered as that. That's about it.
Wait till the next segment. Holy crap.
That's true. We are there. I'm trying to think though if there's. I don't think there is another fan base that gets his work done. Oh, you know what? Michael K. with long hair. That's somebody who gets just as triggered.
The Yankee announcer.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you think? You're a fake lawyer. Drive-by Longhorn fan. Used to be a Longhorn fan.
T-shirt fan.
Well, I mean, Ryan Day said it right there. It's always Ohio against the world, and now it's Texas against the world, and it will be that way forever now. You know, you just can't disrespect the University of Texas out there. It's ridiculous. You know, put some respect on our name. No, but I think the whole thing is soft. I mean, what Ronnie Terry did was terrible, and you opened a door that you can't shut down.
You opened the door. Well said, Peyton, because you agreed with me and RJ. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. You want to talk about triggered?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, did I trigger the Raven fans when I asked and suggested that Lamar Jackson is actually Dak Prescott. Next.
Let's get you over to Zerez.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
She's trying to push the pocket. Jackson throws deep middle for the end zone. Intercepted! Intercepted in the end zone! Intercepted by Deion Bush! Back-to-back turnovers in the end zone by the Baltimore Ravens!
An absolute backbreaker. That was a 99-yard drive with Lamar Jackson throwing the end zone interception. Was that interference, by the way? Was that interference on that play with Lamar getting picked?
Probably. But there was 3 guys in front of him. He wouldn't get the ball anyway. But yeah, there's no doubt. He got knocked off his route big time.
I had some doubt. I didn't say that was an obvious flag.
Yeah, I don't know, like, by the exact letter of the law definition, like
the one at the end on 3rd and 5 was an obvious flag. That was criminal that Baltimore did not get that, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was the one that was probably the worst. And that one, I think that one may have been, I don't know if that would have been considered illegal contact instead of interference or whatever. So either way, it should have drawn a flag.
Yeah.
It was contact that was over the top.
Should have been a first down.
Man, it was a chippy game. They were letting them play in both sides, and there was a lot. I did love the energy yesterday between both teams in both games. Like I did think there was a lot of chippiness and aggression, and that's the kind of football that I like to see, and I'm glad they let them just kind of play it out.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Go.
TrentWreck.com text line. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and this is the Expressway on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. We are commercial free for the next 35 minutes on 105.3 The Fan. I tweeted out yesterday during the game, and it's hard not to look at some of these things through a Cowboys lens and prism, that Lamar Jackson looked as rattled, shaken, and off as Dak in the Green Bay game. And oh my gosh, when I posted I don't know what you call that, when the picture starts off as Lamar and it fades into Dak, whatever those things are called, those memes. I know that's a meme, but I'm talking about the transition.
Yeah, I know.
My
I was
God.
trying to sound smart, and I'm just not.
My Baltimore friends got furious. You
settle
wish.
down just a little bit.
Exactly. They're like, settle down just a little bit. Don't insult Lamar Jackson by bringing up Dak Prescott. It started would you rather take Lamar or Dak? Do you need to just go ahead and side with the better pocket passer? Is Lamar choking and melting down? Two reasons I picked Kansas City, and I didn't feel good about it, even though I want to brag about it over Bobby, especially. One, just that Chiefs championship DNA. It's like Shaq, Kobe, and the Lakers or the Patriots. Like, you just knew, they're going to figure out a way to win. They just were. Kansas City hung around. They didn't commit the stupid mistakes and penalties that we see from the Cowboys and others. And the other reason was Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. I don't trust to throw the football. So in a very down the road way, maybe Bobby ends up losing the battle but winning the war by putting the hate on Lamar Jackson, because him throwing yesterday was bad. He was just throwing downhill heaves. He was rattled. He looked shaken. He looked confused. Bassett was texting me, why is he so hesitant to run? Is it fair to compare that performance to Dak's? Then you had the Cowboy Dak heads who said, no, Dak's is better. At least he got it going in the second half. I don't give him any credit for that. They were getting destroyed. Garbage time. They got murdered. The game was an absolute joke.
They were down 48-16. Like, come on now.
Then you had the Lamar defenders saying, no, do not insult us by comparing Dak Green Bay to this, because you're taking on a dynasty and you're facing the best second half defense in the National Football League. The Chiefs defense better, not even a question, all year long over the Packers. So I was just wondering, with this Lamar Dak comparison that we had yesterday in the Metroplex, how much was valid or true?
Well, look, I mean, I think that if you look at it right now, most people just nationally, most 9.99 out of 10 would take Lamar.
Yes.
He's got 2 MVPs. It's really hard. He's going to have 2 MVPs. It's really hard to take anybody like Dak, who's never had an MVP vote outside. He had 1 MVP vote until this year, and he'll have a bunch this year. But it's really going to be hard to take Dak over him. But this has got a Garnett Dirk situation. Bad example, because Dirk was always better than Garnett. But like the second half of Dirk's career really separated him.
No doubt.
And I do think that Lamar's running as he ages will
taper off.
It will taper off a little bit, and that will impact his game because I'm not saying this is not saying he's a bad thrower. I don't think he's a bad thrower.
Yeah.
But obviously, like, being able to run the ball does open up a lot of things for you to be able to do.
Yep.
Offensively, any quarterback. I mean, Dak knows that. Dak will tell you, like, his ability to run does open things up for him throwing the ball. It just does for anybody. Brock Purdy. I mean, anybody. And when he stops doing that or does it less, they're going to be able to, not use that extra guy on him all the time, and that cheat code won't be there for Lamar. So I think Dak's second half of his career, unless Lamar really gets much, much better as a passer, I think Dak's second half of his career will be better than Lamar's second half of his career.
And my Ravens friend who's a football coach, he didn't want to hear it. I said, I just want to prepare you for some... You're a jackass. One state title. Sounds going to Vanderbilt.
State?
But
3A. 3A.
What state?
Didn't you come to our state and go like, how do these children practice in the heat? My goodness, how tough are they?
Look at that. They have fans in the stands. There's more than one bleacher here. What is going on here?
Anyway.
Y'all have turf? We have dead grass.
All right.
The hot dogs at the games? Just ask Jerry.
Popcorn at games?
Okay, you jerks. Insulting my friend in the state championship. Man, Jake. He didn't want to hear it. Fine, I'll just say my Ravens fan friend. He's like, no, this game's about Kelsey kicking us in the mouth and our mistakes. They deserve to win, but it was our mistake. I said, Lamar was horrible. What are you saying? He was awful. He looked like he was petrified. He looked terrible. And he was like, no, I think that, it might be a lazy narrative, and that's going to be on all the first fake shows. And I was like, well, I watched the game. You're not wanting to hear it. And I said, would you take Dak over him? And he's like, no. I still take Lamar. And I will say this, and this is kind of to Bobby's bigger overall quarterback point. If you told me, and the rules aren't like this, obviously, but maybe you think this is what playoff football becomes. If you told me that I had to pick one and you're only dropping back to pass 30 or 40 times in a game, there's zero hesitation and doubt about it. I'm taking Dak Prescott. Now, obviously, that's not the rules of the sport, but if you feel like that's what it really does come down to, especially with the postseason, then that's why I'm taking Dak over Lamar and throwing the ball, and I don't even hesitate.
So Lamar is now 2-4 in the playoffs for his career. Dak is 2-5. So they're similar in that sense. Just taking a look at...
Other people were also saying, well, what round did Lamar lose? Talk to me when Dak at least reaches a conference championship game. Fair, quality of opponent, getting that far, MVPs, all fair to the discussion.
Let's take a look at how they've performed, though, outside of just the win-loss record. Like how have they performed in the playoffs? So Dak Prescott's completion percentage in the playoffs is 64.5. Lamar Jackson's is 57.5. Dak 14 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. Lamar Jackson 6 touchdowns to 6 interceptions.
Ooh.
Dak Prescott's yards per attempt 7.1. Lamar's 6.8. And it's like, well, okay, but
garbage time, Bob.
Yeah, that's true. Dak's pass rating 92. Lamar Jackson 75. But it's like, hey, look, he does a lot on the ground. All right, he's a running threat. Dak just doesn't have that in his game. True. Rushing touchdowns in the playoffs, Dak Prescott 4, Lamar Jackson 3. Success rate, Lamar Jackson 53%, Dak 71%. So Dak has been a more efficient runner too in the playoffs.
And those aren't like barely.
Yeah, no, a lot of those are they're beaten pretty bad.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So where do you stand on it? What do you think, Roberto?
Here's the thing. I think Lamar Jackson is a great weapon, and I think that he can really challenge teams passing the ball because of how soft the looks can be and the way he can extend plays. When he breaks out of that sack yesterday and hits that touchdown to Zay Flowers, there's not everybody in the league can make that play. That's a touchdown with just a handful of guys in the league because most guys aren't getting out of that sack. And so
there's things you can't teach these days.
There are things that are really, really special about him. I hate I hate how much we do boil down like a quarterback's ability or success, like just put it in a vacuum to like, well, did they win a playoff game? Or like, how did they perform in this one playoff game? What's the end result and stuff like that?
Well, wow, you sound like RJ choppy here.
I just think that cumulatively over time it builds up. What I don't like is just the one-off. I don't like
there are a bunch of one-offs. That's the thing. The problem is there are a bunch of one-offs.
But 6 or 7 games.
But cumulatively, when you're talking about like playing way below your standard, that's a problem that both Dak and Lamar have to answer for right now because they haven't done it yet.
I really reject the Josh Allen playoff narrative. Like he had 2 games where he was.
I'm taking Josh Allen in playoff games over both of these.
Oh
guys.
yeah, for sure. But like the idea that Josh Allen is some playoff joker.
Yeah.
Like because like his kicker missed a field goal and with 13 seconds to go, his coach didn't squib kick. And like they allow Mahomes to go down. Like I have a problem.
And they didn't get the ball in overtime.
That
was an all-time great performance.
Yeah, those are the playoff narratives that bug me. You know, like and like there's flip sides of that. I mean, but you've got to get lucky. You've got to get lucky to win in the postseason. The Niners got lucky with the Ayuk play. We've seen every championship has had a lucky bounce here or there.
Sure.
A number of times. We saw it, I mean, everywhere. Just go back to 03, 04, 07, 05, 06, 09, 93. Pick a year.
Yeah.
Pick a year. There's luck. And, did Mahomes get lucky? Did Purdy get lucky on that little heave throw to Juwan Jennings where he one-handed? Of course he did.
Yeah.
But you need that.
Are Tolos outraged by the comparison? Picking one over the other. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Dak Lamar.
I don't think they're outraged. The 972 is bringing up a decent point. He's comparing the wide receivers. Dak had Amari Cooper in years past. He's had CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks this year. Who did Lamar have?
Dak has had better weapons.
OBJ, Aguilar, and then rookie wide receivers. 682 says Lamar lost to the Super Bowl champ. Dak lost to a nobody. 214 says Lamar and Dak played just alike.
Okay, good text. Was that Odell father tweet real?
Yes.
It was?
Yep.
Where he's saying my son deserves better?
Yeah, he's like, my son deserves better. Lamar Jackson lost this game. It wasn't Odell. It was bad. Family members, y'all got to stay off Twitter. You can have your life, but man, stop weighing in on your famous family members' professional business because you can very easily cost them some money if you have what's best for them. By the way, the Josh Allen discussion about him being a playoff joker or whatever else, for his career, what do you think his record is in the playoffs when he's not playing Kansas City?
How many games?
7.
I would say he's got one
loss.
He's
5-2.
So he's 5-2.
Yeah, he's 5-2. And even with the Kansas City games thrown in there, in 10 career games, he is 21 touchdowns to 4 interceptions.
The loss I remember the most for him, I think, when they got their ass kicked by Cincy.
Yeah, 29-10.
That was bad. That is the biggest example of that is a choke. Because that was in Buffalo. It was in the elements that it's like, oh, this is a Buffalo game. How's Cincinnati going to come in here and they just destroyed you? Burrow came in there and could throw whatever he wanted in the snow in Buffalo. That's just a bad look.
Lamar on his turnovers after the loss.
I felt like if we wouldn't have turned the ball over, we definitely would have had a shot. We definitely would have came out with a win, but they did a great job not turning the ball over and putting points on the board. We're going to get it back next time. We're not worried about that. We all make mistakes. This is first season. It's my first time in this situation. It's his first time in this situation. We're going to bounce back. Nobody played the game perfect.
So you got a playoff game tomorrow, and you got to pick one of the two to start for you. Who are you taking and why?
I don't know, because it's the same disease for both of them.
Well, that's the point of the question.
I know, but it is the same disease for both of them. It feels like when that moment gets there that they're pressing and they completely change the way they play. I guess I'm taking Dak. I mean, statistically, it says it's no question it's Dak, but I guess I'm taking Dak right now.
You did a great job of selling that as a tough choice.
No, I'm
great job.
Because I wouldn't feel great right now with either one of them, to be honest.
Chop, you look like you're seeing a ghost.
Dak. I would take Dak.
Why?
Because I do think that at some point in a playoff game, you do need to make a big throw. I think he's a better thrower. I think Lamar is a very underrated thrower, but I think Dak's the better thrower. So I think in that situation, I would take Dak. I would in a playoff game. I would take both guys in the NFC last night over both of them in a playoff game.
I agree.
I mean, both those guys made big time throws last night. Maybe you take Purdy over all of them. I don't know, but because he was tremendous in the second half.
I mean, we've never seen, and he did it on the road, and I understand people were like, well, Tampa wasn't very good. All right, fine. Regardless, Lamar's never had a game like Dak did against Tampa last year in the playoffs.
No.
We got a Tolo saying that Austin Lee saying that was not real. That Twitter said this is not Odell Beckham Sr. This account often poses as sports journalists to farm engagement. Would that be something that Twitter actually says? I'm questioning if that's made up. Tolo Trey, who's more disappointing? No insult towards you, Tolo, but I don't trust anything. Tolo Trey, who's more disappointing? The guy who shows you consistently that he's good, not great, Dak, or the guy that will have 2 MVPs and basically the same playoff record? So that's Trey saying you choose Lamar. I would probably,
but by that standard, let's even just operate under there. Then by that very standard, if he's the same as Dak in the playoffs, but he's some sort of jump above him in the regular season, that means he's more of a playoff failure than Dak.
The issue is like, when either one of them is off, who has a better chance of helping your team win? The answer is probably Lamar because he can run.
Yeah.
The correct answer is neither of them because they both have to be on for their team to win.
Do we both believe? Do we believe that both of them have things going on upstairs, as Bassick and many others now believe about Dak Prescott in the playoffs? Do we both believe, like the name trending yesterday for Lamar, and a lot of Tolos were kind of, disgusted that I compared them, was Harden. So now Harden is the Lamar comparison versus Harden for Dak. And it does make sense more for Lamar. Lamar Jackson's probably going to the Hall of Fame. He's got MVPs. Dak Prescott does not. And then when the playoffs and postseason rolls around, Lamar Jackson cannot throw for 200 yards. So James Harden was the name trending for Lamar. But do we both believe that they have playoff ghosts swirling around upstairs?
See, whenever I hear ghosts, I think of that as like different or mental issues or whatever else, not like legitimate mental issues, but like mental hurdles. I think of that in different things. Like there's some people who they crumble. Like the pressure's too much, they crumble. I don't know that that's either one of them. Like I feel like Dak and Lamar, their issue is still a mental one, but I feel like it's pressing. Like they
okay,
start.
Whatever you want to call it.
No, because I think those are very different things though. But like, I mean,
I don't care.
They both do. Yes, they both have issues pressing.
When a postseason game comes around, they're gonna fold or really trip up to some degree because it's a playoff game. That's what I'm trying.
They don't play their game. They don't play the same game that we see from them over the course of 18 weeks. They don't play it when they get to the postseason.
Although I do think this though with Dak, when you're in the playoffs, you're generally facing a good team. And this year he did not play his best against good teams, and that's not a Dak thing. Most guys are like that. They play a little bit worse against quality opponents, and I don't know that that's a in their head thing. Maybe it is, but maybe they just like a lot of players do, feast on average and below average, and when it gets to the point where you're facing really quality opponents, you come back down to earth.
What do y'all think? 877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line with the comments from YouTube, Twitch, and on the Fan Cam. Let's get to best and worst of the weekend on your home of the World Series champs.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
All the debauchery, all the boredom. Let us know what you got into, any of the drama, any of the fun, best and worst of your weekend to recap during the Expressway commercial-free here on Sean and RJ and Peyton Russell. We start off with you at Rangers FanFest.
Yes, I was the home of the World Series champs at Globe Life Field, and it was an exciting time. I had never been before. Bobby said he had been a decade ago, 13 years ago, 2010. I'd never got around to it, but man, it was incredible. Really liked it. Now, how it was set up though, because I know I shouldn't be complaining here. But,
yeah, you didn't write that it was incredible last night.
Okay, that was for radio. Maybe it was incredible, but
no, we don't. This is not some Texas Ranger billboard or promotion. Tell them how it was.
The overall experience, I will say, because they had the on the field stuff, just like Jared Sandler's charity event. They had wiffle ball tournaments going on.
Both disappointing. Charity and the FanFest.
That's right. Look at that,
man.
But the one complaint I did have was how they set up the autograph session. So they had 4 points around the stadium. They had autograph session A, B, C, D. And they gave you a map where to go, so you knew exactly where to go. and they put you by an escalator to go up to where they had players to sign autographs. But how they did it was you waited in line, and they did not tell you who you were waiting in line for until you were about to go upstairs.
What?
They didn't want everyone to hover around the Simeon Seeger lines and make those super long to where no one had a chance.
Okay.
But I told you Friday, my strategy was to get as many autographs as possible from as many players, but I didn't care if I didn't get a Seager, Simeon, or Garcia. So me and Mackenzie, we just walked around a little bit, and she was like, look, all the lines are super long. We're going to have to find a line to just stand in and wait it out. So we did. We ended up getting Andrew Heaney and Josh Spore. So it was fine. Game 4 World Series victory pitcher.
Yeah.
Andrew Heaney, the last out, Josh Spores. Okay. But we waited a total of, I think, 2 hours before we actually got the autograph. Yeah. And how they did it was you waited in line, and they gave let's just say 100 tickets that said you're allowed past the checkpoint to go upstairs. So you weren't guaranteed to get an autograph at that time. So you would have to continue to wait until the next available time. They had 9:30 sessions for autographs, 10 o'clock sessions. So you had to wait till that time. And if you didn't get a ticket to let you go past the checkpoint, you were going to have to wait a whole nother hour before the next available appointment, really.
How many people were out there? Was it packed?
Oh, yeah, sold out. I mean, it was
baseball town, baby.
Yeah, 20,000 or so, I would think. I think it was pretty packed. Wow. A lot of kids there. They had the bounce houses, everything. But yeah, the lines were super long. And me and Mackenzie got, I think, 2 of the last 4 tickets before we would have had to wait a whole nother hour to get tickets. So we got a little lucky there. But yeah, I got my 2 autographs. I was going to wait in one more line, but it was already 2 o'clock at that time. So
what did you have them sign? Did you take your own?
I took baseballs. I went to the academy and just grabbed a couple baseballs and brought a pen.
What kind?
Wilson. Wilson baseballs.
Okay,
yeah.
the A10, 11s or whatever they're called.
Yeah, maybe.
Did you get recognized at all?
I did. Pretty early on, I was walking through, and all of a sudden, someone said, "Hey, Pepe," and gave me a high five, and I walked away. I didn't talk to him; he was on a mission to get some autographs. So, I understood. But yeah, from the get-go, about 30 minutes inside, got recognized. But that was the only one, So, but
was she bored out of her mind, dying to go, get out of there?
She said she was doing it all, just I know you're a big baseball fan, I'll just, and she was a trooper the whole time. She wasn't complaining. She was like, if you want to stay till 4 o'clock, we can do it. She was fine, but I knew that. Because in line, we were there for over an hour, and she sat down, and I was like, okay, I know you're getting a little bored. We'll get autographs, and then we'll go on our way.
So it was basically a blind draw to end up in a superstars line.
Right, exactly. And there were people around us, because me, again, like I said, I didn't really care, but people around us were we're pretty hacked off that they would do this. And I talked to an usher upstairs, I know, and I was like, is this how they're going to do it? Was this the right thing to do? And he was like, I disagree with it. I think you should know who you're waiting in line for to get the autograph, but that's how it was. That's how they ran it.
I was walking out from Brandon Hurtado's event, and one of the ushers, one of these sweet older women, she's like, "Who are you with?" And I was like, 105 through the fan. She goes, "Oh, I used to listen to you."
Oh, used to.
I used to listen to you, but when you don't talk about sports, I'm out. She's like, I was like, "Can I record you?" And she's like, "No, I'm not trying to get fired." And I'm like, "Well, I'm trying to get you fired. Come do this interview with me, old woman."
Come on now.
I'm joking. Yeah, she said, used to in there. All right, back to the 80s and back to the broadcast booth for RJ Choppy.
Your boy.
We'll just call her Vida from now on.
Is back in the booth, baby.
Wow. You got Sandler back, revenge?
I got revenge. I will be doing on February 22nd, February. I have been asked to be the color analyst, Sean.
Oh, gosh.
For a college basketball game. Tarleton State against Grand Canyon University.
Whoa.
Will this be the most basketball you've sat and watched consecutively in how long?
Oh, no. I watch 20 hours of college basketball a week. I watch more college basketball than I do Major League Baseball outside of the Rangers.
Who asked you to do that?
Our boy Byron. Remember Byron? He hit the home run to win the Rangers season tickets that one year.
Yeah, okay.
Byron, great Byron Anderson, a good friend, a longtime friend. He does the play-by-play for them, for Tarleton.
Oh.
And he was like, "Hey, I need a color analyst for this game. Do you want to come do it with me?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." I have no idea. I don't color analyze anything.
Yeah.
I mean, what am I going to say? Oh, man, what a backdoor cut that is. Holy cow.
Where is this going to be broadcast?
I think ESPN. ESPN.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it is.
All like ESPN, all like the Plus, ESPN Plus thing. Yeah.
Oh,
like
ESPN
like
Plus.
it's an app-only game, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But, Tarleton is in Stephenville. It's about 90 minutes, hour and 45 from my house. So it's a Thursday game.
How are you going to learn / study?
I'm not. I'm just going to analyze the game. All right. Listen.
What about the names? Oh, you let him say the name.
He says the names, and I'll just react
This
off
is
that.
like a tremendous. Well, I don't know if it's great, but it's a tremendous difference between you and I. I would say no because I don't know any of the players or any of the background. But you feel like you'll be able to pull it off.
Listen, I sat next to a guy when I did the Legends games, a guy named Mike Fisher, who not only didn't know the players, but didn't even watch the game while he was doing color commentary. He was tweeting about the Cowboys, and then he would say, "Oh, see, that's just a great play. That's just a great play." So I feel like I have an ability
Same
to
thing
do
you would
this.
do at practice.
Right. So I feel like I have an ability
trivia
to do
crack?
this.
Is that what that?
You what? Yeah, trivia crack.
Trivia
yeah.
crack.
So I feel like I have a built-in working knowledge of this. But no, I'll watch a game of theirs or two. Beforehand.
You're excited.
Yeah, I'm pumped. Yeah, I told Sarah about this, and she wasn't like that excited because I don't think she understands like as a broadcast, like this is cool. Like this is something I would love to do.
Yeah,
like it's college basketball, and I've never done men's college basketball before.
So then, for the build up and lead up to this, we can kind of maybe once a week bring back RJ's old resume tape.
$1:25 to go in the half. Yuki, right side, he'll try a three. And meanwhile, jumper by Christian.
So you're gonna have to say no to Spittle this time. If he brings it up, he brings up a bit. He got you fired from your D League job. So if he comes up with an idea or a skit, you're gonna have to say no. This is going on ESPN Plus.
Yeah, this is a big time game. Now I don't know, I think I am gonna make a little bit of a bit out of it because we are gonna be in Stephenville, and that is Cowboy country. So I think I am gonna go full on like cowboy hat and everything on the broadcast.
That's your latest life trend anyway.
My latest life trend. I bought one over the weekend. Bought a cowboy hat over the weekend.
Okay.
The felt one. I already had a straw one. This is a felt one. I got a good winter hat now.
You got one more example, Pepe?
Anderson, he'll try a three. Oh, my exes live in Texas.
There you go.
Perfect. So February 22nd.
Back in the booth.
Congratulations.
I'm gonna. Are you? Do you know where you're sitting yet? For like, are you gonna be?
I mean, hopefully courtside.
Are you gonna be courtside, or how's the setup?
I don't know. I don't know yet.
Because if you're courtside, I might buy tickets to this just to sit behind you and heckle you during the broadcast.
It's like 2 hours away. Like it's gonna be.
I don't think Bobby cares.
I'll drive 2 hours for a bit.
I won't get home till 11 o'clock, and then I'll be up here the next morning. It's gonna be late.
I'm excited for this.
Roberto,
I can't wait.
you got roasted over the weekend.
Yeah, I got roasted by an entitled little.
No.
I said entitled little 8-year-old. That's what I said. It's my own child. Oh no, it's not. It's not what I actually wrote there. I know that. Laura is turning 8 on Wednesday, but we're not going to be home on Wednesday, and so we're going to be on the road, and so we wanted to do her birthday with her little girlfriends this weekend. So she had a princess tea party. That's what she's been wanting to do the whole time. So I was helping to just kind of take pictures and help out with her little princess tea party at the apartment. And she, because of that, I think she got like a little bit of confidence and a little bit of entitlement. And she just started sassing me on a bunch of different things. I tried to record her at one point. I gotta pull the audio and send it to you. I was trying to record her while she was saying some insane stuff. And she answered me and she goes, "Yeah, you can stop recording me now."
Whoa.
I said, how did you know? She's like, "I see your phone." She's like, "I see what you're doing." I'm like, "Geez, you little sass." So at one point, we're watching Hairspray, and she is just thrown off by so many things represented in the 60s. She was thrown off by the segregation aspect. She was thrown off by, like, there are pregnant women in the movie who are, like, smoking and drinking. And so she's like, why are they doing that if they got a baby in there? And so there are all these things that are thrown her off. One of them, though, she starts asking me just about, like, did they have cell phones back then? Did they have internet? And I'm having to tell her, no. And she goes, how much were houses back then? I was like, they were a lot cheaper than they are now. She's like, so you could have bought one?
Oh, no.
I was like, okay. And she goes, how much is a house? And she says, I have $120. I can give it to you to buy a house if you're broke.
Dang! So
Yes!
they all know and heard about Peyton's house?
I don't know if I think she's just like, I think that's just resides in her spirit, in her soul. And
Well, she listens to the payload, right?
I mean, well, she can listen more than that. She can take your little guest room because I'm about to kick that little entitled 8-year-old out of the house because she was just roasting and going off and, do you need $120? I got $120. You can buy a house if you're broke. Like, it was not said in any sort of like, I want to help, like any sort of like innocent childlike quality.
Like
she was
throwing the money at you.
Yeah, she was just like, I mean, she's clearly parroting stuff she's heard from Kristen, I think.
And Pepe, you started new homeowner responsibilities.
Yeah,
learning about that life.
Yeah, I guess I have to tell people to turn on the water, electricity, and gas. I thought it was just already on, and you paid for it. And then if you didn't pay for it, then they turned it off. But yeah, I'm gonna go in a house on Friday without any lights and stuff, and so I got to get that turned on quickly here because we're 4.5 days before we're moving in.
See, I wasn't sure how that was going to work. Like if the property owner was going to have all that stuff and they would just bill you for it.
That's what I was thinking, but I talked to the guy when I signed the lease last night. I talked to him, he was like, oh yeah, no, you'll have to talk to people about that. I was like,
so did you properly budget for this then? Like I know you said you thought it was going to be rolled in, but have you like budgeted out at all? Like have you started shopping for electricity and other things and like have an idea of what it's going to cost?
Yeah, I mean, idea really, but I mean, like I knew that, with me and Mackenzie splitting the rent, like we're going to have, extra money to spend on like, utilities and all that. So I know I'm still making more than I'm spending per month.
I have
real quick.
Yeah.
Take those extra rooms that you don't use, just shut the vents.
Oh.
Just close the door,
That'll
close
save.
the vents. They'll save you a little bit, not much, but a little bit.
I have nothing but new home stuff. Furniture shopping in Grand Prairie on Friday.
Well,
thanks to the Tolas for the lunch suggestions. Ian and Josh coming up clutch from Nebraska Furniture. And today after the show, nothing but laying on beds. I'm dreading it. I have to pick out what type of mattress we want and need. And I'm just absolutely dreading it. It's like a sushi menu.
It is
I can't keep track of the this and then the that, and my wife is indecisive. I mean, I wanted to kill her multiple times this weekend. I'm so sick of picking out house stuff with her. We're just on two different pages. We cannot get on the same page.
Like, do you want a hard bed, soft? How do you like the bed?
I don't want it hard. We got a suggestion? Don't use these against me either.
No, yeah. I mean, there's
plush. There's plush one. I'm hitting up Scooter.
They've got
I gotta
medium,
hit up Scooter at the bed form.
Yeah, they got medium. Scooter's got good beds. I mean, they'll mail you in a box. It's a box bed.
I know, but I need to know the style. I need to know the type. Then you got the sleep numbers. I don't want that because of Dak. Then you got Holland. You got Bassick fighting over these expensive beds that work and cool. So that's not good enough. So I have no idea, and I'm dreading going and laying, and then I feel like grungy. Laying and getting them, and then on this, and then they got to take notes. I'm not looking forward to it after the show today. Not looking forward to it.
And it's absurdly expensive. Like when you start going mattress shopping, I remember the first couple times I did that, I was like, does it cost this much?
Yeah.
Dude, how do you that's I always wonder, how does Mattress Mac have all this money to be gambling? Because of the markup on these beds.
People have to have them.
They have to have them. And they know that you're buying one a decade, right? So they've got to bilk you for all this. Like they probably buy a $5,000 bed for like $400 from their, or $500. That's probably what they buy for the manufacturer.
Yeah, but thanks to Ian and Josh at Nebraska, they advertise on the station. They've been very helpful. But bed tryouts after the show today. Do we feel any better? We felt better about Dak, right? With the Lamar discussion. We feel better about Mike McCarthy and all the decisions he makes after conference championship weekend next.
But let's get you
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Ayuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Ayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Ayuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
And as I tweeted, here we go. Here comes the horse crap.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the absolute BS as the Detroit Lions. And where are we putting this in terms of a playoff choke? Teams to blow a 17 or more point halftime lead in the playoffs and lose by 3 or more points. The Lions yesterday, the 2017 Falcons against New England, 93 Oilers versus Buffalo, 1957 49ers against Detroit. So maybe you just go in order of the points, but just in your mind, thinking of a playoff meltdown and choke, where would this rank?
Yeah, well, the number one is, I think, is easy.
Buffalo.
Right? Oh, I was going
Atlanta.
to say Atlanta.
Atlanta.
28-3. They had just dominated the Pats, and I mean, they did everything they possibly could have to not win that game in the second half. Like everything they could have. And then, there was that Edelman catch. The ball popped up in the air, and he
Crazy.
just, there were some plays in that one, too. You got to have those plays.
Yep.
Yeah. You have to, Brock Purdy had a 99.1 QBR in the second half. Like, he had to have, if it was a 99, he'd probably lose. They probably, it was crazy. You had to have.
Is it Amy Trask anywhere talking about Brock Purdy now?
Oh, she gave him props last week. She did.
Admitted she was wrong.
The number one is, it's Falcons Patriots. That's the number one. That's the worst one. I probably would say
Last
it's a tie.
year, right? We had Jacksonville.
I was going to say Jacksonville Chargers and Buffalo Houston are the other ones that really stand out as just utter collapses. But I mean, this was bad. I don't think it's as bad as like it'll be memorable. And they were the biggest thing about this collapse is just the difference in tone. Like even when the Chargers got up big against the Jaguars, like it wasn't just like this punishing, dominant feel that Detroit had over San Francisco yesterday. And so even though the gap was larger in the Chargers game, this one had a feel that was just wildly different from the first half to the second half, where San Francisco kind of reversed it and did the exact same thing to Detroit that Detroit was doing to them in the first half.
There's a little bit of a comfort level that I have in watching the games and saying, okay, well, like the Cowboys didn't belong here. So it makes me feel better about not blowing an opportunity. So when I was watching Detroit do that to San Fran, especially in the first half, I was justifying to myself feeling better about the Cowboys not being there by saying the Cowboys can never run the ball like that. So there's no way that they would be doing this to San Francisco. Anyone else with a similar feeling or thought? Like the way that Detroit was taking it to them with all that yardage in the first half is not something that the Cowboys were capable of, because they don't play with that power and they could not run the football basically throughout the entire season. Anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the bigger takeaway I had from watching that was
148 first half rushing yards.
The bigger takeaway I had was not, oh, wow, Dallas would have been able to push San Francisco. The thought I had was Dallas was going to get rocked by Detroit in the divisional round if they had gotten there.
Oh.
That was what I came with. I was just like, that football team, their mentality, the way they are, coming back in here 3 weeks after they felt like they got screwed, coming in here angry, Dallas would have stood zero chance.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, I think Detroit was, the team that we saw in week 17 or whatever. Like, that was a team that most people thought the Cowboys were going to handle, and they came in there and they gave them everything they had. And then they put in a position last night they should have won that game. Like, they were the better team for a majority of that, at least a half of that game, but even in parts of the second half. Like before the fourth down, like they were driving. I mean, they were in field goal. They had picked up wherever they left off on that first drive they had.
I don't know. I mean, I think it was a genuine tale of two halves. Like, I think San Francisco was just better than them the entire second half. Like, they did have the drive, but I mean, San Francisco went out, moved the ball effectively to open it. Obviously, Detroit got into position on that next one, but I mean, I think that pretty handily San Francisco had this one.
Choppy, this next part of the segment is for you.
All right.
I wrote down all of the issues that we would be killing Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys for.
All right.
And you always say, right, we have a microscope on America's team. That's what we do. We're the official station. and we don't pick apart the other teams because we're not examining and covering them to that degree. So I have mistakes from the final 4 teams in the categories of composure / penalties,
all right,
game plan, decision making. I have all of these issues. From a game planning standpoint, John Harbaugh and the Ravens are getting crushed for not running the football. 11 total runs, Bobby, you said, and I think 5 of them were rushing attempts like Lamar.
11 drawn up, 5 scrambles for 16.
Okay, so 11 drawn up runs against the number 28 run defense in Kansas City. We'd be coming on here and killing Mike McCarthy for not running the football enough with that game plan. They're a power team. They are the best regular season team in the league. They beat up San Francisco. Did you let Kansas City off the hook? They're also getting killed for how in the hell do you let Travis Kelce have that game? You could argue Travis Kelce was the offensive MVP of the weekend. Came out, championship type drive established, 11 for 116. Who else do you have? You have Rashee Rice. You have Valdez Scantling, who had the game blouses catch that ended everything. But we all know you don't have a ton of great weapons. How do you let Kelce get that free and do that damage? 11 for 116. So those are game planning criticisms that Baltimore and John Harbaugh are getting killed for.
I mean, that's fair, I think. You're a run first team. Like, why would you stop doing what got you there? Like, to me, that when you...
Gus Edwards had 3 carries for 20 yards. Zay Flowers almost had as many carries as Gus Edwards.
Yeah, when you change, I think when you change what you do, like what I consider choking is changing up what you do in the big moments. That's what I consider choking. It's not necessarily like missing a free throw. People miss free throws. When you change your style because the moment got bigger, that is choking. If you're on the 18th hole and you've gotten there and you're Bryson DeChambeau and you've gotten there by pulling out the driver and just mashing it, and you decide in the 18th hole to 2-stroke lead to tee off with a 4-iron, that's a choke.
Mm-hmm.
Do what got you there. And that's why I have no problem with Dan Campbell. But the Ravens, that's not what got them there. What got them there is not Lamar Jackson throwing the ball 37 times.
Yeah, I mean, if this is Mike McCarthy, we're crushing him for the run game stuff. Obviously, we're assuming like coaching what Baltimore's run game is. We're crushing him for that. I would say I don't think we'd be, at least I wouldn't be coming in here and killing him over the Kelce thing. Because to me, it's like Kelce was just great yesterday. Like, he made plays like the touchdown catch. That's like a perfectly placed ball. It's a great play by Kelce. There was the wild third down where Mahomes got hit at the knees and just kind of threw it up there, and Kelce made a great catch. I think
passing Jerry Rice, by the way, for most postseason receptions of all time.
I think Kelce, that's just a great player being a great player. And I don't know how much more the Ravens probably could have done to stop that.
Okay, penalties and composure. We saw a loss of it from other teams. The Ravens falling apart and crumbling at the end. Jadeveon Clowney with the penalty. I know what Roquan Smith was trying to do in terms of going off sides, but he took it too far and committed a personal foul. So you have 10 more yards of field possession. Zay Flowers, probably the GOAT of the weekend. It's either Dan Campbell or Zay Flowers.
Yep.
With the penalty, the taunt, which are so stupid and crippling to go ahead and back you up. I guess it wasn't that crippling because they got down to the 1-yard line because of Zay Flowers. And then the fumble that will haunt him forever. And then he goes and busts his hand on the bench. Composure, right? Stupidity in terms of the decision-making. That's something we always kill the Cowboys for, justifiably so.
Yeah, absolutely. And Harbaugh, John Harbaugh deserves that same sort of criticism today. Because, like you say, if they came out there and they completely deviated from what made them successful, if Mike McCarthy did that, and then Mike McCarthy's team had all these issues, I know I'm coming in here the next day and be like, why don't you have these guys prepared? Why don't you have these guys composed? Why is your receiver punching stuff? Why is Patrick Queen not able to just, or Roquan Smith not able to take just a simple, hey, just touch somebody? You don't have to truck them and give them an extra 10 yards.
Yeah.
all of those sorts of things we're killing McCarthy for. And John Harbaugh, I would hope in Baltimore today, I don't know, I would hope in Baltimore he is getting crushed for those things.
And then, of course, the big one is Dan Campbell, right? If that was Mike McCarthy, what are we saying and doing? Mike McCarthy feels like he's been more aggressive. He would go for a lot of fourth downs as well. Dan Campbell with 2 fourth down decisions. He is the coaching GOAT in a bad way of the weekend, and Zay Flowers is the player GOAT. So think about all that as a Cowboy fan. Throw it in the blender and ask yourself, do we really have it that bad? Is McCarthy really that bad of a game day manager? And there's also 2 ways to go about it. Choppy and I have always disagreed. I generally don't care what you're doing, what everyone else is doing. I'm like, that's not an excuse for you to be bad at it because everyone else is. Choppy a lot of times will go the opposite direction. That is the state of the league. Everyone's bad at game management. So we should back off Mike and realize that everyone makes these types of mistakes. Not that you think Campbell made mistakes yesterday, but he's getting destroyed and crushed. And if that was McCarthy, we'd be running him out of town. And Jerry would say, no, we're keeping him no matter what.
Yeah, my issue with like the Campbell criticism is that it's far too like outcome based. Like if Josh Reynolds catches that ball, no one's criticizing the play.
Right.
And that was a ball that he should.
Balls, man, Campbell.
Yeah, that was a ball that he should have caught.
No doubt.
The second one, I mean, that play got blown up from the very start. Credit San Fran defense on that one. And that was one you probably would have kicked. I mean, I know like the numbers slightly favored going for it, very slightly, like 2%. That was one I probably would have kicked. But then again, I mean, you're bleeding. You're bleeding at that point. You're going to kick a field goal to tie, and there's still a chance that he misses. Like he was only about 75% from 40 to 49 yards for his career, and he only had 1 kick on the whole year from 40 to 49. Like they only let him kick the ball like 4 or 5 times all year. So like, and outdoors, it's for him. It's been touch and go in his career. So like, I don't know. I didn't have a major problem with Campbell going for it because that's what he'd done all year. Like if you change up what you do.
So rank the 3, the field goal before the half, and then the 2.
That's the one I would have gone for it there. You
have the biggest problem with that one.
Yeah, you're in a total house money situation. When you get down inside the 3-yard line, you got to come away with 7, not 3. 3 is 0 in that situation. The other 2
made it a 3-score game.
It did make it a 3-score game. I got to do math here. That was 17, right? Was that 17?
Yep.
Yeah.
Made it 17.
Yeah, okay. So I get it, right? I understand you're making a 3-score game, but San Fran's getting the ball back, and I know that you don't want to come away with 0 points, but you're there, you're close. That's a great 2-point conversion team, short yardage team. I don't know, man. That's one I would have put the faith in your quarterback who generally makes pretty accurate throws and good decisions.
And just to speak again to how outcome-based it is, like think about the teams that won even and some of the things that would be questioned today if they didn't win. Like people would ask the question about like, why are you letting Jake Moody go out there and kick? Why are you putting your guy in a position where he's struggled as much as you have? Kyle Shanahan, why are you having him kick there? Andy Reid, why are you going for it on 4th and 1 inside the red zone and turning the ball over in Baltimore if they win that game and they go down the field? Andy Reid, if that isn't completed to Marquez Valdez-Scantling, why the hell are you throwing the ball on 3rd down? Why are you not just running it, forcing Baltimore to take their final timeout? Now you've stopped the clock for them. Like those questions would exist. It is very outcome based. It's the old Ernie Zampese line, the old Cowboys Chargers offensive coordinator, where he used to say like, it's simple. If a play call works, it's genius. If it doesn't, you're an idiot. Like that's essentially what it comes down to. And you know, we're crushing Shanahan for lack of preparation for his team. If they lose that game, we're crushing Andy Reid for 4th down decisions and other things like that if they lose. So it is very outcome based. And
are you okay?
Yeah.
Well, are you morphing into RJ over here?
What do you mean?
Outcome based.
No, I mean I am saying
one game playoff judgments.
No.
My God.
Yeah. So I don't know what it is.
You have your second protege here.
I'm just saying.
RJ Majors, now you.
RJ Choppy School Broadcast.
I'm just saying in games that are decided by a touchdown or less, we're going to look at like either way. Like it's just a game of inches. It's so small, narrow the margins that there are decisions on the other side we'd be talking about. I still think Dan Campbell going for it on 4th down those 2 times is the worst decision of the weekend, regardless of outcome. I think that's the one that is the hardest to defend.
We have to try to go through, without getting fired, the Vince McMahon text messages.
Oh, God.
And can a celebrity have a GoFundMe for her kid's baseball tournament? a person that many people love to hate. We'll talk about it next on Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness of platinum.
Sports Station, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We will talk about Kellen Moore to the enemy. Coming up at 8:40 is the Cowboys coaching staff getting picked off as well. That is in Below the Belt right here on 105.3 The Fan. But the Vince McMahon text messages, man, I don't know how to go about describing them.
Can we have Peyton read them?
You wanted to have Peyton read them.
I could do that.
Again, hard to totally trust things that are out there, but enough people kind of they retweeted this, and it seemed to be credible. But would anyone like to take a
I'm good.
crack at describing the nature of these texts that forced Vince McMahon
the nature
to resign and step down from all of his WWE duties as had the Royal Rumble on Saturday night?
Do you believe the nature of these were sexual?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, these are
accused of sexual misconduct and sex trafficking. Sex trafficking.
That's the word.
Yes.
That's the, you really can't come back from any of these, but, if you're just sending dirty text to somebody, whatever, man, right? Well, not whatever, but whatever. If you start getting into trafficking, all right, now this is not dirty text.
Like, I want you to go and be with these other people. I have you lined up. It sounded like he was pimping her out.
Yes.
And like
an employee of yours.
Yeah.
Like if you're in a consensual relationship with somebody, even in your office, and I know like there are rules against that if you're like in a position of power like Vince is.
Right.
But like still, like consenting adults, do what you want to do. I don't care. But when you start getting into...
And she's saying the pressure was on her to do this stuff to keep her job.
Yes.
I mean, she could be freaky. Who knows? Maybe she's into it. But, man, Vince McMahon is really, really vulgar.
Yeah. Even if you're into it, there is a level of pressure that comes with that based on who is doing it.
He can't be writing her that stuff even if she's into it.
No.
I mean, just as somebody who's
her boss
in charge. Yeah, right. you can't do that. And a lot of it does read, it's incredibly graphic. They are essays almost. Like some of these look like 4,000 word texts that he's sending. Very, very illiterate. That was my main takeaway. That man just does not want to type out YOU.
This is an 80-year-old typing you are for your.
You, yes, over and over again. But I mean, it's a bad look.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you like we can't read them because they're so graphic, but I mean, it's stuff where he's seemingly compelling her to perform acts on other people as leverage. There's him talking about how he's showing photographs and videos of her to other people that they work with.
Yes.
There's him just graphically describing the things that he wants her to do, the things that he wants to observe.
And like making appointments for her.
Yeah.
To go do these things. I got you on a Monday at 9 o'clock. And then, Tuesday, don't forget that. You think you can squeeze this in? You think you just could jam this in the schedule?
And,
you know?
And it's stuff where when he's describing it, it's like, it's not just, hey, this is what time it is. It's, hey, this is what time it is. And here's what I'm thinking you do, X, Y, Z, and just like graphically laying out a script almost for her to follow of like, hey, you need to do these things to these people. And it's just, it's bad.
It's very
This is the second time, and like millions and millions of payouts throughout this past history.
Yeah, and this is a quick step down too. Like these things came out and he stepped down like the next morning. Like he knew he wasn't recovering from this.
He said he's going to fight it, baseless and all that stuff. But this is like the second Vince resignation when it comes to this. Was not able to make the Gavin Spittle Royal Rumble party. I went out to...
You were protesting, McMahon.
Spits and suds.
Yeah. And by the way, Triple H getting destroyed for his press conference in addressing these things. I just want to focus on the positive. We got a $5 billion Netflix deal. We had a really good night. Forget about that. It's your father-in-law who's being accused of all these things. He took a very cowardly way out. Very soft answers by Triple H. But I almost had my own fight Saturday while I was out at our friend Elizabeth's birthday party. Went to Mexican Sugar.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, it is. Pretty good.
But while pulling in to the parking, it was one little punk for sure. But four basically 20-year-olds, I would say.
Kids.
Four kids.
What are 20-year-olds even doing now? They can't drink.
Yeah.
What are they doing out of the house?
Wearing their Stars jerseys. 2 kids walking with the 2 girls who probably weren't going to get any action with anyway. These losers.
Whoa.
And he sits there, and
Skinny
as
jeans.
I'm pulling into the parking lot, this little punk takes a parking cone, picks it up, puts it in front of my car, and is like, got to go around, acting like he was this fake parking attendant, and like scurries on down the street. I put down the window. I start putting down the window and open the door, and then Amanda grabs me because in my wife's mind, any verbal altercation will lead to getting shot. That's just how she thinks.
Oh yeah, Kristen's
She is
the same.
10 out of
Really?
the first argument I ever got into with someone else in front of Amanda, I thought she was going to be like, "Oh my gosh, that was badass." You know, someone like knocked her drink over and didn't apologize, and I was like, "Go get her another drink." And she was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Whoa, wait, hang on, you're with a badass here. You know, you need to be recognizing this. You need to be acknowledging this." No, my wife is so paranoid and such a worrier. She thinks everyone is going to pull out a gun. If I honk at someone, she freaks out. She gets so scared and petrified. But I put down the window because it was, you know, I thought even if it was 2-on-1, you know, I had a chance. These little puny punks wearing their Stars jerseys. And I was getting ready to go off on this guy on the sidewalk. She grabs me and stops me. He pulled the fake parking attendant move and put the cone right in front of my vehicle.
Yeah, you got to just run over the cone. Just run over the cone. That's what you got to do there.
I should have accelerated towards him. I really wish I could have, you know, broken his knees and just run him over with the bottom half damage. But that probably would have worked out badly for me.
I used to have a thing. I don't mess with neck tattoo guy.
Yeah.
I don't mess with 20-year-old anymore. I've seen enough 20-year-olds in the gym. Look like they've been taking PEDs since they were like 12.
Yeah.
And it's just really, really weird what's going on there. So I just have a rule now. If you're 20, I just assume you're a unit.
That's a good rule. I don't. I would never mess with Country Boy. Country Boy was the one that I didn't ever want to mess with, especially once they started taking their shirt off. I was like, oh crap.
So you don't have to worry about getting shot if you got to carry a gun everywhere. You just do. You can just carry. You
got a gun on you,
no,
Briscoe
I don't.
County
Actually,
Jr.?
I don't.
What was when you were opening the door though? I'm curious because she had, like, Amanda had already played the thing out in her head.
Yes.
Clearly, it was like, nope, stop. What was your thought? Did you even get there? Or was it just like, I'm so mad, I'm getting out?
Oh, I'm a master trash talker. I was going to emasculate them in front of the girls.
Is that just what
I knew it wasn't going to go too crazy. I'd already processed this because I'm like, they're not going to sit here and fight and have an all-out brawl. The girls are going to try to hold them back. But I had it all lined up. Pop, pop, pop. In terms of what to say and how to sit there and humiliate them in front of these girls.
You just anticipated this would just be trash talk, and we're not going to get into physical altercation.
Yeah, verbal altercation. You know, I'm sitting there yelling, screaming. They scurry off to the game, but my wife thinks it's always going to end in bloodshed on the street.
Look at you wearing your golden goose shoes. You think you're all that?
Like we're in Boys in the Hood.
My problem.
Like I'm running down the alley. That's what she envisions. What are you doing? Anytime there's a news story, you see,
there it is.
Someone just pulls out a gun. Everyone has a gun. Everyone's always armed, and that's her rationale.
Yeah, my problem in those situations is I react emotionally.
Yeah,
and I don't know when the switch is going to get flipped. Like there are some times where I can de-escalate or just be like, okay, this is nothing. Then there are other times where it's like, boy, that shouldn't have risen to the level that your reaction did, and so that's why I try to avoid as much of it as I can because of.
Oh, you would have said something.
Probably.
That's never happened to me. Like to pick up the cone, put it right in front, and like keep walking, and give a little smart aleck, like go around. And I can't take that. I can't sit there and take it.
Yeah, that would.
My wife is like way too mature about it. You know, it's annoying.
That would drive me nuts. But to be fair, look, I mean that is a healthy respect that you have to have that Amanda has these days. It is one that like I'm not saying that it's probably not as frequent, but like when you have to make those sort of assumptions that could be in play.
What about you? You said you got the little Peyton temper back there. What would you have done?
You got to say something, especially if you're in front of your girl. You know, you have to say something. Now, we'll say the hockey guys though, they travel in packs too. You know, they can bring it. It's not just one of them, like you said. You know, that's a pack, so that'd be tough to fight off. But I mean, you got to say something.
He wasn't a player.
Well, I mean,
Do you stereotype fans at all? Like fans of
Matt Duchene?
Yeah, there was a rugby fan. I'm not saying anything.
But like,
what if he's wearing like an all black jersey?
Soccer fan,
baseball fan. I'm stepping to you. Baseball
fan.
Yeah, baseball fan. I'm stepping to you. Rugby fan, no. Soccer fan, probably not.
Oh, no, you definitely stepped to a soccer fan.
Really?
Have you tried to put...
People get stabbed and killed at those events.
Yeah, that's in Europe. That's European soccer fans.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, have you tried to put on one of those
Like an
soccer
FC
jerseys?
Dallas game?
A normal size large is like a 4X in a soccer jersey because they're so small.
Yeah. Football stadium, you generally don't want those arguments. People, liquored up. They think that, they're Al Bundy.
And football stadium is dangerous too because I feel like it pulls in all different types of people. Like there's just different people will always try and like Peyton just did. Stereotype the hockey fan is like, oh, they're brawlers and they're in groups. Like football stadium, it's America's most popular sport. So it's the widest variety of people and you have no idea who you're pulling.
What speaking of parking, Chicago meters, Chicago pulling an all-time move?
Dude, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. So a few years back, the city of Chicago, they were trying to get out of some financial issues.
You don't say.
And they sold.
Thanks, Obama.
They sold all of their parking meters to this company in Abu Dhabi. All right. And they sold them for $1.15 billion for the next 75 years. That was 11 years ago. They've already paid it off. That company has already made enough money to pay off their $1.1 billion investment. And now for the next 60 years, the city of Chicago makes no money off these parking meters. And that company that bought them for $1 billion just to get out of this little debt is now going to make nothing but money. They're going to make $5, $6, $7, $8, $10 billion over the next 60 years.
Chicago signed the Bobby Bonilla deal.
It's a Bobby Bonilla deal. And it's just lunacy that they would do this. Such short-sightedness to think that, it was just, we need money. Let's take money now. Let's just give up all of our parking. This is the opposite of the Bass family.
I was about to say, your experience with the Bass family, you could have told Chicago, look, there's a lot of money to be made here.
Yeah, a lot of money.
You should not give this up.
Go to the parking garage. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Now I just have all the parking apps.
Yeah.
Yep. Whereas before, and it's also
that feels like such a racket.
Well, what do you want to do? Are you going to be stubborn and circle around?
No, there's nothing you can do. I always end up doing it, but it does feel like a racket where it's just this feels like.
All right, your likelihood of valet, all costs included, valet, garage, circle the street. When do you just decide, screw it, I'm eating the cost?
Am I by myself or am I with Sarah?
You are with Sarah.
We are circling the street.
Oh.
She will not pay for parking.
Man, she's really frugal.
She did not pay. It's it's the same thing you have with it's the same thing Costanza had with ladies of the evening. With a little effort, you can get it for free. You don't need to pay for it. It's the same thing with parking.
I'll circle one time. I circle one time. If I don't see it, then I'm like, I'm not going to sit here for forever. Time is money, and then I'd valet over the garage.
Time is money.
That's what I'm saying, man.
This guy's got 2 hours to kill to go drive to your Tarleton State broadcast. Mr. Time is money. All right, is Kellen Moore a traitor? He's going to filthy. That's next. And below the belt on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
find because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. K-E-L-L-E-N. Kellen Moore is going to the Philadelphia Eagles. It's happening.
Let's go, Birds. E-L-D-S-E-L-E.
What a traitor.
That's pretty good. That was a pretty quick drop, Peyton. I got to give you credit for that. Kellen Moore is going to the Philadelphia Eagles to be their offensive coordinator to work with Jalen Hurts. There was a little bit of that. We did get some of the Kellen is an absolute traitor line of thinking on social media over the weekend, which I do think is a little funny because, I mean, nobody here has any sort of feeling like, well, come on, what sort of loyalty do you have here?
No.
Buddy? Like there's none of that thought. I've got to pull up this tweet.
Kellen
that
was
I got.
forced out here.
Well,
can't get mad when you're forced out.
Yeah, that's true. Somebody tweeted me. They said, "What a backstabbing POS! I would never go work for my rival." And I said, or maybe he felt stabbed in the back to begin with. And they replied, said, maybe, I don't know. I'm just trying to draw an equivalent I can relate to. If I was let go from my company or we mutually agreed to part ways, I certainly would never go work for our biggest competitor. And I don't think that other people have that thought. Typically.
Usually if somebody lets you go, you're mad at them and you want to get back at them.
Here's my big question for Philadelphia and just this type of hire with Jalen Hurts. Do you have to go out and get someone that is familiar and designed an offense for a running quarterback like this?
Unless you don't want him to be that anymore.
Get you Greg Roman.
I mean, if you don't want him to be that anymore, if you want him to become, hey, like we need a pocket passer, like because this. We've talked about it before. Like we saw.
Can I rescind the contract I gave him?
Well, so look at it this way. He was clearly hampered a lot, like this season. He was not healthy for a lot of the season. You could tell.
Now you're giving him an injury.
No. I'm just saying it robbed him of some of the athleticism. He was not able to move the same way that he did. I don't think it affected his arm or his ability to pass. Other than the fact that with him not being a threat to run, it made it much more easy to defend him. And I do wonder if Philadelphia, just looking at it, said, look, how sustainable is it for him to be a running quarterback into the future? I mean, I think we heard rumblings of that after they gave him the contract, that they wanted him to pull back the running a little bit. So it may have been a case where they said, okay, what we have to do is we have to guard against an offensive scheme that relies so much on this. We talked about it. Like now that Lamar Jackson is out of the playoffs after Baltimore lost, we still do not have this style of quarterback as a primary or dual threat like type of quarterback. We don't have a team winning a Super Bowl with one of those quarterbacks yet.
That's true. That's true. Although Mahomes is a dual threat, I think.
Mahomes can scramble.
Yeah.
That's not like
that's not his design.
That's not his game.
Yeah.
Like
Purdy can scramble too.
Like I mean, Steve Young can scramble. Steve Young was not like Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson.
Mahomes is such a damn good scrambler. He kills you.
He tiptoes.
Breaks your
He
back.
tiptoes.
Yeah.
He doesn't even run.
He's such an underrated, great runner.
He's so tough. Because he will you can hit him and he'll just bounce right back up. He is incredibly tough. I think that makes it really difficult on teams too when they feel like, man, we're getting some good shots on him and he does not seem to be rattled by it at all.
You know, let me ask you this. So do we all agree that Dak became a better passer and more accurate over the years?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
All right. Somebody, obviously a lot of that's his own doing.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody helped him with that along the way.
I think that
techniques.
I think that mainly started with Kitna.
Sure. But Kellen was here that whole time.
Yeah.
And maybe that he did something or knows the techniques that were used.
Yeah.
And maybe he can bring that to Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I think that I think where Kellen is a big benefit is not so much in mechanics or anything like that. Like Kellen is going to help you, like from a cerebral standpoint, understand coverages and play design and the way to take advantage of certain looks and things like that. He's really good at that sort of thing. This is something funny enough. Like I heard Patrick Mahomes say this one time too while he was training. But Kellen Moore had done an interview while he was at Boise State, or right after he entered the league, one of them, and teammates were talking at Boise State about how like it's annoying because Kellen won't play Madden with us. And Kellen had told them, he's like, it doesn't make sense. The way that the AI reacts to the play design doesn't make sense. And so he's like, this is stupid. You can't read coverages. You can't do it. And so like Kellen refused to play Madden because of it.
Here's the big, and wasn't Romo a big diehard Madden player, I think he was like, sure. I think he got invested in it. You hope that Philadelphia takes a step back with these two coordinator changes. Because on paper, it's a haul. It looks incredible, right? You add Kellen Moore and you add Vic Fangio. You hope that Kellen's lack of familiarity with a runner like Hurts takes some time in designing an offense and working with him. And you hope that Vic Fangio, I think Broadus had said it, this will be a little bit of a step back for Philadelphia with a totally different scheme. So you hope that those two things cause the Eagles to take a step back.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a reset, which, man, if Nick Sirianni is in a win or go home or win or lose your job type of mode, that's a little bit of a risky play to have such a reset like that.
I think he was forced into it. The word out of Philly is Jeffrey Lurie said, Patricia's gone and this guy's gone. Desai's gone. They're just gone. So figure it out. And you're not making the hires, but you may make the hire, but these guys are definitely out of here.
Which the Eagles, when they hired Sirianni, they interviewed Kellen Moore. And so, like, I mean, he's somebody who already they were familiar with through the interview process. They probably liked him. Fangio had already been in the building. So I'm guessing it is a management sort of thing where management just endorses him. But look, I think Sirianni has said, honestly, I'll give him this credit. Like, I think he said the right things in their, wrap-up press conference at the end of the year, where he's not sitting there going, at the very end of the season, he tried hey, look, we still won 11 games. We had a successful season. That tone changed after he met with Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, because he came out in their postseason press conference and he was like, I've got to prove to everybody again that I can do this. I don't get any benefit of the doubt. And I think that there's a lot of prove it on that staff right now. Sirianni's got it. Fangio's got it now, because Fangio got killed. We talked about that. Got killed by Dolphins players out the door as being just antiquated and not with the modern times. And then Kellen obviously has a lot to prove. There's a lot of noise that Mike McCarthy was right and clearly showed that he got more out of Dak than Kellen ever could have. There's a lot for him to prove in that process.
It's 1-0 McCarthy with Kellen leaving so far. That's the perception of it. 1-0 Mike.
Some other coaching news or coaching rumblings across the National Football League. The Cowboys have a couple of assistants that are getting interviews with these jobs in Atlanta and Carolina. Now that those head coaches have been hired, Raheem Morris and the Falcons have requested to interview Adden Dirty, the defensive line coach.
Better replace Adden Dirty. He
is really well thought of around the league. And he's somebody who players love, and this has been his trajectory. People figured he's going to be a defensive coordinator one day. That's been the thought. He's just always kind of followed Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn has been sort of his mentor and somebody that he leans on. But Dirty gets the interview request with the Falcons, the Rams, and the Packers. All three have now requested to interview him. So he's becoming a coaching candidate. I think there's a good shot you lose Adden Dirty this offseason. And then in Carolina, you have Canales there, who just got hired, and he is interviewing Will Harriger, the Cowboys offensive assistant, who's brought in to do some stuff with the quarterbacks this year. Sort of a, just assistant coach without a position that he's running, but he was working a lot with the quarterbacks. He had been at USC when Caleb Williams really blew up there. He had worked with Caleb Williams, so he's got a record of that. He had also worked in Seattle for a long time, and that's where he had gotten to know Canales. So this is what's going to happen. You're going to get guys that kind of pick off your coaching staff and winnow through it when those are the guys that they know. So those are a couple that you got to watch out for. Is Dan Quinn going to be back? Well, the report from Jeremy Fowler over the weekend is that Dan Quinn had interviewed with Seattle deep into the night on Friday. You've got the
deep into the night.
Yes, like Benny Mardones, into the night. Tuesday, he's meeting with the Washington Commanders, who all signs have pointed to that likely being a Ben Johnson job. Is that was the expectation, the offensive coordinator from the Detroit Lions.
How excited I would be to get that cat if you can find a quarterback.
Yeah,
he's good. He's good.
He's really good play designer, and he is the hot commodity right now. So I think it's unlikely Quinn gets that Commanders job. So it's pretty much just down to Seattle. But if he doesn't get that job, Jordan Schultz reported over the weekend that Dan Quinn is not looking for any sort of departure. If he doesn't get a job, he's not looking for a reset. He'll be back in Dallas. And so that would be it. Now, if he does leave for Seattle, we've talked about, like, hey, who would be some coordinator candidates?
3 for 3. Mike, Dak, and Quinn.
That's what everybody wanted. Isn't that what we all said? We said, let's bring this core back completely. Let's not change a thing. If Dan Quinn were to leave for Seattle, there's been discussion of, okay, who steps in? Is it Joe Witt, the passing game coordinator? Do they hire somebody from the outside? A lot of people have suggested Al Harris.
Yeah.
Because Al Harris has had
Zach
a lot
Wolchuk.
of...
Zach Wolchuk bringing his name
There's been a lot of positivity around Al Harris and the job that he's done in the secondary, the way he's helped Trayvon Diggs, the way he's helped Deron Bland. But Al Harris, this was kind of circulating over social media over this past weekend, and it was something that he did back in November with Adam Schefter. He went on Schefter's podcast and did an interview, and the clip kind of went unnoticed at the time. Now that there's a real discussion of Quinn leaving and Harris potentially, well, maybe he could be elevated, this was getting some play. This was Al Harris back in November with Adam Schefter talking about what would happen if Dan Quinn left.
With Q, if Q was to go and get a head coaching job, honestly, in whatever capacity he wanted me to come, I'm there. I'm there. It could be in Alaska. He could be coaching the Alaskan Bluebirds and call me, Al, I need you. I'm there.
So if you're thinking, hey, Al Harris, here's our internal candidate. If what he said in November is just the complete honest truth, and if Dan Quinn wanted him to come with him, he's saying he's going. And he's out of here, and he's going away. I still think the most likeliest candidate internally would be Joe Witt. He's been with McCarthy for 14 years. Like, a lot of people view him as a Quinn guy because he had been in Atlanta Quinn's final year. But before that, he had spent 12 years with Mike McCarthy in Green Bay. In fact, that was somebody they wanted to hire when McCarthy got hired here, and he had already taken the job with Atlanta. That's the only reason he didn't come here initially. But Joe Witt would make sense.
This is something Robert Kraft stressed over and over at the Gerard Mayo presser. He's like, in all my businesses, I took it as a business lesson. He said, in all my businesses, promoting from within, that's what I prefer. That's the way I want to go. You have people familiar with
I get it.
It's an all-time sports talk debate. Do you move to different cities like me, or you be pay and come in, do whatever they ask of you, be a pocket knife, and rise through the ranks to buy a house in Rockwall.
Look at that.
Rent a house. And not even understand that you have to get electricity and water.
Very interesting.
Really quickly, I'm just curious. So we also got the name of the weekend that Ron Rivera could be of interest to them as a defensive coordinator. Ian Rappaport had that Ron Rivera could be a defensive coordinator candidate for the Cowboys if Quinn leaves. We've heard some rumblings about Wink Martindale here. I think Mike Zimmer would get a look. So out of those three, who's the preferred candidate for you guys if you're going external?
How different is Wink's system going to be?
He's incredibly blitz heavy. Like he is committed to his zero blitz. Like, we're going all out and playing press man on the outside. That's his system, and he's going to run it.
Well, Ron Rivera is definitely third. How outdated and old does Mike Zimmer feel to you?
I think Zimmer gets such a bad rap. Like, Zimmer would be the one I would one of those three. Zimmer's shown, like, I can coach 4-3, I can coach 3-4 even when I'm uncomfortable with it. He's gotten a lot out of players. If you look at his time in Minnesota, I understand there was a lot of disappointment there, but they were always, for the most part, competitive over the course of 7-8 years. I really like Zimmer.
Who believes more in stopping the run? Probably Zimmer. Old school.
Well, Zimmer was also a secondary coach. So, I mean, it might be tough.
You could talk me into Zimmer or Wink.
Rivera would probably be a run-stopping type of mindset.
I'd be out on Rivera, but definitely my last choice. I would probably go Wink, only because, like, he's in more recently been in the league doing it than Zim, but, I mean, I'd be fine with either one.
All right, there it is. Below the belt right here on 105.3. The Fan, Tony Romo, getting made fun of again over the weekend, and why RJ Choppy is not happy at all with Travis Kelce, and it has nothing to do with Tay-Tay. Final hour Monday edition next.
Let's get some hair up on top of your
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mahomes to throw against a four-man rush. Fires it near side to Kelsey. Comes back to the ball and hauls it in. Touchdown! Kansas City! Patrick Mahomes absolutely took duct tape and just wrapped the ball around the waist of Travis Kelce for a 19-yard touchdown.
Travis Kelce passes Jerry Rice for most postseason catches ever. What a statement on the opening drive as Kansas City, for the fourth time in 5 seasons, are headed to the Super Bowl, trying to become the first back-to-back champs since the Patriots in 2003 and 2004. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Travis Kelce balling out with Taylor Swift up there and then down on the field for the hug and the kiss and her conversation with Romo. Kelce, 11 for 116 on 11 targets and a touchdown. Well, you are not very happy with him for pregame.
No, I'm not. Him and Patty Kermit, not happy with either one of them.
Yep.
Bully material, if you ask me. Before the game, did you see this, Bobby? You've heard about this?
I did.
Justin Tucker's out there doing his stretching, hip flexors, doing cat-cow and all that things. He's got his little kicking tool thing out there. I don't know why he's in the goal line kicking. They don't kick from that distance anyway.
Yeah.
But, and then Mahomes and Kelce walk out, and it's on the Chiefs side of the field. There's no doubt about that. But we're talking hours. This isn't the pregame warm-up where they're all there. This is hours before, like 2 hours before, just out there warming up. Kelce moves the tee, throws it away. Gets the 3 balls, throws it away. And then the helmet and throws it away. And then there's a little bit of words being said. So Justin Tucker takes the tee, puts the tee down and the ball. Mahomes picks the tee up and throws it. That little stand thing.
Yeah.
All right. Now,
at first I was like, all right, they're Pro Bowl buddies.
Yeah.
Like they all get along with each other.
Right.
But I don't know.
I don't care who's in the right here. I don't care if Justin Tucker's in the wrong spot. That's not the point. The point is that these two would not have done that if that was Ray Lewis's football and helmet there.
Well, yeah, they'd be wearing red jersey.
Right, absolutely. If that was...
By the way, the jokes I heard about that they went and flew in Terrell Suggs.
Yeah.
Like they had Ray to come out in the beginning, and then they're like, T-Sizzle, we need to send the plane for you. We got to get you hype.
By halftime.
He comes out for the second Royal Rumble introduction down the ramp, and they actually did play better after that. Yeah. But people were making fun of that, like, oh, they brought in the backups.
Yep.
T-Sizzle's in the suite enjoying, and like, we need you to come out here and get everyone hyped up.
You think if Terrell Suggs is there, that Travis Kelce's picking up his helmet and yeeting it across the end zone?
Hell no.
I don't think so. But you do it to Justin Tucker, a man who moonlights as an opera singer. You got no problem there because you're big tough guys, and you've got the Swifties on your side, and you've got Jackson Mahomes to back you up. Patrick Mahomes isn't touching Ray Lewis's helmet.
Yep.
Not touching it, but he'll do it to Justin Tucker.
Look,
what a tough guy.
This could have been worse, okay? They could have thrown horns down at Justin Tucker.
They could have. That's fair.
And that would have been a lot for him to have to deal with. I mean, this is something that this happened last year with Dallas and San Francisco, where Trent Williams and them were walking through Brett Maher while he was trying to warm up, and that started a little bit of a fight and a shoving match, and then arguing with each other.
I'm reading Justin Tucker has a history of warming up on the opponent's side of the field.
So they may have just felt like.
How often does that happen pregame warm-ups?
I mean, it just
and
depends,
is that to get a feel for the other conditions?
Maybe.
Typically, yeah. I mean, like even when the roof is closed, like a lot of times you'll see guys warm up on both sides. Or like, for instance, before the Packers game, I think they were kicking on Dallas's side. And so it just, I mean, it kind of varies. But I mean, that may just be it. They may have felt like, hey, you need to scram. Like, this is our spot. Right. But again, he can. I would think he could kind of warm up wherever he wants to, also because it's his stadium. Like it's in Baltimore. This isn't like, hey, this is our side of the field and this is our home turf. Get out of here. It's like this is Baltimore.
I mean, you should get your own side of the turf. I get that, your own side. Like the Chiefs should have access to that. And if you look at it, like there's a situation where people on the trucker.com text line are saying,
what's that?
You kick the ball from the goal line because you want to make sure you're getting the ball high enough. You're practicing in that day, getting the ball up to get it over the defensive line because you got to when you're that close, you've really got to kind of sky it up there.
Yeah, when it's outdoors, I mean, you do have to kick both directions and warm up and do everything that you got to do. So you would need a sense of, okay, how far is my distance here? What can I hit this through on either side of the field?
So that was Justin Tucker getting screwed with. And I was thinking during that kick he had during the game, I was like, if he misses this is Kelsey and Mahomes winning with the mind games. But he ended up making it an opportunity for Peyton Russell to be fired here.
Yes.
This is the moment.
The delay's up, baby. We got it.
All right, the delay is up. I did not ask him to do this. I was joking. Good luck with Kadarius Toney going off online saying the Chiefs are lying. He was deactivated, right? And this is Kadarius. Offsides, Kadarius Toney. New York Giant flame out very quickly. Kadarius Toney quickly becoming all-time knucklehead. Kadarius Toney going off on the Chiefs saying they're lying about his playing status.
Yeah, all these they try to play me on God. Ass. I just don't got to get on this be on no go clear no shit. Cause I'm ready to give a I don't with y'all. Have y'all really do something. I do something here. Hey, I ain't get on that. On God, but hey, look. Y'all reading all this cap ass. You feel me? Believe it. I don't give a I ain't never been that go do all that. But yeah, man, that cap. I'm not hurt. None of that. Say that suck too. On God, not hurt. None of that. It go from hip to ankle to this to that.
On God.
Peyton, good job. Did you do that or you just stole someone's edited version?
No, I did that.
Wow.
I did that on my computer.
He sounds like Boomhauer. He sounds like Boomhauer off
He
King of
does
the
a
Hill.
little bit, yeah.
I don't know what any read. I'm just saying a line about not no cap in there.
Yeah, I would just
hip to ankle to this to that.
That is
country. Offsides, yeah.
I would just be worried that, like that, like he's mumbling a curse word that doesn't even sound like one to me, and that then I didn't bleep it.
Yeah, I don't know how people even transcribed that to get that he was calling out the Chiefs, saying, I'm not hurt, none of that, S on God, not hurt, none of that. It go from hip to ankle to this to that.
Yeah, I don't see how he's playing in the league next year. Like it's in terms of just.
By the way, James Palmer said, okay, he tweeted this 2 days ago. Kadarius had his first child tonight, a baby girl. That's where the personal part of his designation came from. He's also dealing with a hip injury that is keeping him out for Sunday. So just for the record. But I don't know if that's Kadarius saying no because I had a child. Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, he has been such a headache for every team that he's gone to. He's got, I mean, look, just about the off the field stuff. Remember, he punched Trayvon Diggs when he was here with the Giants, got ejected for that. He's been, a loose cannon on social media in different ways. You've got the execution problems where he's lined up off sides in the Bills game during the regular season, cost them a score there. Then you've got the issue of just the drops and everything. It's like he's not very good. He makes boneheaded plays. He is temperamental, and he gets you in trouble off the field. Like when you combine all that together, people are going to go like, that's nice that you can juke. Like, that's great. I love that. And you're fast. That's awesome. But nothing else here adds up. I would just be stunned if he's playing for anybody next year.
But the issue is that the reason he would stay in the league is he's got skills. He has skills. He has talent that you can't teach. That keeps guys in leagues for probably longer than they should be. It often does.
Man, I know that you were not doing much Saturday night if you're sending SNL clips and audio.
Oh, trust me. I did not watch this live, Sean.
Oh.
I did not watch this at all. This
too
came
busy
across.
hanging up 1980s posters?
I was. Yeah, I had all my pennants. Remember pennants as a kid? Had a million of them. And Luka is always like, I want to put these in my room. So we hung them up in the room. And posters, wall art, everything, all the things. Doing all that stuff. But I did happen to come across this in what might be the worst Saturday Night Live opening or skit, period. They were making fun of the CBS NFL broadcast. So the first clip is you see Nance, and then it goes to Romo. And, I mean, open your heart. Try to laugh.
It's bad.
I dare you to find something funny.
Championship between the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm Jim Nance alongside Tony Romo. And a quick shout out to one of our sponsors. Do you love to shake, rattle, and roll? Because you'll do all three on a Boeing 737 MAX 9. Boeing, because that's the sound it makes when the screws fly off. Boeing. Tony, are you excited for today's matchup?
Oh, without a doubt, Jim. We've got 2 generational talents at quarterback, 2 elite defenses. I expect this to be an all-out battle for the next 3 hours. And after that, it's all over.
All over?
Football. After today, it's done.
Well, there's still the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that's not real football. Super Bowl is for commercials and Usher and people who never watch football asking how many points a touchdown is worth. Today's the last real football day for just us guys.
Tony, are you okay, bud?
Nah, not really.
I'm really glad that you did actually pull this audio, because this is not about Nance and Romo. This is about Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, has nothing to do with Nance and Romo. Nance and Romo are just...
This is cringeworthy bad.
Bad. It's bad.
And it has been bad forever. I think Troy was the last one I know who ever watched this show.
Awful.
Really? Yeah. You think it's been bad for like how long?
25 years.
At least 10 years.
So they
Oh, Mikey brought it. Give it to
More
me.
soap.
Give me
More
the
soap.
Give me the lotion. You screwed me last time.
We call
Sean
that
puts
lotion.
the lotion on his skin.
Give me the lotion. That lotion after you screwed me last time. Advanced therapy lotion hydrates and relieves dry skin. All right, baby. Thank you, Mikey.
Yeah,
It's not coming out.
That's what she
You
said.
got to unwind. I am the first.
Hey!
I'm the first squirter. All right, let's
There
see.
you go.
I'll let you know how it is. Oh yeah. Oh, we're in the clear, Mike.
All right, good
yeah,
stuff.
baby. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were at their peak about a decade ago. They had a really good cast about a decade ago. I think even 5 years ago, though, they had pretty solid cast members. This latest reset, though, is bad. And they go through these waves. They've done this for years where they'll have 5 years that are really awful, and then they'll hit on a couple people, and they'll be good for 5 years. It's just the wave.
Listening to actual Tony is funnier than this.
Yeah, their weekend...
Listening to actual Romo, you can make more fun of.
Michael and Colin on the weekend update are genuinely pretty good.
Michael Shea is very funny.
Those two are together. Colin's married to Scarlett Johansson, I think. They're pretty good together, especially when they write each other's material. Where like they'll write, Michael will write something for Colin. Michael's a black guy. He'll write like jokes that really Colin can't say, but you know that Michael wrote it for him, and that's the joke.
It'd be like if
that's funny.
Two Joe Trahans are ready for each other.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So we managed through part one. And now they cut to the studio.
Oh, my hands are getting a little sticky.
Uh-oh.
They're getting a little sticky.
You cut to JB, Phil Simms, Bill Cowher, and Nate Burleson. This is equally as unfunny, although I do think the hit line of the entire thing was delivered by James Brown.
All right, well, let's throw it over to James Brown and our halftime crew for a sneak peek at what's ahead.
Thanks, Jim. I'm here with Phil Simms, Bill Cowher, and Nate Burleson. And we were just listening to what Tony said and really got us thinking.
Yeah, I'm realizing that after this game ends, there's just nothing. What are men supposed to do on Sundays now? Just go to their friends' houses for no reason?
Without football, what are we going to talk about? I mean, does anyone have anything remotely interesting or insightful to say?
I wish, instead of salt, the ocean was full of sugar.
Oh, Jesus, we're doomed.
Well, come on now. Don't forget we still got the Pro Bowl coming up.
Jim, I have been covering football for 30 years, and I have never once watched the Pro Bowl.
It's amazing. That was on TV.
I mean, Kenan Thompson was funnier in Good Burger when he was 16 years old, 25 years ago, than right there.
But the other thing is, like, they should have tried a little bit of a, like, Romo and Nance impression. They just talk normal.
They just talk normal.
Like, Kenan Thompson at least tried a different voice. Like, they just talk, Lauren Michaels allowing this to happen. You know, I guess he can't destroy his legacy, but that was horrible.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, putting on a live TV show with a week's notice where you're trying to make everything timely and funny, it's not easy. That is atrocious.
Did the 49ers win it or Detroit lose it? And should we treat John Harbaugh just like Mike McCarthy? Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to number one air. There we go. My good friends over.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the All-Right Loss. That's soda.
Ayuk and Debo are stacked left, Kittle and Jennings right. McCaffrey runs a route, Purdy pressured, Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
Cowboys loss had me a 10 on the sports depressed scale. This one was about 7.5.
That high?
Yes.
Oh, the Lions one? Oh, yeah.
Like, because it was two-part. It's San Francisco, and I hate their radio hosts, and I hate... Like, I'm thinking about a Dallas Stars cone altercation with those guys in Vegas. I'm not even joking. Like, I can't even stand to envision the face or the voice of... I'm not even going to say his name because I hate him so much.
They don't get a ladder. It's like 6'8".
Yeah, that's an issue. So you have that. I hate the 49ers fans. And you have the whole 49ers versus Cowboys thing. And then in addition, you have the sweetheart story of the Detroit Lions getting their souls crushed.
Dude, Vegas is going to be completely overtaken by Niner fans while we're there. It is going to be, we might as well just be in San Francisco. It is going to be completely overtaken. I'll tell you this, this actually, crushed me more than the Cowboy game against Green Bay, because that game was over in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Right? It was over. They were never in it. Right. And the Lions should have, or you could make a case they should have won that game. I know the second half was bad.
Right.
But, they were in control of that football game. And
everyone at halftime thought the Detroit Lions were going to the Super Bowl.
And that's what a great story it is. And, it's a great story for Dan Campbell and Detroit and the Ford family and Jared Goff with his, return. And you got the, they play old school football. They draft linebackers and running backs.
I fell in love with Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah, there was a lot of things, narratives changed about the Lions, or about 6 or 7 different people on that team and the organization. And, they became everybody's second favorite team this year. The entire country was like, holy cow, we got to watch this. And they just blew it. They SOL, man, same old Lions.
Well, let's follow up on that. I'm going to steal this from ESPN because they steal everything from us. Perfect PTI question.
PTI.
Did the 49ers win it or the Lions lose it? My answer is very easy. I don't even have hesitation.
If you're up 17, you have to, you're up 17.5, you have to win that game.
Yep.
So, look, San Francisco took advantage of the door that was left open to them, but Detroit lost it.
Yep.
You agree?
I agree. Yeah, San Fran did things to, look, you can leave the door open. The other teams still take advantage of it, and they did. But the Lions had, they had drop balls. They had fumbles.
Special teams, the touchback.
They had missed opportunities on deep balls that went through their hand.
Yep.
Goff overthrew Laporta on that one ball a little bit down the sideline. And then you had
fourth down calls,
coaching decisions. One of them worked, but he dropped it, and then the other one was just a bad play.
Yeah.
If any one of those things goes right, this is a different game. If they convert that first fourth down on the Reynolds drop, I don't think San Fran wins the game. So there's 7 to go in the third. They're up 14. They're inside the 30. If they convert on that Reynolds pass, that's at least 2 to 3 minutes off the clock.
Yeah.
And they're getting points for sure.
Yep.
Probably. Yeah.
And the game's different.
Yeah.
Maybe they score a touchdown. If they score a touchdown there, it's 31-10. It's over.
And that's my only argument against Dan Campbell. I put out the poll question. Who's the blame? Who are you blaming for the loss? Dan Campbell? Player mistakes? Or San Fran just took it? We have 3,600 total votes at 105.3 SS. Follow me. I'll follow you back.
Well,
Dan Campbell's leading the way at 52% blame. The wide receiver and running back mistakes, 36%, 12% give San Fran all the credit. I'm gonna vote players. Bobby, I know you're not happy with that. I'm gonna put it more on the wide receiver drops and the Jahmyr Gibbs fumble. Because that first one, I'm not blaming Dan Campbell. I am blaming, what's his name?
It's Josh Reynolds.
I'm blaming Josh Reynolds. That was ridiculous. He got shook. He got scared. He choked. He started choking in that game. because he had another one after it. And then
On a 3rd and 10, which would have been a first down.
Yes. First down. Good throws by Goff. So I'm going to blame the players and the mistakes, number one. You're blaming Campbell first?
I'm blaming it as a split, essentially, but I would lean more towards Campbell because it's especially that second one. Like, just kick it. Get the points, tie it up. That was so deflating, failing to get that 4th down. Like, that was when the game was over.
The tie.
When you don't get that one, it's done. Like if you get the points, it's a tie game. You feel like, okay, here we go. Get a stop. Lock in. Like, there it is. There's the opportunity for you. But, man, it's just... I think that obviously Reynolds is a big part of this. Laporta had the big drop. Gibbs had the fumble. The players have their own hand in this as well. And it's significant. But I do think just slightly, it's like, give them a chance here.
Dan Campbell on all the 4th down talk afterwards.
I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. You know, they were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back. It's easy hindsight, and I get it, you know. I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. You know, it's hard because, you know, we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out, but I don't. And I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man. You know, we just didn't work out.
I had to spend an extra 2 hours watching which, by the way, we got really bad post-game coverage on these networks for games this big, in my opinion. I'm about to fire some shots. Really disappointing post-game coverage. I was hoping to go on over for ESPN and Ryan Clark, like with Scott Van Pelt or something like that. Man, Tim Hasselbeck is... What's more vanilla than vanilla?
Him and Zubin going at it.
My gosh, Tim Hasselbeck never says anything. He's so generic and bland. And then Maurice Jones-Drew on NFL Network. Come on, what are we doing here? You can't bring out the A team. You can't bring out the big guns for the conference championship postgame. And then I got Chris Berman and Booger McFarland. I'm waiting for to hear someone call out, someone do something. And then I got Gronk trying to form sentences like Kadarius Toney. The 3 points, I'll make the field goal in Vegas. I'm like, someone break down the Dan Campbell. That's the hot news. That's the topic. And no one on Fox wanted to do it. They all have, you talk about a sweet job. They all have, 10 seconds to get their one sentence out and then collect $1 million paycheck.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's really
But I got Maurice Jones-Drew, vanilla, generic Tim Hasselbeck, and then Booger McFarland with Chris Berman.
Pretty bad.
I'm like, these are the conference championship games.
Yeah, pretty bad, man. Pretty bad. But it's like, look, if Campbell, I don't have and I would not, people say, you guys would kill McCarthy if he did the same thing. But not if he did that all year.
Yeah.
Campbell did this all year. I can't be mad at him for doing something he did all year.
Expected points lost for Detroit. You'll love this. The Gibbs fumble -5.5. Ayuk reception off the face mask, that garbage BS, -3.3. The Reynolds 4th down drop, -3.2. Incomplete to St. Brown on 4th and 3, -2.6. Even if we know the Lions did not convert, the failed 4th downs were not as big of swings as the other plays. That from Benjamin Solak, who does work for The Ringer.
Yeah, it's so they had.
I don't understand that though. Timeout, timeout. How do they calculate expected points lost? Jahmyr Gibbs fumble -5.5. You weren't on the goal line of the other team, so it's like, is it because they scored on that?
No, I think
do they factor you're on your own 25 or 30? I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah.
So how is that -5.5 points lost? Is that because San Fran scored on it, or where San Fran's getting the ball?
I think it's where they're getting the ball because if you have the ball, just having the ball is worth 2.5 points. I think that's right, isn't it? Possessing the ball is worth 2.5, and then if they get it in field goal range, that's worth probably 3.
So expected points added is like a calculation. It's based on down, yards, distance, everything else, and it's basically like this cumulative historical data that's then averaged out and assigned a number. So it's basically wherever you are there. If you, after the play, how much did that expected points change in either direction, and that's where you get the net loss there. So
yeah. So if you had the ball on the 1 yard line and you run a play, like that play theoretically should be worth 6 points.
Right.
And if you don't score it, you know what I mean? So like it's kind of like with that, field position has something to do with it.
And then I had to get on Twitter for another hour and see what everyone was saying. Dan Campbell needs his ass kicked. Mike Golick, folks going to spend all day tomorrow destroying Dan Campbell, act like none of these drops and fumbles happen. Bill Barnwell, Dan Campbell going for it on 4th down on a play where the Lions got a receiver open, did not cause a pass to bounce off of Vildor's helmet or Jahmyr Gibbs to fumble. Kurt Warner, take the points. I know I'm a broken record. And then the funniest one was Kevin Clark, the ringer. I'm good with Dan Campbell. You should not abandon your football philosophy when it gets scary. That's how you end up being Brandon Staley. Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
Friend of the show, Kevin Clark.
The one thing that bothers me with the take the points is that nobody ever accounts for the chance that the field goal could be missed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's a 75% field goal kicker from 40 to 49. Like, that's... I don't want to use a gun analogy, but like if there's a 4-shooter, I don't know if they have 6 shooters. I don't know if they have 4. Take 1 bullet and put it in a 4-shooter. Go ahead. Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
All right, and then guess what? Do it a second time. That's what kicking the field goal twice would be in that situation. Like, it when you break it down, like, you know, we all thought the Cowboys were never going to lose to Green Bay. And even if they had a 75% chance of winning, that still means 1 out of every 4 times they play, they're going to lose that game. That's what a field goal kicker who's a 75% guy from 40 to 49 is. Whereas you're a 60% chance of picking up 4th and 2, and if you pick it up, you basically go from a probably they're going to win to guaranteed going to win. I don't know, man. Like, I think it's much more egregious to change your philosophy when it gets scary than it is to just be conservative.
I get it's small sample size relatively, but I mean, Badgley is above league average kicking 40 to 49 outdoors. He's 86% for his career. That's above league average. And so, I mean, it's outdoors. Outdoors, yeah.
Because, like, totally he's 75%.
Right. Because
he's worse indoors than outdoors?
Yeah, right?
That makes no sense, but okay.
I mean, like I said, it's a smaller sample size, so it's not like we have it. I mean, he's kicked, 50 field goals in his life from 40-yard range or whatever it is. So, I mean, it's not the biggest sample size, but he is somebody who, look, I'm stunned that he went ahead and did it from the 4th and 3 setting. They had kicked most of the year on 4th and 3. And they did it in the first half, and then they didn't do it there. That's where it's inconsistent.
What was up with that ref, by the way? Who grabbed this audio? You, Bob?
Which one?
The puberty?
Right here.
Oh, no, I did not get that.
All right, good job, Pepe. Funny, Peyton's mustache would be the one to grab this puberty clip of the referee during Ravens-Chiefs.
Holding, offense number 76. 10-yard penalty, 2nd down. At the end of the play, Taunting, offense number 4. It'll be 1st and 10.
Oh, this poor guy.
This poor guy. What was that?
Lozenger.
What in the world is that? Why is
Bobby, am I triggering you?
No, it doesn't get me. Look,
what was the Lozenger debate?
Look, I'm growing. I can. You called it a lozenger. No one calls it that.
You say it's a lozenge?
Yes, it's a lozenge. Or cough drop. One of those. It's not a lozenger.
Lozenger.
No.
76.
But that's why I wasn't triggered, because I understand, you grew up somewhere you think, state champions reside on the East Coast in high school football, when in reality they'd go, 2-9 here in Texas high school football?
Lozenges are solid dosage form. Lozenges. All right, let me see if it's a lozenger.
So, but his man, that's I wonder if that's why they allowed them to play. Like, you know how we were they kind of let the teams play yesterday. Do you think he let them play because my voice is gone? I don't want to sit here and announce penalty.
Do y'all
calls.
say lozenge or lozenger? I guarantee you no one says lozenge. I need a lozenge.
I think it's lozenges, not lozenge. Lozenges.
Okay, but give me a piece of throat candy and
Well,
Vince. And would I if you were asking me for a piece of throat candy, would you say give me a lozenges? No. Would you say give me a lozenge or
I would say
lozenger?
give me a cough drop. That's what I would say.
No. You got to see.
I would never say lozenge.
The fan text will explode and say lozenge over lozenger. I'm telling you.
Wait, we'll say lozenge?
Yes, over lozenger.
So my brother said crown yesterday. I said crayon.
He's one of those.
1 syllable versus 2 syllables. Let's crosstalk. Mikey Bassick pouring more vinegar in the Cowboys' wound after yesterday. Crosstalk with KMC is next.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
A flip by Richie James Jr. That means this game is over, and you can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs being the AFC champions for the 4th time in 5 seasons. The Chiefs have the Lamar Hunt Trophy, and they're taking it to Vegas for Super Bowl 58.
Oh,
let's do this. I'll tell you what.
They've been 3 whole point underdogs. Nobody believed in the Chiefs. It's shocking. Nobody thought they would get here.
It's getting expensive being a Chiefs fan. Like this hat now, old Super Bowl logo. I think
you can doubt the Chiefs.
I think Cowboy
there were 3
fans.
whole point underdogs.
That's the great
on the
thing.
road.
If you bought a Super Bowl logo
4
thing in 1996, you've never had to replace it.
It got up to 5, yeah.
On
And
game
that's
day,
the cool thing that Jerry's doing for us. You know, like this hat now looks like, why don't you have the new Super Bowl logo?
And they just keep giving the same number out to people, so you never really have to change it. They just keep giving 88 out. You never have to worry about changing that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, one
Especially
year they
the
just
best
drafted
one.
a guy with the same last name.
They're like Antonio Bryant, Des Bryant. Done.
Who can we draft this year
That's
that
why
has a pre-existing name on this team?
That's why I think Josh Howard was number 5 for the Mavericks, because they had a million Juwan Howard number 5 jerseys that they're like, crap. These are like, we're going to have to discount this 80%. Like, we just drafted a Howard. Give him number 5.
And that's why we drafted Tyler Smith. They're like, good enough. We'll make the change eventually.
What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, right out of the gate, the Super Bowl is set. Are you happy with this matchup? At 10:20, Luka appreciation post, and then Wanker of the weekend at 11:22.
Not happy with the NFC representative at all.
Agreed.
Hate that. Sad for Detroit. And Mikey was texting me about the greatness of Pat Mahomes, even though the offense disappeared. Completely disappeared in the second half. Who's the GOAT? Bad GOAT. The bad person from the weekend. Zay Flowers or Dan Campbell?
Zay Flowers.
Yeah, Zay Flowers.
Yeah, he had the best drive and the worst drive at the same time. Like, you can't be any... He gets up and stands over the guy. And now he did have his ankle all twisted up too, but he stands over him and gets a bad penalty. Then fumbles.
Joe Burrow was furious.
Then busts his hand.
Amazing.
Then hurts his hand on the sideline.
Yeah, it
he
was
busted
bad.
his hand. Mikey, I'm waiting for your old school, new school breakdown of Dan Campbell's decisions. Do you have that prepared for today?
Well, I wanted to text you guys at times that, hey, I feel like these coaches that we like are running the ball on 2nd and long too. So it can't be.
Lions run the ball in a very weird spots. I mean, they were running on 3rd and 12 last night.
And then maybe,
and it worked. And it worked.
And maybe you say, and I totally get this thinking, because this is why I didn't want to text it all out, because I get it. If you have Christian McCaffrey as your running back and it's 2nd and 10 or 1st and 15, I get running with him. Like, he has a chance to take it to the house. He has a chance for a 30 or 40 yard run. And I get where if you have, let's say, an average running back that you're kind of like, well, you're probably going to get 4 yards. So is it great? But I did feel like at times even the great Andy Reid would run the ball on 2nd and 10 to give himself what he would feel like would be like a 3rd and 5, which gives you more options. I'm not saying you should run the ball every time on 2nd and 10, but I also don't think you should pass the ball every time on 2nd and 10 either. Because it's like, I just think of it as pitching. If everybody knows I'm going to throw a changeup 2-0, eventually that becomes a bad pitch, because now there's no deception in it. If I'm doing it 100% of the time, or even 90% of the time, even though the analytics would say you should pass every time on 2nd and long. Well, if I do that every time, the other team knows now I'm never going to run the ball on 2nd down, and they can prepare a lot easier for me if I never show some sort of changeup.
Yeah, keep them guessing, man. Keep them guessing on what you're trying to do.
Was there a consensus with y'all for the negative GOAT of the weekend?
I think it's the first time we asked it between the two. I mean, Dan Campbell last night was getting roasted and destroyed.
I mean, he did the exact same thing that he's done all year. Is the only thing I would say about that. I understand why he's getting roasted.
I don't know. I got to put a lot more thought.
I was happy he kicked the field goal, by the way, at halftime. I thought that was a smart decision.
All right, what about the 2 4th down ones in the second half?
I wanted him to tie the game. I'm not I'm weird like this, and I know I guess I'm old school or cavemanish. I don't mind field goals, especially earlier in the game. I think maybe I'm too old school in this, where John Madden said, sometimes putting a 3 on the board early and just getting points on the board kind of can get you in a little bit of a rhythm. And I totally get the going for it and all of the analytics that say, well, you should here. And I don't know if they ever say you shouldn't go for it on 4. I swear to you, every time they have that thing up, it just says, just go for it. Every time. Smart move, smart decision. But
especially on your own yard line, like you're on 25.
I did think you guys brought up a good point that Detroit's kicker wasn't the best from 40 to 49 when I was listening to you guys today.
76.5%.
Small sample.
Yeah. So
because they don't go for it that often.
Yeah.
Or they don't kick it that often.
But I don't know. Obviously, I think he's an over-aggressive coach. Yeah. But I also think that makes him very new school. That's the way that everybody's telling you you're supposed to do things. So I know that I'm wrong in my thinking when I'm watching a game and it's 4th and 3 and I have what I think is going to be a 95% chance of getting 3 points. I usually want to take the 3 points, but I know that I am wrong in my thinking. I'm old school or thinking back to when Madden and Pat Summerall called games.
Kevin, I triggered a lot of Baltimore fans yesterday when I brought up the Dak Prescott playoff comparison. How fair, accurate do you think that is?
Yeah. I mean, because now is he 2-4 or 2-4?
2-4.
2-4.
Dak's 2-5. Lamar's 2-4
in the playoffs. I think that's fair. Now, obviously, the MVPs separate them, and being in a game that Dak hasn't been in separates them. But this was a huge missed opportunity for Lamar Jackson. I'm a big Lamar Jackson fan, and I just don't know if they'll be back in this situation again. I hope they are, but
a lot of good quarterbacks.
This felt like their shot, and they didn't get it done.
And they got Michael Jordan that they have to deal with every year.
Michael Jordan never lost in the biggest games.
True.
I'm just kidding. Patrick Mahomes is awesome.
Corey, is it fair? Lamar Dak?
Yeah. Not like you're not comparing playing styles at all.
No.
By any means. And that's a completely different world.
Big game question mark / playoff cloud over their head.
Yeah. The game plan for Baltimore specifically yesterday looked like they were trying to match Patrick Mahomes. Hey, let's not run the football. We're really good at running the football.
Yeah,
why would
best
we want
in
to
the
do
league.
that? So I would blame the game plan a lot for what happened yesterday, but maybe Lamar Jackson was like, "Nah, this is what I want to do." And then Dak Prescott has had a lot of those moments where he come out early in games and you're just like, where you do these things so well in the regular season, where does it go? Why does it disappear?
Do you think
you
that
hesitant?
At this point there is a psych out factor playing against Patrick Mahomes? I think of Tiger Woods in golf. I think of recently Sean McVay blaming himself for, I think it was 17-3, the Super Bowl loss.
13-3.
13-3. And he's like, I psyched myself out. I take all the blame here because I was going against the great Bill Belichick. I overthought a lot of things and I messed up. And I'm wondering at this point, to Corey's point of, why were they doing that? Why did they not look like the Baltimore Ravens offense that we saw against San Francisco or against Miami? Or I understand they weren't going to score 56, but I'm wondering at this point, does Patrick Mahomes have that without even doing anything? He has that Tiger Woods thing that you just get nervous playing against him.
You can't make any mistakes. You know that you have to play and you got to hit a number. Right? You got to hit a certain number generally because and that's not the way the Ravens have done it. And to me, I don't consider it when you miss a free throw as a choke. To me, choke is when you completely change your game and it's a mental thing, right? You're
Devin George over Eric Dampier.
Yeah, when you just change your style. If you change your style because the game is different, that to me is all right, you've given it away. You've told the whole world that you mentally aren't up to this game.
Look, I mean, this is as vulnerable as the Chiefs have been in several years. And Mahomes had to go on the road. No, everybody's like, well, what's it going to be like playing on the playoffs in the road? And so, to me, it's just
perfect.
There's not.
It's true.
To me, that's going to be a lot. If that factor didn't exist before, it's going to exist now. Because there's got to be a lot of people in the AFC that are like, when this was the year they were supposed to lose, and they're not.
Yeah, Andy Reid was pretty brilliant too. The way the plays, what he's calling. I know Mahomes has to go execute it, but Andy Reid was freaking awesome.
Super Bowl and a rebuild.
Yeah, and how many consecutive passes did Mahomes make?
10.
10 consecutive.
10 for 10.
That's
Is that good?
That makes
You want to see that? You want to see that, right?
And I don't think he ever threw a football that could have gotten turned over. Maybe the one that he floated to Kelsey.
Yeah, but not to mess up Basic's crush here, but that game was won by the Chiefs defense.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, 17-10. They didn't do anything in the second half. And to your point, getting rid of Tyreek Hill or not re-signing him, and you're still in the freaking Super Bowl, it does feel like
back-to-back years.
It does feel like a lost opportunity for the rest of the NFL.
Yeah.
And Kansas City's still here.
Baltimore will never get there again. What are the chances that they have a home field and a healthy Lamar? Like, Lamar's never been healthy like this. Like, this is the healthiest, as healthy as ever been.
Burrow's going to be back in their division.
This was the year where Allen was out, Burrow was out, Lawrence was out, Herbert was out.
Yeah.
Rodgers didn't play. Like, this was Mahomes had the 3 seed. Like, when are you going to get this again?
The Steelers were at their worst at quarterback.
Yeah.
And still.
Yeah, it'll probably continue.
Lamar Dak playoff game for you tomorrow.
Obviously, Lamar.
Oh,
Obviously.
Corey?
I mean, he gets to places Dak hasn't been, so.
Ooh.
I love your delivery. It's very
very dismissive.
Very cutting.
It kind of makes you want to punch him
Well, I mean, and if you
sometimes,
look at it, it does feel like Dak is regressing in the playoffs. Does it not?
It does not even come close to mirroring Lamar's stats in the playoffs. Lamar's so much worse statistically in the playoffs than Dak. I mean, you want to talk about running the ball too?
Even though he has a better record, he's younger.
He has a better what?
Yeah, 2-4 is better than 2-5.
I don't think that's a flex, but I mean, like
I didn't say it was.
No, but I mean,
he's
like
a better
that's not. It's fewer games. He was 2-4 before he lost to the Packers this year. But if you look at it, it's like, for instance, Dak has 18 total touchdowns, 7 turnovers in the playoffs.
And
Lamar
that's great.
is 9
How many?
9.
And that's fine. How many of those come from a 2016 game, and how many of those come from a team that was 8-9 that they beat in the playoffs?
Well,
that's fine.
I mean, seen as like Dak's greatest career game was last year in the playoffs on the road. I don't
against
think
the 8-9 team,
but we're still you're still talking about
against the 8-9 team.
I mean, look, hey, you can shift the goalpost and say like it was 2016, and now you can say, well, it was against an 8-19. I'm just saying that's the reality of it.
I'm not shifting the goalpost. That literally goes along with what I talked about regression.
No, you just said it's 2016.
Yes, 2016, and that was maybe his apex, if not on the road against the under 500 team. Other than that, he's regressed. Who did Lamar Jackson just lose to? Patrick Mahomes. Who did Dak Prescott just lose to?
I don't think
Jordan Love.
I don't think Lamar Jackson turned over the ball and had issues yesterday because Patrick Mahomes was across from him.
Is this why you guys?
He turned the ball over because Zay Flowers dropped a touchdown pass?
No, I'm just
that's
saying,
Lamar Jackson's
no,
fault?
honestly,
is that your contention?
Did that look like a guy who was hesitant to you yesterday? Look, it's the same. It's the same.
Yes,
symptom.
it did.
It's the same symptom. Like Dak and Lamar are fighting the same disease. It's the Spider-Man meme. They're just pointing at each other.
And yet he was just in a game that Dak's never gotten to. So how's that?
I don't. But what does that have to do in terms of we're talking about like their ability to play under pressure?
I'm sorry. Is your question what does the fact that Lamar Jackson got to an AFC Championship game have to do with pressure that Dak has never been able to make it to the NFC Championship game? Is that your question?
No.
It has a lot to do with it. If you can make it to one game and the other person can't, that has a lot to do with it.
Let's go.
Sean told you to get rid of the bell.
I think you're going to be on probation tomorrow.
I give Bobby credit. He's still defending Dak, and that is honorable.
The KMC Masterpiece next on Fan.
There's no reason to. fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford as part of the show today. Our question, 877-881-1053. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 2 if we can. The Super Bowl is set. Are you happy with the matchup we got? Wait.
He's trying to push the pocket. Jackson goes deep middle for the end zone. Intercepted! Intercepted in the end zone! Oops. Intercepted by Deion Bush!
What?
Now, I wanted Baltimore to win, but I really wanted Detroit to win because I did not want to see the 49ers in the Super Bowl. Yet, neither of those things happened.
Super happy. I have to ask this question. I know it's a little bit random, but it has to deal with Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Because you're rooting for the Ravens.
I was.
Did you root against Michael Jordan in the 90s? Did you get tired of him?
I am not tired of Mahomes, by the way.
And I'm not either.
Okay.
I like Lamar Jackson. I'm not anti Patrick Mahomes at all. I'll absolutely root for him to beat the 49ers.
I did root for the Utah Jazz, but that was because of Duncanville's own Greg Ostertag.
Not because you were tired of... No, I'm not tired of Patrick Mahomes by any means. I just like Lamar Jackson, and he came up very short.
So I'm just pumped that we're getting to see the greatest quarterback right now in the Super Bowl again. I just think that makes it fun. And look, I was rooting for San Francisco because I know how much it hurts Cowboy fans. So
come on,
and
dude.
I do really like Brock Purdy. I like their game. I like watching San Francisco play football. They play a winning playoff style of football. I wasn't going to be upset if Detroit made it. At halftime, I was like, I can't believe this. Detroit's going to the Super Bowl.
And see, to me, I just think, like, either way, it's the Super Bowl. You'll figure out fun narratives that everyone will be into, and these teams are obviously both very, very good. I just think it would have been really neat to see Kansas City against Detroit because where you started is where you're going to end this season. But also...
You really thought it was going to be perfect if it was Baltimore-Detroit, right?
Yeah, that I would have loved. Yeah. But Kansas City-Detroit, I think, would have been cool because, like you were talking about, are you in the midst of seeing the person who is going to eventually take over as the greatest of all time against maybe one of the most suffering, not one of the most, definitely one of the most suffering fan bases of all time? It feels like all of Michigan, maybe all of the United States would get behind the Detroit Lions versus the Chiefs. I think it would have been amazing to see a team that's always there versus the last NFC team to ever make the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that would have been that was probably the matchup that I really wanted to see the most. I actually wanted to see Kansas City and Detroit. Like that would have been my perfect option there because, like you just said about Detroit, there's so many qualities about them.
Sure.
Dan Campbell, like the way that he's built this program, the way that he's gone about it, his aggressive nature, all these things work in his favor. I would have loved to have seen that. And there's some really good young players on that team that you're like, man, that's going to be tough to deal with for a while. I just could not bring myself to even think or fathom that San Francisco deserves it, or they deserve it on style of play, the way they play football. And to be quite honest, Detroit looked exhausted by the end of that game. They looked like they've been beaten up. And that's just what happens when you play San Francisco. But Mike, with Kansas City, I do root for how many times can this dude do it and how can he surpass Tom Brady. 35 playoff wins for Tom Brady. And right now, Patrick Mahomes is at 14. Which is tied for third.
I think the most ever in a 7-year career because his rookie year.
That is correct.
Yeah, and so like I want to see how many of those. I would love for him to take all of Brady's records and say I did it all.
Co-sign.
I took all the, and not because I don't like Brady, but just because we can go. That was another. We got to see two eras in our lifetime. We got to see the two best quarterback eras ever. 3.
Montana.
Oh, and Montana too. I probably didn't pay enough attention at that time, but I got to see those too. It would have been. I'm hoping to continue to watch that. Plus, I need more Taylor Swift.
And look, and Detroit got rid of a Swift in the offseason to get bigger and stronger.
Yeah, they got Montgomery.
So they're like, no Swift in our organization. And then you have the opposite where they're really Swifting.
Let's get all the Swift.
Now, let me bring this point up. I thought this at halftime of the 24-7 game. I thought, this is really cool. Dan Campbell and the organization took a little bit of heat for going so run heavy with the way they were building the team. Like, they looked at Swift, and he was a good running back, but he was kind of a finesse running back, would you say?
I could see that.
And so he's like, no, I'm going to get Montgomery, and I'm going to get Gibbs, and I'm going to have this very physical running style to go along with, hey, he has very skilled wide receivers out there too. But I just thought, wow, if they win this copycat league, does the league start going, whoa, Detroit just did everything that we said is wrong with the league, not going for it on fourth down, but you don't want to build your team through offensive line and running. You want to build it through quarterbacks and wide receivers. And they're like, no, we're going to have two really big, strong, fast running backs, and we are going to pound the ball and really beat you that way come playoff football time. So there was part of me at halftime going, I wonder if the NFL is going to have to relook, not at ever giving a running back big money,
sure,
but like, we need to draft these guys maybe a little bit higher than we're thinking so we have them for 5 years.
And then does that mean then, I'm seriously asking, does that mean over the span of a half, you sit back and go, okay, never mind?
I think so.
Yeah, yes, because the second half, as much as I just want to blame Dan Campbell for a lot of those mistakes, there were mistakes on the field. The fumble was backbreaking. The drop pass was,
Deadpool Reynolds.
They would have converted that fourth down.
Dead hands.
And
that's his nickname.
they couldn't tackle in the second half. I'll also give this. I got to give Christian McCaffrey credit for this. And this is the one thing. I don't know if y'all saw this moment. The linebacker for Detroit with the long blonde hair tackles him and throws him to the ground. And then Christian McCaffrey gets up and is ticked off. And you can see him. He says some words that I cannot say on radio. They were looking. I think he was looking for anything to light a spark under his team. And that moment I felt was because on the next play, he goes nuts. And the rest of that drive, he goes nuts. It goes into the second quarter. That had just ended the first quarter. He goes nuts in the second quarter. And I think he goes into the locker room and he's like, look, man, we're just about to be more physical. They couldn't tackle Debo. They couldn't tackle McCaffrey in the second half. It was just like that. And I thought that was a turning point in that game because Detroit was owning everything. They were owning everything, and then they lit a little fire under McCaffrey, and he needed one little thing to go, okay, we're gonna go. You're not gonna be out physicaling us today. They did.
He continues to be very impressive, not just this postseason, but the postseason in general. 132 total yards, 2 touchdowns from yesterday, and I probably would have thought the same thing if it was the 49ers and the Ravens. But with the 49ers and the Chiefs, I don't look at this and say a fluky team got in there. Like, I realize,
agree,
compared to like previous runs, this doesn't look like the exact same Kansas City team. But as you've gone along in the playoffs, man, and some of those balls haven't been dropped.
Getting rid of Kadarius Toney on the team really helped.
By the way, yeah, we need to get to that in just a second. But you look at a San Francisco team that I think people have had healthy fear/respect of all season long. Kansas City, even when they were struggling, I don't feel that anybody was like, well, they're straight up done. Yeah. And so I look at these two teams.
They just aren't the same.
Exactly.
Is the way that they looked at Kansas City.
But I still look at this as representative of, yeah, this is the best of the best in the league.
I'm with you. Anytime that you get the best quarterback in the Super Bowl, you really are going to like that Super Bowl. I'm not saying you're like, oh, you can hate it. Obviously, if you're a Bills fan or if you're a fan of almost any AFC team, Baltimore, you're probably not happy that Patrick Mahomes is back in a Super Bowl.
But you're rooting against him.
Right. But you're like,
so you get that at least out of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, this is what David Stern manipulated the whole NBA on, is make sure the best players are in the NBA Finals, and we'll deal with it from there. And so I do think when Patrick Mahomes is in this Super Bowl, I think most football fans will go, gosh, I might love him or hate him or not have a strong opinion, but it's really fun watching a guy that plays it at that high of a level.
Is there because you asked this question, if I was rooting against Patrick Mahomes, I'm definitely not. Is there a heavy contingent of people who dislike specifically Mahomes, maybe the Chiefs in general? Because I was joking with Corey before the show. I know some people have Taylor Swift fatigue. What I said is I want to see a buddy comedy with Andy Reid and Taylor Swift, because they were pointing at each other on the stage, and I was like, I want to know more about those two's friendship. I don't know if I said that sentence right.
Yeah.
But you get my point.
I think my sons were going for Baltimore. I think they get tired of me pumping up Patrick Mahomes so much. And
we all?
they said, we're kind of tired of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. So I think that as their kids, they wanted new blood in the Super Bowl and not to see Kansas City. I will say this. It got tiring. I love Tom Brady. I think he's the best I've ever seen. Very different from Patrick Mahomes, but it felt like for a 7-year period there, every time we went to the Super Bowl, it was New England Patriots. Whether we were in New York or Houston or wherever, you're just like, every year we're here, it's Boston.
And you almost felt like in those Super Bowls, you were getting a formulaic Super Bowl game. Like the way that the Patriots play football, you were like, you know exactly what to expect out of this.
Yeah. So I guess people are getting tired of Kansas City. Maybe they're getting a little bit frustrated with, I'm being nice here, if you don't like Patrick Mahomes, like what he did to Jay Feely, but I just think that that's Michael Jordan in him. I think that he might, 10 years from now, remember how much everybody loved Michael Jordan, Coca-Cola commercials, McDonald's commercials, his interviews. And then by the time he got to be near the end of his career, he was not as smiley anymore as he was the first half, at least, of his career. And obviously there's life things that happened to him. Divorce, father gets murdered. Like a lot of things happen that probably changed his outlook on this world.
And you did say Jay Feely, right?
I'm sorry, he's
Justin Tucker.
Justin Tucker. I did say Jay Feely. He's the guy he's the guy who, I don't know how much he gets paid to analyze 2 minutes of a 3-hour game. But
I still always think it's weird when they got Gene or Dean Blandino and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna bring you into the booth and show you off right now."
Yeah, hey, what do you think of this field goal? Well, it's 52 yards and it's outside. Let's see how it goes. Thanks, Jay.
Appreciate you, man.
Couldn't have said that one on my own. Well, I watched him kick in pregame warmups and he kicked from 54.
At this point, you pretty much want to see him kicking a game.
Is the biggest winner of all of this never, I'm assuming, having to hear about the color scheme conspiracy again?
Is it all red?
It's all red now.
All red and yellow and gold?
Because if it would have been Baltimore, it would have been San Francisco, even though we talked about your hat from last year and maybe it didn't look exactly like the right colors. That conspiracy is over and done with, right?
I hope so. Yeah. Unless maybe the NFL just planned it wrong. By putting that referee on the. I told y'all last week.
Home team.
That referee hates the home team. The percentages, the wins for the away team, through the roof with that referee, and it was out that way from the get.
And I know we're not to baseball nuggets, but 10 years ago, San Francisco beat Kansas City in the World Series. So I think there's a lot of Royals fans that want revenge here on the 49ers.
Well, and they did have this game a few years ago too, and Patrick Mahomes wins against San Francisco because Jimmy Garoppolo can't hit a receiver downfield.
Yeah. Wide open by 5 yards, game over, San Francisco Super Bowl champs, and he missed the throw.
And they've got to be sitting there saying we were that close then, and they've got to be looking at this game, or at least Shanahan's got to be looking at this game going, okay, this is my opportunity. I get the I get the rematch against Andy Reid, and I get to try and match wits with him. We're both great play callers, and I get this opportunity again, and it's not going to happen because I've got a better quarterback than I did whenever I was here the first time.
Can I play a bit of audio that is from the game, so maybe not necessarily about what we were just talking about, just because it amuses me?
Sure.
All right, go to cut number 12. This is a penalty call from Ravens Chiefs.
Holding, offense number 76. 10-yard penalty, second down. At the end of the play, Taunting, offense number 4. It'll be first and 10.
Oh, man.
He's
He
bringing
struggled, didn't he?
That's playoff intensity. He lost his voice in that. That felt
He still
like
battled.
Yeah,
he still battled.
did.
Yeah, you got to be proud of the way he fought through it or attempted to. I mean, he didn't.
76.
That was tough for him,
top-notch.
man. That was very tough to listen to.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's our Luka Appreciation Post. How the Superstar's amazing night highlights his greatness and the roster's issues all in one. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign.
And this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss.
Don't stop now. Luka splits a double. Keeps the dribble alive. All the way to the hoop. Scoop to the hoop with a foul. Points 71 and 72.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and Luka would get to point number 73. Now, I realize that happened on Friday, and then the next day...
Next day was Saturday.
Is true.
And then Kyrie came back and really helped out.
No, that didn't happen.
When's that going to happen?
Never.
Okay, let's one issue at a time, Mike. I hope you would be happy about this.
No, I was super happy about it. I will say this. I was talking to my Jake, who's 15 years old, and I said, you know what? I'm a little bit perturbed with, and I'm not saying he should average 73 points a game. I'm not saying he should average
probably good.
50 points a game. But after he made those remarks and got a fan kicked out and had played, even though his numbers look good, wasn't playing at a high energy level or a focus level for 3 games, I was like, you know what? He could be by far the best player in the NBA. Like, there should be no doubt. The only doubt would be, well, his team doesn't win in the playoffs because they're not good enough.
Sure.
And I'm not saying he's going to ever have another 73-point game, because you kind of have to have a team that decides not to double team him for 3 quarters while he's super hot. And they're like, you know what? Let's really stick to this Derrick Jones Jr. guy. He might start getting off here, and we need to really make sure that that stays in check.
Mm-hmm.
So watching that game, I'm like, wow. He's the best player in the NBA if he wants to be. Will he ever want to be? Will he ever really do this? Not 73 points or last night or the other night, 17 assists, and he didn't shoot the ball well, but it wasn't because of lack of focus. It was because he's probably super tired after 45 minutes of scoring 73 points. I watch him and I'm like, wow, what if he had the kind of, I say, focus of Jordan or LeBron? I don't know. I don't know if he'll ever have that, but when you do see him focused and you see him against the Phoenix Suns in a game 7 in the playoffs, or you see him in these moments where he turns into all focus and all concentration is on the game of basketball. It's not on the fans. It's not on the referees. It's not, he's one of the best you can ever watch, but will he stay that focused ever?
And I think that game perfectly encapsulated what we talked about that Thursday or Friday. Is Luka was unbelievable. It's one of the more astonishing things you'll ever see. But they won by 5 points against a team that's terrible. And so, like, when we talk about the construction of the rest of the roster or the talent deficiencies, or if this year you think, like Broadus talked about, the injuries with Kyrie continuing to be out, is even with a historic performance, you eked out a win against a team that's not good. I thought
they desperately needed him to win a game.
Yes.
They desperately needed him to score 73.
I think you saw all facets of what's great and what's wrong with the Mavericks all in that same game.
Can I also say what's also wrong with the NBA? Like that, I don't know why, like what's happened, but the fact that we're getting like nightly 130-point games from both sides is weird to me. It's all-star game every night. I'm like, hold on. And I don't want to go back to the Spurs 77-72 games. Right. I don't. But it's just, I don't even know what is great anymore, because it just seems like everybody's going off for 60+ and they have to score 130+.
Well, in a way, the only way you can double dribble is to dribble it with 2 hands at the same time. Like you can,
grandma side.
You can literally, you can palm the ball for at least a second and make your decision. Do I want to pick this thing up or do I want to re-dribble? You can't close out on guys, right? Because if you get underneath them at all as they jump forward, even though they're jumping forward a foot, that means you have to give them a 2-foot landing space. So you can't really block jump shots that well or get in the way of their jump shots. Guys are able to, we call it the Euro step, but it's really 3 jumps. Yeah. Or, you jump one way, jump the other way, and then maybe you stay that way or jump the other way. So you're kind of triple jumping, Euro stepping, which you couldn't do back in the day. So they're allowing so many things, to your point, that it defensively has to be really tough. You don't know when they're going to pick up their dribble because you're allowed to carry the basketball for a while. When Luka posts up, it's amazing. You're like, wow, he really just held the ball there for a whole second and then put it back down, and they're just fine with it. So I think that I'm not crazy about the new NBA. Like, if you go watch And One back in the early 2000s, you'd be like, man, they're really playing subdued basketball here. Like, why don't you carry the ball like they do now?
Yeah.
But
yes, you need Luka if that's what we're discussing here. You still need Luka, and you still need, like, you're still trying to build around that dude. And I think that there's a possibility that if your roster is better and more competitive so that he can get deeper into playoff games, that focus might change if he really believes that he has a chance.
Well, and that's what I would hope, that things like this would be a wake-up call and be like, hey, that's unbelievable. Hey, what else should we put around him, or figure out a way to put around him so you don't need that to win a 5-point game over a not good Hawks team?
It's tough too and I know another time maybe, sorry, but we're not creating any chemistry with Kyrie and Luka. They're better than last year, but Kyrie's already eliminated from all NBA teams.
Because of how many he's missed?
Yeah. He can't play in 65 games already this year. He's already missed 19 games. So you just start looking. He's missing. Are they playing tonight against Orlando?
Yes.
Yeah, he's already out tonight too. Yeah. So this will be his 20th game missed in the 47 games played, and he's going to miss more games. He's probably going to miss another 10 games. So
yeah, it's unfortunate that Dwight Powell landed on him because we're already going to get a chunk of games missing from him, and then Dwight Powell added to that.
So I look at it and I go, all right, the All-Star break's coming up. They're going to have about 30 games left after the All-Star break. And how many games are Kyrie and Luka going to play together? 20 of those 30? I'm going to guess, because Luka's going to have to sit out 1 or 2 at least, that they're going to give him a night off, or he's really hurt. And then Kyrie's going to ask to carry the load. But that's not how we create a good basketball team. They have to play together approximately 35 minutes a night on the court to create what we would hope to be this dynamic duo that really knows how to play off of each other.
And I think the frustrating thing is, I don't know if optimistic is the right word. I was hoping we were moving in the right direction with Kyrie, because last year he played 60 games, which I realize is still 3/4 of the season, give or take, but it's the most games he had played in a few years. And then, if not for the Dwight Powell injury, caused
that was
injury,
12 games.
Yeah. Would we be to the point where he's like, wow, let's say he missed 1 or 2 in the mix, but you're like, all right, him and Luka have both missed about 5-6 games. Right. And you're like, rock and roll. And so that part is what's really killer about this all too.
Do you think?
Because it seemed that Luka got frustrated with KP missing that much time, right?
Yeah.
But he's
probably
not frustrated with Kyrie, I guess. I don't know.
Probably
Luka's not this season.
Luka's a little more mature, and Kyrie, I think in a way you kind of know what you're getting with Kyrie when it comes to games played. Like you said, the most games he's played in the last about 7 years is 2018-19. He played in 67 games, but he's usually right around 60 games or 55 games played in a season. So do you think that Nico and Cuban, I guess since Cuban's running all basketball operations now, do you think that they know the lack of talent on this team? Like, we can complain about it.
I think one of them does.
You think Nico?
Yeah, I do not. Look, we've talked about this before. I do not believe that about Mark Cuban, because we joked about it, what was it, like 2 years ago, that he literally said they had 3 of the most underrated players in the league. And I'm like, maybe one of them. But if you're like, hey, half of our, top 6 or a third of our top 9 are the most underrated players in the league, maybe they're not all the most underrated players in the league. Maybe you have just mislabeled them in terms of how good they are. If it was one, sure, that happens all the time. But he was like, also this guy, also this guy. And you're like, yeah, or maybe you just fall in love with your talent when you should.
Yeah, and I guess I go back to like the Chandler Parsons was the prize possession.
Sure.
That
because that was his clubbing buddy.
Yeah, and he was like, and he's gonna help me recruit everybody. And so that's where I get kind of caught up in the, I don't know what his talent evaluation is and who he lets help in that, assist in that. But you're right, Kevin. Whenever it comes down to, I have a really good star, And you know what? Maybe I don't need everybody else to be that good. Maybe that's what he thinks. I don't need everybody else to be that good because this one guy, these two guys are really what. Maybe it feels like a lot of times you'll hear an owner or a GM say something along the lines of, "It's only a couple of guys that really run the team, that really run these championships anyway." But it looks like it's the full team of talent to make it happen.
And the shame of it is, let's say that Cuban, the Mavericks, whoever, did come to a realization about the draft not being stupid. First of all, you lost, 12 years in the middle of that being like, well, who cares? Draft picks are dumb. And now that you see how Derek Lively is paying out, and I realize it doesn't always hit for you like that, but you do see the potential of, hey, this is how you get super young players for nothing, is you can't do anything about it to build on that momentum because you're probably going to lose your first round pick because of the way you used to do business. But I'm hoping they take note of that going forward and being like, hey, this is actually a valuable tool.
I hope for our sake, after Luka had this episode against Phoenix, and it was leading up to that, there was even the couple games before where his numbers were outstanding. I think he had a 30-point triple-double against, I can't remember who it was, Boston, I think they lost by 9.
Yes.
I don't know, can he keep this focus on the game of basketball and keep out the distractions of the referees? The referees are going to make bad calls. Can he stay into the game without losing his focus and then transferring that focus to a referee, or then transferring that focus to fans and not in a proper way? Sometimes all right, I'm going to show this fan. I remember there's a clip where Michael Jordan against Utah, a guy was like, dunk on somebody bigger. And so then he dunks on Mark Eaton. He looked at that fan. He goes, is he big enough?
Yes. So no, he's dead on. That's exactly what Michael Jordan would do. He would go, if you're going to say something, then I will seek the moment to go put it in your face.
I'm just wondering, can we get that? Do you think we'll get?
No.
I know not 73-point Luka. That's silly to say. I think he's going to score the 4th most points in an NBA game ever.
Yeah.
But do you think we can get that guy that we seen the last 2 nights?
Yes. And this needs to happen, if he experiences heartbreak in the playoffs. Now on a nightly basis in the regular season, I don't know how much he craves the home court advantage, number 1 seed, like Dirk did. Once Dirk was like, oh man, that's so important, it changed everything. I feel like the way they built around him and the way they even focused during the playoffs. I think he needs to experience that true heartbreak, because the time he was in the playoffs a couple of years ago and they made it to the Western Conference Finals, man, dude, we did it. That was mission accomplished right there. That was everything we needed. So I think he needs to experience the passion and losing it a way that makes him go, man, I might never have this opportunity again.
Now, a few things about the 73-point night in particular. In the last 12 months, 4 players have scored 70 or more points, which is
weird.
That is super weird and amazing. And Embiid scored 70 points on the same day of the year that Kobe scored 81. And then Luka scored 73 on the same day of the year that Kobe had passed away. So I thought that coincidence was super duper weird. And then Luka, most points in franchise history, new career high, one of 15 70-point games in the history of the NBA, tied for the 4th most points in a single game ever, and the most points scored in a game this season. So I realized Friday night, I don't know if people are out and about or whatever, but it was historic for a variety of reasons, and they won.
Stupid question, because Atlanta decided with 10 minutes left in the game, you know what, we might want to change our defense against this guy. He has 65. And I was like, wow, took till 65. But at that point, they did double team him pretty strongly. The rest of his buckets came from either transition kind of situation or free throw line, because they were doubling him so hard as soon as he crossed half court for the most part. Do you think we'll ever see Luka? I'm going to lower the number to start off this question. Do you think we'll see him score 60 points again in a game? Not this year, in his career.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
70.
Yeah. Because I'm going to convince Tim McMahon to tweet out before the game, you ain't got it tonight.
We need to play a team like Atlanta that just seems to not care about changing their defense. But to your point, other guys are doing this and teams aren't changing their defense against those guys either. Do you think he could ever get to a Kobe 81 game?
If somebody's going to do it because of his varied skill set, I can see him doing it.
It's just, I mean,
that's tough to say, but
because only 2 people have ever scored more than his 73, it's just rare.
Oh, yeah, that's true because Wilt did it.
It's just rare for that to happen.
Yeah.
So I just can't see it happening. I can't see him getting to that point. No,
I mean, you hope that you have, in a way, this is where I hope you have better teammates that he doesn't feel like in these games. I better go for 70 tonight.
Right.
Like that's kind of why.
And
probably,
maybe because of the way the league has changed, it will happen.
Yeah, and
more
you
often.
just can't. You can't. I know JJ Redick went on a rant, but like the game is so much more finesse than it was 20, 30 years ago because you can't get underneath guys when they shoot. You can't do certain things.
You can't goon anybody anymore. You can't go out there and send out the goon and say, just go beat him up.
Yeah, like when Karl Malone got tired of Isaiah Thomas, he's like, hey, let's see how you play with no teeth in your mouth anymore. Like that, and that was just a regular foul. Like, well, yeah, you knocked your teeth out, but I mean, that is 2 free throws if you'd like to shoot them.
Okay, well, that's true. But you know who else I feel bad for, Jason Kidd, is Josh Green. Did Josh Green have his best game of the season on Friday night? And people are like,
whatever, 22 points.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, like Booker had 62 that night, right?
Yeah.
Did you already say that?
I did not.
Yeah, Booker had 62, and Luka's like, I'll show you. Yeah, so Josh Green, congratulations,
So if
man.
you could just get Devin Booker talk trash about Luka before the game and Tim McMahon to be like, he looks like he's loafing out there, he could get to 81.
We can do it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
All right, so one of the markets is dried up. Does this market start to heat up this week next?
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we have the
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Passer.
All right, so hopefully a lot of Texas Ranger fans went out to the Globe and they had a fun time at FanFest. Obviously, it was sold out. I heard there were a lot of people there. I saw pictures through social media with like Max Scherzer, like reading I don't think it was a Christmas story, but
he was reading a book.
Yeah, he was reading a book. It kind of looked like a Christmas story type of setting to kids, and obviously a lot of autographs were had. I know that some people didn't get all the autographs that they wanted, and I told there was a lot of people there, and guys were there to meet people and sign as much as they could. But hopefully they had a great time. I would like somebody though to text in. This is very personal to me. I haven't been out to the ballpark in a little bit. The Globe. Are they selling blue jerseys in adult sizes? I know that they sell them blank on the back, and then you have to pay to get. For me, my son really wants a Josh Young jersey, but he doesn't want white because he has a white Corey Seager jersey, so he wants the blue, with Texas across it. And I know that recently they only have the white jerseys for sale out there with the players' names on the back, or because their names aren't on the back, or they have the new Nike jerseys. Why am I drawing a blank? With the Peagle and everything.
Oh, yeah.
They have those, but they don't have blue or gray. And my son was kind of hoping to get a blue Josh Young jersey. So
I guess they do have that shop open. Is it open all the time?
It's open all the, yeah, you go there right now. I believe, well, I think it opens at 11 a.m.
Because I was about to say, like, the stadium hasn't been open.
Do you want to go now?
Yeah, let's, Mike, we'll be back.
Okay, see you guys later. I will handle the rest. The rest of baseball nuggets is this. It looks like after Josh Hader signed with the Houston Astros, the 5-year, $95 million deal, now all the other relievers have signed. I know there's a few out on the marketplace, but if you look at Aroldis Chapman, went to the Pirates, and then you look at right now Adam Ottavino, he signed with the Mets. Alex Wood signed with the A's, and he can be a starter / reliever. I'm not exactly sure how he's going to be used. Hector Neris, after we thought we might go after him, I think the Rangers chose David Robertson. I mean, when you really look at the contract, Robertson got about $1.5 million or $2 million more because there's a little incentive-based stuff in there, but they signed David Robertson to about $1 million more because Neris, at least reportedly, is signing for a 1-year, $9 million contract with the Cubs.
Can we stop on that for a minute then?
Yeah.
Would you have preferred the way it played out then? Like, are you okay with that?
Here's where I'm okay with it, and this is where you get a lot of leeway now. You won the World Series. So they're saying they believe, I'm sure that they had their choice because they offered more money. Like, if they had a $10.5 million pot or $11 million pot for a reliever, if I had my way, I think I probably would have wanted Stevenson, who signed a 3-year contract. Now, maybe the Rangers didn't want anything to do with a multi-year contract, as he signed with the Angels, right? Don't I have that right? That's off the top of my head.
Let me double check that.
With Tampa Bay. But from Tampa Bay, I think it was with the Angels, because I was like, oh, he's not going to get a lot of games to close there. But the Rangers decided Robertson was their best choice.
That is correct.
Over Hector Neris. And maybe Neris didn't want to come to the Rangers. I can't imagine, like, no, I'd rather not go to the Rangers and get $1.5 million less money to go to the Cubs. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. So the Rangers decided to give that money to David Robertson. But when you start looking now at the free agent relief pitchers, it's pretty much over. There's a few names there, but the Rangers are done. If they get another relief pitcher, it would definitely be through trade. It will not be through, I don't think it'll be through free agency.
And that would be like my anticipation for them this year is
Agreed.
We have a really good club that just won the World Series. Let's see where we are heading through the season. Some guys might not be healthy early. Let's see if we can get one later.
I guarantee you this. As long as the Rangers are in it in June/July, which I think they will be. I mean, unless a lot of injuries, they will be a team contending for a playoff spot. And I think for the division, they will be desperate to trade for a left-handed reliever. I think Chris Young already knows that. The market played out in a way that he's just like, I'm okay with going with kind of an all-righty bullpen for the most part. I get Brock Burke will be in there. I get, at times maybe you'll have Bradford or you'll have Heaney if they're not starting. But I do look at it and go, okay, he's probably, when I say he, Chris Young in June, July will probably be trading for a left-handed relief pitcher from a non-contender to help out the bullpen. Because I do like this. Jose Leclerc was unbelievable in the playoffs. I have no problem with him and Spores being the 8th and 9th inning guys. And now you sign David Robertson to come in and help out with your 7th and 8th inning. And when guys, a guy like, let's say, Leclerc goes on the injured list for a week, or he needs a couple days off because he's a little bit overworked. Well, you can have Spores or Robertson close the game out. In fact, Yates has a little bit of closing experience too. I mean, he's getting to the age where you wonder, closing, I'm not sure, but the bullpen looks solid from a right-hander standpoint, but I do think that they'll be looking for a left-handed reliever around the trade deadline. Now, moving the story along. All right, the Rangers bullpen, it is what it is. Hopefully they have a great year. Bullpens are hard to predict. I do think this week we're going to get Scott Boras to make a decision on Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery. They're both of his clients. So I do think now when you start looking at the market and it playing out, if the relievers are done, so all the teams have signed all the relievers that mattered. Now I think teams go to, all right, how much are we really going to give Blake Snell? How much are we really going to give Jordan Montgomery? So I'm really hoping this week, I'm not predicting this, I'm really hoping we get a pleasant surprise that Jordan Montgomery's coming back to the Texas Rangers, but I am not betting on that. I don't know anything, but I do think that this week I have a feeling that Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery are going to make their decisions.
So all I heard right there was that Boras is convincing both Snell and Montgomery to sign here on one-year deals.
That's what you took from that?
That's exactly what I got out of that. And so we're going to have two dominant left-handers on the bump for us this year.
So can I ignore the Evan Grant interview from Friday when he's like, my gut feeling right now is Jordan Montgomery's not coming back?
I think that's the proper gut feeling, to be honest. I think that when you look at
Corey's gut feeling,
I think where you look at where the Rangers are at financially, especially after giving Robertson the deal, I do think that they went over the threshold. If the articles are correct, and you can manipulate money a little bit in the way that you manipulate money in an NFL salary cap, and there's no cap in Major League Baseball, but there are penalties for levels you go over, I just don't think, I'm hopeful, but I don't think they're going to sign a starting pitcher to a multi-year deal at over $20 million a year. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we get really excited about it. My son asked me this as we were watching something this weekend on both those guys. He goes, if you had your choice, who would you rather have, Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery? Stupid question, because I don't think the Rangers are even bidding on Blake Snell. But if I gave you that question, it's fun to play hypothetical, even though we know it's not happening. Would you rather have Blake Snell at like, let's say, $5 million more per year?
I think I'm taking Jordan Montgomery, and I realize I might be falling into an unfortunate trap here, but I'm just like, I saw what he can do here. I saw how he can thrive on the big stage, and I want
I like how Blake Snell wants to be the best. Like, he does want to be the best pitcher, and the dude has been, top 3, top 2 pitcher before plenty of times. I think I'm going to go with familiarity with Jordan Montgomery and the way he fit in. And I mean, he was a huge reason. That diving catch was, I still think, a turning point in the run to the World Series.
I mean, him and Evaldi were the leaders, right? I mean, those were the guys that gave you a chance to win. There had other guys stepped up here and there, but I mean, you had 2 starting pitchers and 2 relief pitchers. That's where, my buddy, who's the Philly scout, Mike Koploff's like, I just can't believe you guys are doing this with 2 starting pitchers and 2 relief pitchers, that you're winning all of these games.
I don't think I still can either. I know it happened, but man.
I know other guys in moments stepped up, but when you're having to scout a team, you're going, well, I mean, Montgomery and Evaldi's a really nice 1-2 combination, struggling with the 3rd starter here in the playoffs, and then they only have 2 relief pitchers that are pitching well. Everybody else is struggling to really do their job in these situations, and they won it all. Now, with Blake Snell, I just wonder this, and I'll end it here. I wonder how much issue he's having that he started off the season 1-5 with an ERA in the mid-5s, and then he did win the Cy Young, and it was amazing from there. But he has been a little bit of an inconsistent pitcher, so even though he's a Cy Young winner, I just wonder, he's probably wanting that Jacob deGrom contract. I'm sure Boris wants a Jacob deGrom contract. I don't think he'll get close to that, but I just wonder if he's like, well, I'll take 10% less than what deGrom got if they're running into issues, and he almost wants Snell to sign first because he's going to be the big contract with Montgomery, and then he can work off Snell and go, well, Snell got this. Montgomery should get 10% less than that and only 10% less.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, Corey, it's your choose your own adventure opportunity. Would you like to talk about the Cowboys or get a helping of that playoff porridge?
Cowboys finally did it.
Shut up.
You know what? Let's get some porridge action.
Hey.
We'll do no.
A lot of Cowboys are playing football this week.
I was told that this is a Dallas station. So Kevin, maybe we should stick with that. You know what? Let's let the Tolos decide.
Ooh.
Text in right now.
Yeah. Well, you already know what Mike thinks. Go ahead and vote. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Well, let me talk to the Tolo man.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The people have spoken, and it's time.
Dallas.
No. For a heap and helping of that playoff porridge. Corey, are you excited?
Actually, I actually am. I understand where people who are Cowboys fans are kind of beaten up by this football season. I get it, man.
What? 12 wins.
Mike, stop.
Okay.
Look,
we picked a different topic.
Taunt the Cowboys, all right? Don't taunt the listeners who are Cowboys fans, all right? They're suffering, man. We're all suffering.
Hey, Super Bowl hats go 50% off like a month after the Super Bowl, so these $50 hats are $25 if you want to jump on the bandwagon.
All right. Well, you know what? You just answered my question for me. I was going to ask if you wanted to start by hyping up Patrick Mahomes, but you know what? Now, because of that, that is not what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and fire off.
Reverse psychology on you.
Cut number 7, if we can, please.
Out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Ayuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Ayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Ayuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
Now, both of these games had...
I love Brock Purdy, too.
Had amazing, damn it. Both of these games had amazing ebbs and flows to them. First of all, with the Ravens and Chiefs, we were talking about this before. I thought they would end up with the final score that 49ers-Lions got. Like, I thought it was going to be a 34, 31-point game. And like a lot of people, I also thought at halftime, oh my God, the Detroit Lions are going to go to the Super Bowl. And neither one of those things ended up happening.
Way to go, Corey.
Football. Yeah, that was I didn't do it. But it looked like it was going to be an all-timer in the AFC. It really did. Oh my gosh, the Ravens are for real. Everything we saw this year, they started this game this way, and Mahomes is back. And this can't look. They have receivers that can catch. He's going to Kelsey 11 times. Rashee Rice is going to be great today. It looked like it was going to be an all-timer, and then it turned into there was a lot of really good defense played on both sides. Really good defense, and it's frustrating. I think the most frustrating part is Zay Flowers' moment. Because he had it. That was the chance to tie that game. I know at that point it wouldn't have been tied, but sure. That you were in position to be in a tied game late in that game with another epic moment on the way. And for that matter, Mahomes and their offense didn't really do a whole lot after that either. So Baltimore really could have done something. It was supposed to be a lot of fun, and it fizzled out pretty quickly.
Now, the 49ers broke a few trends in the NFC Championship game. Brock Purdy had been 2-4 this season when throwing an interception. And honestly, that was another one of the reasons that I thought they were cooked. And then the 49ers were 0-5 the past 2 seasons when trailing by 14-plus points at any point in the game. We did this on an overreaction or reality early in the season, earlier before the playoffs started. Did you think Dan Campbell's aggressiveness was going to cost him in the playoffs? And I think the consensus was we could all definitely see that being the case.
Yeah, I do think that if you are mentally prepared that this is how we play football, though, then that's just what you do.
I could see it.
You know, if I understand, like, if we didn't have what Mike calls the caveman or prehistoric way of thinking that it was always field goals are more important on fourth down, if we never had that thought, would we think that people that are kicking fourth down field goals are insane right now, and that's the wrong way to do it instead of going for it? Probably so. But the approach that he took is, I want them to be prepared to go hit them in the mouth. We can get 10 yards on 4 plays. That's just what we're going to do. And again, there's some execution that I do blame on as well. I think they all share it, and I'm not going to try and weigh which one carries the most, though.
I really thought Eminem was going to end up living his best day because he was flipping off 49ers fans before the game started, and then the game kind of reflected that that's what was going to happen all day. When it was 14-0, and Detroit just methodically moved the ball down the field, I was like, what the hell is happening? They were averaging 9 yards a play.
David Montgomery looked awesome.
He did.
They could run. You're not supposed to be able to run against them like this. This is the San Francisco defense. They stop you at everything. You're not supposed to be able to do what you did against them. They just ran over them, man. And you knew that Jahmyr Gibbs was going to have a big moment too. Just wait for him to hit that crack and go. And at some point it was going to happen. And they did. The first half of it, they did. But I think I started seeing like Sam Laporta got hit on one play in the first half late, and I was like, they're going to be worn out by the end of this game. And I kept going back to something I heard Troy Aikman say, and that was, look, man, I always felt like if talent levels were even, or we had an edge in talent level, they were going to be tired late in the game, not my opponent. And so what happened early in playoff games wasn't going to be happening late. I just had to withstand that early stuff. And that's what ended up happening is a young Detroit team found out that late in the game against San Francisco, you get worn out.
Well, that's fine. If you're going to bring up expertise from Troy Aikman, guess what? I see your Troy Aikman expertise, and I raise you cut number 11. Don't rule out, as we move to the AFC, the expertise of Tony Romo.
And that ball is out. Chiefs ball in games like this. The ball matters more than any game.
It's that type of insight that what I didn't realize, and I know a lot of people were. Go ahead.
I'm going to give him an excuse. I think they're probably in his ear counting him down, and he's hearing 5 or 4, and he's like, crap, I can't say anything more. So he has to end a sentence. And it's not the best, but I don't think people understand that there are people in your ear at that moment going, break, 3, 2, and you're like, crap, I have 1 second to say something, and that's the ball. You know?
And
that's the ball.
Yesterday, people were piling on Tony Romo. I guess I didn't realize that this groundswell had been going for like 2 years. This might be the most hurtful tweet I saw about that game. People complaining about the occasional shots of Taylor Swift and were forced to hear Tony Romo the entire game. That is just mean-spirited, but very clever.
Somebody did point out that then not this past game, but the game before it, Taylor Swift was on for 25 seconds total in the game, which I guess is too long for everybody. They can't handle seeing her for 25 seconds. And that just seems like it's not as bad as having to hear Tony Romo that often.
Look, I don't care about the Travis Kelce Taylor Swift relationship. I want to know more about Andy Reid standing on the podium and pointing at Taylor Swift and her pointing right back at him. I want to know about their friendship.
They're probably besties. Adrian during the game yesterday was like, I cannot stand Tony's voice. It is wearing me out. And I said, all right, Mahomes or Tony? And she was like, oh, that's a tough one. So
I can't remember the exact play. It might be the Dez caught it or Dez didn't catch it moment, but I always remember this, and this is from Tony Dungy, that he told his players, I don't want you ever reaching for the end zone.
Especially with the rule of fumble through the end zone.
Yeah, and so I guess coaches don't believe that, right? Or is it just you can tell a person no matter what, please do not reach the ball for the end zone, because if it gets hit out and you're not really protecting, you can't protect the ball. You're exposing the ball. There's only hands on it at that point. There's no chest. There's no way to really secure the ball when you reach for the goal line. If it's fourth down, I get it. You have to. But I just wonder, man, if you just don't reach there, because even though I'm happy that Kansas City won, I was texting you. I was like, dang it, I hate that Lamar's not having a good game, because I like Lamar too, and I took the risk of holding on to some of his rookie cards going, he's getting to the Super Bowl, then I'm selling them. But unfortunately he didn't. But it's just frustrating to me going, dang it, why reach for the end zone? I've just heard Tony Dungy talk about this. I think it was him who said, I told my guys, running backs, receivers, quarterbacks, do not reach for the goal line. It's not worth it.
I think he was trying to make up for the penalty he had earlier. And also, like, he was like, this is my time. I can get it. I can get there. Yeah, he he had a really good season later in the season that him and Lamar teamed up pretty well together. They found something there, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see them grow that. Him and Zay Flowers at the end of the year here.
I put it off as long as I could. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 3 because he is pretty damn great.
Mahomes to throw against a 4-man rush. Fires it near side to Kelsey. Comes back to the ball and holds it in. Touchdown! Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes absolutely took duct tape and just wrapped the ball around the waist of Travis Kelce for a 19-yard touchdown.
Is that not what you also saw, Corey?
No.
So maybe it's me growing up watching Troy Aikman and Patrick Mahomes. I love Troy Aikman. He's way better than Troy Aikman. And I love Troy. Troy's a Hall of Famer, 3-time champ. But there's certain things that he does that reminds me of smart quarterbacks like Troy Aikman. He took a sack with 5 minutes and change to go, and he knew. I think it was at that moment. He knew, I don't want to throw the ball away here. I want to take a sack. We are down to under 6 minutes, and we have a 2-score lead. I believe it was 17-7 at that point. And he's like, yes, I'm getting pressured, and I can throw the ball away, because there's so many times where he smartly throws the ball away to live for another play. Like he's playoff smart. Yeah. And he even knew, no. I need to take a sack here. Nobody's open. I'm not risking the ball, and I'm not throwing it away because the last thing I want to do, if I take a sack, that's a 40-second runoff on the clock if I take this sack. If I throw it away, right now the 40 seconds are so valuable to them. And, I mean, nothing. I know I go back to our quarterback, but Dak doesn't understand that. He doesn't get
I would be inclined to agree with that many
There are a lot
times,
of quarterbacks.
yeah.
There are a lot,
like when you're in field goal range, right? A lot.
league.
But when you're in field goal range on third down, Dak takes a 10-yard sack to then make you punt the ball. Like that's. I don't think. I'm sure Patrick Mahomes is not perfect, but I feel like Patrick Mahomes in those situations makes really smart decisions.
Now, Patrick Mahomes is now 10-1-1 when he's an underdog. Interestingly enough, I don't know if that has anything to do with what's happening with this Super Bowl spread, but holy moly, it has started to shift quickly. Is the 49ers were installed as 2.5-point favorites. It is down to 1 point as we speak this morning. So,
I mean, isn't it? We know San Francisco's the better overall team, but Patrick Mahomes just went to Buffalo,
and I thought
just went to Baltimore
and just beat a better overall team in Baltimore, I think, as well.
Yeah,
and
that was a road game in Vegas.
And it's just hard to argue. Is he comes up big in the biggest moments. Now, with that in mind, he is now through their first 6 seasons, 14-3 in the playoffs versus Tom Brady was 12-2.
And he's 0-2 against Tom Brady, right? He's lost to Tom Brady twice and Joe Burrow.
And one of those, obviously, he got jobbed. He has 4 AFC titles to Tom Brady's 3. Tom Brady, of course, won all of those Super Bowls, whereas Mahomes, as of now, is on 2. But if he wins, he would have the same number of Super Bowls, 3 more playoff wins, and 1 extra trip to the Super Bowl at this point in his career. Compared to Tom Brady, it's an incredible run so far.
And as much as his wife loved him before, she spent the entire season hanging out with Taylor Swift. So he leveled up even more to her this year. She's just like, hey, that $400 million contract and all your on the field accolades, that's great. But my new best friend hangs out with me, and she made the NFL $330 million.
I think you're right about his wife, but you know what? If that didn't work out, I think he'd end up being just fine.
Who's the second most popular
pop star?
Yeah, that's single. Should the guy Rashee Rice, like, can he, if he has like a great Super Bowl, can he like date? Like,
I don't know who is the next most popular single.
Like Beyonce's married.
Yeah, she's
like,
married.
So
Rihanna is.
I have no clue.
With child, she was with child at the last Super Bowl. So there's some stuff. I don't know.
That was a year ago. A lot of things
we'll keep looking We'll keep looking up. Maybe Ariana Grande's in that mix. I don't know.
Oh yeah, and she's fine with getting married and getting divorced straight away. So all right, Travis Kelce. What?
Super little.
Travis Kelce. What a weird add-on comment.
Hey, Travis Kelce's tall. Taylor Swift is tall too.
Yeah.
Mike's got a really valid point. It matches up for genetics and future babies.
Yeah, Sky Moore. He's little.
Travis Kelce had 11 catches on 11 targets, which is incredible. 116 yards receiving, broke the NFL record for postseason receptions, previously held by Jerry Rice at 151. Now Travis Kelce has it at 156. So incredible right there. And then one more just for you, Mike. Patrick Mahomes is the first quarterback ever to have 6 straight playoff games without an interception. That is amazing right there.
So you're saying you can elevate your game in the big moments? It doesn't have to because you're going against
I gave you that.
better competition. You don't have to go worse and then blame everybody else for the loss.
You know what? You and Alec, this is why I'm done telling you nice things.
I love you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3.
Give it to him. Cheats. He uses duct tape to throw touchdowns.
Around people's waists.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Maybe you think it's Alec and Mike. Or else, who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Let's talk about Texas basketball next on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you're wondering, did I say yes? I'm sorry, Alec, because Mike was asking me questions about Tom Rathman. Yes,
thought he had a good game
that
yesterday.
is exactly what happened. Right now, it's Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Now, I was going to let this person off the hook, but they have continued to press their luck. So, congratulations, 817. You've made it to Wanker of the Weekend. Why don't you talk more in depth about the Mavs like you do with baseball? My response, we literally just did that with the Mavs segment before Baseball Nuggets, and he said, it wasn't as good. Talk about the Stars. They would destroy Vegas in a series this year, so talk about the Stars. My response was, the Stars have played Vegas 3 times already this season and won 0 of those games. And then they responded, what's the point on going in depth on baseball? It's baseball, and it's a dying sport. All right. The 700,000 people who went to the World Series parade probably don't think it's a dying sport. And for as well as the Stars have been playing, and we talk about them quite frequently, the Rangers did win the World Series.
What?
Also, during the Rangers World Series time, our night show, because the Rangers were on air, scored the highest rating I've ever seen in my life.
That's true.
And over the last year, this show had the highest ratings it's ever had. And what we like to do is try to be, inclusive to enough of the conversation so that everybody can get what they like. We have a little smorgasbord of conversation. And it seems like our audience really enjoys baseball. We would love to talk more Stars as well, as long as all the Stars fans will continue to listen to everything else.
For sure, for sure. Now, that person is in Wanker of the Weekend. Let's add to them because this is not good. Is over the weekend, I guess specifically on Friday night is when it happened, is a prize statue of Jackie Robinson was stolen from a public park and cut off at the ankles so people could take this statue. First of all,
what are you doing with it? Is it like a 6-foot statue?
It's pretty big. No, that's all right. Look,
Alec, go ahead and mark that one.
Don't cut down a statue of Jackie Robinson to begin with. That just feels like common sense. But then, to Mike's point, I am also curious. What are you going to do with it? Where is it going to go? This is terrible.
Front yard, backyard. Well, you want it to be in the backyard because then it's kind of hidden the most, right, from people.
I feel like you'd remember that, right? Hey, that looks like the statue that got cut down. You'd be like, no, it's a different one.
Yeah, or yes, you could say it's a different one, and then they're like, hey, but where are his feet? You can just be like, I had to get it in, like, to stand up somehow, so I buried it in the ground.
It makes sense if you did that to Joe Jackson's statue.
Because he was shoeless Joe Jackson.
Okay.
Look, we're even adding more baseball conversation. I love it.
I think the Wichita Metro Crime Commission needs to up their game. They're offering $2,500 for tips that lead to an arrest and $5,000 that lead to tips to the statue's recovery, which first of all is really interesting to me. Is wouldn't you think that, like, if you arrested the people, that would probably get you down the path? And they're like, no, we'll give you $2,500 to the people. If you just want to give an anonymous tip about where the statue is, $5,000. I think we can do better than that.
What's the coolest statue to have?
One that you didn't steal and cut down.
If you were going to steal a statue, all right?
I don't know if I want to.
Which statue do you want to steal? The Statue of Liberty. Like that, like having that one would be pretty awesome.
Where?
Everybody's going to try and visit. You get to charge them.
Visit where?
Your backyard.
Where you have the Statue of Liberty?
Yeah.
Nobody notices.
Are they going to really come for you and say, "Hey, we're getting this statue back"?
If you steal the Statue of Liberty, the government is going to come and find you.
No,
what are they going to do?
I know
about
this.
Take it back.
I'm going to court in a little bit.
What?
Over a statue stealing?
Well, the Statue of Liberty might not have a serial number on it. And so if I steal it and then I get a lot at Joe Pool Lake and I put it in the lake, and they're like, that's the Statue of Liberty. We're missing that Statue of Liberty. I'm like, nope, it's not numbered. It's mine.
What a bold strategy that would be. Let me know how that turns out for you. Let's go ahead and throw Vince McMahon in the mix there as well. We talked about him on Friday, and he ended up resigning from TKO, which is the company that essentially, quote unquote, merged, but really bought out the WWE. And as it turns out, the reason why he left is not because of all those terrible things that he did. It's because Slim Jim was dropping out of sponsoring the Royal Rumble.
Oh, the Slim Jim, the beef jerky
The meat
thing.
product.
Yeah, the meat product.
Is they were going to drop out of sponsorship, and then apparently that was too far. All the other stuff, they're like, either way.
Did they get Macho Man?
Well, he's dead, but it is ironic that you say that
Because he used to snap into Slim Jims.
And some people think Vince McMahon barred Macho Man from ever coming back to the WWF for a variety of reasons. And now it's Macho Man who gets Vince McMahon booted from his own old company.
That is a weird situation. That's how that all went down, considering all the things that he's been involved in his career.
True.
Just all the many things. And how have we not completely gone through that conversation? Is it because it's not real sports? Is that what it is?
I mean, we can at some point. He has a terrible, terrible backstory, and now I'm curious if the WWE will wipe him away from their history altogether.
You think so?
I think we should consider it.
That would be an interesting approach to it. But the whole McMahon family still so heavily involved, right?
Well, no. There are 0 McMahons in the company for now.
Who's the president?
What happened to his daughter and son?
They quit. And then now more and more has come out that perhaps they quit because they knew the depths of all of this, and they're like, I'm out.
Isn't Hunter
Isn't the girl Stephanie married to Triple H?
That is true.
Is Triple H out of the WWE?
No, Triple H is there, but they had their own power fight over the board of directors and everything like that.
Stephanie and Triple H had a fight?
No, Triple H and Vince McMahon had a fight, and Triple H said, no, you shouldn't come back. But then he had a heart issue, and then while he was gone, Vince got all his cronies and got back on the board. It is weird how it sounds like I'm telling you about a Monday Night Raw thing, but this is what happened in real life. Alec, is this not essentially what happened?
No, it's totally true, and there's no McMahons left, and it's kind of weird, but it's probably for the best. So, yeah.
That is what, you know what? Triple H and Vince should settle it in the ring. If they really that's how they could get this all squared away.
I would love to see them have a real fight right now. I think that would be a lovely.
Do you really think it would be lovely, or do you think
it would be lovely for all those victims to see?
I always thought Stephanie McMahon was pretty.
Okay,
she is pretty.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Let's go from that to the Texas basketball program, or maybe their handlers, wankers of the weekend, because during the first time out of their game against BYU, there was a whole row of people with white t-shirts with blue paint on that spelled horns down. And you would have thought that was the biggest slur that has ever happened in the history of the world with the way Texas reacts to these things. They were all requested to change their shirts or leave the game.
Are you serious?
Yes.
This is as soft as it can get. And I really want to know how many UT fans out there feel like this is necessary. This is how you're being protected and represented in this manner, because horns down is so atrocious that it absolutely crushes your soul. You can't live as a UT fan. Mike, you have a kid that goes to UT right now, so you're an expert on this, I believe. It's just disheartening. So much pearl clutching in this situation.
You could do it like the Dallas hats that Alex has. Alec. But the problem is the H and the O aren't going to look any different. So they're not going to know you're doing horns down by just doing it upside down.
And look, and I was
thinking about that, and then you're like, I guess I don't know. You can't do it because H and O, you can't make it upside down. That's why other cities like Houston can't do that hat. It doesn't make any sense because the H and the O still look appropriate.
Yeah, and I see a couple people being like, BYU made them say that. Yeah, that's great, because somebody wandered over there and was like, hey, can you help us out?
Well, isn't the if the players do it in football games, the penalty? So like that's the other part of it is it's gone that far that it's a penalty if they do that as a hand gesture, as if it's like slashing your throat.
How did Jimmer Fredette do in the game?
He did not play, but Texas did make sure they lost that
When
game.
everybody's wearing those 24 jerseys, I'm going to tell you, I watched that game for 1 minute and said it's college basketball. I'm good.
And
1 minute and you were done?
And
yeah,
again,
I just was like, let me see what else is on.
I don't care. I do not care if BYU walked over there and told them to do it. I don't care if that happened. The simple fact is that this becomes a problem for Texas fans. Like this is a real thing for UT that they have to go out there and say, we had a huge argument with the basketball coach saying it was classless by the opponent to do that. Are you kidding me? Like that's what it's not just this
That did
isolated
happen this year.
BYU situation. It goes to the football teams. They can't do it. They're asking fans not to do it in the stands just so on the off chance they don't get a penalty. That's what's ridiculous. It's a hand gesture. It's not the middle finger. We see that plenty of times.
That is an interesting point. That like
I'm less offended by the middle finger than I am cows down.
That is an interesting point. I also like that you said cows down. All right.
By the way, I am seeing some UT fans saying that they think it's annoying and stupid too. So I appreciate that.
I saw one, and this is pretty shocking to me. They're like, it's gotten so bad that they would consider being an A&M fan. All right, look, I feel you on that. That is meant as somewhat of an insult also as well. But I get that that's how fed up you are with all of this. And I bet the vast majority of Texas fans are like, yeah, okay. Because if that happened to me, if you want horns down at a game, I'd be like, your team is losing. Like, look at the scoreboard. I'm fine with that hand gesture. I really am. Mike?
I don't know why it bugs them so much.
Do you think it's because of Vince Young?
I don't think so.
Remember, wasn't it at the strip club where he got in a fight with somebody because they did horns down? I feel pretty confident about that story. All right, let's go to the pitch.
He was at a strip club? I thought he was good with his money.
Have you been to a strip club?
It's been a long time. The last one I went to was, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on. There was one that was a sponsor up here. I think they still are. That Zach.
Baby Dolls?
Baby Dolls. That was a good 10 years ago, I'm going to guess.
Right, so it's been a long
For like
time.
a UFC fight that G-Bag was there. So I went there. But I was like, one girl came up to me. I was like, nope. And then I went to a strip club in New Orleans when my brother-in-law had his bachelor party, and one of the girls came up to me, and I think she wanted me to give her money for a lap dance, and she said she's from Panama. And I did tell her, I go, you know what? Rolando Blackman's from Panama. She didn't seem interested in that conversation. So that
Did you know that was going to be a non-starter for her? Or did you hope she was going to be like, oh my God, I love him. He lived, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, she said she's from Panama. I was like, oh, I know a famous person from Panama, Rolando Blackman. He was one of my first ever favorite basketball players.
Did she leave quickly thereafter?
Yes. Yeah, she moved on. She realized I was not giving her $20 or $100.
We ended up talking Mavs with this guy all night.
Okay, well, I was going to tell you that the West Brom and Wolves FA Cup match was temporarily stopped by fan disorder, but we got probably a better story from Mike right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Goes to Cowboys Pass on the move. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Cashback is not available.
Of Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Purdy under center. Use check. Now Elijah Mitchell is in. They give it to Mitchell off the right side. Pushing for the goal line. Is he in? Touchdown! San Francisco!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now.
That was a treat.
I think you were pulling for San Francisco so you could play more of those cuts to really tick me off, dude.
No, I definitely was not. Right now.
What have they done to the Cowboys to make you so mad?
A lot.
You're a big Joe Montana fan. That's your favorite football player of all time.
Yeah.
That was a long
you
time
were
ago.
upset that Jerry Rice's record got broken by Travis Kelce.
I was not. That is untrue. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Pretty sure you rooted for Bruce Bochy all those times.
Brock Purdy, he asked for league minimum for 4 years so he could help out his organization. Look how that's working out. That's a sacrifice. That feels like a Kevin sacrifice that you'd like. By the way, yeah, here we go.
Why the need to encourage him, Alec? He'll do it on his own.
Because Alec thinks it's funny.
He does.
I do.
Now, speaking of how quarterbacks get paid, did you see Kayvon Thibodeau?
Usually it's direct deposit.
Mm-hmm. Who is actively on the Giants, talking about Daniel Jones, who is also actively on the Giants, and said, you paid Daniel Jones $40 million, and it was great. Me, I believe in Daniel Jones, but I'm mad about Saquon. Why didn't you pay him first?
Is New York about to turn into the biggest boiling pot where everybody's mad up there?
I mean, I at least think Barkley's going to leave and Daniel Jones is going to continue to be mediocre at best.
And it sounds like Thibodeau's like, I'm closer to Barkley than I am to this other dude. And like, I'd rather be his teammate and see him get paid. I'd like to keep that dude around.
Well, doesn't look good.
And it's just one player. I would imagine there are other players in that locker room that look at Daniel Jones with a little side eye.
I would argue that what they're paying versus what they can actually do, every Giants player feels undervalued compared to Daniel Jones, right?
Yes.
The Eagles hired Kellen Moore as their offensive coordinator. What do we all think about that?
Good for him.
But what do you think is going to happen?
I think he better come up with the new schemes because even though that I'm not a fan of Dak Prescott, he passes the ball a lot more accurately than Jalen Hurts does. And there's a unique system to use Jalen Hurts to get the most out of him. And I don't know if Kellen Moore can put together that system.
And I think it's pretty obvious he couldn't get the most out of Justin Herbert, so he'll be able to get the most out of Jalen Hurts, right? And that's the key is he will have some good plays drawn up. He's got a lot of good understanding of how to scheme some things open, and he's learned a lot over this time. But I don't think it's going to be like life-changing. If Philadelphia beats the Cowboys once next year and splits the series, Jerry Jones isn't going, oh man, I'll let that guy go. And I don't think Cowboys fans are going to be kicking themselves over that too. Now, they get swept by the Eagles, which I just don't see happening. It just is if both quarterbacks are healthy.
Do you think Bobby will let us hear about it?
Oh my God. Hey, if he's that good and Philadelphia wins the division, most likely Mike McCarthy's getting fired and we can just hire him as the head coach.
I heard Sean Sharif say this morning that Mike McCarthy is up 1-0 on Kellen Moore.
Just because of how the year played out?
And the year kind of played out the same, right?
Yeah.
I guess by saying, hey, we're moving on and we're going to have the exact same situation in that we get to the playoffs, have the exact same record, and don't go any further in the playoffs. Like that's where we stand on that. So I don't know that it's 1-0. I still think it's kind of flat. I agree that Mike McCarthy has kept you at a good level, but I'm not seeing a victory lap for Mike McCarthy over Kellen Moore in this situation. So I don't know. I guess Jerry's still kind of looking at this.
Now let's talk about former and potentially future Commanders. Dan Quinn flew to D.C. today. He's going to interview with the Commanders tomorrow for their head coaching vacancy, even though he's still a pretty big favorite to take the Seattle job. And then their former head coach, Ron Rivera. Ron Rivera interviewed with the Rams for their defensive coordinator spot, and there were rumblings going around that the Cowboys might be interested in Ron Rivera for their defensive coordinator spot if Dan Quinn moved on down the road. What would we think about Ron Rivera as the DC?
I feel like we'd get something Mike Nolan-ish.
Okay.
I think my biggest thing right now is hearing that like the Dolphins, as Vic Fangio was leaving, the Dolphins were kind of, a lot of the players were cussing him and saying that he wasn't that great and everything. That's how I feel like Ron Rivera would be here, is where, not that they're going to cuss him, because I think that players love the guy. They like playing for him. You heard Greg Olsen say it so many times in the last game.
And then he got fired.
And I think yes, and it was kind of everybody knew that it was happening, kind of situation.
Oh, I meant Greg Olsen got fired.
Oh, well, that's tough too, man. Anyway,
not really.
Just the way I think that maybe he's been a head coach for a long time now, and going back to the coordinator thing and calling it and being up to date on what's new in the NFL. I just don't know if he has that, because I don't know how much of that conversation he was having when he's watching film up there in Washington and all grinding through all that stuff. Was he looking at the new trends in the NFL offensively and how to stop those, or was he just kind of passive CEO guy while he was up there?
The Browns hired Ken Dorsey as their offensive coordinator, and the Bills, in a less surprising move, decided to keep Joe Brady from interim to their current offensive coordinator, or their full-time, offensive coordinator. Now, Bill Belichick, not going to get a job as a head coach. At least that's what it looks like.
Why don't we hire him as the defensive coordinator?
Do you think he would take that job?
Pretty sure he wouldn't.
I'm pretty sure that you're right about that.
You can try it.
The word is, a lot of folks believe he will take a TV job this year, and then perhaps okay, hold that thought, and then perhaps looking at getting back as a head coach in 2025. I'm going to start with you because of that reaction. How do you think Bill Belichick will do on TV? It sounded like you were maybe not encouraged.
Horrible. I've never seen him with any personality. I get sometimes he'll have fun with a Taylor Swift thing or whatever, but there's still not a lot of emotion or anything in it. He's just kind of playing along a little bit.
Have you seen him do the I agree there's a lot of Bill Belichick that's reserved, but I think was it the first year they started doing the old players get inducted in thing. They had a series on NFL Network, and he was one of their panelists, and I thought he was really good because he'd seen those guys play. Like he grew up watching a lot of those guys play, and he had a lot of insight on that. I think, Mike, I agree with you on the personality flaw, but the information, I think we might even get an even better education on a lot of those things. But it's not going to be Rex Ryan, where it's just like, oh my God, let me talk about how much I love feet and also these other things. That's not where you're going to get out of him.
Did he say that in
he
TV
has
gigs?
Yes, he has said where he was like, you know how much yes, he did say that.
I knew that came out, but man, good for him for owning that.
But I feel like Bill Belichick on TV for 1 year will not only raise his stock with other people because of the way he will go through and tell people how this guy and this coach did it wrong and how he would do it better. But at the same time, I think he would do a really good job of analyzing it and breaking it down. And that money would be something he would be interested in for sure.
Now, we talked about, obviously, the conference championship games earlier. I wanted to throw this out. I think you guys can do this. The Chiefs are only the third team ever to make the Super Bowl 4 times in 5 seasons. Can you give me the other 2 franchises?
Say that again. 4 and 5
times in 5 seasons.
Make it to the Super Bowl?
San Francisco.
Incorrect.
New England.
Pittsburgh?
Correct. Incorrect.
Dallas?
Incorrect.
Dang it. I was hoping maybe in the 70s. Oh, Buffalo. Did you say Buffalo?
There you go. So all 3
Denver.
of the... No, we're done. All 3 of the times
Cleveland.
I don't know.
They've never been to a Super Bowl like your Jags.
Detroit.
Dang, that was a dig from nowhere.
Hey.
Oh, like that never happens going the other way.
Mike's always really cordial to you.
Yeah.
And
no, he's
lots of good conversation.
Mark Brunell almost made it. I can't believe, I told my son the other day, like in 2014, they were in the AFC Championship game. He's like, who was their quarterback back then? Somehow
Blake Bortles?
Yeah, he's like, with Blake, I'm like, yeah, I think with Blake Bortles, they made it to an AFC Championship game one time.
As we all predicted.
Because Detroit fell short, they remain one of 4 teams to never make the Super Bowl. But impressive from the Chiefs. Only the 3rd team to make the Super Bowl 4 times in 5 seasons. All of them have been from the AFC. Now, are the Chargers ready to take off? I thought this was pretty funny. Is obviously Jim Harbaugh ready to go with the Chargers, and he said he was a little starstruck when he met Justin Herbert.
Okay.
Do you think he can take Justin Herbert up a level? Because everyone talks about, look at what he does with quarterbacks, and he's like, I'm in awe of this kid already. How well do you think that pairing is going to work?
This is it for me, Corey, because I quit on him. Watching him against the Cowboys and watching him a few other times this year, I'm like, the talent is there. This is arguably a top 5 quarterback talent in the league today that is not getting anywhere close to what his talent says he has. So this is it. He has a guy who's gotten, I would say, usually the most out of his quarterback wherever he's been. So to me, yes, he will. So I'm believing in Harbaugh and I'm believing in Herbert's talent. I'm not investing anymore in Justin Herbert, but I think that this could work.
I think they're going to be a better team overall, and that's going to benefit Justin Herbert the most. Because there are times where Staley lost those games defensively on his own, or just bad play calling, not doing things that regular NFL coaches would do. Dan Campbell, the gambles work a lot. Staley, it didn't work out in his favor a lot of times. But I think the conversation of consistency, that's what you're going to get with Harbaugh, right? A lot of consistency in everyday life. And I think that can probably help Herbert go. But I'm kind of with Mike, too, where I'm not going to go any further. I saw live arm talent. I saw a lot of really good things, but I'm not going to go any further until he proves that he deserves that conversation now.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers party continues. What we heard, what we learned at FanFest, and did you get to go? 877-881-1053, because one person on our show did shows from there. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
The Fan. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers party continues. FanFest over the weekend for the world champions. What we heard, what we learned, and did you get to go? 877-881-1053. I'm actually going to toss it over to Alec Medford to begin this because he not only went, he did a show there on Saturday. Clearly, there were significantly more people than usual. What did you think the scene was like this past weekend?
It was kind of ridiculous, like in all the right ways. I saw people were lining up the day before outside the building, parking at 6 in the morning, day of. And the line was incredible. Even the media lot was all full. Like everybody wanted to be there. There was a lot of familiar faces, and everybody was just really happy. That was the cool thing, It seemed like a lot of people was finally setting in that the World Series championship is home. They got to see the trophy. They got to meet some of the guys, and it was like, wow, this actually happened.
I know why it's dominated the entire offseason. Do you think that same vibe, regardless of where the team is sitting at, will roll through the regular season? Like if they're 50-50 and you're like, yeah, he might be able to make a run at the wild card, we'll see. Do you still think the vibe will be like, hey, I hope we make it, but also we won the World Series?
So I think this is a good question. I'll ask you, we've had this once in our life before, and that would be the 2012 Dallas Mavericks.
Right.
So it's a little bit different. You lost a key contributor in Tyson Chandler, and then you got the guy who was doing swing stuff with one of the Kardashians, and then and liked drugs a whole bunch.
But people thought that was a blowing up of the team, right?
Yeah, but I guess
nobody
halfway
thinks that
through
for
that
this
season,
Rangers team, do they?
I don't think so. Okay. But halfway through that season, it was kind of like, hey, we're the champs.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. We're the NBA champs. This doesn't look like it's going as well as we'd hoped. But it was still like this glory of, hey, we still are the champs, and maybe something magical could happen in the playoffs. So I think that it could be that way if the Rangers are 50-50, because I would look at it and go, hey, they can still make the playoffs. We've seen these guys be counted out. I counted them out after that loss in Seattle. I wasn't saying, hey, you know what's going to happen? The Rangers are now going to win the World Series.
Right.
I thought they're in big trouble going to Tampa Bay right now, and they did great. So I think that we will live off of this moment for a while. Now, if they start off 20-40, the opposite of last year, we'll just be talking like, hey, let's play highlights from last year.
All right, so
which I don't think they're going to go 20-40 to start the year.
We've discussed this a number of times too, but I wanted to kind of show the trajectory of this. The year before, so 2009, the Rangers' attendance was 2.15 million.
Okay.
The year they go to the first World Series, 2.5. They lose the World Series. The next year, they go back to the World Series, 2.94. All right? The next year, 3.4 million.
Yeah.
You just won the World Series with 2.5 million people in your stadium. I feel like we're going to get back up to 3 million. The interest will be there, and everybody's going to want to be there for some Hurtado. So like that's another thing that goes into it.
Two locations
inside the stadium.
And everything builds up to the mid-season classic being here. This is really interesting. I believe it was Evan Grant wrote the article, and I had no idea this was the case. This is the best time it's ever been, obviously, to be a Rangers fan, but you could argue this is the best time it's been to be a fan of any baseball team, because in this 12-month span, the Rangers will have won the World Series, host the All-Star Game, and get a player in the Hall of Fame. The last time that happened was 1939 with the Yankees and Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth had actually already been voted into the Hall of Fame, but they didn't have a building. And so it wasn't until 1939 that they actually put him.
It was just an idea?
Yes.
Wow.
It was like a concept. And so the Rangers, it's incredibly fun. We talk about FanFest, but also, even if we're all hoping for Jordan Montgomery, but even if that doesn't work out, you just got Adrian Beltre to the Hall of Fame, and you're going to have the All-Star Game here.
Yeah, and
your guy's going to be coaching it.
Yeah, and your guy's going to be managing it.
Yes.
And most likely, Jonaheim won't be in it because he's not one of the top 10 or top 9 catchers, evidently.
Or 10.
But I mean, you're probably going to have a number of those guys as all-stars. Now, this year, the fan vote got a lot of Rangers in, right? It was us and Tampa trying to keep Toronto out of it. I wonder if that continues.
Rangers.
Yeah, but I think Mike's right about the hope for being in the playoffs. I think as long as you have Bruce Bochy at the helm, you believe you're in something. You believe you have the ability to do something special.
So I can remember 3-4 years ago, my sons wanted Ranger jerseys. And I'm like, well, I know this was the year because what year was Jack Leiter drafted? 2021? I
think so.
So think about that. That's not that long ago. 2021, my son goes, man, I want a Rangers jersey, but I don't know who to get.
Good point.
And I'm like,
Joey Gallo.
I don't know either. And he didn't want Joey Gallo because there was the trade rumors, right? And I'm like, and he's like, do they make Jack Leiter jerseys?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can make one. Like, I don't know what number he's going to be when he makes the major leagues, but that's where the Rangers were at. Now, if you go, you're choosing, obviously, Corey Seager is a big one. Marcus Semien, Josh Young, who was a great all-star rookie. And now you have Evan Carter jerseys that are out there. We know that Adolis Garcia is a fan favorite and sells a lot of jerseys. And now you're going to have Wyatt Langford coming up, and a lot of people are going to want Wyatt Langford jerseys. So I think there's so many star players on this team from going from 2021, literally no stars on the team, nobody to invest $150 to $300 in a jersey, to now you have 5-6 choices. And I didn't even mention these two guys, but a future Hall of Famer, Max Scherzer, still is on the team that you can.
And Mike, that's what the buzz was for me last year going into the season. I get to watch Jacob deGrom pitch live for my team. Like, that was exciting for me last year. And I know, just like Mike said, like you got Max Scherzer potentially by the end of the season and Jacob deGrom. Not to mention that the Wyatt Langford stuff is building. And as soon as that game pops up, where his first game pops up, that plays. I was there for the Josh Young game. Everybody was so excited to be there for Josh Young's game, and he hits a home run. It was super exciting. Evan Carter, you get to go watch him in his whole first season. So I think there are a lot of really cool storylines to be attached to keep you in that stadium. And maybe not even, Kevin, if I feel like I keep saying in the stadium, just the buzz about what they've accomplished. Yes, I think
there's too many good players to follow and too many good players that they're not going to be bad.
Sure. No, I agree with that. And they did bring back, Corey, you brought this up on Friday, that it looks like it was trending in the right direction, but the Rangers did go ahead and get the deal done with El Blondie, Travis Jankowski. 1 year,
Blondie.
Yeah, you never heard that?
El Blondie.
I must have missed that one.
El Blondie.
With an I. Is 1 year, $1.7 million deal. And when you look at some of the relief deals that have been thrown out there and everything, this feels like a steal for somebody who had some very key moments for the Rangers this past year.
Yeah.
You love it. In a way, I don't know this because he's a great utility outfielder, left-handed bat, great pinch runner if you need that. Gives guys a day off. Not going to obviously have power.
He can be every day for a couple months.
Right. Well, maybe not. In that situation. And it doesn't, in a way, maybe people don't like this. I'm not saying Wyatt Langford's not going to make the team, but it's not like, hey, should we just have a rotation of these four guys? I don't think the Rangers want a 4-man outfield rotation. So they're like, all right, I'm not saying this is going to happen. Start Wyatt Langford in AAA. Make sure what he did last year in the minor leagues can continue. Honestly, I bet the Rangers don't expect it to continue. It'd be freaking Willie Mays if it continues, which I hope it does. I hope he is the next Willie Mays. That would be amazing. But let's just give him a little bit more time to make sure this is all good and right. I mean, there's a dude, by the way, I looked up Dylan Cruz's numbers because I was like, I wonder what he did, because he was the second overall pick, the LSU center fielder, the other guy, like in the SEC, these are the two guys.
He batted 1,000 in the pros.
Well,
he had 3 hits, 3 for 3.
Hell yeah.
Dylan Cruz? He got called up? Yeah. I didn't even know he got called up. I just looked at his minor league numbers.
Late. Yeah, I looked it up that last week.
Okay, but he had a really good. He was really good. He wasn't as good. He wasn't crazy, but it was really good. And we're not hearing right now, as far as I know, that Dylan Cruz is going to start this year in the major leagues.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong about that.
I don't think he did.
Fall CL, FCL, and then level rookie. So that was in their system. My bad.
Now, somebody asked, what's the timetable like on our pitchers? Take this for whatever it's worth. It is at FanFest, but Scherzer said he's past the initial 6-week high-risk period for a herniated disc. So he feels good going into spring training, and his estimated return date remains around June or July. And then Jacob deGrom said he feels great and he's hoping he can start throwing in spring training. But again, probably.
That is insane.
But not to the level of like he's hopping up on the mound and you're like, hey, maybe. But like that's his hope, is that he can start throwing the ball at spring training. But you're still probably similar to Scherzer. You're probably more looking at like July or August. So Scherzer is June or July. Maybe DeGrom would be July or August. And that, it still might not go your way or our way.
Mike Maddox has let us know with the double Tommy John at his age, hey, we're all hopeful. Jacob deGrom has to keep optimism, right? I mean, we saw the devastation when he blew out.
Yes.
And was like, oh no, I got to do this again. And at this age, and Mike Maddox is kind of letting you know, hey, hopefully he comes back and hopefully he looks like the Jacob deGrom that we saw in New York when he was healthy. But it's not a guarantee your second Tommy John in your mid-30s is going to just come back and be the exact same guy. And then how quick do you want to force it? Because he does have 4 years left on his contract. To be honest, if there was 2 years left on his contract, the Rangers might be a little bit more aggressive in July and go, what the hell? I mean, he's got 2 years left in his career on this contract. But when you have another 3 years after this, you want to be careful and make sure that you get as much as you can out of this 4 years left.
I can't say with certainty that the Rangers planned it this way. But if all the way his whole season, the way it went, that just spell where he was missing and we were like, what's going on there?
Yeah.
And we all had questions and the Rangers were like, I mean, we don't know. We'll see. And then they throw him back out there in a pro game and he looks bad. And then he looks a little better, and then he looks a little better, and then he looks back to that dominant form, and then he like just runs the playoffs. That's where you want him to be at his healthiest, right? DeGrom and Scherzer, that's where you want them to be at their healthiest. Kevin,
hell yeah.
If it all just happened to work out that you're piddling your way through the first part of the season, and then on the back half of the season, your star pitchers show up and are ready for in playoff form, then that I'm fine with the way that it might work out if they can stay healthy and they are what they are at that point.
There's nothing I would love more
like,
than for DeGrom to show up in August, get better, and then run October like you just said.
Him and Max Scherzer on horses with flags and a bugle.
Now,
cavalry's here.
Now that would be awesome. I want to see that.
Which one's playing the bugle?
Jankowski.
Do you know how to play a bugle?
No. I can work on that. Josh Young was on the G-Bag Nation on Friday. He was also out at FanFest, and I think this is the kind of encouraging thing that you definitely want to hear, because we're concerned about the turnover with the bullpen. You know, obviously there's been a lot of discussion about Jordan Montgomery and things along those lines. No Aroldis Chapman. There are other people that go into that, but there's still hope that players like Josh Young, who we were all very pleased with his season, he said, I had a good season, but I think I could have had a great season.
Well, the thumb obviously slowed it down, right?
And when
he was maybe going to get Rookie of the Year at that moment.
I could see that. But I think his concern, obviously that happened. He fractured his left thumb. He missed about 6 weeks, give or take. But I think his concern is the production once he came back. He's saying, I could have still had a great season because pre-All-Star break, hitting 280. Post-All-Star break, only 34 games, so a significantly smaller sample size.
Still hit 280.
229.
That's different.
And the other thing, too,
Sorry,
is,
Corey, to let you down there.
When you look at it, remember we talked to him in spring training, and he was talking about, I just really want to be healthy because he's never been healthy his professional career. And so he still hasn't been. That was bad luck. That wasn't like, oh gosh, his shoulder went out on him again, or his knee, jammed into sliding into second base or something like that. That was a weird.
Get a 110-mile rocket hit off his hand.
So hopefully in 122 games last year, obviously that's by far his 2021. He had 78 games played. That's his second most games played in a season. So 122 last year, 78. So, hey, probably slowdown was going to happen. In fact, the injury might have helped us out in a way that he had energy left for the playoffs, because if he does play in those 25, 30 games missed because of the injury, maybe he's just completely out of gas. So,
and some of his defense in the playoffs was, vastly important, along with some of the big hits that he had too.
Yeah, so I'm hoping this year, I think he can be if healthy, he can be a 30 home run, 100 RBI guy. There's going to be a lot of guys on base for him. It'll be interesting where he bats in the lineup too.
Yeah,
could be third.
And I'm intrigued about Evan Carter in terms of, are we going to be switching this up for left-handers?
Could this be a different year where last year Simeon literally led off 162 games out of 162 games? I don't know, but I don't think he's going to lead off all 162 games.
Just as long as you let him still play.
I do think this. Do you remember us asking Bochy near the end of the year as Simeon was slowing down a little bit at the end of the year? And it was almost like it's kind of like they wanted to talk to Simeon about this and go, we love how you come to the park ready to play every day and want to play every day. It sounded like they were going to have a discussion on, is that best for the team and for you? Or should we give you kind of maybe a day off a month where, hey, it's a Sunday day game where, obviously you don't have to worry about heat here, but let's just say you're in Atlanta. I'm just making up places that they'll play, but
Atlanta's a real place.
Yeah, well, that if it's a Sunday day game and it's 103 degrees or whatever, or you're in New York in humidity or whatever, you're like, hey, we played Saturday night. Let's give you off on Sunday. We have a day off on Monday. This gives you 2 days off in a row to kind of get your body back to where we want it to be.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, I'm really excited about this segment. The Lions or Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. Who will end up regretting yesterday's missed opportunities more? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on the Fan.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
A flip by Richie James Jr. That means this game is over, and you can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs being the AFC champions for the 4th time in 5 seasons.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Both obviously suffered crushing defeats, kind of for different reasons, but the Lions, or I'm going to say Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, who will end up regretting yesterday's missed opportunities more. The reason why I don't feel like a big talking point today is like, I told you Jared Goff, he shouldn't be in the MVP conversation, and people are like, well, sure. But like Lamar Jackson is a different deal because now he's going to have as many playoff wins as he does MVPs. And that is hugely problematic in what was supposed to be an off year for the Chiefs. Which team, which entity do you think will regret yesterday's missed opportunity? Because they both had it there for the taking.
I think Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens, they destroyed San Francisco 6 weeks ago. I don't know exactly, but they destroyed Miami. I know Miami lost in the first round, and that was kind of a weird game with negative 24 there. But yes. you watched Baltimore. I'm going to be honest. By the time we got to Saturday and people are asking me, hey, what do you think? Like, man, I think Baltimore is going to win this game by 7 or 10 points. I just looked at their schedule and looked at their results, and I don't see how this Kansas City Chief team goes to Baltimore and wins. I didn't see it. I'm glad. Obviously, I'm wearing a Kansas City hat. I love Patrick Mahomes. He's my favorite quarterback to watch in the NFL. But I just didn't see that Baltimore team losing at Baltimore.
I saw the quote from Lamar where he said he's not frustrated, but he's angry. And that kind of scares me.
He looks so sad on the sidelines.
And you saw Beckham walk over and hug him and talk in his ear for like what seemed like an eternity. And it actually scares me more that he says he's angry, because whenever somebody's mad about a loss like that, it festers with them. When they're depressed about it, it just it consumes them. But whenever it's festering, it'll boil over. And now he did look like he was ticked off at Flowers multiple times, throwing his helmet on the ground.
Sure.
Like he was just like, and maybe that will boil over at some point next season if things aren't going the way he wants them to go. But I don't think he's going to regret it as much. I think that there are a lot of other things that happened around him. He played a pretty good game, man, like a pretty good game. There were lots of other things that went wrong for him. I think when I just saw the Reynolds quotes about how long it took him to answer questions at his locker last night for the Lions, and how he was like one game away from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's the dude right there that I think's going to regret it. He's not a star. He's not an elite player. He's a good player, and they trusted him to make these plays, and he dropped some significant plays that could have gotten them to that point.
Okay, I want to circle back to him and the Lions just real quick. You were talking about Lamar Jackson. He started out rough, 5 for 12, 67 yards in the first half. And then obviously you mentioned the Zay Flowers thing, the interception where no pass interference was called despite the wide receiver getting tackled in the end zone. But let's go to cut number 10 because Lamar Jackson also had a fumble. This is Lamar talking about his turnovers yesterday.
I felt like if we wouldn't have turned the ball over, we definitely would have had a shot. We definitely would have came out with a win, but they did a great job not turning the ball over and putting points on the board. We're going to get it back next time. We're not worried about that. You know, we all make mistakes. This is first season. It's my first time in this situation. It's his first time in this situation. We're going to bounce back. You know, nobody played the game perfect.
Yeah, and that's a good point too, Kevin, because if he plays the game perfectly, but his defense and Zay Flowers were the only problems,
they might still lose. Yeah.
Then maybe he's frustrated with them as opposed to being mad and angry about it. And that's that part of it. Because yesterday there were a lot of penalties against Baltimore that seemed dumb, where you're just like, you didn't have to do that. I don't want to go back to the Roquan Smith one because we kind of understand why that one played out the way that it did. But there were other penalties where you're like, Maybe that's just their style. That Baltimore plays that grimy, gritty style, and they're just they don't care. If I get a 15-yard penalty for knocking somebody out, that's just the way that it is. We're going to keep knocking you out.
We're going to get to Detroit and go through their case and Reynolds' case, but I think I'm going to say it ends up being Baltimore and Lamar Jackson that look back and regret this more because they lost by 7 points. They lost the turnover battle by 3, including one that was dropped at the 1-yard line, and it was still a close game. Like when you talked about all the reasons going in that it looked like Baltimore was the better team, they had 3 more turnovers, including one at the 1-yard line, and they lost by 7 points in what was supposed to be an off year for Kansas City. Burrow's going to be back. I just wonder if the Ravens, and I'm a huge Lamar Jackson guy, make it back to this spot with home field again.
So, look, the interception near the end that I know you both said was pass interference. Were you guys?
I mean,
yes.
You believe that was a bad call? He
literally tackled the wide receiver before the ball got there, but I don't think he was going to catch it if he didn't tackle him.
I mean, he threw it into 3. I mean, there was triple coverage on that.
That was not a smart throw.
And it was going to need to be a perfect throw from Lamar.
Was that likely?
Yes,
was
Isaiah Likely.
Isaiah Likely.
Oh.
So I
thought if he caught it, I was like, probably.
And Lamar Jackson, you have to see a safety over the top and then a guy also in the middle that has help. Like you're talking about, he was triple team. Like there was really, I don't even know if there was a window. I don't even know if there is a perfect throw in that situation. But what is the wide receiver doing throwing his hand up like he's Randy Moss?
I got it. Throw it to me.
I mean, tight end. It's just like, I guess when I see replays, you rarely see a guy throw his hand up and there's a safety over the top and help in the middle of the field. And I'm thinking this. I'm going to give Lamar Jackson a little bit of leeway here, even though it's 100% his fault because he's supposed to see the
still
defense.
have to make the look.
I'm just wondering, did Lamar Jackson Likely throw up his hand? He's like, well, I'm releasing it. He must be wide open. No, he was not wide open. In fact, there was 3 people. He never even beat his guy to put his hand up. Like, I didn't get that. Had to confuse Lamar Jackson a little bit. I'm giving there's a little bit of confusion when your guy puts his hand up like, I got him. And you're like, you got nothing.
And that is true. But I do think that Kansas City did a good job of having the defense of having Lamar back on his heels all game. Like you give up 10 points in the conference championship to an offense that had put a freaking hurt on some high level teams. That's a hell of a job by the defense right there.
I wanted to add Zay Flowers in the he's going to regret it situation, but did you hear him after the game where he was like, I will learn from this? Which
I do like that
and
very
yes,
much.
absolutely, man. Learn from it, move on from it, and flush it, but also remember these things. And so I think that he has more future to grow into this role with Lamar Jackson, so I don't think he's going to regret it either. I understand what you're saying about having the number 1 seed, having home field, having the bye week and all that stuff, but man, I think the Chiefs doing what they just did proves that it's a tough run to do it.
Yeah.
But it can be done, and it's just whether or not you can do that throughout the regular season to get there.
So on the flip side, there is Detroit. And this is very different because at no point, Baltimore didn't even lead in that game. So clearly they were never in control of the game. On the other side, Detroit gets out to a 14-0 lead, and I have to admit, I was shocked in that moment when we were not even through the first quarter, it was 14-0. I was like, what the hell is happening? And then even at halftime, they're still up 17 points. They're a team that they just fell apart in the second half. So while Baltimore, they never had control of this game, Detroit, I don't know when or if they'll be back here. Maybe Dan Campbell's like, it took me 3 years to get here. We'll be fine. But you look at how tough it is to get to this point, and the fact that they gave up the biggest halftime lead in the history of a conference championship game. 17 points that the 49ers overcame. Biggest deficit ever made up after halftime in a championship game. You have to sit there as Detroit today and be like, this was our game. We had it.
Did you feel like San Francisco was going to roll over at halftime though? Because I kept waiting going before halftime. I kept waiting going, at some point they're going to have a play. And I just felt like it was going to happen at some point. But then every time in the first half, I just kept getting proved wrong.
I didn't think they were going to roll over. I thought San Francisco at one point would get the deficit down to 10 and have the ball, and you were finally going to be like, here we go. But it took not even a quarter for it to be like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
And so I thought San Francisco would make it competitive, but I still thought that they were going to lose.
In the conversation about Dan Campbell, because let's go ahead and ask that, do you think Dan Campbell will regret this?
Do you want to go to Campbell?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to cut number 8. This is Dan Campbell talking about the fourth down calls not working out.
I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. You know, they were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back. It's easy hindsight, and I get it, you know. I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. You know, it's hard because, you know, we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out, but I don't. And I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man. You know, we just didn't work out.
The scrutiny is also, it's interesting too, because it's scrutiny about something that got them to where they were. Dan Campbell is what he was all season.
Sure.
That's the kind of game that he called all year long, many times, to the point where it did backfire on them against the Cowboys in the weirdest game that we've seen in a while.
Right.
But that's who he is, and that team follows him no matter what. They love playing for that guy. So that's a weird thing to say. I'm blaming you 1,000% for this loss on something that he did all season long and got them in position to be in the NFC Championship game. He didn't want to change who he was right at the end. And we'll actually probably discuss this a little bit at 1 o'clock too, because I want to kind of get into that conversation a little bit regarding the Ravens and even the Cowboys to a certain extent. I understand calling a smart game and what everybody believes is the smart game and taking the points and all that stuff. But that's not what Dan Campbell was all year long, and people were lauding everything those moves that he did throughout the season.
To your point, you even saw it earlier in the game. Like, I don't want to pretend like these two particular instances is where he broke it out. 34% of the time on fourth downs, period, this season, they went for it. When in opponent territory, 51% of the time. When it's 4th and 3 or less and you're in opponent territory, they went for it 18 of 21 times, including twice in that game.
What was their success rate?
15. 15 of the 18. So they had a staggering conversion rate, and if not for the Reynolds drop, one of those was being converted. Now, whether or not that means, hey, they were going to go ahead and score a touchdown, obviously, I can't speak to that.
I was a little more upset, and Mike and I disagree on this, but I was a little more upset that he kicked the field goal right before halftime. I understand the concept of the reason I go for it on fourth down in their territory a lot of times is, A, it's a benefit if we succeed, right? If we make it, then it's good for us.
Extra 4 points.
If we don't make it, then they're in a bad position. And there were only 4 seconds left on the clock, so he was like, I'll just take the points because they're not getting any points back here. There's no way we're going to get a safety, so we're gonna go for that, get the 3 points. But at that point, I felt like game flow, you had been destroying San Francisco, and you're on their doorstep knocking. Take it again. Take it one more time from them. Show them that this is your place. You're here for that today, and that they can't keep you out of the end zone, because I thought that gave them life, and I thought it made the Lions take their foot off the pedal a little bit.
Let me ask you this, because you say life, because if you assume they score the touchdown, you kind of destroy them. But if they stop you on fourth down, doesn't that give them extra life? We just stopped him and we're getting the ball back. He kicks the field goal and it's a 17-point game with 30 minutes to go. And I'm not saying you're wrong or right. Ultimately, I guess you could say, well, I'm right because they lost the game. And I could say, well, I'm wrong because they lost the game. And so I guess they should have gone for the extra 4 points. At the time, I just thought, man, Dan Campbell is, to me, but I'm old school and I know I'm wrong. I get where I'm wrong with everybody, but I'm like, man, I feel like too many teams pass up the 3 points where I just think those 3 points are valuable. You have lotion. Okay.
Nobody knows what that is in reference to. Keep going.
So that's where I wanted to go with it. But I thought Dan Campbell did a nice job of coaching. Obviously, then he went a little bit different, and he said, I'm not going to take the field goal here late in the game.
And that's the interesting thing is I wonder if that first one changes, if the next one changes. And what I mean by that is, let's say you were able to convert that touchdown, and it is 28-7 then, because they did have first and goal at the 7. Clearly, it did stall out from there, but it's 28-7. San Francisco gets the field goal to make it then 28-10 instead of 24-10. Do you find yourself in a situation where then on the first of those two fourth down in question, does Detroit kick the field goal then because they were like, we got aggressive earlier? Well, now this will put it up to 21. I have no idea.
To Corey's point, I'm going to add this, is if they're up 28-7, let's say they go for it and they get it, then maybe on, I believe it was 4th and 7, when they kick the field goal to make it 24-10, maybe Kyle Shanahan goes, I'm down 21. I can't kick a field goal here.
Yeah, maybe so.
And so now it forces them on a 4th and 7 from, I don't know, I'm guessing about the 30-yard line.
This is 25.
The 25-yard line to be like, screw it. We got to go for it because we're down 21. We're not down 17.
Yeah. Maybe gets them out of their plan a little bit too. And that's just kind of, those are those little game decisions that they're going to have to, I do wonder, does Dan Campbell take from this game and say, you know what, during the regular season, I'm going to be that guy again. I'm never going to question whether or not. But during the playoffs, I'm changing that up.
I thought Greg Olsen did a great job of explaining with a minute and change left, you can't run the football here because he saw what they were doing. He was bringing in a smaller wide receiver package, but also bringing in a package where I think Greg Olsen knew on 3rd down they were going to run it. He pretty much said, if they don't get it here, then they really screw themselves over because they have to onside kick it, which, look, I feel like there's a 0% chance of getting an onside kick with the rules today.
Very low.
So I didn't like on 3rd down that he tried to run it in with a minute and change left and then had to use a timeout when they didn't get it in. But, hey, it is what it is. I think Detroit, in a weird way, I guess they have a better chance of getting back next year than I see Baltimore.
Okay.
And the only reason I say that is maybe Jordan Love takes a major step up from what he did in the second half and did against the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs.
But you think the NFC is softer?
Yeah, I think Philadelphia is soft. I think Dallas is soft. I do think Green Bay could be an up-and-coming team. San Francisco is going to be there because they're still paying $800,000 to a quarterback. So that's $55 extra million a year from like the Dallas Cowboys that they get to spend on their team.
Chicago would be a surprise if they jump up, and I think Minnesota's kind of in a state of chaos right now.
I guess I look at the NFC and I go, I think Detroit has a better chance to get back to the championship game than Baltimore does, even though Baltimore is better than Detroit.
Sure. No, I understand what you're saying.
So I just think the competition in the NFC is going to be a little bit low next year again.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
I'm going to break up sports for just a second here, and then I'm going to, since we're going to Vegas next week, I wanted to get into some of these Texas Ranger prop bets that I think you guys might be interested in, since you can legally bet on the Texas Rangers, because they have some good odds to bet on in Vegas, where like Seattle's considered a better team in Vegas right now than the Texas Rangers. So just to give you an idea on, like, you could maybe make some money if you believe the Rangers are going to be good this year. But we were in a commercial break, and one of our bosses, Tim Collins, came in here and was talking about some person that we could possibly have on the air next week. And it brought up the name Sheila. And then I thought of that song, Oh Sheila, that my mom, I swear, every day that she went to the Duncanville Athletic Club, they did Jazzercise, and this was one of the songs. And I would hear it on, let's say, K-Love 1,000 times, it felt like, in my life. So, Alec, this was amazing to me because Kevin is the same age as I am, and I thought, I've heard this song at least 100 times. So let's play Oh Sheila to the audience and see if the audience responds with, I've heard this song or never heard it in my life.
We sing, oh Sheila, let me love you till the morning comes.
Do you see Jazzercise happening right now?
I definitely can. It sounds familiar, but I can't say 100%. I know
Ready for the World is who this. It sounds a little like Prince.
So I love.
It's not?
It's not Prince.
Oh,
It's not Prince.
I assumed it was.
I
Okay.
loved this song as a kid. I just thought it was a great song and then would hear it a whole bunch of times, whether it was in the car or at Duncanville Athletic Club that my mom would be doing jazzercise class too. But I just had to play that song going, all right, audience. I felt like that was a really popular song in the 80s. Really popular. Am I wrong on that? Was that not a popular song in the 80s? It was just at my mom's jazzercise class that I heard it a whole bunch.
That was very popular.
Okay.
I know that song. I know my mom used to listen to that song too, and she'd sing it all over the house.
I mean, I get
It's
it.
still
It's
a great
catchy.
song too.
Yeah.
I like the song right now.
We had a babysitter named Sheila very early on when the kids were younger, and we used to sing it. You know, even Lucy would sing it. She'd be like, "Oh, Sheila," and so yeah, that song
That's delightful.
just sticks in my
Play
mind.
a President says a classic.
I'm probably going to end up singing that. That's going to be an earworm for me for the rest of the day.
BA Mofo Lady T says yes. She knows obviously all the words and loves it. So Mike needs a leotard from Mike _ ex Cowboys.
Oh, that is
a lot of leotards happening in the 80s. During that time. I wasn't wearing them, but the moms were.
In this video, the guy, it even looks like a Prince video. Just the way that it's shot. The guy's wearing the pop collar.
Go with
the
what you know
tie.
is successful, right?
Yeah, so like it even has that look to it. And I did see somebody said KMC mixtape for Peace-a-thon this year.
Oh my God, that is a great idea.
Do we do it in like actual tape version or CD, and then like put right? You know,
Is CD just as outdated as
I don't
tape
know.
at this
Yeah, I don't know.
point?
Do we just send out our Spotify list?
There you go.
I'll tell you what, if I ever teach spin class again, Oh Sheila's making the cut. I never did
You scared
spin
me
to Oh
just now.
Sheila.
You said it the way. Sheila. And I was like, oh my gosh.
And then cut.
Yep.
Okay.
I was saying
All right.
that a lot during the Cowboys game.
So I found this interesting as I went to VegasInsider.com. I don't know if that's the best website for all the up-to-date. I don't gamble or anything like that. But I was like, man, I feel like there could be some things for, I think, you guys to bet on for the Texas Rangers. So I found this interesting. This is just odds to make the playoffs right now. I'm going to give you like the Seattle Mariners. Yes. Minus 235. So that means you have to bet $235 to win $100 for the Mariners to make the playoffs. So I found that interesting because this is in alphabetical order. If I go to the Houston Astros, yes, make the playoffs in 2024. Minus 1,050. That means you have to bet $1,050 to win $100 on the Houston Astros. So they're saying, look, without a doubt,
They're pretty locked in
we
there.
believe the
Yeah.
Astros are making the playoffs. Now, maybe these odds are wrong. It says, in fact, they are. I'm going to shut my mouth as much as I can right now.
What's happening? You still have 12 minutes left.
It
in this
says
segment.
2023 playoff props. So I thought, because it says up.
Oh, no.
Were you reading last year's
It
thing?
says odds as of January 28th, 2024.
Oh,
and then I go down and I'm like, this isn't making sense. There's no way. And so it is a 2023. So really mess that one up really great on the air. So you can dock my pay today, Spittle. It's okay. I messed up. I want to make sure this is right because I can't find, it can't be right. I must be messing this up. But here it says 2024 World Series odds. I don't like betting on that because so many things have to go right for you.
True.
Come playoff time. The Rangers opened up at plus 800. They are now at plus 1100 to plus 1300. So I know this is right because it says 2024 World Series odds. I wanted to get a little bit better on like things that you think you could win. And I'm not saying, hey, bet on the Rangers to win the World Series. That will obviously give you the most money because you have to run through the playoffs again and win it all.
Corey Seager for MVP. What does that do for you? Like, is that a bet you'd be interested in?
It would be as I click on that. I did look at Rookie of the Year.
I should have.
Okay, so I looked at Rookie of the Year. The problem with Rookie of the Year is it didn't have Wyatt Langford on the board that I could find, and it didn't have Jackson Holiday on the board, which I think those are the two. I think with Evan Carter, those would be the three people that you would want to bet on. And so it did have Evan Carter at plus 275. So if you bet $100 on Evan Carter to win the Rookie of the Year, you'd win $275. Plus, obviously, you'd get your $100 back.
Sure.
So if you don't understand gambling, they would give you money. They would give you $375 back on your $100 bet.
Yeah.
Do you like those, or do you think that's too close to even odds?
No, almost 3-1 on your money on somebody that I think is a damn fine bet for Rookie of the Year. I like that.
And Mike, I know this is weird, but I see Antoine Kelly, who's in our Rough Riders organization right now, at plus 3,500 and plus 5,000. That would be put $1 and win 5,000.
I wonder if they let you put.
50.
I don't know if they let you put $1 on odds like that. I'm not 100% sure. But they might be like, you have to bet a minimum of $20.
Yeah,
a deal.
And at plus 5,000, that's 50-1.
All right.
Sorry.
Fine.
Okay, so Corey Seager right now is anywhere from plus 600 to plus 1,000 at different books.
I think that is a tremendous value.
Put $100 on Corey Seager, win $1,000.
Yeah, and for somebody who I guess I'm not surprised. Winning MVP is a tough thing, but he was second behind somebody who, hey, guess what? They moved leagues. So I'd be intrigued by that.
To your point, I just wonder, because the odds-on favorite is Aaron Judge at plus 550. Then it's plus 600 for Juan Soto. What if they both have good years but not great years, and they're splitting votes a little bit? Now, maybe they're just splitting first and second place votes, and one of them would win. But Corey Seager is third right now, or fourth, because they have Yordan Alvarez right there. It just matters what book you go to. Yordan Alvarez, though, as a left fielder / DH, that always just seems tough to win an MVP when you're that below average defensively, because they do take that into consideration in the MVP voting. Like, it's really tough. By the way, I wouldn't do it because he gets hurt so much. It doesn't matter what team you play on. Mike Trout is at plus 2,000. It's just like you're really betting on health. If he were to be healthy for 150 games, there's a good chance he wins MVP. But
I agree, but I don't think
the
that's
chance
gonna
that he's
happen.
going to do that? Long odds, a guy that I would be like, hey, this isn't bad because of the team he plays on, is Gunnar Henderson. It says at one of the books here is plus 2,500.
That dude looks like he
finished
awesome.
If you take Shohei's WAR out because of what he did, and remember, Shohei's not in the American League anymore, he finished, I believe, third in WAR behind Simeon and Seager.
Wow.
And that was as a rookie, so he obviously gets a lot of credit for the defense that he plays. Now, will he stay at shortstop? Supposedly, when the Rangers played in the playoffs against Baltimore people were telling the Texas people, as much as we love Jackson Holiday, we think Gunnar Henderson is so great defensively at short that they'll maybe move Holiday to third base when he's ready.
Okay.
And keep Gunnar Henderson at shortstop. Even though Gunnar played both last year and can play both. That's
a nice issue to have.
Yes. Kind of like the Rangers with Wyatt Langford.
Yes.
Right? So that was the thing that I was a little bit frustrated with these odds, and maybe I should do a better job of researching before.
Sorry,
I should.
Mike. It's okay.
But I just was like, man, what if, and you know, when you parlay something, and I know this, but if you parlayed, and I have no clue how this works, and can you do this? I don't know. What if you parlayed, if the Rangers are, let's say, a plus 200 to make the playoffs?
Yep.
And you have Evan Carter at plus 250 or something like that for, I don't even know how this works. This is where it'd be fun. Like, could you parlay? I want to put a bet on this card wins. The Rangers make the playoffs this year, one of the 6 spots, and Evan Carter wins Rookie of the Year. Or you do Corey Seager wins MVP and the Rangers make the playoffs. I wonder what you would get, like what your ticket would be. And I don't know how that works. Do you go up to the
I don't know what the minimum for parlay is in terms of how many things have to be on there.
Yeah.
But if you did all 3 of those things with Seager, that could be about 40-1 on your money.
All right. So that's me screwing up. Mike likes it.
I still enjoyed it.
Proud of you, Mike.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
Par for the
Fan.
course on how my life's going.
Oh, no. What does that mean?
No, nothing.
Coming up next.
Oh, man.
It's time.
I did see this. I forgot. Right now, Luka Doncic is plus 700 to win the MVP. Would you make that better? Do you think there's no way with
their team
with
is
their
good
record?
enough.
They're the 8th seed.
I mean, it's not a bad bet. I don't think I would. Yeah. Coming up next, C-Block, starring Corey Major.
Why Lucy is excited for the Super Bowl. Plus, should you change your stripes? Next on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. 105.3
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, thank you very much, Kevin, for letting me be a guest on the show.
This is your show.
One time you said there's no better guest than
That was a mistake.
Corey Majors. All right.
I'm here for the Corey Majors show.
Let's I'm going to give you a choose your own adventure real quick.
Ooh.
Would you like to talk Lucy changing your stripes or letting down your soulmate in life?
Hold on, just a quick question. Is the last one about you?
No, it's about somebody else.
I vote Lucy then.
Okay.
Because it's about you, I think I was going to change my vote.
Then that changes the entire order of things. We're good. This is good. So whenever the Chiefs won yesterday, Adrian missed the entire game. She wasn't feeling well, and so she was napping, and then she had to go to the grocery store to get our groceries for our family because she's amazing. And Lucy sat there and watched the entire game with me. And at one point, I said, man, the Chiefs are going to go to the Super Bowl. And Lucy was kind of just sitting there listening in and everything. And Adrian sits down next to me, and the game ends. And she's like, I missed the whole game. And she goes, who won? And I said, the Chiefs. And she goes, the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl? And Lucy had headphones on and was watching Trolls 3 or whatever it is. And she goes, Taylor's boyfriend is going to the Super Bowl. I was like, hold on. She knows by hearing the Chiefs that that's Taylor's boyfriend. Like, that's in her brain. Like, I didn't know she picked up on that. And the other day, Adrian, I walked in, and Adrian goes, hey, listen to this. Lucy, do you have a boyfriend? And she said, yes. And she said, who is it? And she said, Travis Kelce.
Oh, my gosh.
And then I asked her the other day about that, and she goes, I was just joking, Dad. So anyway, that's a little bit of...
Okay.
She is excited, though, for the Super Bowl. A, because she knows we gamble at Super Bowl time.
Sure.
And B, because she gets to see more Taylor Swift. She's interested in it. She's interested in the Super Bowl, and I think that's fun for her.
Now...
This will be the most gambled Super Bowl on ever, right?
I have no doubt about that because you're going to get a whole new influx of the Taylor Swift prop bets.
But so many people will be there. You just
in
walk
Vegas. That's a great point.
I'm just assuming, I don't know if you'll bet on the game or not, but you'll probably place some bets down on sporting events.
Sure, absolutely. The thing that gets me about, I'm not bothered by Taylor Swift fatigue when it comes to this. It just doesn't come up on our show a lot. The thing I'm fascinated by is the way people word things, because I've been seeing multiple things last night and this morning. It was like, TV cameras catch Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift kissing on the field. And I was like, no, you didn't. They were kissing because they're a couple and he's going to the Super Bowl. You caught nothing. You were just standing there when a natural human thing happened. And they're like,
there are lots of wives down on that field, lots of girlfriends down on that field. She just happens to be the most famous of them.
Would you kiss Jess in that if they had cameras all in your face and everything?
Eyes closed?
Yeah. And that would be such
especially not in that environment. You don't want to see the streamers coming down and everything.
Can you imagine if Jess was Taylor Swift famous and you were, and then they caught a picture of you guys kissing, and then all the pictures are like, his eyes are open, and you had to deal with that the rest of your life, that you're an eye open kisser.
I'd be fine. That's fine.
I don't think it would be fine. I think that you would take so much heat for that.
Why would it bother people so much, though?
Corey,
why does it bother you so much?
It's your C block. Do you think if he kissed Taylor Swift on the football field with his eyes open, and it was like a video where you could see, it wasn't just an accidental eye open, it was a long eye open, he would catch a lot of heat, wouldn't he?
Probably, yeah, from the Tolos for sure.
Well, and from TMZs.
And Taylor Swift.
And Taylor Swifties.
That being said,
close your eyes. It's Taylor.
I did want to get this out from Variety.com as where we get most of our sports stories.
Is that right? You might be thinking of a different station.
She will be performing in Tokyo.
Oh, no.
The night before the Super Bowl. Running between the South and North Poles, the international date line serves as the boundary between one calendar day and the next. When traveling eastbound over the line, the date decreases by 1 day.
Hold on.
While going west over the boundary moves things forward by 1 day.
Okay.
Taylor Swift is traveling east, meaning that she'll be able to perform her concert on Saturday night in Tokyo, get a full night of rest, and as long as the 13-hour flight arrives before 6 p.m., Japan Standard Time on Sunday, she'll land in Vegas before kickoff at 3:30 p.m. Also, helping the matter, she has a private jet, which will ensure a nonstop flight on an international journey where that usually doesn't exist. So she doesn't have to stop at the tax place to get the bottle of liquor or anything.
She probably won't go back to the hotel though, right? A 13-hour flight, and she has her own private jet. She's gonna get fine. She can sleep on the jet,
She
right?
won't get stuck in the customs line.
No, Travis Kelce is not texting her going, "Babe, I forgot my eye black. Can you pick some up at the airport for me?" That's not what's going to happen.
She's got to get him a shot glass from Tokyo.
They can just fly to Tokyo after the Super
airport.
Bowl.
So all these things, she'll be able to make it.
She's going to be jet lagged though.
But can't she just sleep on that thing? She'll have a comfortable
Aren't you still
flight.
lagged? Aren't you still jet lagged?
Maybe, but she doesn't have to play in the game.
Yeah.
Just to cheer.
Well, in the private
What if they
box,
catch her
maybe.
yawning during the game?
Oh my gosh.
Then they'll give that whole thing that Corey just went through. So Tokyo's 19 hours ahead of Las Vegas is what I'm learning.
Something
right
like that,
here,
yeah.
Right now.
Based on hours.
But she can go back in time.
Kinda.
By flying one.
So they already
flying
know
east
what's going to
is-
happen
yeah.
here before we know it? We should go to Japan and bet on the game. They already know they're 19 hours ahead. That
Valid.
game will have already happened.
Yeah. Actually, here in Texas, we'll know what's going to happen before the game even gets started.
That's true.
So we'll
I'll
be
already
able to-
have the halftime.
It's like Saturday Night Live. People in New York already know what happened on Saturday Night Live before they know what happened in L.A.
True.
They're like, was it funny? No.
An occasional skit.
Man, RJ was going after them this morning.
Again?
Because Justin Timberlake was on it for a second. Is that right? Did I see a highlight of that?
He was he was the singer. Yeah. He's a talented fellow.
He is.
Sexy too. He brought it back.
Okay. I don't want to get into that too much.
About how he probably shouldn't
How
hold hands
sexy
with
Justin
women that aren't his
Timberlake
wife.
is?
Huh?
How sexy Justin Timberlake is?
I don't know that sexy didn't exist. He's like, I'm bringing it
did.
back.
It did. He brought it
was,
back.
It was fine. It was doing okay. Sexy was there. He just claimed it. And I guess that's how it works. You just claim it.
Yeah.
I also did see a story about Jessica.
That was pretty good, man.
Hey, that was pretty good.
That was actually good timing. Very
Yep.
good comedic timing there. But yeah, I did see a video of Jessica Biel talking about eating food in the shower, and I was like, should I do this for the C Block today? So we could do that.
I mean, that
Man,
started with
she's
Seinfeld.
busy. Yeah.
You put a garbage disposal
Yes.
in there, and you
Made a
can
salad
you
or
can do
something.
all your stuff in there.
She says that she likes to. Anyway, that's different. We'll get to that one later. Changing your stripes. Dan Campbell, I said, was what he was throughout the season, and then gets to the NFC Championship game. Does it? Says, I'm going after. I'm still being that guy. And people are losing their minds. The Baltimore Ravens changed their whole offensive approach.
Man, no kidding.
They ran the ball over 50% of the time throughout the regular season. They ran it 20-something% of the time throughout this game. Their starting running back had 3 carries. Their best running back had 3 carries in this game. And it was 3, 2, and 1, if I remember correctly, based on what their running game did, not including Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson also had 54 yards. Now, that's kind of in the range of where he was throughout the season. We did the prop bets last
Yeah,
week.
it's just under the
You're right.
over-under.
And
I
I
was
said,
getting
take the
frustrated
under.
he didn't run more, but
And there were plenty of opportunities, and it looked like he was trying to match Patrick Mahomes as a quarterback. I'm a thrower too, guys. Don't forget about this. And if we brought us correctly, there was the Green Bay Packers game against the Cowboys. Dan Quinn went against some of the things that he did best throughout the season so that he could get a matchup that he thought he had the blueprint for against Green Bay. And it turned out to be wrong. And I do wonder, how often do you say, you know what, because of this game, we're changing our approach. We're not going to do what we do best. We're going to go out there and we're going to play a different style game because A, maybe they won't expect that, and B, maybe this is going to be a better way. That's what you did all year to get there. Why change things whenever what you are in that part of the season?
I can't click on all their games. Obviously, the Steelers game at the end didn't matter to Baltimore. They sat out that game. They had everything solved. The last game that they lost was to the Browns, and that was a good couple months ago. They were up 17-3 after one quarter in that game, and they were up by, I think, 2 scores at halftime. They lose that game 33-31. I don't know if they ever were trailing in the second half of any of their games. I'm just wondering, to your point, yes, they didn't do what they were going to do, but I'm just wondering, they were killing the Dolphins pretty much from the start. They got off to a great start against the 49ers. They killed the Jaguars. The Rams game, I'll click on real quick to see what the score was at halftime. They were losing that game 20-17 at halftime.
Okay.
So that's a game that they were down by 3 at half and ended up winning 37-31. I'm just trying to...
I know they weren't trailing, but they were tied in that last playoff game at half.
That's
and
true.
Had to put the heat on.
Oh, that's true. I'm just
also,
wondering if
this game wasn't out of hand, though, to a point where they say we just have to throw it all day long. Right. They are good at running the ball.
In that game that they were trailing at half against the Rams, that they won 37-31, down by 3, 20-17. Lamar Jackson had 11 carries for 70 yards. Obviously, most of those probably aren't designed run plays. Mitchell had 9 carries and Gus Edwards had 6 carries. So that's not a lot. So maybe when they are trailing at halftime, maybe they do go away from running the ball. But when they've had these games where they've been up by a touchdown or more, that's when they pound the rock and they lead the league in carries. So I'm throwing out like maybe a scenario on like they're not losing at halftime. And so they do run the ball a lot in the second half still, but maybe they do. I don't want to say panic. That might be too strong of a word, but maybe they do rely on their running game if they're losing. I mean, their passing game if they're losing at halftime.
Have you ever heard of soccer star Kyle Walker, who plays for Man City?
No clue.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, Kyle Walker. This is a little audio from The Sun, Kevin. I know you're a big fan of The Sun and the Mail and the Floor and the Lamp.
It does sound like they're all just nouns that they name their newspaper after.
This is Kyle Walker doing what appears to be an entire piece on, or a conversation on how he let his soulmate and best friend down.
Oh, no.
There's been days in this ordeal where I've just wanted to curl up in a ball. I feel that now is the right time. I feel that my family, the children have been put through enough, and there's questions that need to be, answered within, my private life. I've had a second child, and hurting my best friend. That's something that I need to probably find within myself, that why I've done this and why situations have occurred, that I am human. I do make mistakes. I'm here on my own. My little one goes to sleep with me every night, and to not have him, see that, or say bye on FaceTime or good night. I'm used to it, and I'm not one to get emotional about certain things, but I'm used to being away for a long period of time. But to know that I'm not with him by my mistake, my choices, that's what pains me. I never planned, this wasn't in my plans. It really wasn't. When I married Annie, I married Annie for Annie. I didn't marry Annie because of the children. Her reasons will be her reasons. I married her for her.
So,
hold on. I have a question. I just want to make sure I heard this correctly.
Yes.
So he's married to Annie.
Yep.
But he has now had his second child with another gal that is not his wife. Is that what he is saying?
He loves Annie.
Is she okay?
And good, you're on fire,
like
bro.
Daddy Warbucks.
That is not the Annie that I was thinking of.
He and Annie in 2020 were on a break. And as you know, Kevin, when you're on a break, you can do whatever you want.
Ross, friends.
So he fooled around with a woman by the name of a British influencer named Lauren Goodman. And she got pregnant in 2020. And then, yes, Kevin.
Fertile.
Again, he is having another child with Lauren Goodman for the second time.
He's human.
Dear. But okay. I hear what he's saying.
And
people definitely make mistakes, but wasn't his mistake getting that gal pregnant the first time that wasn't his wife? Isn't that the mistake?
Evidently, he thought he could juggle both families without being caught in that situation too. So that ended up being a problem for him. But yeah, man, I don't know. Everybody has different relationships, right? Everybody has a different. Look, I'm not going to judge your relationship with Sue.
So he kind of has to have a relationship very strongly with Laura. Is that her name?
Lauren, yeah.
Goodman or Goodman.
But she's like, hey, you're welcome back anytime.
Because now they have 2 kids together.
Yeah,
and he has a kid with his wife. I think they're still married.
They're still married at the moment. So
well,
but are you really soulmates?
Why
in that
not
situation?
Three's Company it the way that we watched Jack Tripper? What's his name?
Maybe Tripper.
It wasn't Jack the Ripper. It was Tripper.
Okay. I mean, at this point, that's about what he has to do, right? He has to be like, I have to help raise 3 kids. There's 2 moms.
All right, Corey.
We can live in a big mansion. I play for Man City. They're
Did you find
the best
more on
team
this
in the
story,
world.
Kevin? From the Sun or the Mail or the Lamp?
This is the Evening Standard. So I think we moved away from that. And I almost said his other wife. His wife, his regular
Annie.
wife, they're having their 4th kid together, even though they're not. Maybe they're spending some time apart, which that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're not spending a lot of time apart. Obviously, about 7 to 8 months ago, they were together.
That's a great point. That is a great point. I'm just really confused because he's like,
what's this guy's name again?
Kyle Walker.
All right, I'm
Plays for Man City. Isn't that your team?
Kyle Walker said
I haven't followed him.
Him and Goodman had not been in a proper relationship. So now she's gone on a social media storm today.
Because she's an influencer.
Yeah, and she's like, she put up the definition of pathological narcissist, and she's like, I'll take sugar because I got plenty of coffee. And
Bio, one of the best attacking fullbacks in Europe.
Yeah.
It does feel weird to say, well, we weren't in a relationship. I don't know if your wife is going to be like, semantics aside, you have knocked this gal up twice while we've been married. That
you almost said whilst.
You
almost did that because it was a British thing.
You know what the problem is? I keep seeing defense with a C in all these articles because they're British.
Yeah.
And it's just throwing me off.
Anyway, I just thought I'd bring that conversation to the table just because it's a little different situation.
I'm glad you did. I'm actually interested in this now. I'm Googling and finding out more.
Good.
I just think he's going to need to come up with a better defense than people make mistakes. Like, she's going to be like, yeah, that was the first one I gave you.
It was kind of weird, that line of, look, whenever I got married to her, I married her for her, not because of kids. And now he's like, but are we sticking together because of the kids, or am I sticking together because of her? And she's my best friend. And maybe my best friend lets me do some things sometimes and it's okay, but maybe don't get the one pregnant. I don't know. There's a lot going on in that situation.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Holy moly, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, would you want the Rangers to go this bold route with Wyatt Langford? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
against Wyatt Langford. A deep drive to right. Back goes Tao. He's hit the warning track. He leaps. It's gone. Langford, an ambush shot to right. He leaves the building, and the game's tied at 2-2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Believe it or not, if you were listening to our last segment, Corey has even more shocking updates about that soccer player. We'll get to that in a minute. But Wyatt Langford, I want to talk about him. Reminder, this weekend at Worth Collecting in Waxahachie, Texas, yes. There's going to be a Wyatt Langford signing. It's going to be open to the public from 12 to 1:30. It's not free, but it's a pretty good little price right there. And that's going to be his first public signing outside of, I think he was there at FanFest. So Worth Collecting is always helpful.
He was in like the stands watching the playoff games.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, people like took pictures because it's very few people know what I honestly, like if you said, gave me a lineup, I think I might remember what he looks like.
Right.
But right now I just know he's a stud.
He and Worth Collecting is always super nice for Peace-a-thons. So they always donate great stuff. Wanted to give him a shout out. That happens on Saturday. But I wanted to know y'all's thoughts about going this route with Wyatt Langford. It's different with Evan Carter because you got to already see Evan Carter play. You got to see him play at the highest levels, and I have no doubt that has inflated his value. But did you see what the Tigers did with Colt Keith? And
yes.
Okay. And this has been done. We've talked this about with Churios, and there's been plenty of others. We've talked about this. Is they gave him a 6-year extension. He's never played in the majors before.
It's my Twitter account.
That is true. He's their 5th-round pick in 2020. Clearly, they have high aspirations for him, and so they give him a 6-year extension before he makes his Major League Baseball debut, which essentially buys out all the cheap seasons and all the arbitration seasons, with the appeal for the Tigers being there's club options the next 3 years after that. So if he hits it big, you're probably looking at an advantageous number those next 3 years. If he doesn't, it's 6 years, $28 million. It's a plan that has worked very well for teams like the Braves. And I know
I have it pulled up.
Okay,
just so
hit me.
Ronald Acuna Jr., after his rookie year, signed a contract. I think it was an 8 or 9 year contract. I think it was an 8-year contract. So in his 3rd year in the majors, he made $1 million instead of close to league minimum. And just to give you an idea, he signed through his age 30, which there are team options. I'm pretty sure they'll pick him up as they're only $17 million a year, knowing that he would probably be making 40 plus million. They owe him $17 million a year the next 5 years. So they have Ronald Acuna Jr. should be a free agent at the end of this upcoming season where he would be making a lot of money. And I get it. Like, he secured himself for life, and he will become a free agent when he's 31 years old. So there'll be time to make more money. But like when you do this and it hits, they have Ronald Acuna Jr. for 1/3 of the price.
It is amazing. And so the Tigers, and this might just be the financial model that they have set up anyway, but the Tigers have to feel good. He's the number 22 prospect in MLB. He hit 325 at AA. Got promoted to AAA in the summer. Hit 287 with 13 home runs and 51 RBIs. So they're probably like, hey, this kid looks like he's good to go.
And there is a risk. I'm not trying to knock Spencer Torkelson, but he was the number 1 overall pick. He hasn't produced the way that they thought he would. He had a decent second half, and they're hoping he can kind of push that into 2024. But if you do this with a person like Spencer Torkelson, you'd be wondering, crap, did we do the right thing?
Yes, but with all the hype and the belief surrounding Wyatt Langford, and by the way, for people that were asking, the club options are 10, 13, and 15 on Colt Keith. So if he turns out to be a really good player, you're going to be like, well, that's a no-brainer. Is this something that you would want the Rangers to investigate with Wyatt Langford? I'm not saying the number would be the same, but this idea of, hey, for 6 years, you get paid 3 years really, really low, 3 years of arbitration. Let's buy all those out. We'll give you a better deal and then put some club options on the backside of it. I feel like this is something I would definitely be interested in.
I would be interested in this with him and Evan Carter.
Yes. And I imagine Evan Carter, it's a little bit different just because he's like, well, it's probably a lot different because he's like, no, I showed up. I can play in the major leagues.
Right. And now another person who I'd be interested in, which I know from what I understand is an absolute no because I believe Josh Young's agent is Scott Boras, is I'd be interested with Josh Young doing this. At the same time, I am worried about his injury history. We brought it up earlier, 122 games this year and then plus playoffs. But like that's by far the most. He's only played in 78 games in a full season in the minor league. So there was COVID, which obviously took him out of playing minor league baseball. But yeah, I like these things. Now, I also was drafted by Cleveland. Cleveland was one of the first teams to do this when they had Jim Thome and Kenny Lofton, and they traded for Omar Vizquel. And like some of them would get mad about the contract later because they're like, you took me. And it's like, well, look, you also got set up for life, man. Like back in the day, like we're giving you $3 million. We get your worth 9 or 10, but we also took the risk on that.
What if you didn't pan out?
Right.
Yeah.
So I know John Hart was one of the guys that, kind of started doing this in Cleveland, and it worked out for them. When they didn't do it, obviously they lost Manny Ramirez in free agency and stuff like that. So I would like for the Rangers to do this, but you have to have faith that you've drafted the right guy, and that guy's going to be this. Nothing against Jack Leiter. Obviously, if you would have tried to do this after Jack Leiter would have been drafted, you might be concerned
so good,
right now.
So they're getting paid good money for their early prime years.
Yes.
And then still have an opportunity for late prime years to get another contract?
Colt Keith, we'll just use as an example. He would be an unrestricted free agent by the time he was 31.
But he's also not getting super underpaid almost the entire time, unless obviously arbitration says that he gets paid higher.
Sure. And
okay. Because when Mike says like you took me in this mindset, like, well, that doesn't seem like good business from baseball.
That is true.
To do that because you don't earn the trust. You don't have a good trusting relationship there.
Adolis Garcia is a good example. So like right now, maybe his comp, you think his comp is like, I don't know, Kyle Tucker, who lost his arbitration case a while back, is, so let's say Adolis gets 5 in this upcoming year for 2024. And then he gets 8 and 14, something like that. So that's 3 years of $27 million. And then the last 3 years, he wasn't making a lot of money. So let's just say 6 years, $30 million. That's very similar to the deal that Colt Keith just signed. And so maybe Adolis likes it because now obviously he got to the major leagues way later.
I have his salary pulled up from last year. How much money do you think Adolis Garcia made last year?
$177,000.
$900,000.
700, approximately 750,000.
I knew there was a 7.
I'm rounding up just a hair, but he pretty much made $750,000 last year.
And so if it could turn out where if he's as good as Adolis Garcia, you'd have been like, yeah, that's probably about right. But now I'm under club option for the next 3 years where I'll only make a total of $38 million, which is less than I could have made on the market. But the club takes the risk of you could not end up being that good, and they still set you up financially. I would be interested for the Rangers, and it might just depend on how much of a risk you're willing to take, because Ronald Acuna might be sad that he took this risk, because he also got $100 million.
Right. Juan Soto just got $31 million in arbitration. Acuna would have got more. He would have probably got 34. I mean, not much more, but he just won the MVP. So, it would be probably similar, maybe a hair more. And then after this year, he'd be a free agent. So he'd probably be looking at a 10-year, $400+ million extension. So, I mean, it's unfortunate. At the same time, you are getting paid $17 million a year that you locked in after you played one season in the major leagues. So that's the thing about Evan Carter is I have no clue who his agent is and stuff, but you'd say, hey, we'll lock you into like an 8-year deal at about $80 million. And you might say, well, if I'm as good as I'm going to be in the 8 years, I'm going to make $150 million. So that's the risk you take is, do you want the security or do you want to go, hey, if I bet on myself and I'm healthy, I could make $150 million in those 8 years.
And on the flip side, somebody brought this up from the 682. This is a great example. I kind of almost forgot about this guy. Wander Franco. He got $182 million. Tampa Bay might be sitting back and be like, well, great.
That does void with what he did.
Because of his, but like, you get my point, is some freak, if it was an injury instead of the legal issues, that they would be on the hook for being like, crap.
So for a deal, Scott Kingery, who Jeff Fry makes an example of a lot with how he changed his swing to the drop the barrel and swing, it ruined him. Well, they owe him this upcoming year. Well, there's team options that they're to buy out. But last year, he didn't even play in the major leagues. They paid him $8.25 million. The year before, he didn't contribute at all and paid him $6.25 million. So they paid him a decent salary because they did this with him. And luckily they had a buyout situation because he was going to make next year $14 million, the year after $15 million that were team options that they obviously bought out. They gave him $1 million this year to say, go play somewhere else, but he can't play. I mean, he's just not good enough to play anymore. So it can work out where you give a Scott Kingery a contract and you're like, crap, we thought he was going to do something and he cannot play at this level.
And to the point we brought up about how much Adolis costs from the 940, this is something to just keep an eye on. Adolis, that's pretty damn cheap. Dude's worth $15 million a year easy. And that is the kind of disconnect between the Rangers and Adolis right now. Even Evan Grant mentioned it when he was at the Rangers award dinner. Like, he was there styling and profiling, but maybe he's not super thrilled because they're at an impasse with arbitration. They're at an impasse in terms of maybe buying out that arbitration and putting together a longer term deal. That is just a disconnect right now between the Rangers and Adolis Garcia. Corey, what else have you learned about your soccer star?
Red Army Hooligan, a good friend of ours, also gave me some really good places to go in Vegas. Messaged us and said, hey, this Kyle Walker guy who impregnated his side piece twice while also staying with his wife, who has multiple kids with. Back in the day, he said, this guy isn't known for making good decisions.
Oh, no.
He hosted a sex party.
Oh, dear.
With two workers just a day before urging fans to stay home for the coronavirus lockdown back in the day. And evidently, one of the escorts said that they were invited over for a 3-hour sex session. And then the next day, that's when he got on and was like, all right, everybody, y'all need to chill out and not be hanging out with a lot of people.
That's impossible.
3 hours?
Yeah.
That seems like a lot of...
That ain't happening.
Well, you just hang out for a while and then get back.
You take a chew and then you're
good point.
You're good for
That
at
is a
least
good point.
At least 4, right? At least 2 hours.
Up to 4.
Up to 4. If it's past that,
you need to call
a doctor.
But you can't call the doctor because there's coronavirus at that point. They're like, what are you doing? And they're like, I'm with 2 hookers. And then you're like, this is confusing. So
what's confusing about it?
Well, you're not supposed to be doing that, I guess, during coronavirus times. I don't know. With hookers, I don't know. Hookers probably lost a lot of money around this world during that time.
That is a great point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Peggy, we are rolling.
All right, excellent to hear. We asked this question, we were kicking it around earlier, and we're not all in agreement on this, so I'm really curious what y'all think. Do you think it's Lamar Jackson and the Ravens or the Lions that will look back at yesterday and regret the missed opportunity more?
I think the Lions, because you can point to decisions that were made that maybe if they had just done the opposite, things would have played out totally different. I think if you're the Ravens, you just like, we were horrible the whole game pretty much, at least offensively.
They turned the ball over crazy.
Yeah.
I loved this question when you asked. I thought the segment was really good. Yeah, I mean, the Lions certainly blew that game. All-time collapse, 17 points. But big picture-wise, I think the AFC is just way more difficult.
I think that's where I'm at,
for
too.
Baltimore, and they're a team that has not had health on their side a lot.
Yeah.
This year they did. Like, Lamar was finally healthy. Mark Andrews comes back for the AFC Championship game, and you had a Chiefs team that seemed a little wounded and down. And here they are still finding a way to get back to the Super Bowl. So I think big picture right now, it's going to be more difficult for the Ravens to get back there just because of the climate of the conference that they play in. Whereas I still think the Lions are going to be a good team unless Jared Goff goes back to being like the quarterback the Rams said he's not good enough.
The last
and
2
maybe he
years,
just had a fantastic year. I think Goff is fine to be able to navigate you through the postseason to get here, but I think that the Ravens kind of blew their opportunity.
I feel like it's the Ravens. You're going to, now all of a sudden, with even looking at your own division and stuff like that, with a potential with a healthy Joe Burrow and stuff like that. We'll see if Joe Burrow stays healthy, but I just feel like the better quarterbacks are over there right now. And so to me, that's the problem. You had a great record this year, and you did well against playoff teams. You just play poorly in big games like that, those big playoff games. Todd Monken, I don't know what his offensive game plan really was in that game. Lamar wasn't very good. They didn't have a great plan for how to handle Kelsey, but yeah, that they've got a lot more questions, I think, about their team than the Lions do.
Both are enough to make you sick. I think it's the Ravens, though, as well. I do think.
Are the Chiefs going to have to spend a lot of time talking about this Kadarius Toney thing? Because he went on Instagram Live and went on a tirade that would mostly have to be bleeped out. And then Andy Reid today had to respond and say his injury was not made up. He's on the injury report for a reason. And so they're already having to kind of like respond to Kadarius Toney's absence. He did have a kid, but also they were like, you've got some injuries.
I don't know at what point you no longer view him as an asset and you just remove him from your life and your roster. Why do you deal with this?
He's proving the Giants' point. The Giants are like, he's too dumb to be on the football field. His talent is top third. I don't know, Brian, you scouted him. He has a lot of talent. He has no brains. And so they're like, hey, we can get the brains out of him. The talent's there. That's why they traded for him. And they've had him long enough now to know the brains aren't coming along. He's not going to become a smart football player. And it's really tough at the highest levels, whether it's baseball, basketball, football, to be a dumb player and then be successful. It can happen, but your talent has to be way more than Kadarius Toney to be dumb and to be successful. I wouldn't be surprised if they moved on from him. I just don't think they need the distraction, but they got to be a little bit worried if he's saying that if he's not hurt, then feel free to move on. He's admitting, they're probably in a situation right now where you can't release a hurt player.
Yeah.
And so that's maybe, but if he's in fact saying, okay, fine, you're healthy, Brett Veach, Andy Reid, I'm moving on. I'm not letting this be a distraction going into the Super Bowl.
Because I know we're all going to go to the Super Bowl next week and you see all the extra bells and whistles, but do people really understand how much extra distraction comes along with being in the Super Bowl?
Oh, there's a lot of distraction, and the teams that are there have managed it really for the whole year. But yeah, you just have to be very careful about how you navigate the next couple of weeks for your football team.
This has got to be the most distraction. I mean, you're in Las Vegas.
anything you want is at your disposal.
These coaching staffs have got to be kind of crapping themselves for this
You
period.
didn't think
of time.
Arizona was a distracting area last year?
This is kind of another level. I mean, it's just so easy to slip up for some of these players, and they're going to be tested in a way that maybe no other Super Bowl teams have been because of where this is.
I mean, the NFL is making this a point to like get them as far away from, I guess, the strip or whatever as possible. Like
that's smart. You guys go stay in another bleeping county. All right, we don't want you by the strip.
That's a wise decision.
I know he's still young in his career. I just wonder when you start playing for the Chiefs now, if you're like, I'm playing with a guy whose legacy might become the greatest quarterback ever.
Yeah,
and you don't in a way like you don't want to let him down. You're like, I want to be focused because this dude is on the path of Montana, Brady, Peyton Manning, whoever you want to put up there as like the greatest quarterbacks of all time. He's starting to get to the point now where you're like, hey, I want to win this because I want to be part of this story of I was on the team that had the greatest quarterback we've ever seen. And I know it's going to be tough to beat Brady because he won 7.
Well, let me stop you right there, though. Why is football unique in terms of he won 7? Who's the best NBA player of all time? It's not Bill Russell. Like, that's not the bulk of the opinion. Do you think that's what he has to do to surpass Brady? That's probably a down-the-road conversation.
It'll always be
I
an
think
opinion.
he can get to 5, and maybe people are like, he's better.
I think it's tough because most people who watch Bill Russell would say his offense was poor. He was a below-average offensive player. He was the best defensive player, and we always look at the offensive players. We don't look at, I'm not saying he was the best. We don't look at Dennis Rodman and go, man, the reason the Pistons won is because Dennis Rodman would shut down Magic Johnson and stuff like that. We always look at who was Isaiah Thomas, the offensive player of the moment.
I feel like, though, that when you start to talk about the greatest quarterbacks of all time, you have to separate them from the salary cap era to the non-salary cap era.
I could see that.
Joe Montana's team never moved. It was the same guys, John Taylor, Jesse Sapullo, same guys.
Tom Rathman.
Yeah, same
Yes,
guys
Tom
playing.
Rathman.
They rarely lost their roster. And when you start to talk the Bradys, the Mannings, even Mahomes,
It's a totally different deal.
They move on from one of the best receivers to ever play. All of a sudden you're taking this away and you're still having success. When I start to think about the best quarterbacks to ever play, the ones in the salary cap era are the ones will always come to mind ahead of those other ones.
Fascinating.
In your face, John.
He just dunked all over your guy.
I think 5 does it,
My
though.
guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right, Higgy.
I think you're right.
At 5, it's a legit conversation.
If you're playing a Super Bowl this afternoon, you get Brady or Mahomes. Who you picking?
Probably picking Brady.
Mahomes.
I'm taking Mahomes.
Did I get to see the other team's game plan ahead of time?
You can pick whichever team you want to play. No, you don't get to see their team.
Okay, then I'm picking
No.
Mahomes.
Well, if you guys are taking Brady, I'll just take Eli or Nick Foles or something. I'll be fine.
I saw
Good point, 'cause
Brady
you didn't get to see
leave.
the game plan.
I saw Brady leave because he saw that the future had already arrived in his conference, and he was like, "I got to go to a different conference so I can make it back to a Super Bowl."
Didn't he already beat him head to head?
Well, I hope it. I hope
Hey,
10
that
years
was-
from
that
now
was
we
early.
have this
That was
discussion.
early.
The tough thing will be
didn't they
that
win?
Yes.
Brady
Yeah.
won in the AFC Championship game on a coin flip. When it went to
Brady's
overtime.
2-0 against him in
and
the
then
postseason.
Brady won in the Super Bowl. So in their playoff history, Brady has the 2-0.
Yeah, and they'll always have that.
That's true.
But we'll have better plays, no-look passes, and the ability to scramble for epic first downs.
That is very true. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We'll talk about your Super Bowl matchup right out of the gates here, and what two among us have a bet payoff on the horizon.
Oh,
Yep.
Looks like it might be Chiafalo. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Oh, we've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
See you tomorrow, Kevin.
Let's really stick to this Derek Jones Jr. guy. He might start getting off here.
Yeah, laughing too hard in the From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're off and running. Top stories of the day and everything that's been developing over the weekend is right here for you as we do every show at 2 o'clock. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, of course, your Nosebleed brothers. They're right here with you. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Salute to Zach Wolchuk and his bride, the lovely Mrs. Wolchuk. Tied the knot over the weekend.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, Saturday was a good day. It all went well. We had a really cool judge there out in Dallas County, and then had a nice little after party with family and friends.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys, and it was awesome. Really good day.
My favorite part was when the judge said at the end, "I now pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Bully." And they walked down the aisle together. It was beautiful.
He hit the music.
Yeah.
Bully, bully.
Sham of the Pharaoh started dancing. He broke out a little Dak Prescott, here we go. And I was like, damn it, no, we're retiring this. We can't do it.
And, of course, Eric Chiafalo turned 30 and coming up at 4:40. There will be, this is a Nosebleed traditional birthday roast.
Birthday roast. So we did it last year. We've got a lot of the same stuff. If you miss it, I mean, Eric and I have a lot of mistakes that we
so
make.
many mistakes.
We try and be as professional as possible. We'll get to relive some of the fumbles over the years of radio.
I just love anytime we get to gather around and listen to his minute and 6 second question to Stephen Jones. It's just special.
Do you want that one in there?
Absolutely.
For time purposes, I was thinking maybe we should trim it out to fit in some of the other stuff.
But eat up half a segment with that one, man.
Hell, if that's a favorite, we can definitely do it.
It's a nice thing to have in the bank when you're scratching and clawing for something to talk about for a minute. You just tee up that one and just murder half a segment.
Yeah. Well, I think the Tolos want it, and they deserve it.
Hey, if they want it, you got it.
We'll take that commercial long, that segment long if that's what it takes. Okay, Cowboys linked to Ron Rivera if Dan Quinn leaves. I don't really like that. Okay? That's what Remy's saying right now at 2 years old.
You're speaking for a lot of Cowboys.
Would you like to go on record? Would you like to go on record to say that? Yeah.
No, my 2.5-year-old, if you say, hey, Remy, would you like some pancakes? No, I don't really like that. So
yeah,
I might be. I've been walking around the house, been saying that constantly over the weekend. So it is stuck in my head right now. I'll apologize for that. That's what the family man does.
No, it's great.
That's
you quickly
adorable.
transition, as Wolchuk's about to happen, of having like all these bro sayings that you and your guys, are constantly throwing back and forth your little social scene catchphrases to the funny things that your toddlers say. That's your future.
That's it.
Wolchuk.
I keep hearing, Daddy, just let me have it. Daddy, just let me have it.
This is amazing.
Point holds. Nobody wants Ron Rivera, right?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Yeah, hey, as a linebacker coach, if he wants to be a position coach, I think maybe that would be all right with me. But I think if I were Ron, I'd be so beat down from what I just had to deal with in Washington with the damn Snyder
That's
stuff.
a lifer,
and
man. I
take
thought
a year off, reinvent yourself for a year, just enjoy life and your family, and then come back a year from now. Wouldn't you be just absolutely just football depressed?
No,
after what you experienced.
You know what? His final press conferences the week of the Dallas game, he was talking about how much he enjoyed coaching again.
Yeah,
that the 5 weeks where he took over from Jack Del Rio, that it was all about coaching again. And I'm like, great for you, bro. You got to do that. Now, go back to Carolina where you have your lake house and, enjoy, but this guy's a lifer. That's, they don't know what to do with themselves. They've made so much money but they just want to keep going. They don't have any plans other than that. And, some guys are wired that way. And Ron Rivera is one of those guys. Would I like this? No, I don't think I would at all. I would just assume, you got very fortunate with the Dan Quinn hire, but I don't think the Dan Quinn hire is Ron Rivera. I don't think that time around is where you need to go.
At one point, Ron Rivera was one of the best guys in the NFL when playing defense and running the ball was a winning strategy.
Right.
And I don't think we've seen any evidence. Now, I'm open to, hey, but look at what Ron Rivera did in Washington with this formation. He tweaked this. Yeah. He tackled multiple running teams like this, and boy, he shut them down. But all of his defensive metrics are bad.
Yeah,
his defensive calling card has good talent. One of the worst defenses in the NFL this year. So I don't see him as a guy, now some of these crusty dudes are sticking with it, and they're in there battling and innovating right along with the young guys. Obviously, Andy Reid is one of them. Mike Tomlin's another one of them. There's some guys out there that have been in the NFL for a long, long time and are still keeping up with the very fast pace of innovation. Right. I just don't think Ron Rivera is one of them. Do we have any evidence of that, Chief?
No, I don't believe we have any evidence of that. I mean, but as you mentioned, I'll throw in Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah.
Defensive coordinator for the Chiefs. Yeah. I mean, he's still getting it done, has been for a long time, but I don't know that Ron Rivera is that guy.
No, if you look at his numbers, I got them pulled up here. His best season probably as a defensive coordinator. I mean, he had the 2 really good years with the Bears, 05 and 06. That was a historically good defense. 2010 is last year with the Chargers, where he was just a defensive coordinator, not a head coach, also calling the plays. They were number 1 in total defense, number 10 in scoring defense. But otherwise, his teams are never in the top 10 outside of 2 seasons in 05 and 06 with the Bears.
Really, the Panthers defense, wasn't he? The one that went to the Super Bowl was
this was just solely as a defensive coordinator, not as a head coach.
Okay.
So there was 2007 to 2010 with the Chargers, and then 04 to 06 with the Bears.
Let me ask you this though, and I need to maybe do some research on this. Where was Dan Quinn with all this? Was Dan Quinn a historically bad defensive
100%.
I mean,
we were wrong about Dan Quinn and his ability to reinvent himself and look in the mirror and change himself. So I don't necessarily want to shortchange anyone, but I would be, every time we reference somebody like this, it is Dan Quinn. You don't see a ton of just dudes going from, hey, I was this for a long time and now I'm this. Dan Quinn was that, and that was a huge surprise. And me and Walchuk both took a huge L on that, because when they went and grabbed him, it was like, okay, we know what to expect here, and this is not going to be good unless we have a Hall of Fame talent at every level of the defense like they had in Seattle, because they weren't reinventing the wheel over there schematically doing anything cool. It was just, our guys are better than your guys, and we're going to beat you because of it. But then Dan Quinn, in his time where he gets fired in the middle of the season or whatever it was in Atlanta, before he gets hired to Dallas, he really did sit down and did everything McCarthy alleged he did in that year that he was off. And he went and changed himself, and the proof is in the pudding here. So I don't want to say nobody can do it, because we've seen Dan Quinn do it, but is Ron Rivera also that unicorn? I don't know.
Yeah, I just feel like, though, to keep up with these young offensive coordinators, you almost have to have a guy that, maybe the guy with experience, but you have to be willing to go in there and reinvent yourself if you have to.
You do,
and you can't just sit there and be the same guy.
I would think that now might be a good time for Dan Quinn to do that again. He did that in 2019. The game is moving so dang quick. And I think almost every coach should be doing it every year. You should now approach football like there's stuff happening out there that's new that I might want to bring into my team, or if I don't, I damn sure need to be ready to coach against it. Okay. We have Senior Bowl week, right, Brian? Is that's starting here?
Yeah, we're finishing up the Shrine Bowl stuff game on Thursday. So we got practices going on, but Senior Bowl week starts this week. Yeah,
we're going to be jumping in there to Mobile, Alabama. And hearing from, I think, the Jones boys and all of your influential NFL front office guys will be down there and giving sound bites. That's one of the great things you can depend on when your offseason starts. As you know, we're just a couple of weeks from the Senior Bowl and then the Combine, and we'll get a fresh batch of talking points. When Steve and Jerry set up shop and start chatting, what are you guys hoping to hear?
Oh, boy. I mean, I don't have
2-3 weeks removed.
A lot of hope right now that we're going to hear anything. I mean, it's just going to be positive.
Get more aggressive. Get more aggressive.
I feel. Okay. Yeah, I feel like there's the area where you're going to really start to hear about the direction of this football team.
Yeah.
Combine. The words that you get from the Combine, the information you get from the Combine, the meetings on the bus, agents in town, meeting with their, representative stuff. I feel like that I learn more at the Combine about your football team than you do at the Senior Bowl.
Because they've had a chance to talk to agents.
Yeah. Jerry's gonna talk about how he enjoys being in Mobile, and they're excited about hey, need to draft better.
But
probably
still,
didn't draft good enough.
In Mobile, we're going to be talking about prospects. They're going to ask what positions are you looking at, and right there, Brian, I want to hear offensive line.
I want to hear offensive line, and how are you going to fix this running game?
I tell you what. I would be surprised if you get the offensive line or linebacker or all that from Jerry. I think he's going to throw a big blanket over it all. But by the time we get to that combine, he's going to have an idea of sat down and watched some players with Steven and Will and the scouts, and he'll have a little bit of an understanding of which way. Right now, he has absolutely no clue. And I mean, no clue in a way of knowing the players like Will does. Will and the scouts and all that. And, he'll get a little taste this week of it, but I don't expect to hear anything earth-shattering going forward. It'll be at this. You'll start to hear at the at the combine about Dak's contract and things like that because we're getting closer to the league year.
That CD, what are you going to do with him?
Decisions that you have to make about your roster. That's when you're going to start to hear about things for this football team.
It's starting to look really, really difficult to beat Mahomes. I mean, even if you can get to the NFC title game and win that, like, holy crap. How is the league? What's the league? He does not have a very good set of supporting cast on offense. He comes up with all the plays, and their defense is really good. I guess that's your opportunity that maybe Kansas City won't be able to hang on here with Chris Jones and L'Jarius Sneed becoming free agents. But I feel like we've been saying that every offseason for about 3 or 4 years now, and they find enough playmakers and a good defensive coordinator, obviously great offensive scheme to once again emerge as the most dangerous team in the AFC. And they've kind of left no doubt with the path they took.
Their tight end played at an elite level yesterday in that game. In the previous 2 games, he really hadn't been all that great. If you look at Kelsey, but yesterday he was an elite player for Kansas City. And they got one of the best play callers.
He got ticked off at Roquan Smith.
I think
he was playing with a mean streak.
Kelsey's last 12 playoff games, the dude's been unbelievable. I mean, he's got 104 catches, 1,178 yards, and 13 touchdowns.
Well, he broke Jerry Rice. Yeah, he broke Jerry Rice's record for receptions in a playoff. But you've got a quarterback that is just so rare in the ability to make those off-schedule plays.
Mm-hmm.
That's the NFL. You watch defenses are playing really, really well, and it's those off-schedule plays. It's Purdy running the ball when they don't run it the whole first half.
Yep.
Him taking off and running and getting first downs. Off-schedule plays in NFL. Pat Mahomes is the best to ever do it that way.
Purdy finding time and hitting use check, a gosh dang fullback 30 yards down the field on the other side. I mean, those and Mahomes, all he needed yesterday, thanks to his fantastic defense, he needed like 4 or 5 plays. Yeah. That's all he needed to do, that 4 or 5 plays that nobody else is going to make, and that's going to be enough because their defense was freaking awesome yesterday.
Yeah, it really was. It's outstanding, of course.
But you're right. He is very difficult to defeat.
Yeah, I mean, it's the moments, right? Yeah. You can try for 60 minutes, and the Ravens did at points, play decent defense, but he will step up and make plays that nobody else can. Yeah. It's unbelievable. But shout out to Steve Spagnuolo. Like, honestly, he's probably the best coach in football that we don't give enough credit for. Mm-hmm. He did it in 2007 to maybe the best team we'd ever seen in the Patriots with that Giants defense. He's done it the last 5 years in Kansas City. His defenses always have a good game plan, and they perform in the postseason, even with evolving personnel.
Right on. Well, I was highly entertained yesterday. Ultimately kind of sad for Dan Campbell. I just love that storyline. I love that, the ability to energize the matchup like that in the news cycle. It was great. I think in the end, you're going to only be as good as your quarterback's going to take you. And I'm not a big believer in Jared Goff. And I think with both losing quarterbacks yesterday, you saw how important it was to be able to make plays in the passing game. Even a good running game, when you get to this level, you kind of have to still be able to be, really good in the pocket. So, to me, the line between like great team and the next step down got firmer. But the thing of Mahomes, and then maybe there's some other guys, and then bang, here is everybody else that in these huge moments won't be able to get the ball out of their hand or won't be able to see what Brady and Mahomes see. And the pressure of the moment, I think, creates an added layer of like fog for their vision or their decision making.
Mm-hmm.
And I just hope to heck that Dak's on the right side of that, Chief.
Well, there's not much evidence to support that at this point, so we can continue to hope. The same way we'll hope Ron Rivera is going to look in the mirror and change himself if he ends up being the defensive coordinator. But yes, I mean what you saw. I mean, and Jared Goff is not a guy that is going to go off script or anything like that. Like Purdy showed a couple of things last night with the ability to do that and take off and go steal first downs or buy some time to make the play. That is definitely not Jared Goff. And unfortunately, what we've seen with Lamar in the playoffs, it doesn't appear to be him either.
You know, I'm yet to be sold on Purdy. I think the plays that he made last night were great. The plays with his legs are really, really good. And we'll see where his career goes from here. But I think in San Francisco, it goes to, you know, what kind of a tactical genius do you have on your team? Is it your quarterback or is it your coaching staff? I think you can get there with one or the other. And hopefully the Cowboys find one of those elements here before too long.
And the Chiefs have both.
Yes, the Chiefs have both. That's probably why.
Looked like the Lions definitely had one of them. I mean, that first half, they were cooking. I mean, it was the run game, right? I mean, the 49ers did an excellent job of finding a way to respond to that rushing attack for Detroit in that second half.
Okay, very important questions coming out of this conference championship weekend going to the Super Bowl. We have an edition of NFL True or Fart. And we have the G-Bag of the Day, best audio coming up to you at 2:30 right here on your home of the Cowboys and the World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up in about 8 minutes. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com. Hope you're having a fantastic day, Nation. It's time now for the NFL True or Fart. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. Let's react to some of the things that have happened in the National Football League over the last few days, but also specifically Conference Championship Sunday. I'll ask you this statement. You tell me if you agree, true, or if you think that it's fart false. We'll start over there with you, Eric. The Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson will never make it to a Super Bowl.
That's probably true. The contract is going to hit at some point. It's going to make it more and more difficult. The AFC is just a gauntlet of great quarterbacks. The idea that they will, as a team, be able to stay as healthy as they were able to this year, or just him in general with sort of the style in which he plays, and then just the Bowser that is Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs. I mean, that is ridiculous. They went into your house. You were as good a team as we've seen in a while in football, you, the Ravens. You were beating up on everybody for the most part this year. Really good teams. You have the Chiefs at home in what feels like sort of a down and off year, and they steal your lunch money. So that's a true.
Okay, first of all, Wolchuk, I have to address the truckwreck.com fan text.
Please do.
Okay, Jared Goff played well enough to win, all right, 9-7-2, but what I saw once again from another losing playoff quarterback that reminded me horribly of Dak is holding on to the ball, looking for open wide receivers, not throwing it on huge downs, backtracking. Where's the open guy? Where's the open guy? I mean, you got the best offensive line in football. Okay, Jared Goff might have put up stats. Yes, his receivers might have dropped some balls, but he was not good yesterday when all the chips were down. He could not score against the 49ers in the second half like he was Dak in the first half. That's what that was. Okay? And then Brock Purdy has a long way to go. He lost Trent Williams and Debo in the middle of the season, lost 3 in a row. So don't tell me about the guy who has a perfect environment around him, that the defense is constantly taking the pressure off and comparing him to actual good quarterbacks who have proven it over a sustained period of time. 254. Thanks for listening, by the way. Well, Chuck, what's the question?
It was Lamar Jackson, the Ravens are never making the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
That's a true.
Yeah.
What do you think, Brian?
I'm going to say it's a fart. I trust the Ravens organization. I know the cap. I know it's going to be a problem. You know, they haven't totally helped him with the wide receivers that, you know, most teams go out and get. They've kind of taken the Packers approach about drafting first round wide receivers and stuff. I mean, but you look at, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's just one of those where I see, Flowers, to me, nice player, but they really need a real one is what they need. And
they need a real one.
I trust their organization drafting and team building. And I'm going to say, yes, they're going to find a way to get into the Super Bowl one day.
Okay. Yeah, it's a tough one, man. There are just so many good quarterbacks in that conference. I'm going to go with true on that because I just think Mahomes and Burrow, there's a lot to navigate. But I agree with
Chuck, you could have asked me, any AFC team not named the Chiefs is never making the Super Bowl again, and I would have said true.
True. All right, let's go with the Chiefs here. Brian, the Chiefs' regular season offensive issues were massively overblown.
I'm going to say that's true, because to me, when you look at this, is now where that the quarterback totally comes in. Any issues they have offensively, any players they lose, they can make up because they have a quarterback that can carry his team. And there's not a lot of teams that can do that. There's not a lot of, he can legitimately carry his team to victories. And I like I say, they will figure out ways to work around it with their offensive line. They'll, go out and get guys and stuff. They got a great tight end. They got a great head coach. But that quarterback, he could honestly carry them when it's not exactly perfect.
Yeah, and he can make magic late in games that the other quarterbacks can't. But what this defense does is it limits the times that he has to do that. He hasn't had to do that really yet, where it's like, oh my goodness, there's 3 minutes to go. Can you go score a touchdown? And I don't think this offense could do that against great defenses, at least consistently. If
the Chiefs offense,
I just don't think so. They just haven't scored enough. to make me believe that they would if they got into a shootout with a team that had a good defense and was executing against their defense. And we saw that a couple of times in the regular season.
I just felt like, to me, when I look at the Ravens, I think of an excellent defense. I think
that's why they only scored 17 on them. But it was the Chiefs' defense that totally stifled the Ravens' offense.
But he made a ton of. I felt like he made plays in that game yesterday. I mean,
he did.
His receivers,
absolutely did.
His receivers aren't nearly as good enough to play against the Ravens secondary, and those guys helped him, caught the ball. He went to his best player throughout the game.
So do you think if Baltimore had scored like 28 points yesterday, Mahomes would have,
I think so,
produced another 10?
I do.
They were playing conservative in the second. I'll buy that. I mean, I love Mahomes. I think he's the best.
I just feel like that there's some in that game yesterday was, to me, a great example of he did exactly what he needed to do for them to win. That
was
first
important.
game. Yeah.
So I guess he's farting on that. I'm going to go true here with this sentiment. I do think they have legitimate concerns throughout the, true in the sense that we overblew it.
Regular season, but we overblew it.
But we overblew it, yes. And yes, we did, because we underestimated the defense and we underestimated
the championship DNA,
the ability of Mahomes and Andy Reid and Kelsey to just to figure it out. Like, these dudes are dedicated in the way of, they're not just going to let this linger and be an issue. They're going to ultimately get to the bottom of it, and when it matters most, they are all going to be at their absolute best. You can guarantee that.
Yeah,
and that's something that we lost sight of.
I'm with you. I mean, there's certainly holes on that roster, but my gosh, all of a sudden Travis Kelce became a Hall of Fame player again in the postseason when it mattered and you needed him the most. Marquez Valdes-Scantling finds a way to just make these catches that he was dropping to cost them those games. It's not like they've got, they need to improve in certain areas, but when you've got one of the greatest, if not the greatest quarterback of all time, the greatest tight end of all time, one of the best head coaches of all time, come postseason, they're masking these deficiencies, and it's I hope we get that against a 49ers defense that we do think is really good. I want game on the line, 49ers defense, Mahomes with the football, go win the game. I think that's the way we need the Super Bowl to end.
Yeah. Well, I guess I've been overruled. You guys are the overblowing experts, I guess.
Well, it's our fault. We overblew it.
Yeah,
we're the overblowers.
Happens. I appreciate you owning it, though.
That's what we do, man. We take it on the chest sometimes.
My overblows.
Jeez. You guys. All right, thank you, Wolchuk.
Okay, you're back. That was a poor dismount right there.
We're going to G-Bag today. Well, I got embarrassed.
The overblowing part or on the chest part?
A shoulder shrug isn't a okay, General.
Yeah.
There it is.
Well, sometimes you take it on the chin, man.
The guy just attacked your manhood, and you stood there and just like, okay, well, I'm just going to dismount this thing.
Admitted with the overblowing.
Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. It is time now for the best audio for the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and on the internet. We'll play them all.
Yeah.
Vote on which one we like the best. It's your G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Let's get it cracking. Our winner and champ so far is comedian Bill Burr. Yes, comedian Bill Burr, one of my favorite peoples on this planet. He's my best friend, even though he doesn't even know me. Doesn't even know I exist. But let's go back to the Bills when they took their L in the playoffs. And there was a crying Bills fan in the stands. And they got a reaction out of Bill Burr.
How about that the crowd just breaking down crying? I mean, that was ridiculous. I'm sorry. I would be, if that was my son, I would be like, what in the was that? Crying. Like, he's the first sports fan ever to experience a devastating loss. Go yourself. And everybody, has anybody suffered more than the Buffalo Bill fans?
Oh.
The Bills have been around in the NFL since 1970. All right, they're 53 years in, 54 years in. Quit your whining. You lose a game, you take it like a man. Break it down, crying in the stands. What is this, World Cup soccer? You're an American. You don't feel feelings.
Spoken like a true Pats fan there after the season that the Pats had.
Yeah, exactly.
Very toxic.
Well,
got a lot of practice.
Misplaced anger right there. Shout out to my man Bill Burr, though. All right, let me see. How about the playmaker, Michael Irvin?
Here we go.
Michael Irvin. You guys see Travis Kelce move Justin Tucker's warm-up stuff out the way?
He did.
Which I think is amazing.
Yeah.
Me too.
I think it's amazing. I think he should have picked it up and punted it into the stands. That would have been fantastic for me. I would have loved that. Here's Michael Irvin talking about that pregame situation, though.
because I was on the field in London prior to the Titans and the Ravens.
Oh, this is
and Kurt was there with me too, watching Justin Tucker warm up, and he was locked in. I mean, locked in.
Right.
And he was missing.
Sure.
He was swearing. He was working blue. Okay, like, and I didn't want to bother him. I just because he was in his own zone. I didn't see him once. On the 1 yard line in front of Ryan Tannehill while he was warming up Patton goes. I didn't see that once in London.
Let me ask you again.
Okay.
Where were you guys in?
We were in London.
And where are they now? At home. And the Kansas City Chiefs are not. London is not home. Baltimore, that stadium is home. Thank you, Rich. You just proved my point. They said, no way, not here. Thank you, Rich. That's what.
All right.
So you're just not going to let them warm up? They were in London then. They are at home. We earned this. The fight's already started. We earned this. We are at home. Take y'all bus to where we tell y'all to go because y'all are visitors. People don't come into your house and tell you what your pots and pans are. You tell them what your pots and pans are. So I'm telling you, and that's what Justin told.
I got to be honest.
My pots and pans are here. You get out of here. Let me cook.
That's a great. He's right, man. He's so right.
Tough to argue with that.
He's so right.
He's wrong, but it's tough to argue.
He's
with
not
that.
wrong.
KC set the tone. They set the tone.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, all right, well, we're over here. It's a little bit tougher. Guess what? We're going to kind of bully you right now.
They did.
We're going to bully you right now. And they did that. My man was taunting the crowd and everything. Oh!
Yeah, he was fired up.
He was fired up.
Yes. And, all year he's been dropping, balls right there at his chest, in his hands.
Yep.
And they never show his girlfriends when he makes those mistakes. They always show when he catches the ball. I'm in the house yelling, oh, show it now. When he drops it, show it now.
Yeah, I want to see what her reaction is to that.
They can't hear me.
There were no opportunities for them to do that yesterday.
Yeah, none yesterday.
It was just 11 for 11.
Yeah. Perfect. He brought it yesterday, bro. You was going to say something, brothers?
No, man.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say something, bro. My bad. Let's see. How about this one? Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastor, Pastor Freddie Haynes, and Pastor Reverend Ike, the right Reverend Ike. Well, we got another pastor right here, Pastor Kim Burrell. She tells the lady to shut up now, hush up now, while I'm singing this song. Now, this particular song in church is the one that everybody sings together, but Kim Burrell wanted a ISO.
Lift your hands when I say thank you. It's a solo. God's using me. Don't sing with me right now, Lord.
Oh, it's a solo. Oh, nice. So.
I'm singing alone now. You, ma'am, with that mask. Let that mask work for you. I'm singing alone. Lord, I'll be back. No, I'll call on you when I'm ready.
She said, let that mask work for you. Let that mask work for you. Jeez.
That's supposed to serve the people, not yell at the people, right?
Yeah, she's sparking conversations online right now with that one. Let's see how much time I got. I can put one more in there. Pause. How about this Baltimore man? He's reacting to Edgar Allan Poe's Ravens taking that L.
Nevermore.
Straight from Baltimore.
I'm lost for words. I don't even know what the to say. I'm not even mad at Lamar, bro. It's not his fault. He don't got no help out there. He throwing the ball. He had to throw the ball to himself. Yo, we can't never have in Baltimore, bro. It's bad enough is dying every day, yo. What the fuck? Somebody's gonna die behind this. It's sad, yo. This is crazy. Every time, yo. I'm done. I'm not even watching football no more. I'm done with this. I don't give a fuck about the Super Bowl. I don't give a fuck about my life. I don't give a fuck about nothing.
Super Bowl.
Wife or life? Which one did he say?
Life.
Oh, wow.
He wouldn't dare say anything about his wife.
Right now, he's calling up his buddy where the Super Bowl party is, though. Where they're all going to
Not right now. He needs this buffer week of no football.
No, he needs the
He needs this week.
He's looking for the Super Bowl party right now. Can't give up football, man.
Oh,
now you're a fan.
It's okay, Cowboys fans. It's happening to every other fan base.
Is that a Michael Jackson
that doesn't
fan,
have
by
a
the way,
Hall of Fame
Lucius?
coach or quarterback?
Huh?
Is that Michael Jackson, Baltimore fan? That voice?
Oh, I had to look at it a few times because the headline said this man. I was like,
yeah, I was wondering. Yeah.
Let me see. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it our one-time champion Bill Burr talking about that Bills fan? He was crying. Oh, it was a tough scene for him. Is it Travis Kelce moving the punter stuff? Church day isolation. She hushed the congregation.
It was just a lady in that mask.
Oh, just one lady.
Yeah,
Can tell her lips. Yeah, can tell her lips were moving there singing. Yeah.
Is it the Baltimore man reacting to the loss? I think I'm going to... So was that gear on the KC sideline?
It was on the
KC
side of the
1 yard line.
In the end zone.
Yeah,
they were
the 1
working
yard
out of
line.
that end zone.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did he take it to the midfield and drop it off?
He went right up to the goal line.
Yeah.
That's what was a little bit weird.
So he kicked it off?
He threw it in the end zone. He threw it in the end zone. Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah.
Man, I could definitely vote for Travis Kelce after that performance yesterday. I'm going to go with Bill Burr, though. I just that rant speaks to me. Chief, how about you?
I'll go with the playmaker.
All righty. Lucius?
Baltimore man. Ish.
He,
Well,
she.
Chuck?
I'm going to go with the Baltimore fan as well.
We're at 2-1. Brian, what do you say?
Michael Irvin.
Okay, we're tied at 2, which means you jump onto @GBagNation's Twitter account. We'll create an Insta poll for you so you can vote on who the G-Bag of the day is. And then we're back with Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us today?
Guys, I'm going to walk you through the metrics of championship weekend. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and Art.
Yeah, why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, and here's the king of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. After the two games yesterday, had the opportunity, went back and watched on the film. I love going back and kind of watching specific plays, but I also like to get into the metrics of why. And this is something that's completely new and different for me. I know I've been doing it all year, and I just really it's funny because Eric was trying to explain to me about the Dan Campbell, the go for it and not. Every single one of those metrics or for going for it on those fourth downs said go for it.
Yeah, every fourth down that the Lions went for yesterday, the numbers reflect in win probability that they should have gone for them.
What did you gather from? Okay, now the question that I had was, and I appreciate Dan going for it. I mean, he 34% of the time, it's the most that they've ever had. I mean, you talk about NFL history, like going for 34% of his opportunities, he was going for it.
Yeah,
that's the way they've been all year.
That's his identity.
That's his identity.
From day one, aggressive,
exactly,
boom. I'm going to trust my guys. We're going to make the plays.
Exactly. What did you gather? And I pushed the computer over for you to explain the one that he had a chance to go for before half, because that was the one where I'm kind of, if you look at it, you're like, wait a minute, you have this approach that you're a go for it guy, that you're willing to leave your offense out there and try and score. But, and at the end, here you are kind of going for it, but before half, you don't go for it. Weren't the metrics really close on going for it and kicking the field goal from the 3-yard line?
Yeah, that was also a go for it situation based on the win probabilities.
Okay.
But it was less than a percentage. Usually, like a lot of his go for it's it's 2 or almost 3% of win probability goes up if you go for it. So, but this was an under 1 percentage point that said go for it. So it wasn't like a super strong, you absolutely got to go for it here, but the numbers, the analytics or whatever do lean, you should have gone for it there. It was 10 seconds to go. You're at the 3-yard line and you're up 17-7.
Yeah.
And you can take a field goal here, but to go into half, or you can go for it on 4th and 3 from the 3-yard line, try to go up 21 instead of 17. And so, I mean, that's you can argue that.
It seems odd to me that a guy that would be that aggressive as how he showed throughout the year would have not have gone for it there.
A Krusty like you probably would have gone field goals every one of those.
Oh, absolutely. See, that's me trying to learn. I mean, I'm learning this analytics stuff, and I kind of wonder, when does the analytics say, have they ever say punt or kick field goal?
Every time.
It rarely, it seems like to me,
punt.
It's
if you go look, every single time Detroit punted last night, the numbers told them to punt.
Yeah, but also down and distance told me to punt.
Right.
For sure.
That's part of it.
3 and less. It's like Dan Campbell this year. He's going for it. It is. I do wonder. It's 21-7 when he decided to go for that field goal.
Yeah.
If it's not like, hey, I'm going to be up 17 points at halftime of the AFC Championship game, give me the points here in the NFC Championship game. How much does that change his thinking? Plus, if you don't get
it, I think
now we're up 14. They're about to get the ball back.
Yeah.
But see, that's the thing about it is because everybody's talking about you get a stop there, it maybe flips momentum. I kind of felt like Detroit had the really good momentum. I thought San Francisco was kind of didn't Kansas City go for it on a 4th down and really got nothing out of it? I mean, Baltimore didn't get hurt by a going for it on a 4th down situation and stopping them. So I don't know. I mean,
I can totally be sold on go for the touchdown there. Because now, I mean, how different is that for Kyle Shanahan coming out in the second half? Does he settle for a field goal there?
Yeah.
If now it's not 24-10. It's already 28-7. It's like, no, I got to get a touchdown here. So this game's getting away from me.
Mm-hmm. To me, there's a missing element here, and that is the gut. And it didn't go right for baseball until they took back at least some of the control from the computers. And there is a human element here in play. He got him wrong, to me. In the first half, you have the momentum. You're kicking their ass. Everything's working great.
Go for it. Yeah.
In the second half, you are struggling to get a first down. You are now doing the Cowboys offense of trying to move it all the way down the field 6.5 yards per completion. And 2 incompletions, you're done. That's when you take the field goals. We can't guarantee we're going to get 4 yards here, guys. And I know Dan Campbell is super confident guy, and that optimism and confidence gave his team the energy, I think, this year to do something special. Yeah. Okay, I think overall they benefited from it. But last night, I think they win the game if he kicks those field goals in the second half. And I don't think you can deny that. They would have won if they would have kicked the field goals in the second half, right? Now, does that make it the right decision? Does that mean every time they should do that? No. What makes it the right decision is Jared Goff is your quarterback, and they had his number in the second half. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, 4th and 3 at the San Francisco 30 when they went for it, and he misses Amon-Ra St. Brown. I probably would have kicked the field goal there as well. I would have kept trying to put pressure on. San Francisco's got the momentum. Let me go ahead and tie this football game at 27.
Sure.
But I did think they were aggressive, and I didn't mind the play choice on 4th and 2. Josh Reynolds just dropped the football. I mean, the play design was there. Now, you can say, hey, should I have been going to Sam Laporta? Should I have been going to Amon-Ra St. Brown? I can buy into that argument. Should I have been going to one of my guys that's not my third wide receiver, even though Goff and Reynolds, for whatever reason, that's a guy he trusts, even going back to his Rams days. But that was a play that should have worked. And then maybe they're able to cash in and get a touchdown there. But that was the play that really spun this. They're up 24-10. They don't get that 4th and 2. Then San Francisco goes right down the field, scores a touchdown. Then they get the fumble. That, to me, is what swung the entire momentum of the game, was Josh Reynolds dropping that first down conversion.
For sure. I mean, the snowball effect of that, we're going to go through the third quarter. It was a quarter from hell, unlike anything I can really recall. I mean, every facet of the Lions game there, some of it unlucky, some of it their own incompetence, but that third quarter was as disastrous of a quarter as I can remember for any team. Nothing went their way.
No.
We're going to go piece by piece on it here a little bit later because it's funny. It's kind of funny.
Tragically. Yeah, it's a tragic comedy. Is what
Lion's going to lion. We used to say that about the Browns. Man, that was a very lion way to lose a 17-point lead in the NFC Championship game. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's taunting the fans.
Yesterday was a bad day for taunters.
Yeah,
it was a bad day for taunters in both games, even if you weren't playing in the game. Here's Eminem in the first half, just middle birding the San Francisco crowd. It all came, all the chickens came back to roost, or the hens.
All right, let me walk you through some numbers and stuff like that. Lamar Jackson, he struggled against the Chiefs defense. We kind of saw that, the single high coverages, the coverage 1 and 3. He was just 5 of 15 for 75 yards. So cover 1 and cover 3, Steve Spagnuolo threw at him, and it would ended up being a 5 for 15 day in those defensive situations. Jackson was good against the split safety. The cover 2, he was 13 of 18 for 176 and a touchdown. Spagnuolo blitzed him 20 of 46 dropbacks. It's the 4th highest blitz rate that the Ravens had faced in this season. So 20 of 46 dropbacks, he was blitzed.
And they were crushing him on it.
Yeah. The Ravens, here's another one. Jackson was pressured 9 of his 20 dropbacks. Pressure on 9 of his 20 dropbacks. That's 45%. He was sacked once. He was 8 of 18 for 125 and a TD. The Ravens running backs allowed 4 pressures off 16 dropbacks in this game. So their running backs failed to pick up blitzers in this game.
Damn.
I think it's because you don't know who's coming, where they're coming, man.
Well,
like what Spags was pulling out was pretty impressive.
You got the corner blitz, the linebackers. Yeah, he was He was dialed in.
On the flip side of that, the Chiefs only allowed 1 pressure on 10 dropbacks. Their running backs did. So that was something, a game within the game right there. The Ravens struggled with the protection. Chiefs were able to hold up. Chiefs allowed just 1 first down on 5 scramble runs by Jackson in that game. That was huge.
Huge.
And Jason Kelce was a perfect 7 for 7 against the Ravens safeties for 79 yards and 1 touchdown. Not there were.
It's impressive, Jason.
Yeah.
He didn't have his shirt on. He was drunk and he was just smoking the safeties.
Jason?
I'm just busting your balls.
Travis Kelce was that. My bad.
It would have been really cool.
It would have been my bad. I said the wrong guy.
Late career position change.
Yeah, late. Okay, Detroit game real
Mahomes
quick.
will make anybody look good.
That's true. Detroit, Goff was 3 of 11 for 33 yards when facing pressure. That's your point, Dawson.
Uh-huh.
He was 2 of 6 for 30 yards outside the tackle box. So anytime he had to move, he was 2 of 6 for those plays. He was 1 of 7 for 25 yards on deep balls. Those are 20-plus yard plays. Jahmyr Gibbs had 12 carries in the game where 4 of them netted 0 or negative yards. Those are stuffed plays. So 4 of his 12 carries, 0 yards or negative yards. Christian McCaffrey in this game faced stack box 50% of his carries. McCaffrey in those situations had 53 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's why you go get a guy like Christian McCaffrey to run against stack boxes.
Is his neck okay?
It didn't look like he was. It looked like he was kind of working on that.
The way he landed was pretty awkward there at the end,
bad.
right on the top of his head.
Neck injury,
Yeah.
Well, I just hope he's okay, Mrs. McCaffrey.
I hope so too. And the final one I have for you, this is just on the Detroit side of things. Penei Sewell, the offensive tackle, had 43 pass blocking snaps without allowing a pressure.
Bosa was dominating everybody except for him.
Did you see the way Penei Sewell was being moved around? I thought they were going to throw him the football.
Yeah.
Like he was about to play tight end.
He was a tight end in motion.
So he was single block. Penei Sewell was single blocking 83% of those snaps. So it wasn't like he was getting a lot. He wasn't getting help.
Should have gone to Penei Sewell in 4th.
He was the one that was doing the work there. So
ridiculous.
Those are the numbers within the game. Thank you, guys.
When that story came up, I Twitter X searched Christian McCaffrey. And look who came up, Brian. It's his
Lisa?
mother
And mom,
and a story of 2018 that they did on E60 about her.
Yeah,
kind of gave me some PTSD flashbacks right there.
We talked about her on the Love of the Star podcast.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we did. We gave her some credit, but then I told the story about how Dawson went after her after we were trying to be nice.
What?
And then Dawson decided that
I got to drag Gavin.
I was going after her.
No, you'd had enough of her. Like
he came in soft, and then she's pushed back a little bit, and he's like, "Okay, you know
Dawson,
what? Forget this. I tried to be nice about
Dawson
this."
You're not an accurate portrayal.
Dawson was trying to be a gentleman about it. We were trying to be very nice to her and very complimentary and apologetic. And then once she turned on us, then Dawson turned on her.
It was the
She had
compliment
some things
sandwich.
to say.
Yeah,
she definitely did, and we appreciated her coming on the show, and we wish her son nothing but the best of luck.
Probably see him at the game.
And good health. I think good health is actually more important than
Good
winning
health.
the game. Yeah.
Good health. Yeah.
Okay, 4 hours to go. Well, Chuck, what are we doing next?
Through some NFL news of the day, shall we? No regrets, broken records, and support from below. That's next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now for the NFL news of the day. And there is your NFL host, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. Very sweet of you, 214, to offer some 49er NFC Championship gear. I will respectfully decline. I cannot support that, but I do appreciate the well wishes.
Man, I'll tell you what, that Emmitt Smith shrine, that Deuce shrine.
Oh, you finally saw
at
it.
the Woolly Bullies over the weekend. Very, very nice. All of your Cowboy memorabilia. Pretty impressive, man.
It's coming together.
Pretty impressive.
We got the G-Bag Nation flag there as well.
Yeah.
Hanging. It's coming on nicely.
I thought the one gentleman made a nice point that maybe as a housewarming gift, you could get a nicer display case for some of those premium items, the autograph footballs.
Yeah, instead of just a shelf there.
Yeah, maybe a nice china cabinet.
Yeah.
Not sure who suggested that, but
put it behind, I think, probably my friend Derek.
I believe he has a Sean Lee thing sitting over cardboard or something. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Hey, it's the best thing I've got right now. But over time, we'll mature. Over time. Now, we did find out over the weekend the Eagles made a hiring, boys.
Yes, let's go.
Former Cowboys offensive coordinator Kellen Moore. He's taking that same role with Filthy. The Eagles got their guy. They've got Dick Fangio manning the defense.
Wow.
And now Kellen Moore, the boy genius, is taking over as their offensive coordinator.
So did Jim Harbaugh show up and start sniffing around and go, nah?
Brought his own guys, man.
Go do your thing in Philly, man. I'll be pulling for you out there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad for the Chargers that Jim Harbaugh didn't want Kellen Moore. But I know it's good for the Cowboys that the Eagles got him.
Yeah. I'm excited about it. I can't wait to see Lane Johnson running some curl patterns.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, it's ultimately this is it's probably an upgrade from what they just dealt with.
You think?
I mean, the offense that they just had was as just boring and unimaginative and predictable as any offense you can remember. So I do think for them this is actually an upgrade. But it won't be the type of upgrade to an offense that you saw them going to the Super Bowl with.
He's not a Shane Steichen.
No.
Yeah, if you're gonna win with that level of quarterback, number one, you have to run, and I don't think Kellen Moore was a big proponent of that during his time here with the quarterback. And you have to be very creative with the running game, and I don't think he has demonstrated that in any way.
I saw an interesting thing, and hopefully I can ask this question quick. To the Eagles, what they know about Steichen, should they have gone ahead and fired Nick Sirianni last year?
Oh, to hire Shane Steichen?
To hire Shane Steichen?
In hindsight, maybe.
Because I'm thinking the same thing about, I know they're not going to fire Dan Campbell, but I wonder if you think that much of Ben Johnson, would you fire Dan Campbell not to lose Ben Johnson?
Wow.
If you were, that's why, I mean, I was out on the walk and I'm sitting there thinking about that because Steichen looks like, but here you are with Sirianni. Yeah, you went to the Super Bowl and all, but
that would be unprecedented. I would think. I mean, forward thinking at the ultimate highest right there.
If you had the crystal ball, or you had the almanac, like in Back to the Future, and you knew what was about to happen with Sirianni, yes, you would 100% do that. But it's hard in the moment to be like, this coach just took us to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, what's the furthest a coach has ever gone and still gotten fired? Like fired.
Well, when did Jimmy leave?
Jimmy left.
Did Jimmy leave after a Super Bowl?
It was after a Super Bowl.
Okay, but would we
he
say
left, right?
That's Jimmy?
Or did a mutual parting of ways?
I'm talking about like a firing, like that. Like
this would be shocking.
I so bad don't want to lose my OC that I'm going to fire my coach so that I can keep him here.
Like Marty Schottenheimer's 14-2 season with the Chargers, and then they lose again in the divisional round. He gets fired.
Okay, divisional round is probably where you would be drawing the line there. I can't imagine a conference champion or even just being the Dan Campbell of today and getting fired. That seems nuts.
But what you know about Steichen and what maybe Ben Johnson, I mean, we've been singing Ben Johnson's praises.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why I think you always you want to get to the bottom of where the credit is due. If you are any of these organizations,
Dan Campbell's done a hell of a job there. He really has.
And it's tough to look at that situation and not think Dan Campbell is the biggest portion of the pie as to why they're here. But now, going from here, though, leveling up.
Yeah.
Who's I mean, what is Dan Campbell? I don't know. Like, has he ever called plays? Would he ever just say, I'll be the play caller now? This is sort of This is my offense. Ben Johnson is under me.
Nah,
he's going to go find somebody.
Yeah.
I was interested. I did a little Googling. Your guy, Doug Peterson, was fired from the Eagles after the 2020 season, a year after winning the Super Bowl. They made the playoffs, though, that year and even won a game. They even won a game in the playoffs that year. They let him go.
That's
and
crazy.
Maybe that was 2 years after the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
And then you also have Bill O'Brien, who in 2020, the Texans open up 0-4. They probably decided to fire him already. He ends up making the playoffs and getting all the way to the AFC title game where they lose to the Chiefs 51-31. And he was fired that week.
Oh,
that was that egregious punt. They were like up by 24 points, I think, in that game. And then he calls a fake punt. And after that, Kansas City came storming back. He was dead man walking. I think he also had just traded David Johnson for DeAndre Hopkins. Like, the writing was on the wall for Bill O'Butchin.
You're right. He traded for David Johnson.
That was horrible.
That was so bad. Like, his decision making was like, nah, we got to move on. We can't do this. Speaking of Dan Campbell, though, okay, we were talking about the fourth down play calls. He was interviewed afterwards. He gave his thoughts to the media. Dan Campbell standing by the fourth down aggressive decisions that he'd been doing all year long. Here's what he said.
I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. You know, they were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back. It's easy hindsight, and I get it, you know. I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. You know, it's hard because, you know, we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out, but I don't. And I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man. You know, we just didn't work out.
How about
heartbreak
this?
in his voice?
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, you can hear it. You can hear the
I kind of
sadness.
feel like his players let him down.
They did.
I feel like his team, his players, and those guys had played well for him all year. But I felt like at that point in time, he put a lot of faith in them.
He did,
and they didn't get it done.
Yes.
You know, you got to respect that. You know, you got to respect that if you're in that locker room. Like he's trying to get us a victory here.
That 2-on-4 texting, and all I can think about is that radio host calling him reckless and that back and forth that they had a few weeks ago after the Cowboy game. It's like, say it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
I was talking to some folks yesterday. I said, I am so glad I didn't have to do that post-game show yesterday.
Yeah.
It's a good call.
I mean, I really am glad I didn't have to do that.
Can you imagine?
I mean, but he didn't lose the game for them.
I don't think
he did
either. I don't think he did either.
No.
I don't think he did either.
You know, his decisions were right by the book. If I'm the front office, I'm like, you know what? I kind of wish your gut had said, hey, don't go by the numbers this time. But if you go by the numbers, that's not a fireable offense.
And I actually think he's a go by the gut guy. His gut just leans aggressive.
Well,
I don't know that
I think you're right.
I don't know that he's going by the next gen Bible. I think he is Mr. Aggressive. He is going by the gut, but he's doing the opposite of what the gut often does, which is cower down.
Yesterday, the numbers did say he made all the right decisions, right?
They did.
Except for the field goal at the end of the half.
Yeah, that was
he should have gone for it there as well, according to the numbers. But when you look at the
metrics
season,
say go for it all the time, though. I laugh about.
Okay,
metrics.
well,
But don't you guys think, as a coach, like part of your job is to be a little bit more honest? Like, you're not a cheerleader, you're not a family member, you know. Maybe assistant coaches are also responsible for making sure you're inspiring confidence in the different guys. But, like, you need to be honest. You don't want to be overly negative and doubt your team, but also being overly optimistic about what the team is capable of, I think is a bad thing.
Well, I think this is an interesting point of view here when you look at what the Lions were this season. 15 of 20, 75% they converted their 4th and 3 or fewer in the regular season. They were 2 of 2 already in the postseason. Their kicker, Michael Badgley, the money badger.
Is that what they call him, the money badger?
9 of 20, not so money. 45% in his career from 48 or more yards, which is the worst among high-volume kickers in NFL history.
So they need a new kicker.
So for sure, they walked in there the same way, I guess, Matt LaFleur and Sean McDermott walked in there with poor kicking situations. But Dan Campbell, knowing his kicker and knowing what the track record of his team was, He was totally in the right. The weird one was at the end of the game when they're trying to score and then get the ball back and score again, and they run the ball. They have all 3 timeouts.
That was terrible.
They're trying to score, and now they got to burn a timeout, which means they guaranteed they have to get lucky on an onside kick instead of having 3 timeouts that they could just get San Francisco 3 and out. Boom. Maybe you have like 30 seconds offensively to go try and do something. That was the worst coaching moment of the night probably for the Lions.
You've got to throw that ball into the end zone. There's no doubt. We did have records that were broken yesterday. Shout out to Travis Kelce, who mentioned this earlier, but he passes Jerry Rice for the most postseason receptions in NFL history with 152. Pretty incredible. I mean, he was perfect yesterday, 11 of 11, had another postseason touchdown. Him and Mahomes, in my opinion, and I think the numbers bear it out, best postseason duo in the history of the sport. I mean, they've just been unreal together in their time. And then Christian McCaffrey had another touchdown, his 24th touchdown of the season. He got in the NFC Championship game. He now stands all alone in San Francisco 49er history, passing Jerry Rice again for most touchdowns in a single season. So 2 of Jerry's records, one in NFL history, one just a San Francisco 49er record, going down to CMC.
That's crazy because in this salary cap era, there should be less teams that are staying in the playoffs, but a couple of them have cracked the code.
Yeah.
And they just stay there.
Model of consistency.
Yeah.
And then we're talking analytics and the metrics. George Kittle afterwards, and I felt like he was talking directly to the soul of one Reginald Atatula. We got to ask Reg about this when we crosstalk later. But he said, I have a question for you guys. Why do people in analytics say that momentum isn't real? That's the biggest load of horse crap that I've ever heard in my life, as he talked about the momentum swing in that game where they looked dead and buried at halftime and then come out and just roar back from a 17-point deficit, which now you've had back-to-back weeks where the 49ers have been able to do that. But, yeah, George Kittle saying, bleep you, momentum is real.
Yeah, I guess they studied every situation, like when a team is down, when a team is up, when a team theoretically should have momentum, and then their play efficiency and the different ways you can measure success. And it's one of those things I'm conflicted on. My heart tells me and my brain tells me momentum is real. But in the back of my head, this other part is like, hey, but sometimes you're wrong. This might be one of those. So I don't know. I'm still kind of open-minded on the power of momentum, but I feel like we saw it yesterday in a couple of big ways.
I think so, too. The fumble, I mean, it just was like, holy crap, okay, San Francisco, this thing's going now. Like, the Lions need a big play that they just weren't able to get to stop the bleeding. And the 49ers rallied to win it, or else I thought they were going to do another choke job in the postseason. That would have been awesome. Now, we got bad news today. Former Texas Longhorn involved in this. Chiefs pass rusher Charles Omenihu suffered a torn ACL in that game against the Ravens, so he is obviously going to be out for the Super Bowl. And he was playing great. I think he had a sack.
He had the sack fumble.
Yeah, I mean, he did in that game yesterday. So that's a big loss.
Ronnie Stanley was bad in that football game.
I actually have some really, really great sound from that moment that we'll play here a little bit later. Yeah, of the Omenihu.
Yes,
his sack.
Charles Omenihu.
Yep.
Now, we also had the game was paused yesterday in the AFC Championship game. And I didn't realize this is the second time this has happened this year. But it was a drone. A drone was flying around the Baltimore Stadium. They also had to stop the Thursday night game between the Bengals and the Ravens because someone was flying a drone. I guess they've got rules under FAA rules. There's a temporary flight restriction over any NFL stadium whenever there's a game being played. So airplanes can't fly over the stadium, and it also means that drones can't fly within 3 miles of any NFL or Major League Baseball stadiums that seat at least 30,000 fans. So like, holy crap, we've got a drone. They had to pause the game, get the drone out of there. But what a bizarre situation. Unfortunately for the Ravens, didn't help them come back and win the game. And, well, they're going home like the rest of us. Lamar Jackson is angry about the loss. He's not frustrated. He is angry. And he should be. I don't know why the hell they didn't run the football. They got away from their own identity, which is pound the rock. They're flinging the ball down the field, left and right. They're not getting any calls. Like, Lamar, you need to use your legs, but also why not run the football more in that football game either? I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean that is the weakness of the Chiefs defense for sure. I mean, you saw Buffalo was able to run on them pretty nicely. And you have your 2 starting running backs, Gus Edwards and Justice Hill, combined for 6 carries in the game.
Yeah. How's that happen?
It's crazy.
I can't for the life of me understand it. And Gus Edwards is their short yardage back. He's one of the best short yardage backs in all of football. And it was, here's Justice Hill on 3rd and short, like up the gut.
Or they're like, they're throwing the ball.
Yeah, I mean,
You're
Lamar
one of the
Jackson's
best
throwing the
short
ball.
yardage- Yeah, short yardage teams running in the league.
And the game was never out of hand. Like, there was
No.
never a point in the game where you're just like, okay, we have to abandon the run now because the score has gotten away from us so much. I mean, the game was close on the scoreboard the whole time. You still easily could have ran the football more. And I would say Lamar Jackson, like, in a game like that, 8 carries. It should be probably double that if it calls for it. Like, if you're trailing, this is where the weapon that is you, Lamar, and then just any quarterback with the ability to run, you need to take advantage of that. This is an all the marbles game, bro.
It's what makes you a superhero. Last 2 things here, NFL news of the day. Ken Dorsey going to be hired by the Browns as their offensive coordinator after he got fired midseason with the Bills. So Ken Dorsey will be going to the Browns. And in regards to the Kadarius Toney conversation we had during Crosstalk with KMC, Tony went on Instagram Live saying he's not hurt, none of that, missed the game yesterday, personal reasons, just had another child. Congratulations to him. Andy Reid talking to reporters today saying he's been on the injury report. That part is not made up by any means, so it's not like they're making stuff up, according to Andy Reid, head coach of the Chiefs. We'll see. I doubt that Kadarius Toney is active for the Super Bowl against the 49ers in 2 weeks.
I don't even understand at what point do you view him as no longer being an asset and you just let him go.
I think right now.
Yeah.
Today.
I would say.
I would think so too.
But Brian, you were saying you can't release an injured guy?
Not an injured player. No. But the fact that he is saying
you know what, you're right. You're not hurt.
Yeah.
You're also not a member of the team anymore.
Yeah.
Ooh, and a follow-up real quick. Shout out to somebody on Twitter. The Bucks moved on from Tony Dungy, went with John Gruden. I believe that was after Tony Dungy had just lost in the NFC Championship game, wasn't it, to the Rams? And then they moved on. He couldn't get him over the hump, apparently.
Yeah, they traded for Gruden.
They traded for Gruden.
Yeah.
So that might be one.
Wow.
That might be one.
Good pull.
All right, coming up 3:40, we'll hit you with the best of the weekend. 5 most important questions ahead of Niners Chiefs, and the Super Bowl is coming up next right here. The G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say. Reduce noise and cut costs. Choose Maverick Windows and see the difference. Call 800-972-3631 or visit us at maverickwindows.com now.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. I got a question for you. Are you amongst the people that are annoyed by Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce? And what is it about their love and happiness that annoys you so much? Hater at 877-881-1053. Wolchuk?
I think it's just the cuts to Taylor Swift constantly.
Okay.
That's really all it is.
It's the cuts.
I'm totally.
You don't like pretty faces?
It's just we're overdoing it.
It's the red lipstick, I think, right? Aren't you more of like a light pink lipstick kind of guy?
I think the red lipstick.
Now that trend does annoy me. I'm with you on that. The bright red lipstick. It's not my favorite hue.
We got to cut every time to the box, and I think that Lucius made a great point earlier.
What's your beef with the box?
Hey, I don't have any beef with the box, but in a draw pass moment, can we see what Taylor's doing then? And the NFL's cashing in a big way. They know they're getting eyeballs that normally probably don't give a bleep about the sport, and they're tuning in specifically to see Taylor Swift. And maybe this is a win for some men out there.
I think it was over $300 million so far.
Yeah, their wives and girlfriends could be sitting there watching with you because Taylor's going to be shown. But it's starting to just be like every game, this is a storyline. Like Postgame, we don't need to see. I mean, I guess it was a sweet moment that they shared. But come on.
My favorite moment, did you see?
This is about the Chiefs. This isn't about Taylor Swift.
Did you see from the Super and their families?
Their second best or third best player, fourth best player, maybe fifth,
maybe fifth.
Yesterday he was their second.
He was their second.
Yeah, he was yesterday. He was amazing.
They're not married yet.
Did you see?
I think we need more Jason, less Taylor.
And once they crossed the threshold to convincing me that it was a credible relationship, I've been all about it.
Yeah, I kind of enjoy it, but I like the. Did you see the photo where Andy Reid's on the stage waiting to get to the mic, but he makes eye contact with Taylor Swift, and they both have their fingers pointed at each other like that. Like there's some type of friendship between Andy Reid and Taylor Swift. I saw the freeze frame photo of that, and I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be a heck of a Swiftie Super Bowl week.
It's gonna be
for sure.
A lot.
By the end of this, it might be a little. We might be a little bit done with it by the end.
You know what?
Yes.
I think that, to me, it's funny. Our buddy Prince Faisal over in Saudi Arabia has been texting me about this because he sent me something, and even before we went on about this, and he goes, "What do you think?" And I go, "I'm getting tired of it, but I'm also, I think she's really a genuine a fan. I think she's having fun at the games, the swag thing and all. I mean, she's got a boyfriend that plays, and I think she's honestly excited about the games when he plays well and the team does well, And she's famous worldwide, but good for her if she's riding this train now, Maybe she'll marry the guy and all that. I don't know how long Kelsey's going to keep playing, but it's a different vibe for her, and I think it's kind of cool in a way. I just I see that she's getting into it. I don't think it's fake and phony, and she's
nothing fake about it. It seems very genuine.
Yeah, she seems like she's super excited when he plays well and when the Chiefs play well.
Yeah,
and I kind of, because there's some people that would not have that kind of approach. That wouldn't have the superstar fan would not have that kind of.
Yeah, she'd be too cool for it.
Yeah, sunglasses just sitting there, just kind of like, do I have to be here?
I mean, she won me over after we heard from the former Browns quarterback that she showed up to the watch party early on in the relationship, and she brought cinnamon rolls.
She did bring
I thought we were all on board with her after that. Yeah, it was Bernie Kosar. Thank you,
That's situational awareness that would make Patrick Mahomes blush.
But
right there.
I could get it where people have had enough of her and they're showing her, but I think she's really getting into being a fan, and maybe she doesn't know a whole hell of a lot about the game.
Certainly,
but she understands that when her team's playing well.
She knows when 87 scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
I just like seeing those early days of a relationship when everything you do doesn't drive her just totally insane.
Yeah, that honeymoon phase is beautiful.
And back. There's nothing wrong with showing her, says the 214. People who complain are either idiots or jealous.
I think Walchuk's just an idiot. I don't think he's jealous. He's happily married.
I mean, it's just funny we bitch about the dogs being shown, but the Taylor Swift is okay. Give me a golden retriever any damn day.
I did.
That's going to draw the line for Eric.
Because I got upset.
Herbstreit wants to get on the soapbox. His dog. Taylor Swift shown what seems like all the damn time and is now the talking point of the Super Bowl.
Why do you hate the dog?
It's okay.
No,
I love the dog.
That was me, bro.
And honestly, I don't even hate the Taylor Swift stuff, but I do kind of understand now why people are saying, all right, enough's enough. Like, let's talk about the football game.
Yeah, get away from my football.
I don't mind showing her a couple of times, but holy crap.
What do you think's the sweet spot there?
Maybe twice.
One per half.
I kind of feel like that if she was a Cowboy fan, that she'd be fun to sit in the box with and she'd
probably be fantastic
high
to hang out
five
with.
and push her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just push her and stuff.
Get in the fandom of it. You push her.
A little chest bump, a good high five.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Maybe a good fist bump to explosion.
Yeah, yeah. She seemed like she would be fun to hang out in the box with and have cocktails and eat food. And she probably spilled some on her. And you're laughing at her for doing that. I think she's just being kind of normal. I think she's.
I do too. Yeah,
it probably is kind of a breakaway from other stuff that's going on.
Little escape.
She's able to just watch football, be a fan.
Even her escape is still with hundreds and hundreds of millions of people watching her.
There's definitely a dedicated camera person.
Hey, good for her. The fact that she's got a big ass plane and she can fly into.
Wasn't sure that was going for a second.
And she can fly into Buffalo and she can fly in here and fly in there to go watch her.
It's quite the flex for sure.
Yeah, she works hard so she could go watch her boyfriend play football. That's cool.
And annoy half the country.
Like the 512, it's a marketing campaign.
No, you're not wrong.
It's not a relationship. I think it is a relationship.
Oh, it's a relationship.
I don't think that it's a fake deal.
No, I don't think it's fake at all.
972 says a pretty face, Dawson. Yeah, I think she's pretty. Objectively, maybe she's not a stunning classic beauty, but she qualifies as pretty.
Her commercials are cute. The ones where they always she's doing it for. It's a phone company, right? Didn't she have a phone company, T-Mobile thing or something that she does?
Yeah, she looks.
She always shows up. She shows up with fans, and she's always kind of,
I mean, she's got a little bit of the Shanahan face, where she's kind of,
saying she's like a ferret.
Well, I think that's more of a rat, but I definitely would not call her a rat face.
Yeah.
Just maybe her dad was.
Speaking of Shanahan, as much as
was very pretty.
As much as I'm an advocate for Shanahan, I did love watching him seethe on the sideline yesterday. There was something I was made happy at his distress on his face. I don't know why. He's got one of those faces that I like to see flustered and upset because he's kind of like
he's
like
Teflon,
like I'm better than you, and he's got this vibe of like anytime something's going wrong, it's definitely because his players on the field are screwing it up. It's certainly not anything that has to do with his play calling or game management, and it just oozes off of his face.
Just unbelievable, these guys. I guess we'll try to get back in the game the best we can. Yes, and his explanations afterwards, him at the podium, I'm not quite sure what to make of it. Follow-up question at 877-881-1053. If you hate Taylor Swift on TV, are you rooting against the Chiefs? Is this just that you're annoyed because you want the Chiefs to lose? You've gone from cheering for Mahomes on the way to the top. Now it's time to tear him down. He's gone to that Tom Brady goat land where you just don't like the best player. And here's Taylor Swift, and it's just like a representation. And what you have to see every time they have success is that somewhat pretty face celebrating with Travis Kelce's mom. Is that it? Huh? Texter man?
No.
That's not it. Well, you're not annoyed.
No,
okay?
I'm not
necessarily asking.
I'll tell you the one who's capitalizing off this is Kyle Juszczyk's wife. She is super talented making these jackets.
You saw that? Okay, yeah, it's amazing.
She has got some skill when it comes to
it's fantastic.
Making
Taylor
this
Swift
wardrobe and stuff like that. So I would think I would get tired about that. And I was thinking, how cool would it be to have one of her jackets? Like she does some really taking jerseys and making them. I think that's the one that I think people like. Oh, she's always doing something. She's always this, that. But no, man, she's super talented. She's got, I'm all for it.
I mean, if you're locally hating on whatever the Chiefs and Taylor Swift got going on, that's fine. But there's no way you can over hate them compared to the Niners.
No,
like you've got to be pulling. You've got to be pulling for the Chiefs, even if you're not totally in on it.
And
you can't be here
greatness. Like
pulling
Patrick
for the Niners.
Mahomes.
Yeah, no, I'm totally in on the dynasty, and I love
I'm definitely in on the Chiefs.
940, she's an effing liberal, and there's been a couple of texts about that. I always got to remind myself in these conversations, especially the LeBron conversations, that the disappointment might be coming from other parts of
sure.
the,
you guys aren't sick of seeing the Pfizer commercial so much? Yeah. It's Taylor Swift's face on the screen that's killing you. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. A 682. I love Taylor.
Tell
Bing.
him, Eric.
I have no idea. I love Taylor. Bing.
Non-vaxxer.
If there's something that's
about a cute puppy dog.
There's something annoying. No, listen, the puppy dog thing,
man.
You
sound like an idiot.
The puppy dog thing is Kirk Herbstreit doing his job. It'd be like Taylor Swift out in a 3-point stance next to Travis Kelce as he's running his route. It's while he's working. That's what Herbstreit is doing with his dog. Hey, while I'm trying to call a game, while I'm on the midfield deal I'm setting the scene for the national championship, we might as well give my dog a microphone too because he's gonna be right here.
Dog's not in the booth with you.
Taylor Swift isn't in the huddle. I mean, because if it was up to Kirk Herbstreit, the dog would be in the huddle.
After meeting Wolchuk's golden retriever, I kind of have gone to the side of maybe I would want him on the road with me. That's a hell of a dog.
She's awesome.
They're great dogs. They really are.
Dogs.
I mean, if you're going to do the thing that he's doing, that's probably the dog you do it with.
What if Wolchuk brought his dog to work every day?
I would never do that.
Just
play in the hypothetical land that you're a schmuck like Kirk Herbstreit, okay? Just like do this for a second. Can you please play along?
I'll play along. All right. He's coming to work every day. Let's go.
Wolchuk.
I ain't cleaning the poop. You are, Brian.
I'm not asking this question because Wolchuk just ruined it for me.
Okay, I understand.
No, I'm in.
Just quit.
Coming up next to the G-Bag Nation.
It's the best of the weekend.
Best of the weekend. Eric, where are we going?
I'm bringing the dog, Brian.
Playoff Tony is back and better than ever next year in the nation.
G-Bag Brian Broaddus setting records with his Lump of the Star podcast. 1 point.
gold ring around his left sausage ring finger.
Very sausage.
Grandfather's ring?
It is. It's my great-grandfather and my grandfather's and now mine.
Wow.
So we're
Sentimental.
Three generations.
There you go.
Is there resizing involved? Or do you guys all
yeah.
have the same size fingers?
Oh, no. I had to get this thing sized down quite a bit, which is, I know, probably a surprise.
No, it's not a surprise, dude. With all the weight you've lost, you lose. People forget that you start losing weight in your fingers.
Yeah. No, I had to get it sized down quite a bit.
Well, it looks fantastic on you. It'll probably take, I would guess, a couple of weeks from my experience before you get used to it, and then you might find a way to fidget with it with your thumb, and then you'll miss it when it's not there. Okay. You know. So congratulations to Walchuk. Walchuk had Chick-fil-A as part of his post-wedding party spread.
Yeah.
That was a really, really nice touch. Thank you for that, Walchuk, from the bottom of my heart. Honestly, my biggest personal weekend regret is not crushing harder at the Chick-fil-A table that you had set up.
I tried to tell you, I was like, dude, take what you want.
I know.
I need to get it, because obviously
I did damage,
purposes,
but just not enough.
I saw you enjoying it. Did you try any of the cake? I passed on the cake. I was being a good. I was being very soda approved over the weekend.
Yes, you were.
So it's like a pack and play, like a good wedding gift for you guys right now.
Pack and play?
Yeah, the pack and play.
Yeah, we'll take a pack and play.
He doesn't even know what that is yet, but he'll find out.
I've heard putting them together is quite a pain in the rear.
Yeah.
Can be.
Well, I'm going to go out and get you a pack and play. I'm just
gonna
going
put
to
it
let you know
together
right
too?
now. So tell everybody that you're going to get a pack and play.
Okay.
Right?
I love you, Brian. Thank you.
Quick funny story before Abby gets in the car. I think her Nana's about to pick her up from school. We're going to the mall. We needed some sporting goods on Saturday afternoon or Sunday, I forget. But anyway, she goes, I don't really like going to this mall. I just like going to the Dick's Sporting Goods.
Okay.
But instead of saying the Dick's Sporting Goods, she just said, I just like D's. So she's 12 and a half,
right?
You know, but she didn't realize what she had said.
So she didn't bring any laughter afterwards or anything. Like, haha, Dad.
I didn't say
You
it.
didn't say pause.
But in my head,
Dad,
was
pause.
the greatest "that's what she said" in the history of my life.
Yeah.
And I didn't say it. I just bit the hell out of my cheek, got out of the truck, and walked into that Dick's Sporting Goods.
I'm so proud
I'll
of
tell
you,
you what,
man.
Dude, yeah, it was an epic dad moment.
It's a good place.
That's awesome.
That's a maturation in you that I could only dream of.
Yeah, I didn't want to traumatize her, you know.
No,
Dad
for sure.
Making that kind of a dad joke at that age.
Yeah,
you know,
no, for
I
sure.
was just like,
you made the right
wow.
call.
Did I? Yeah.
You know, you looked at the next gen stats and you said, we're punting here. And my gut's telling me this as well. This is a beautiful moment where numbers and gut meet, and there is no concern about the
do the right
decision
thing.
we're making here. Well, congratulations. That's really, really good. And huge congratulations. We have a congratulations in order as well. This is very exciting. Broadus and Walchuk both lost in Survivor this weekend.
Let's go.
So congratulations to you two fellas. Championship L's. Do you feel like Dan Campbell? Do you feel like John Harbaugh right now? Do you feel like Lamar Jackson?
Yes.
Eggs on your face. You didn't show up yesterday when it mattered most.
I'm angry.
Season's on the line.
I'm very angry like Lamar is right now. This is ridiculous.
I will say that Chiefs and the Ravens game, the way it started was like, oh my gosh, are we about to be in for one of these just like all time
7-7.
This is
bang,
just
bang.
boom, bomb, bomb. And then
I don't know where Todd Monken went during that game.
I don't know either, but he decided to not drop.
He thought he was playing 7-on-7 pass hole.
I don't know what he was doing in calling
Bad
ball
play.
plays.
That's actually Dawson just lit up over there, but that is what we in practice, right? You've heard that, like we're going over to pass hole now. Like you have. Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Okay, we used to do that. I'm dead serious about that.
It's a thing.
Like where it's just like pass only. You know, you have like your inside run where it's like it's just the front
I've
seven.
Heard it called Skelly and stuff like that. I've never heard Pascal.
You never like we're going. Okay.
Have you ever heard the term Riverside? When you're at a practice, have the coaches never said Riverside? That means flip the direction that you're practicing. All right.
Okay, but now offense
Riverside. Riverside. That means turn. Yeah, go the other way is what it is.
Did not.
So pass hole though.
No, just
pass hole. I'm dead serious about that. Like 7-on-7 passing. I don't know.
I've never pass only. Right.
Yeah, pass only. Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. Now, so do we have any idea? Have you guys kicked the tires on any of these payoffs that you guys?
No clue.
Just give us a cut. What the nitro gummy thing? That's still available.
That's
right?
a no-go
I
for
might.
me,
I
dog.
might lose my.
Let me check and see if the nitro. Yeah, the nitro gummy is still available.
Give me another bad one. You guys have taken me off all the food ones.
Yeah, that's true. You could drink the Super Bowl. Somebody could drink the Super Bowl.
All right, where are we?
I'll do it.
Wegas?
I can drink the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we'll mix in. We'll have to mix in Vegas, San Francisco, and Kansas City. Yeah, maybe some desert sand. I like that idea.
Some cactus.
Yeah.
Some sand. a ground up poker chip,
cactus and sand. Oh God,
it's going to be great. I thought Walchuk was going to do the long snapper challenge, where our professional long snapper LSU Tiger
do that.
The problem
brought
is
us just long snaps footballs into your hang down.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
I haven't snapped a ball since like 1986.
Makes me feel way better about it.
I might hit you in the face though. That's the
what
problem.
I'm worried about.
Yeah.
The 903 says Baylor football in the 80s. Pass Hull. Hull. Maybe my whole life that's what was being said, and I just didn't hear it that way. But the
What are you
903,
trying to do, bro? You're trying to give us like you're saying stuff and you're not really sure.
I feel like I was pretty sure about that. I just got new information from the 903s who played football in the 80s at Baylor.
I played football in the 80s too, and I've never heard that.
But not at Baylor.
But here you are, you're trying to tell me.
You're bringing me Riverside, and we haven't heard that either.
Well,
You were a special teamer, Brian.
Riverside.
I was on the scout team a lot too. I wasn't good enough to be on the team
But
regularly.
in high school, you had to have been impressive.
Pat, but see, here you are, you're like messing it up, and I'm like, oh, cool, I've never heard of that before.
Well, have you heard Pass Hull?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Okay, so you haven't heard that either.
Football guy, my rear.
Okay, let's get to football guy Tony Romo, who knows a thing or two about being talked down on during this time of year. You know, postseason Romo, big game Romo. He's at it again. And what do you? Here's the sound. This is Charles Omenihu,
very good.
who is now ACL out for the Super Bowl.
I'm rubbing off on you.
He made a huge play. He goes sack fumble. He made Ronnie Stanley look like he didn't belong in the NFL for a play.
Awful.
And he forces the fumble. He sacks Lamar Jackson, and it's a turnover, and it's now going to break. Listen to Romo describe this, and I heard it in real time, and I perked up. Like, what is he saying?
Is out Chiefs ball in games like this. The ball matters more than any game.
Good point.
So I heard that on the way out into a commercial, and I kind of was like, is he joking?
He said a couple of things yesterday that made me think, what the hell are you doing?
I don't know if this is him not knowing what to say until we go, or if he's actually trying to be goofy, funny. Like this is very clearly,
you could see that.
It's like so obvious. I don't know, but he got just absolutely crushed on the internet.
Wasn't there a moment he said something like Jim's talking? It reminds me of he's Kyle Hamilton. He wanted to make the comparison of Kyle Hamilton to Troy Polamalu, but Tony interjected and was like, "Oh, it reminds you of me playing football." And it's like, how does this even make sense at all here, Tony? One, you didn't even play safety, and no, Kyle Hamilton doesn't remember anybody of you playing football.
He has had a tough run. I don't know if this is quite a downward spiral yet, but it's trending in that direction. You know, when you hit flush on the toilet and the top's just slowly starting to spin, Romo could be all the way at the pits of that in about 2 seasons. Let's hear it one more time. And just what do you guys think is happening in his brain here? He's not focused.
Is out Chiefs ball in games like this. The ball matters more than any game.
Okay, I'll tell you what happened to him.
Rap.
Tell me.
Music.
Boom. They were talking in his ear.
Yeah, we got to go, Tony.
Tony, take it
It's
a
a quick
break.
timeout.
Break,
We got to go.
Break, Tony. Break, Tony.
Yeah.
Break. The truck was talking to him while he was trying to get his thought out. I'm not
probably
gonna lie.
nailed
I've been
that.
there.
That sounds likely.
Please don't talk to me while I'm trying to talk. I mean, I'll do my best, but those TV guys, and he's a pro. Tony's a pro at this stuff.
Yeah.
But sometimes that in your ear, when that happens, you will lose every thought you have about what you're trying to do.
Well, now he's in a point where he's not getting the benefit of the doubt because the divisional round was pretty rough for him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the last year or so, I don't think has been very good.
No.
Surrounding him, it's been most of the conversation surrounding him has been, poking at him.
It's crazy because he worked so hard when he was insecure about his abilities going into year one. Very, very hardworking. I don't want to go out there and embarrass myself. Now that he's made it, it's like, well, I guess I can mail it in, and that's going to be sufficient. And the shaming that's coming to him in the form of criticism, even from a longtime respected executive like Ebersol, has not made him like double down on the effort like he was before he got into it.
And it only gets worse for him too. I don't know how many Super Bowls he's called, but they've got this one, So I mean,
I bet he'll be ready for it.
Yeah, I think he will too.
That's an off the hook situation for me. If I find out for sure, guaranteed, someone's talking in my ear and this throws, you know what I mean? Like to me, I'm like, okay, that doesn't mean you're unprepared. That would throw anybody for a loop.
It is. It is.
But after 5 years, you should be able to roll with that.
But sometimes it happens so fast. Like usually they're talking to Nance and they're telling, all right, Jim, take it to break. Jim's like, it's a fumble, it's gonna go the other way, but they're talking to him and he's trained himself. And all I hear Tony is like he's trying to think about what point do I need to make, but then you got somebody tell you can't make your point. We got to go. We got to get out of here.
Well, nobody was telling Luka he couldn't make his point this weekend. Best of the weekend, we buried the lead, but 73 for the big man, Luka Doncic. Over 75% from the field, crushed it from the line, 8 3-pointers made, and the fourth player in NBA history to score 73 or more points. The first ever to do it, 70+ on 75% or higher from the field. What it was legit Luka magic on Friday night. That was crazy. I'm getting the updates. I'm like driving home from the ballpark.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, what? Luke, oh my gosh, he's...
Yeah, because when we left, it was already halftime. It was like an early 6 o'clock start. That kind of caught me off guard.
But what a night, what a weekend. Congratulations to Luka.
Indeed. Special player. We'll talk more hoops with you, but we have the 32 things we learned about this Super Bowl matchup next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic, though. We're all into 2024 now. I mean, we're almost coming up into
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Okay, I got, excuse me, a little frog in my throat. Getting a little scratchy here. 32 things we've learned about the Super Bowl matchup as we now get underway with the countdown to the Super Bowl. We're 13 days away as Eric Chiafalo just walked in, I believe with some birthday or wedding present tips treats. What's the occasion, Chief?
This is the birthday tips treats thanks to the great folks on the Twitch chat. That's right, all the Twillos just hooked it up big time.
Happy 30th, buddy. Happy 30th birthday.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Twolos, and thank you, Tolos, and thank you, Tiffs, because these are delightful.
Yeah, they do some fine work over there, don't they?
Yes. Yes, they absolutely do. Every time.
You're struggling so bad right now, aren't you?
Yes.
What's hurt? You in pain? Did you hurt yourself?
No, I'm not doing any sweets till Easter.
The cookies.
Oh, it's tough. Trust me, man. It's a tough deal.
That whole thing.
Got to look out for my health. You know, I'm coming up on that big 5-0
I will
here
have
in a couple of years.
I will have the cinnamon roll recipe down by the time you.
I'll come out of this for a cinnamon roll from Broadus or Miss Sherry.
Yes, yeah. I've already set it out.
Okay, you will come out of one?
And a kid's birthday party.
Okay.
That's the only thing I'm coming out of this this discipline for.
All right, there you go.
So dial it in. I'd appreciate it.
All right.
You know, need a little.
I've been watching a lot of videos on this.
Just
man.
a taste here and
Man,
there.
that's good stuff.
Hey, I'm sure you learned a lot about the Super Bowl matchup already, and maybe some of this stuff you've heard, but I have a feeling this is going to be pretty dang interesting. Now, USA Today did the 32 things we've learned about the matchup, and it was just amazing as I looked through it how many Cowboys topics are in there. I took about 12 out, you know. Most are Cowboys topics. Most are just or stunning on their own. Didn't think we could get to all 32. I don't even think we can get to all 12. I think that might be a little ambitious.
I think we can do it.
Knowing how Brian likes to talk.
That is the truth.
Yeah. Well, you picked the right field, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're going to jump to number 4. One more win. The Niners will join the Patriots and Steelers as the only franchises with 6 Lombardi trophies. That would make 3 of them. What will the record be by the time the Cowboys win their next one?
Oh gosh.
Niners, Patriots, Steelers. I don't think you have to worry about Patriots or Steelers right now, but maybe the Cowboys win a couple of more and they push this thing out to 6 or I guess it's
kind of
already to 7.
Kind of having a Tiger Woods vibe on those majors now for the Cowboys. You know,
so close, but yet so far.
Yeah, they're like.
How many Super Bowls do the Chiefs have?
Kansas City at 3 now.
Kansas City won one in one in the 60s,
and then they've got 2 now with Mahomes.
2 with
Been to
Mahomes.
4, won 3 of them.
Yeah.
So yes, I would imagine at least for the rest of Mahomes' career, and I think he's going to get 4 more, which would at least put it at 7, maybe 8.
I think 7's a good answer. That's where I'm leaning. I think the record's going to be 7 by the time the Cowboys.
How much the quarterback is the best? What about the head coach? If the head coach leaves, does that program fall by the wayside?
Is that real?
No, I'm just saying.
Just at any point over the course of the next few years.
Give me 2 years of Andy Reid, and Andy Reid loves coaching football. But I wonder if in fact that Andy Reid decides to walk away from this thing, what will the Kansas City Chiefs look like then?
I asked that to you guys last week. I've wanted the same thing.
Significant.
Is Mahomes that much of a cheat code that it doesn't matter?
There's no question he is. But
I think that Andy makes a big difference. I think you're right.
Look what happened to the Cowboys when Jimmy Johnson walked away.
Yeah, you have to have like a guy who's responsible for like caretaking the culture.
Right.
And knows how to keep those professional standards in all these different aspects of football. And once that guy walks away, the quarterback can only do so much. Now, he might be great enough to still win, like LeBron in Cleveland.
Right.
Some guys can just carry a franchise, and I think Pat would do well, but it would be significantly different, I think, if Andy Reid would leave. And that's a great point because Andy's 65 years old. Okay, number 5, the current 19-year-old gap between repeat champions is the longest of the Super Bowl era, which began in 1966. You guys, we haven't given a prediction yet. Do you think the Chiefs are going to go back-to-back here, or will the Niners win their 6th?
Man, I don't know how you could pick against the Chiefs.
I can't pick against Mahomes. And the way that I think they can run the football. Like, I think they lined up and they went after it with Pacheco yesterday. They did it against Buffalo.
Without Tooney.
And
they can shut down a great running game.
Yeah. I think they'll find a way to be able to run the football. Mahomes will make enough plays to where they get this done.
Man, I'll tell you what, the Kansas City's got a cheat code in that Snead, that corner.
Dude.
brilliant.
You could put him
Play
on
of the weekend.
You could put him on anybody, and it's going to be probably pretty good for your Kansas City Chiefs.
And
So
McDuffie's pretty darn good on the
McDuffie's
other
not
side.
bad either.
No, they are both. I mean, that was one of the biggest takeaways of the game. And this whole playoff run is understanding just how good those two guys are, and the tackling and the physicality, and it's just like, man, those two guys being what they are allows Steve Spagnuolo to say, I'm going to bring hell with these blitzes. And you guys can hold up, and we'll get up and we'll press you. Like I love that. You don't see guys on 3rd and 4, 8 yards off their wide receiver or off their tight end. They're all up on them, and they're smothering these dudes.
Yeah, he's going to figure out. I know that Purdy was missing some guys in those 3 losses that they had, but Spagnuolo's going to take that film and just kind of find 2 or 3 things. He's going to have something in his hip pocket when they really need to get a stop.
Purdy will be in the blender.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, it's like, whoa, haven't seen that one all day. Yeah.
I knew this was coming from the 469. Was someone in Gavin's headset telling him to get out during that live read? It's well played, sir.
Yep.
Number 6.
Couldn't have been worse than the one I had a few minutes prior.
Man, if I wish I was, held to that standard and compensated in that way, But I guess Tony's just, like way.
Tony a $15 million guy?
18.
I think 18? It's closer to 20.
Okay.
Get what you pay for, I guess. Number 6, the Chiefs are only the 3rd team to reach the Super Bowl 4 times in a 5-year period, a feat previously matched by
the Bills
and
Cowboys.
Patriots.
Bills and Patriots. Of course, the Cowboys should have, but
not the Cowboys. Huh.
Steve convinced Jerry they didn't need Dion that much in the 94 season, which allowed San Francisco to get in there and take one. Could have been 4 in a row.
Could have been.
But it was the first striking of Steve.
Damn it.
Hey, look at this. Dion's available, the best corner in the NFL. Should we let the Niners get him? And there was like a 2-week bidding for Dion as he was finishing up baseball and like, hey, what's Dion going to do? And this is pre-internet, so every day I check in the USA Today thinking Dion's going to the Cowboys, or no way they're going to let him go to the Niners. Let him go to the Niners. Then the next offseason, Steve stepped to Jerry again. And this time Jerry said, to hell with you, son.
Yeah.
And that's the last time someone with real cojones took control of this team's fortunes. I'm just taking the torch that you lit and sprinted with last week, Brian. We're going after Steve.
I sprinted that thing like I was at the Olympics, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
it was glorious. And you were a 2-time G-Bag of the Day champion, an honorary 5.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We go to number 7. Kansas City can become the first team seeded 3rd in the playoffs to win it all since the 2006 Colts. That's pretty interesting. There's not a lot of 3, 4, 5, 6s, and you can add 7s to that now. It's mostly 1 and 2 seeds. Unless the Cowboys are a 1 and 2 seed, then they're usually out in the first round.
Right.
Number 9, San Francisco's 19 appearances in the conference title round are 3 more than any other franchise. They've kind of become like the most successful postseason team.
Yeah.
Even though the Patriots did so much and the Cowboys and the Steelers and stuff, but
theirs goes way back into the 70s.
Really?
Yeah, 70s, 80s. They had a little bit of some in the 90s, but man, they've really turned things around there.
They were just so pathetic from like 95 to 2010.
Oh yeah, the Mike Nolan era was not very good for them. And then what was our guy that one year, the defensive line coach that was here? God,
Jim Tom Sula.
Jim Tom Sula was there one year.
Or is it Tom Jim Sula?
Did they do a Chip Kelly experiment too?
That Chip Kelly experiment, yeah.
Really? Chip Kelly was the head coach of the San Francisco
Philly
49ers?
to San Fran.
Yeah,
that is shocking. I remember when Mike Singletary was out there.
Mike Singletary can't win with them. Can't coach with them.
Can't do it. Vernon Davis, without his helmet, just going off the field, going back into the locker room in the middle of the game.
Can't do it.
He just sort of quit.
972, Gavin, I did a solar system project with my 8-year-old, and him and I could not stop doing Uranus jokes all weekend. Mom was annoyed. That gives me legit son FOMO right there.
That's pretty awesome. Right,
I might have to go back in for a 3rd shot.
Because you probably fire off that one-liner if that was 12-and-a-half-year-old son.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Number 10, the Niners come back from a 24-7 deficit, which included a run of 27 straight points in the second half, tied the record for largest overcome in the NFC title game with the 2012 Niners, who survived the Atlanta Falcons.
Atlanta Falcons, yeah.
It's always the Falcons, isn't it?
Falcons will mess it up if they get a chance.
Good Lord.
I mean, I guess this is sort of Shanahan's, somewhat redemption. It doesn't have the stakes of the Super Bowl, but he gets to have one of those historical postseason comebacks.
Yes, the great coaches, the brilliant schemers, they get a chance more than the other guys, which the Cowboys don't seem that intent on looking for. I think when Jerry Jones all those years ago said any number of 500 coaches could have done this,
maybe 5,000.
I think it revealed something. He just thinks that football coaches are football coaches. And you just got to, we got a football coach. Now, we just got to draft some good players, and then, you get lucky, and then you go on a run. You won it. Yeah. And that's why I'm happy that the Lions didn't win yesterday. Because, damn it, if the Lions had won, the Jones boys had been like, see, look at there. Yeah. They're doing it with even a worse defense than we did. You just got to get lucky one Sunday, and then you end up in the Super Bowl. You get in, and then you get a lottery ticket. All 7 teams have an equal shot of getting there.
We were ahead of
We've
the
just been
Cows.
unlucky, Dad.
Took Zeke at number 4 overall. Look at them now. Took a running back at 12.
Number 11, San Francisco's 7-game winning streak at home is currently the longest in the playoffs. Wow. That's real home dominance.
That's incredible, yeah.
I'm sorry. I really
Somebody talking to your ear?
No, I'm talking to myself.
Are you?
I'm telling myself, you got to slow down on dunking on the Cowboys like this. This just isn't right.
What a hell of a play. We're seeing the replay of Snead knocking that ball loose.
Play the playoffs.
My gosh, what a play.
It really was.
Just don't give up on a play right there. That's an example.
Pretty bad sequence for Zay.
Yeah.
It was a great play up until that moment. And I'm like, oh my goodness, he's going to get through all 3 of them. And I'm like, oh no, but it broke the plane. And then the replay, you're like, holy cow.
Then he gets his hand on the sideline, banging one of the.
Okay, did we skip video of that? Because I saw it was just all of a sudden on the sideline, he started bleeding from his thumb or something. I assume that was an angry, smashing the hand on something.
Those heated benches are like plastic, and that can mess you up a little bit.
Number 11, San Francisco's 7-game winning streak at home. Oh, long. Number 14, Sunday was Reed's 11th conference championship game appearance. Only Belichick has more.
That's incredible.
Got some in Philadelphia, didn't he?
He did.
And then, as a head coach, if you count the ones, Belichick can count the ones when he was with the Giants as an assistant. Reed's been in a few as an assistant. I don't think they only count the head coach ones, right?
Yeah.
That okay? Okay, there you go.
I think head coach and quarterback is the only positions that get a win-loss record under the team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Reed next to his 5th Super Bowl. Reed next heads to his 5th Super Bowl, joining Belichick 9 and Hall of Famers Don Shula and Landry as the only head coaches to achieve that. Landry with 5, of course. So there's a good Cowboys mention. Number 16, Mahomes 28, said to become the first QB to start 4 Super Bowls before the age of 30. That's just amazing. I don't know. You compare Reed to Belichick. I know I'd rather have Reed now. I don't know if he's the better coach all time than Belichick, but Reed for right now. And all time, Brady has the better resume, but I think I would want Mahomes over Brady. But I think the parallels there are pretty fantastic as far as the dominance. Just different eras. Okay, number 17, he's also the first to play in 7 consecutive postseason games without throwing an interception.
That's amazing.
Well, how about you can take it even further for Mahomes, because I saw this of
Brady holds the record, I think, right, for most consecutive
passes without one.
I think he's at 238.
Postseason passes without an interception.
I think it's Brady. Drew Brees is next, and then Mahomes, I think, is in that. But the Super Bowl, he can potentially pass Brady on this one for most consecutive without an interception.
Well, this is Pro Football Focus, so you can take it with a grain of salt or whatever, but in this postseason, Pat Mahomes, 127 dropbacks, 0 turnover-worthy throws.
Wow.
So he hasn't he hasn't thrown the interception, but it wasn't like he got lucky once or twice. They should have picked it off, but no, he's had, allegedly, according to Pro Football Focus, 0 turnover-worthy throws throughout this entire postseason. And Bassick made a really good point about being late in the game. There's like 5 minutes to go in the game. He takes a sack, and he never takes sacks. And he takes a sack to avoid, instead of throwing the ball and getting the incompletion, he knows it's better to just let the clock keep running. I'll go ahead and eat this sack here. It's just like some of those, the understanding of the game, knowing what to do, when to do it, the cerebral nature. I think that's so underrated about his game.
Yeah, to be able to avoid the big letdown play, it's more important than ever with this defense and the lack of weapons. And I think he's probably adjusted the last 2 runs, knowing if we're going to win this game, we might not have to score as much, but I absolutely can't turn it over. And I said I think it was in Crosstalker earlier. There's a Troy Aikman factor to that, where you're only going to risk the ball as much as you need to win. And sometimes it'll look like at the end of the game, like, wow, he must not have been very good. Those stats just weren't eye-popping. But all Troy did was win, I think. And, that approach is not going to get rewarded statistically, but it often does in the win column because it totally takes away the other team's ability to come back like the Niners did off the Detroit mistake. Okay, number 20, the Ravens managed only 81 rushing yards Sunday. The only time all season the NFL's top-ranked ground attack failed to produce at least 100 yards. We talked about that on Friday. Baltimore backs only received 6 carries against Kansas City. That might be the biggest gap of the weekend, isn't it?
Yeah. Not for Baltimore?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was...
I still am just baffled by that.
I mean, the Chiefs gave up 182 yards on the ground versus Buffalo last week.
Yeah.
And that's a really good Chiefs defense. That's the one area where you feel like, hey, you can really take advantage of them here. You're Baltimore. You run the ball well. Your quarterback is known for it. I don't understand why your starting 2 running backs would have a total of like 5 or 6 carries on the game.
Makes
Number 27, Detroit has not won a playoff game on the road since the 1957 season. That's just bizarre. Number 28, home teams wound up with a 9-3 record in the 2023 playoffs. Home field advantage should be very, very powerful. It is.
Dallas was one of the losses, right?
Yeah, you just got to build a good enough team that you have the number 1 seed usually, and hope Patrick Mahomes isn't in your conference, which you have the fortune of that.
Ooh.
You do have that fortune right now. If Patrick Mahomes was in your conference, you probably wouldn't be making the Super Bowl at any point in the next 10 years. But at least you don't have to contend with him until you get there. Number 30, Chiefs have scored on their opening drive in 8 consecutive postseason games. And as we reach the end, Ravens wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. says he hasn't. He caught 3 balls for 22. Might have been his last in a Ravens uniform. OBJ said in the locker room he plans to continue his career. Hopes Baltimore will re-sign him. Will the Cowboys consider him once again as maybe your 3rd wide receiver, assuming Michael Gallup is gone? I think that's one of the interesting questions going into the offseason. We'll have to see if the Cowboys are interested once again. Okay, look at this. Time's flying when we're having fun. Now, it's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Where are you taking us, bro?
Well, it's National Corn Chip Day. What are America's favorite chips? 877-881-1053. What's your favorite chip to munch on? That's next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Here he is, your Wooly Bully, Zach, with an H.
Thank you very much, General. Let's get into some chip conversation, shall we? National Corn Chip Day. I've got America's top 10 favorite chips, but I do want to ask if you guys are a little bummed, and we got to have them on quite a bit during the pregame show this year because they were the unofficial television crew for the Dallas Cowboys this season. Greg Olsen. Seems like Tom Brady's going to take over as the number one analyst next year for Fox, meaning Greg Olsen probably getting bumped down maybe to the 2 spot.
Dude, I'm looking forward to hearing Brady. I mean, that's going to be a ton of fun to see how he produces in that role. But I think Greg Olsen was really good. I felt like Greg Olsen was teaching. He was teaching some things. There were times where you're like, wow, I did not realize that. Thank you, Greg.
You know what they need to do? They need to go get Greg Olsen for that Thursday night game.
Ooh, that'd be great.
Because Greg
get Kirk Herbstreit and his dog out of there.
Well, Kurt, Kurt's.
We're taking shots at the damn dog.
I like Kurt. I really do. I think that, man.
But the dog.
No, I think it's like I say. I mean, the thing with Greg, like Kurt's good, but the pro game to me is different in a lot of ways. And
he's got the voice for college.
Remember, yesterday he tried to explain to us, and I thought that it was really cool. That teams right before the end of the quarter that they try and draw you off sides.
Yeah.
You know, he explained that. He said, "Oh, this could be a situation where they try and get a free 5 yards. Watch them trying to draw them off sides." What do? They try to draw. I mean,
that was a sweet moment between them. They're like, "Yeah, we've done this before."
He knows. I mean, he knows. I mean, people talk to him, and he's got a good handle on the game. I'd watch the Thursday night games more if he was involved, because I feel like I'd be learning something.
Well, he does need to be in a big boy chair, a primetime chair. I think he's deserving of that. I think he's more than capable of that. The play that sticks out to me from yesterday was on one of those 4th downs at the end of the game when Jahmyr Gibbs is out as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
They motion him in a little bit, and it looks like Dre Greenlaw is playing man-to-man on him. And they're like, okay, Detroit thinks it's man defense.
Right.
This is their 4th down
It's
play.
a zone.
But
Yeah,
it's
it's
zone.
zone. Yeah.
And he explained it beautifully after the
crossers.
play.
All the crossers.
Yeah, the mesh. And he's like,
meshers,
that's a man beater. And they thought they were in man because San Francisco disguised the look. And it's like, okay, thank you for sharing that with me, because I just wanted to tell Jared Goff that he sucked. But it's apparently San Francisco's defensive coordinator knew what he was doing.
There you go, Steve Wilkes. Now, yesterday's NFC Championship game was the most watched in the last 12 years for the NFC. It drew great numbers, projects to rank as Fox's best NFC Championship performance since 2012, and the 4th most watched non-Super Bowl telecast in network history. It's up 19% from last year's game, which was the blowout win for the Eagles, up 7% over last year's AFC Championship game that aired in the same window. So Greg Olsen, quote, Xing or quote, tweeting that, saying pretty good way to end it. And we'll miss you if that's the case. I am excited for Brady. I agree with you, but I think Greg Olsen's done a pretty damn good job.
Look, he's going to be on TV one place or another. You know, that's what it comes down to. If I'm CBS, I might be eyeballing him right now.
Yeah, maybe.
So,
looking to replace Romo.
Well, what are you doing there?
Firing Tony again.
Get out.
It's been a while.
All right, let's talk some chips out, shall we? National Corn Chip Day. America's top 10 favorite chips. 877-881-1053. What do you got?
I'd love to see Kevin Harlan and him working together.
Harlan and Olsen?
Harlan and Olsen.
That'd be a dream
What about
team.
Harlan and Romo? Just off the rails.
I mean, but Harlan just gets so excited.
I know, and so does Romo.
But then you get Olsen that kind of brings everything in, kind of brings it all back together.
Yeah. Puts a beautiful bow on it.
That would be a good duo right there.
I do think we need to pay respect to the corn chip, though, on its day. Like, we're
right.
going to talk about all these other chips, but I think the corn chip, like a good Frito
and
a good
absolutely.
Tostito scoop. I mean, I could eat those
corn chip
plain.
has some good love. I mean, and we'll get to, some of them will make this top 10.
But some
I'm
people
with you.
have to have a dip or a bean dip, a salsa, whatever it is to go with it. I can just eat the corn chips plain. Honestly, I think they're incredible.
We had a lot of love. Favorite chips, sour cream and cheddar Ruffles from the 807. Flamin' Hot Munchies from the 903. Got Texan. Frito Scoops from the 817.
Nice.
Another
Good chip.
817. Fritos, they taste so good. Also, they're sturdy enough to hold strong to any dip.
Damn right.
Yeah, the vitality of the Frito is, bar none, the standard.
Does not disintegrate when you run it
It
through
does
that
not.
dip, too, by the way, hot or cold.
972. I work for Frito-Lay. My favorite chip is the classic Nacho Dorito made from the Topeka, Kansas plant.
Oh, that's somebody that's dialed in right there.
They know exactly where they're getting it from.
They probably got more of the the seasoning. Like they know at Topeka, they're really dousing it with the dust.
Something different. A supply chain's different. Maybe there's something in the air with the humidity. You never know.
Not as much air in the bags. Those are your better bags.
Cool.
214 Zapp's Voodoo Heat Chips. A lot of love for the Zaps. I think those are pretty underrated. Lucius, where are we going with your top chips, my man?
Sour cream cheddar ruffles, like the Tolo said.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, my joints right there. The Doritos. When I make nachos, I like them on Doritos. Nacho cheese Doritos.
That's actually a pro tip.
And it's something about this. My father's generation, they will eat a corn chip, bro.
Yeah.
Like they will walk into the store and skip over all the bags of chips and get corn chips and flat out eat those with no dip while having a conversation with you. It's crazy.
Yeah, I got to have salsa with mine.
See, I've become the same way. I can eat it with no salsa. I can just down some corn chips, man.
Respect on
There's
that,
just something
dude.
about the chip.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love that Fritos bean dip that usually is right next to it. Like they know they sort of work
a
in
good harmony
conjunction
there.
with each other. Because you wouldn't see the bean dip next to any other chip, but next to the Frito, it just sort of calls for it. But I don't need the bean dip.
That's how they test the strength of the chip.
If it can go through the concrete bean.
If it goes to that bean dip that they sell on the side.
Are Bugles corn chips?
I don't. No.
I'm a big fan of the Bugle, too.
Yeah,
I
you
think
put
those
them,
are underrated.
When did they stop fitting on your fingers?
Oh, man, probably about like
fourth grade.
Birth.
Yeah.
Oh, for Wolchuk kindergarten.
I'd go like, I think sixth grade, honestly. I couldn't really
You had a good run, dude. If you made it to sixth grade, then the over hit.
Yeah, I think I hit the over.
Hey, Lucius, on the Doritos for the nachos, which one do you use? The
nacho cheese Dorito.
nacho cheese, the classics.
It's a good way to do it.
Yep.
See, I always try and get the big round ones, and man, I'm thinking about maybe I need to do something different with those Doritos. I always go for the big round chip,
round corn chip.
and they're kind of off-brand. I can't tell you what brand.
chip,
I always get the brand that's kind of like the big circular one.
Yeah.
Because
Good
I'm
for
thinking
making
about
nachos
more.
in the oven.
Yeah, I'm thinking about more coverage.
Right.
Yeah.
But maybe the triangle on the Dorito is the route to go.
That's how I make tacos for Abby. Been doing that since she was 2 years old, basically.
I'll tell
That's
you
what
what,
she
man.
considers homemade
That's
tacos.
awesome.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you grind up those Doritos though, and you can make some good batter with them, like fried chicken and stuff like that.
You make that the crust of the chicken or something.
Instead of using breadcrumbs,
that sounds
grind
awesome.
up some of those Doritos. And
I saw a guy doing that with pork rinds.
Boom.
I think he called it like pig dust or hog dust or something.
Why not? Yeah.
And it was unbelievable.
Was that on chicken?
Yes.
Man, that's a good idea.
Some chicken wings.
That's a home run idea.
I could see doing that on like pork chops.
Yeah, just double the pork.
Yeah,
on a football Sunday.
Yes.
That's a tailgater right there, boys.
Mexican restaurant chips being texted in.
El Phoenix has got excellent chips. I'm just gonna. Sorry if I'm throwing
El
it out.
Phoenix does. Okay.
El Phoenix does really good ones, and another place down the road here, Tupanamba.
I don't know if this is a chip or not. I like to take a tortilla,
Cut it up, do it.
lightly fry it.
There you go.
Okay, so it's more like a pita.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like a pita tortilla.
Yeah. Well, the honorable mentions here on the top 10 chips in America.
There you go.
A torpeda. All right, I like that. And they're not just corn chips, but it is National Corn Chip Day. Stacy's Pita Chips are an honorable mention. Those are pretty damn good for dipping.
Oh, Miss Vicky's jalapeno kettle chips.
Oh, bro, yes.
That's by far my one seed.
Oh, yeah, that's what got you through the Bangkok burger the other day.
Those are so good. Funyuns on an honorable mention. Big fan of the Funyun.
Dang, I shouldn't have stepped all over that.
I know, I messed up that one pretty bad. Cape Cod original chips as well, and those are a little kettle cooked too. Those are pretty damn good.
Are those the salt and vinegar kind?
You can get just the traditional. They do have salt and vinegar.
Okay.
And those are very delicious.
Those are pretty good, but I say F you to Funyuns. They're just weird tasting to me.
Well, because you're not an onion guy?
It's the onion deal. It's the shape. It's the shape.
So it's not the fun. It's
But you know what? I kind of like the onion flavor. This kind of threw me off. I like the onion flavor. I don't like the onion crunch.
Okay.
Which so when I went to Funyuns, I was thinking this is going to be great, and it never clicked.
Disappointed you.
Yeah.
Number 10 is Lay's potato chips, traditional.
Fire.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Number 9 is your Tostitos. And shout out to the Tostito scoops, by the way. I think those were a home run invention. I love the scoops.
Yeah, there's something fun about this.
They copied the Fritos, I think, on that one.
They probably did.
We had to. I mean, you can't
Really
have
good
a bad chip when you're doing.
Well, especially when you're not just a chip, you are the ultimate dip chip.
Yeah. But
when your whole brand is about how we're the best dippers, then you got to have like a bowl-like opportunity here so that we can fill that thing up with dip.
I don't want to, like, at the party be stirring the queso and see, like, chip debris in the queso.
You don't go into the community bowl. You self-serve yourself the bowl, and then you can do whatever you want to your own personal little plate of queso.
People dip in there on the and do that.
Yeah, they slip a thumb in there,
and then you get chip debris, and then somebody tries to go with 2 fingers to pull out chip debris.
Yeah, as soon as you two-finger that, it's over.
Yeah,
you're kicked out of the party. Yeah, it's a spoon move for sure.
No, it's on the hosts to make clear to everyone this is not a community dip. This is a take the spatula that's there for a reason, scoop it onto your personal plate, and then I don't care what you do to your dip. You can put all the fingers you want in there.
Kind of feel like that people don't ever do the right amount of dip on that. Your chip ratio to the queso's never right. So that's why you dip the chip, because you make sure you get the right.
But is it worth the slip of the finger?
Gotta have strong chips.
Depends on who you ask.
Gotta have strong fingers.
Number 8 is the Sun Chips.
Good chip. I like the salsa ones in the red bag. Those Sun Chips.
Dude, the Sun Chips are underrated. Probably the most underrated. I mean, I guess they're high enough on this list to not be underrated.
But I never think of them. But Sun Chips are very delicious.
That's trash.
Shut up.
That's a bad take, Broadus.
It is. Sun Chips are not.
When's the last time you had a Sun Chip, though?
Oh, he's never had one.
I hate them. That's why I don't.
Have you had one since now?
Oh, I tell you what.
More of a moon chip guy.
I've gone to the.
Go bleep yourself.
I've gone. I see him down here at the. I see him at the Jersey Mike's and stuff like that.
You should try them again. I think you might have had a bad experience.
I think so too. They got different flavors.
Is it the whole solar system that angers you, or is it just the sun?
The Pluto chips aren't very good.
The Pluto ones aren't good. You're right, but those Saturn chips hit. Number 7 is the Takis.
Takis are a knockoff of the
Flamin' Hot Cheeto.
Yeah, the Cheeto.
That one might be a good one. Like if Brian doesn't want to do the gummy, maybe we just have him crush like a bag of Takis during a segment.
See, that'll be worse for your stomach and for your back door than the nitro will. This is a guy, you're talking to the one who knows.
It's like eating glass.
Could be fun. Number 6 is Cheetos. Zero did bring up a big topic of conversation. Are Cheetos a chip? I think yes, you get them in the chip aisle, but they are a little bit different from these.
We have found that they are not actually a chip.
They're a puff.
They are something on their own. Yes,
they're in their own category.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think those go along with like the Bugles and the Funyuns. It's just like alternate chip novelties. If
they are though, but gosh, I do love a good Cheeto. Number 5 is the Zapp's potato chips, the Voodoo ones. They got texted in.
There you go.
4, we've got the Fritos, the original.
Okay, so we're in the Mount Rushmore. We don't have just the regular Lay's potato chip in the Mount
10.
Rushmore. Right. No. In the top 10 for sure.
You know what booted them out was Ruffles Original. America loves the Ruffles more, apparently.
I think for all the flavors, yes. But when it comes to just the classic potato chip, just flavor-free, just whatever, just the normal, I think that gold bag of Lay's is always ringing true.
I will say this, though. The Lay's original, kind of crumbly.
They are a little crumbly. They're
not a dip chip.
They're not a dip chip.
No,
they're
but they're kind of
chip.
crumbly.
They're great for the sandwich, though. Make it a Lay's chip
but
layer
the Ruffles
in your
with
sandwich.
the ridges is certainly a dip chip.
Yes,
that definitely can be. 2 is Pringles, which I do love, but we got to figure out a new way for the boxing.
Ugh.
This is the one that bugs me the most. How about you guys?
That people love Pringles this much?
Until they pivot to where an adult can put their whole hand in there.
I'm about to say, I cut my hand every damn time.
We solved this.
We did solve it.
What to do. You need a push pop type of
like
deal
a
at the bottom.
Flintstone, like a Flintstone ice cream. You got to be able to push those chips up to the top. I'm not coming down. They're coming up.
I feel like when I dump it in my hand, I dump too many in. Too many into my hand.
No such thing.
Yeah, too many.
Oh, it starts falling on the floor.
But number 1 most popular chip in America is indeed the Doritos Nacho Cheese.
Right on. Thank you, sir. Always look forward to the top 10 at 420, Wolchuk. Now, need you to stick around there at center stage because I believe we have a nosebleed tradition we need to pay off on the other side. Isn't that right?
Yes. My radio wife husband, Eric Chiafalo, turned 30 yesterday. Let's celebrate him. That's next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Esiason is on the Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Had a birthday over the weekend, and it's time for the nosebleed seats to recognize that in their very special way. And here for the roasting is Wolchuk.
Let's do it. Happy 30th birthday to Eric Chiafalo, who, of course, my ride or die, and he celebrated yesterday with the family. I hope it was a good day. So Friday we were on a remote, and it was a little difficult to put all this audio together, but every year we like to go back and razz on each other a little bit on our birthdays.
I love razzing on you.
We've certainly both got quite a folder of mess-ups through the years, whether it was here on the G-Bag Nation or during our time with the Nosebleed Seats, either on podcast form or on the night shows here on 105.3 The Fan. But we start with one that happened this year. This was Tony Gwynn. Now, we had Tony Gwynn, who was one of our Odyssey MLB insiders, on the phone, and Eric asked him a question and might not have had the right Tony Gwynn in mind.
My favorite thing throughout March Madness and the Final Four with your San Diego Aztecs was doing a little reading up on them and discovering that you, Tony Gwynn Jr., are the all-time assist leader for their basketball team. And that was my favorite stat of the day throughout the month of March.
Now, I got to tell you that's not me. I wish I was the all-time assist leader. That is actually my pops, who is the all-time assist leader for the Aztecs. It's still a record he holds to this day. It's amazing. It's almost been 40 years, but and nobody's broken it yet. So a lot of people don't know he was a pretty good hooper for sure.
Yeah, including myself, as Wolchuk is laughing at me, as I thought that was you, and it's actually your dad. So joke's on me, Tony. Joke's on me.
Easily confused there, Tony. We love you, buddy. We really appreciate you.
We really appreciate you. Sorry for disrespecting the hell out of you and your dad. We appreciate you guys.
I think you handled it really well.
So much.
Now, that probably was not the most cringe question, and I tried to help you with this one too in the moment, but it just got away that I knew you were going to dive in head first as we were doing Super Bowl Radio Row style. This was during COVID. So we were interviewing everybody via Zoom. This was a phone interview with our Wounded Warrior amputee at the time, and Eric was asking the bathroom questions.
Now, I'm curious. This is a you guys are getting caught in the crosshairs on this conversation we've had on our show.
Oh, don't do it.
Over the last couple of weeks. I'm just curious. How do you lose respect for any male brethren who tells you in confidence that in the comfort of their own home they will elect to sit to go pee? Now, BJ, we'll start with you. Is that something where it's immediate respect loss?
No, because some of my friends are missing both their legs, so you can't really, give them too much crap about that. Sorry about the dog in the background.
Sorry about the bad question.
You're not the one that should be apologizing here, BJ.
No, I don't.
It actually started awkward. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but you're talking with veterans. You guys got caught in the crosshairs.
I was about to say.
Gosh, that's one I haven't even picked up myself.
When you said that, I went,
crap.
Oh no, crosshairs here. Okay.
Oh, knowing that could have even more layers of incompetence involved is really that sucks.
That's even more. Yeah,
fine. They're just American heroes.
That's right.
It's all good, man. We've all been there before.
BJ Gainham, that guy's a stud.
He's a badass. And we love him very much.
Respectfully, yeah.
Can't say admirably,
but then there's also something admirable. That word tears me up. I was trying to say admirably.
Yeah, you were.
There was a time where that word was.
You've gotten much better at it, though.
I have. I've learned to slow down a little bit on it.
Admirably. It is. I mean, I think I almost got by that.
It can get you. Same with shoulder surgery. When a player has one of those,
that's a tough one.
You got to just slow it down.
A lot of S's involved. We keep the dumb questions from Eric. We had Texas A&M defensive players in when we were on the nosebleed seats at night. Aaron Hansford and Jaden Peavy. Hansford actually was a member of the Cowboys practice squad for a little while, and he asked them about moving to the SEC.
How much of a jump was it from Big 12 to SEC? Like, was it just a holy hell kind of moment when you guys were playing these SEC schools?
I mean, we was already in the SEC.
I believe he just ended it there too.
That's
he didn't
all it
really
was.
expound much, but I was like, oh, okay. At that point, I didn't realize how long A&M had been in the SEC.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like it had been that long.
You know what? In the moment, I didn't think it was a terrible question either. And then you realize, no, they were in the SEC by the time these guys got there. Here was another one. We had Jared on the phone getting ready for the Rangers season, and we had a little confused, crappy question.
Is this like the night before first day of school vibes for you? Is this like the most or one of the most excited eve of opening day you've ever been?
Sorry.
Jared made that even more uncomfortable for me in the moment because
that was better than Steven's reaction to your minute 6
The
question.
Steven one's good. Okay, the Steven one.
Jared didn't have the discomfort of laughing at it. Like Steven didn't want to necessarily laugh at it.
Okay, Lucius, let's skip the Steven one. Come back to that. Let's go to the Eric math question to UTSA running back Sincere McCormick, where we were just trying to get him ready for the combine, but Sincere wasn't able to think as quickly on his feet.
And I'm going to hit you with some good questions here. Now, sometimes they'll be in the middle of these interviews. They'll be doing it, and then they'll all of a sudden just hit you with a multiplication question. They'll just go all of a sudden. They'll go, what's 50 plus 19? Boom. And you got to answer it. 50 plus 19.
Give me a pencil and paper, get a calculation in my head real quick. I mean,
Sincere McCormick was like arms wide. Well, I don't know. Why are you asking me this right now? And the awkward silence. Bobby loves that. That was a Bobby
I have honestly
right
forgot about that one.
Oh, this is also pretty good. Babe Laufenberg was on with us, and we had a little bit of an issue with his name too.
It's Babe Laufenberg with us here. Got choked up there for a second, almost a little bit emotional.
Many people do.
The worst thing I ever did to Babe Laufenberg was ask him a question about what he calls his wife, or what his wife calls him. If like his name is Babe, like what's the cat name? He's like, oh well, I'm not married anymore. I was like, oh, that's wonderful.
We did.
I started the interview off with that question.
What was it? Back in the day. When
Babe,
you were
come on,
before.
yeah. I mean, just play along with us here.
What's 50 plus 19?
We had some invasive questions lined up for
It's so stupid.
Lisa Ann when we once had her on for a weekly during a fantasy football season.
We had a good run.
We did. Lisa, take it away. Good. That's good because here we try to do the same thing. We try to blend the fun with the sports. So you might have opened up a can of worms. I know my co-host Eric Chiafalo, man, I saw some of the questions he wanted to ask, and I thought, hold on, maybe we should tap the brakes here a little bit.
Oh, let's pick his worst question because I know we're on radio and you can't say too much, right? We're not swearing or anything.
No,
so
we don't have that luxury.
I want to hear his worst question, please. The one that you told him he couldn't ask me.
Okay, wait. So I actually have to save that one for last, just because I think we're going to play word association with a famous athlete, and I'm looking forward to seeing what is synonymous
Eric,
with him.
which is
but
easy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so discombobulated. Lisa, we literally had Emmitt Smith, the all-time leading rusher, on our show this time last week. I'm more nervous for this interview with you than I was with bleeping Emmitt Smith.
Well, of course, we have a much different relationship than you've had with Emmitt Smith.
I mean, it's not. Yeah,
we had a good run with Lisa. We did. And then she got
Wolchuk had the same relationship with Lisa Ann as he did with Emmitt Smith.
They're two in the same. Oh, this is, I think, Lucius's favorite Chiafalo drop. The jewel rip mid question.
And at the NFL level, you need guys that are going to be able to cover.
Now, my other question for you is in regards to, and I apologize, I was mid jewel rip there. I was mid jewel rip right there.
I should have.
Shout out to Dalton Miller as well on there.
Shout out to my
Dalton's
little brother.
usually drunk when he comes on. So.
Yeah, the wine.
It's usually a wine Wednesday.
Yeah, I think all of us might have been that night. Here was the cringy interaction. This is why Elliot Shore Parks will probably never come back on the show, but he can also go bleep himself. As we went behind enemy lines, getting set for an Eagles-Cowboys game.
Did you get a chance to see it firsthand? I know you're in the locker room.
No, I did not.
Now, okay. Is there any is there a reason why? But you heard this, right? Like this was well known pretty much the entire duration he was there, correct?
Once he started winning more and more big games here in Philadelphia, the nickname definitely stuck, and it was something they would do. It would be a nickname in the locker room. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, did you get a feel for whether it was the most impressive part? Was it the girth, or was it actually the tonnage?
I have no idea.
No idea.
Yeah, he wanted no part in answering this. Eric just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing.
That was a different version of myself.
It was so good. It was so good. And he just doesn't want to come back on the show. Here was the Peace-a-thon tease.
That's the Jason Garrett press conference, and they'll have more of that. KNC Masterpiece Peace-a-thon coming up next.
Ooh, that sounds like about .08.
That was well done. Let's jump down to cut 12 here. This is with Reggie, and when we were at the nosebleed seats, and somebody mistook it was Milwaukee for a state. Yeah.
One more thing. If I told you an amateur porn shoot got a gas station to possibly close,
I'm asking, where is this gas station and how can I get there, baby?
It's closed. They're not.
What state do you think it would be in?
Florida.
Rhode Island.
Louisiana.
You would all be wrong. And shocking news this evening.
Kentucky.
It's Milwaukee.
Oh.
That's not a state.
Wisconsin?
That's Wisconsin. The state is Wisconsin.
I'm out of here.
I'm out of here. Yes,
Gosh, Colby.
Colby, gosh, we love you, Colby Sapp. We will have the Eric Chiafalo question to Stephen Jones. We can circle back maybe 6 o'clock after Around the Bases. We can put the cherry on
Son
top.
of a gun.
We don't need a birthday roast to enjoy that.
That's always good.
Thank you, Eric, and happy birthday.
Thank you, boys.
Football's finest is coming up next. What's on deck?
Okay, what was the coolest play from yesterday? What should have been on SportsCenter's top 10 number one play of the weekend next year in the nation?
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. The Expressway begins in about 20 minutes. And we're going to talk some Rangers coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll go around the bases. We got updates on pitchers and who's next going to the Hall of Fame and all that. We'll talk some Rangers and baseball with you coming up at 6. Here's Chief with your football's finest.
Okay, plenty to get to here. There were multiple plays that jump out over the football weekend, or really just over the course of yesterday's action. And I'm trying to figure out what should have been SportsCenter's number 1 top 10 play. And you have a couple of options here. Brandon Ayuk, the big grab he had that bounces off the face of the defender, should have been intercepted. Worst case, it should have just been an incompletion. But, of course, it was a giant gain and a momentum builder, if you will, for San Francisco. So that play right there, huge play, crazy play. Is it Lamar Jackson throwing the ball and then catching the deflection himself and then running? 13-yard gain. Mm-hmm. And it was like a shoestring tackle situation that I felt like, gosh, if it wasn't for that guy clipping his heels there, he probably catches his own pass and then sprints down the field like 50-plus yards and scores a touchdown. It was a great save by whoever that defender was that tackled him. But that was also just a great play. And then, or is it the L'Jarius Sneed forcing of the fumble on Zay Flowers? I will throw that into the mix, even though SportsCenter did not.
I think that
was a hell of a play.
Power rank the plays.
Those three?
Those three.
What about Lamar's catch to himself?
That's a really good one. We should describe that and talk about it for a second.
I'm going to go with Ayuk's
we
crazy
just
catch.
Talked about it. Are you joking?
No.
Okay. That's on the docket. You can choose that.
I'd probably go 2 with that. I think Ayuk number 1.
Ayuk number 1?
Yeah, it was just bananas to bounce off the dude's helmet back to him. And he's got the presence of mind to make the snag and get up. And I didn't know if he was touched.
It was unbelievable. Like the control, midair, following it up. I mean, it was pretty damn amazing.
Okay, so that was it was just unbelievable. I think L'Jarius Sneed is the most skillful.
Yeah.
To be able to close like that. And these guys, they're coming in full speed, diving, and being able to precisely put their hand on a football that a dude has tucked. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
I'm
gonna magical what some of these guys are capable of.
I'm going to go with Dan Campbell's headsets going out in the fourth quarter and having no communication with anybody that was wearing Lions coaching gear, whether upstairs, downstairs, and just going completely off the rails. No.
Brought us in his Honolulu blue hoodie today.
I got my Honolulu blue on. I appreciate the Lions. I really, really do. I'm going to go with the Sneed's play. That's a game saver right there. That was the absolute game saver. And
it was.
And you look at Flowers and you talk about, he's trying to, and this is one of those things, this is the dangers of ball carriers extending at the goal line.
Yeah.
Extending.
That's a great point.
How many times have we seen ball carriers extend and now the ball's knocked loose?
Yeah.
It's happened a couple different times, and that right there, you got to give Flowers credit. He was trying to score. He was trying to get to the end zone.
It's hard to be upset at him on that one.
But
it's just a great play by the defense.
Sneed covered some ground to get there to make that play. That was a highlight for me.
It was really cool too because on that drive, the only reason why the Ravens are even down there is because Zay Flowers had a huge gain on L'Jarius Sneed.
Right.
And Zay Flowers taunted him, got on his face a little bit, and then he gets the flag for it. So they bump him back 15 yards. Zay Flowers, from the way I remember it, ends up just getting all the yards back for the Ravens. He's about to score, but Sneed steps in, pokes the ball out, and he gets the last laugh. And it felt like it was just a bad day across the board for taunting in general because you had that play go down. You had C.J. Gardner-Johnson of the Lions waving goodbye in the second quarter, thinking they got this thing already handled. They have Eminem, big Detroit fan, doing the first half middle birds to the Niners fans, and then
you really can't blame them. They've never been in this situation. You're up 2 touchdowns in the second quarter. They probably thought it was over.
It's a good point. Well, we will get to some sound here from Brandon Ayuk because the play that he made after the game, he's with Aaron Andrews. Listen to him describe that catch, that crazy catch off the Lions defender's face.
Tell us all about that catch.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe. And y'all know what that means. So that's all I can say, because other than that, I don't know. Just great luck. God was with us today. Great win. Bang, bang, Niner game. crazy.
We better take that ladybug to the Super Bowl because you're going to be going there to see the Kansas City Chiefs.
I don't know. I don't know. He says you guys know what that means. I'm not familiar with the ladybug in the shoe.
Ladybug lands on you. It's supposed to be good luck.
Just across the board.
Across the board.
If at any point you find a
ladybug appearance on you, landing on you is good luck.
Louisiana guy?
No, just in general. Ladybugs are just known as good
always
luck.
heard that growing up as well.
Yeah, known as good luck. Yeah.
There was not one I was familiar with, but I appreciate him letting me know on that, and that makes a ton of sense because that was about as lucky of a play as you could ever really imagine. But I asked you the SportsCenter question because Brandon Ayuk woke up this morning, and as an NFC champion, he was watching SportsCenter from his bed, and he was complaining because he saw his catch was number 2.
Oh, dang it.
And they actually had Lamar's pass and catch to himself as the number 1 play. So he was mother bleeping SportsCenter this morning, was Brandon Ayuk, from his bed. You'd think you'd wake up in joy, but he woke up, he saw it was number 2, and he's like, what are we doing here? Lamar Jackson got number 1 on SportsCenter.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right to me.
But I don't know. I mean, I actually like that Brandon Ayuk made it a thing, though, because I feel like the love and the respect for being the top play, SportsCenter's top 10 play, like I feel like there's some shine off of that. Like we don't discuss it anymore. Are kids still missing the school bus because, sorry, Mom, I had to see what the top 10 plays from last night were? I don't know. I've missed the school bus because of that. I don't know if kids are still missing the school bus because of the SportsCenter top 10.
No, I don't think so. I think they probably just Google it on their way to school on the bus.
You're right.
That's probably
they bring
true.
up their TV app on the bus.
YouTube it later. Yeah.
They kids watch TV on the bus. I think I'd want them to. Actually, now that I think about it.
If you're the bus driver, yeah, you're like just
put headphones on and watch YouTube.
Don't sing, don't talk to me.
Yeah, don't want to see you. But okay, well there
back
it is.
in the day, we would raise hell on the bus. It would take a damn near a dictator behind that wheel to keep us in line.
Were you guys like just were you messing with the bus driver or each other?
Mostly just each other. Yeah. It would take an awful weak bus driver for us to go. No, we would never go after them. That might be punishment. Mostly just
being loud, throwing things, making fun of people.
Putting the windows down. They always wanted them up.
Oh, okay.
Flipping off cars. Yeah. Fighting each other. Paper fights.
Did you ever go full Peyton Manning?
No.
Because he did the well, not that of Peyton Manning. He had another thing where he just from the bus he just mooned a bunch of people.
He did do some mooning.
That was more my brother's bit, but that was later on in school.
So you were already self-conscious about your wood hauler's ass at a young age.
I don't want anyone to see this.
I don't know why I didn't do that. I had no awareness that I had wood hauler's ass back then.
You just had the awareness that you shouldn't be showing your butt cheeks to random people on the school bus.
Yes, I did.
Well, that's an awareness that anybody should be striving for. Now, the third quarter. We got to get to the third quarter of this San Francisco game.
Sad.
Because what happened to Detroit in that third quarter, I'm trying to figure. I can't remember just a more meltdownish quarter for anybody, especially when you consider the stakes here. Like the stakes were insane, and it starts with Josh Reynolds dropping his first fourth down opportunity of the game. It's like 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Here's a 4th and 2, and here's Josh Reynolds dropping the football. Okay, then it's like 2 plays later, the Ayuk play happens. So you go from botching the 4th down to within the blink of an eye, now they are down at their own end ready to score a touchdown on the craziest, luckiest play anyone's ever seen. Okay, now they score that touchdown. Detroit gets the ball, and on the very first play, they hand it off to their stud first-round pick running back Jahmyr Gibbs, and he just fumbles the ball. He just drops it right there, and immediately San Francisco picks up the football, and they're basically in their own red zone. Like, that is like less than 10 plays. You're dropping a 4th down. They're throwing a bomb ski that should have never happened, but it did. They score a touchdown, and now you're fumbling, and it's their football. Yeah. And I think we're talking about 2 minutes of actual gameplay. You go from 7 minutes on the clock to 5. You're standing there on the sideline going, what has just happened to us?
Yeah. I was trying to make dinner at that time. I'm like, okay, I'm back on the couch now with this high game.
Wait a second. This thing is not over.
Here we
are. Come the Niners.
This is going to happen. This is going to happen here. And so, of course, you have another Josh Reynolds after San Francisco scores. You have another 3rd and 10 unspeakable drop from Josh Reynolds. that hits him right in the breadbasket. Inexcusable drop, and now you have to punt. Okay, you punt. Jack Fox, the punter. He boots it 80 yards.
Yeah.
It lands inside the 5. It's got perfect backspin, but for whatever reason, the schmoes on the coverage team for Detroit can't figure it out at the goal line. Boom, it's a touchback instead of having them pinned at their 1-yard line. I mean,
huge when teams screw that up.
Yeah.
And this is all this is now, you're talking about 2 minutes left in the third quarter. You're 24-7 with 7 minutes to go, and all that has now happened. And then now, with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, instead of them being at their own 1-yard line, they're there with some room to breathe at the 20.
That's full on choke job.
Holy smokes, dude! That is as bad as it gets. Yeah, bad luck for sure. And then I think a lot of it is just these players, like Jahmyr Gibbs fumbling the football.
Yeah.
Josh Reynolds dropping the football. Two should have been catches. One of them no-brainer. The other one, I guess you could say, was a little bit tough. You had to go low on 4th down. But the 3rd and 10 breadbasket, what are we doing, man? There's a lot of players.
End zone for the touchback on the coverage unit.
Yeah, the coverage unit on the punt team. Like that was a 5 minutes. It's not even the whole third quarter. It's 5 minutes of gameplay that completely ruins the game for you. And if you could just stop and pause time and just get everybody settled and say, guys, what is happening here? But everything's moving so fast, and all of a sudden, championship opportunity slips through your Dan
you
Campbell
could say
vice
pressure
grip.
eats you up, but it's also just bad luck. You know, like how did those things happen? Anybody that's played poker for any period of time knows it doesn't take any bad play to get absolutely destroyed for like 2 hours straight with some unbelievable mathematical near certainties going against you. You know, it's just crazy how these things compile. But I do believe there's also something to the loser mindset of the town. You know, those fans. Oh, it'll never be our year. They speak these kind of things into existence in loser towns like this, around loser franchises.
Yeah, it just sort of rubs off on you a little bit.
I think so.
Well, do you guys remember the play where Mahomes looked like he was going to get hurt? Like he gets rolled.
He jumped up. Yeah,
unbelievable that he wasn't sacked on that.
Yeah,
it was crazy that he wasn't sacked on that
or hurt.
In fact, I have a sack stat for you. This is my sack stat of the day. The Eagles last year led the NFL with 70 sacks. Remember that. The pass rush for the Eagles was ridiculous. They had 0 sacks on Mahomes in the Super Bowl. The Ravens this year led the NFL with 31 takeaways this season, and they had 0 versus Pat Mahomes yesterday. So when he goes up against, you can be doing something great. You're the best in the league at it. Mahomes will avoid the error that is involved. But yes, he gets rolled up on. It's a low hit. I'm kind of surprised there wasn't any sort of flag involved.
Well, it was
from what I remember.
Actually, the drive got extended because of a personal foul penalty.
Well, the Ravens had a bunch of them yesterday.
They wanted roughing the court. Yeah, Sean Smith, the official there, called roughing the passer.
Yeah,
and so they got to extend a drive. The Ravens were off the field, and then they got a personal foul, and for that, and then that series, the next series, well, as the series is going, that's where they went low on him. And,
it was crazy how he got rid of that football.
Yeah, they bent him. He's lucky he didn't tear his knee.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm watching going.
He gets tackled with they grab his legs, and he gets twisted in the air,
and he does like this weird back bend, and his knee and his feet are being grabbed. And it feels like something should have ripped or torn or whatever.
Well, okay, so he takes the weight off both legs and puts his hand in the ground, and his knees are on a body. It's like
crazy.
It's like elite body awareness to avoid the injury.
You're right. You're 100% right about that, because he's intentionally doing some of this, and I guess Bobby Stroop is his trainer. And so he immediately pumped out a video of just like 20 seconds of a compilation of like showing little exercises that they work on that involve him in back bend, weird contorted scenarios.
He does this one day a week with that trainer. They showed it on that Netflix quarterback show.
That's awesome.
So he is preparing for his body to be in these awkward, uncomfortable positions, and he's naturally, I think, double jointed as well. That's part of the reason why he's able to come back from these horrific looking ankle injuries so quickly.
Oh, they pop in and out.
Did you see though what he did? He felt the guy going low, or was going low, and he jumped up in the air.
Yes, and then that's where he puts his hand down, and then he kind of spins.
They're showing it right now. They're showing it right now.
When you know it's intentional, you see it, but in real time, it was like, oh my gosh, he's hurt. That's an ankle, a knee, or two knees.
If he keeps his feet planted, it's probably going to be a knee or an ankle injury. But by jumping up in the air, quarterbacks are taught. A lot of times, if you get in the pocket and you feel you're getting wrapped up, try and jump. try and go up and get your feet off the ground.
So they don't get stuck.
So they'll
and
get stuck
weird.
and you get turned and all that. Yeah.
Just crazy. Adds to the greatness that he is. He's putting the work. He thinks of everything. The football IQ, knowing who, what, where, when in the craziest moments. But then in that right there to be able to overcome. I think most quarterbacks there are actually injured and out for the game.
Joe Burrow needs to call that Bobby dude that you mentioned.
He does.
That does the jumping or the weird landing coaching. It's time now for the Expressway. We got you commercial free to the top when we return right here, and we'll take a look at the top sports stories that are developing here in the G-Bag Nation. But first, I want to tell you about my friends at D&M Leasing, because if you want